Chapter 1801. Greedy for the disaster world faceless beast. Lin Yuan decided that he would put this willpower rune on the back burner for now. It would eventually come of use. After checking on the new willpower rune, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone. The first thing he did was to take out the green dimensional gem. He communicated to Morbius in his mind, "Morbius, I can help you to find more of these dimensional gems. But how should I use this one?" Morbius could not hold back the excitement in its voice as it said, "This stone isn't called a dimensional gem, but I can't remember what its name is. I can sense that I need it. Partner, place this gem in one of the dents in my main body, and it will automatically start to fuse with my body. Then, I will fall asleep. Once I'm awake, I'll probably know what this gem is. I might be able to do other things besides spirit locking phase." Lin Yuan's chest tightened when he heard that Morbius was going to fall asleep again. Lin Yuan was not afraid that he would encounter challenges that he would be unable to handle on his own when Morbius was asleep. Rather, he really liked being able to communicate with Morbius in his mind. Morbius was Lin Yuan's lifelong companion, and the two of them had weathered everything together. There were many things that he could not say to Chu Ci that he would not hesitate to tell Morbius. But now, Morbius was going to fall asleep again. Given Morbius' record of sleeping duration, Lin Yuan felt that he would not be able to communicate with Morbius for a very long time. However, Morbius completing itself was a good thing, and it made Lin Yuan happy. He could sense Morbius' excitement. Every life form looked forward to being improved, and Morbius was no exception. If Lin Yuan could sense what Morbius was thinking, it was only natural that Morbius also knew what ran through Lin Yuan's mind. Morbius could tell how Lin Yuan felt and said in a gentle voice, "Partner, I will only need to sleep for 8 hours to fuse with the green gem. It won't be too long. Tonight, I'll be able to greet you with a completely new me. In the 8 hours, you should think about which phase abilities you want to release." Lin Yuan smiled brightly when he discovered that Morbius only needed to sleep for 8 hours. He already knew which phase he was going to unlock. First, he was going to release the Jasmine Lily. He chose the Jasmine Lily because Blackie and Purple Afterglow were both support type while Remember Ling was functional type. Healing abilities were much more important than support. After the team battle, Lin Yuan had a general idea of who the other Radiance envoys of his batch would be. None of them were pure healing type Spirit Chi professionals. Lin Yuan would have to take up the mantle of healing his teammates. Blackie's abilities clashed with that of Gao Feng, while Purple Afterglow's abilities clashed with Gulang's abilities. Although Lin Yuan had never fought against Gulang or fought beside him, they had all told each other about their phase during the meeting in the Return from Faraway Mansion before the Radiance 100 sequence selection had started. Gulang's abilities were skewed toward control, and it complemented that of his sacred source life form. He would be able to perform multidimensional control. Remember Ling was a functional type Fey and not within Lin Yuan's realm of consideration. Hence, the Jasmine Lily was Lin Yuan's best choice. Moreover, the Jasmine Lily's ability Severed Limbs Growth could be combined with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring to work in conjunction with Rememberling's abilities to give a body back to the revived souls. Lin Yuan wanted to see if the Jasmine Lily would be able to significantly raise the 10,000 Medicine Hot Springs abilities after it was unlocked. Lin Yuan said resolutely to Morbius, "I choose the Jasmine Lily." Morbius said with relief, "Partner, that is the best choice." After Morbius and Lin Yuan talked for a while longer, Lin Yuan placed the green gem into one of the indentations in the Morbius bracelet. Morbius' rust-colored body lit up with a rust-colored light while the green gem lit up with an emerald light. The rust-colored light wrapped around the green light, and Lin Yuan noticed that the green gem sunk into the Morbius bracelet. Lin Yuan started the 8-hour wait until Morbius awoke. He not only looked forward to unlocking the Jasmine Lily but also the evolution that Morbius would experience after it fused with the gem. Every time Morbius evolved, Lin Yuan greatly benefited. An example was the element well that appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone not long ago. A shallow pool of water had accumulated at the bottom of the well. It was like a puddle left behind by a shower of rain. There was still too little water in the element well, and Lin Yuan would need to wait a long time before he could start seriously tapping into the water. Lin Yuan stored away the 3 sacred source life forms that he had gained because Nana had saved Luou. The 3 uncontracted sacred source life forms were mystery boxes to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan knew how sacred source life forms were formed, he preferred to go to the marsh world to pick those he knew would be helpful for him because he could guess their abilities. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to give these 3 sacred source life forms away as rewards to the members of Sky City who had provided significant contributions. The child disaster world faceless beast never stopped roaring within Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan still did not have a plan for the suzerain/mythi disaster world faceless beast. The disaster world faceless beast had entered his soul, and Morbius had used the power of its roots to trap the disaster world faceless beast inside Lin Yuan's soul, thereby severing the link between Luou and the disaster world faceless beast. But if Lin Yuan released the disaster world faceless beast, Luou would immediately be able to sense it, regardless of how far apart the two were. As such, Lin Yuan had no choice but to either keep the disaster world faceless beast contained in his soul or kill it. He could not tame it. Chapter 1802 The Moon Empress Call. Just like Genius and Chimey, the disaster world faceless beast was the only fey of its kind because it had broken past the limits of its bloodline to create a new species of fey. The child disaster world faceless beast had come from the mother disaster world faceless beast. Lin Yuan had never seen the mother disaster world faceless beast and thus had no idea what its abilities were. However, the child's abilities, Steal the Fate of a Nation and Fate of Chaos, were both abilities that Lin Yuan had never seen in a fey. They would allow the disaster world faceless beast to steal the fortunes of the land and use it on itself to strengthen the effects of its abilities so its abilities would be able to affect a larger environment. Steal the Fate of a Nation's only flaw lay in that it needed to use up the lifespan of the disaster world faceless beast. If there was a way to increase the disaster world faceless beast's lifespan and when it was used in conjunction with payment in life, the disaster world faceless beast would turn into a terrifying killing machine. Faceless appearance would enable the disaster world faceless beast to shapeshift during combat. In a group battle, the disaster world faceless beast would be able to make up for where the team was lacking. During the battle, the disaster world faceless beast had only taken the form of Luou. Before it had the chance to attack, it had targeted Luou and became locked in a stalemate with him. Eventually, the disaster world faceless beast ended up trapped in Lin Yuan's soul and did not manage to unleash its effects at all. If Luou had not instructed the disaster world faceless beast to target Luou but instead used deepened curse imprint, disaster warning, and disaster heart to take control of the situation, it would have put the Radiance Federation in a sticky situation. The suzerain/mythi disaster world faceless beast had a higher grade than all of Lin Yuan, Zhongzi, and Gao Feng's feys. Hence, it would have had no issues taking control of them. Most of Lu Yifan's feys and sacred source life forms abilities lay in providing physical and elemental defense. It was weaker when it came to spiritual, soul, and mind defense. Thus, countering the disaster world faceless beast would be difficult when it used its controlling abilities. Moreover, the Radiance Federation's strategy had been to kill Yanling first to break the link between the three sacred source life forms. If Luou had not instructed the disaster world faceless beast to attack Lin Yuan but used it to create a replica of Yanling after she was killed, they could have maintained the link between the three sacred source life forms. It would have been fine if Lin Yuan had not been able to get his hands on the disaster world faceless beast. But now that he did but could not use it in any way, it was extremely frustrating. As he listened to the disaster world faceless beast continue to howl within his soul, Lin Yuan decided to tease it. Just as he was about to start teasing the disaster world faceless beast, his phone started to ring. Lin Yuan picked it up, saw that the call was coming from the Moon Empress, and hurriedly answered. The Moon Empress said in a somber voice, "Little Yuan, come to the Radiant Moon Palace tonight at 21:00. She promptly hung up once she was done speaking. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the Moon Empress needed to talk to him about something and that it was likely a very important matter. Otherwise, they had originally agreed for him to only go to the Radiant Moon Palace tomorrow. Off the top of his head, Lin Yuan could not figure out why the Moon Empress needed to see him. There were still quite a few hours to go before 2100 hours, so Lin Yuan did not continue ruminating over the matter and went back to studying the disaster world faceless beast. The disaster world faceless beast was not a cat species phase. Otherwise, when Genius was fighting against the disaster world faceless beast, he could have used Master of Cats to control the disaster world faceless beast. The disaster world faceless beast was feral. Even after examining it for 2 whole hours, Lin Yuan could not find out anything else about it. If he really reached a point where he was out of ideas, he would have to kill the disaster world faceless beast. Then, he would hand the disaster world faceless beast's corpse to the army of 100 questions beasts so they would be able to study it. They might be able to find a way to nurture it. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan knew that it was too difficult to find out all the ins and outs of the disaster world faceless beast. For example, when the lifespan mouse and flower branch mouse were placed side by side, no one would be able to tell that the lifespan mouse had been nurtured from the flower branch mouse. Another example was Genius, which had transformed from the 100 Questions beast until it became the highest access fate-knowing beast that it was today. Genius power had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, while the army of 100 Questions beasts had also reached Diamond X. However, none of them had transformed into the highest access fate-knowing beast during their evolution. In fact, none of them had even transformed into the beast that connects everything. This made Lin Yuan guess if Genius was the only one that could walk down this special path. This was why feys that had a unique species were so rare. Since Morbius was sleeping, Lin Yuan planned on waiting until 8 hours later when Morbius woke up, so he could discuss with it about what to do with the child disaster world faceless beast. Since there was still some time before the Moon Empress asked to see him, Lin Yuan started to organize the spoils of the battle he had won. Once he was done organizing all of them by type, Lin Yuan intended to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to find out why the Moon Empress wanted to see him. Normally, Lin Yuan should be giving the sacred source life forms to Diwanmai, especially the 8 stars diving songstress. During the battle against Han Qi, Lin Yuan had witnessed the might of a combat-type precious weapon. Thus, Lin Yuan also wanted to create a precious weapon for himself. Although the precious weapon made from the diving songstress would only be suitable for Lin Yuan to wield when he was in his mermaid form, Lin Yuan was still himself regardless of when he was in his normal state or mermaid state. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to produce 2 precious weapons to suit both of his forms. It was likely that from now on, most of Diwanmai's time would be used to create precious weapons for Lin Yuan. There were still 10 minutes until 2100 hours. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle transportation to send himself to the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. At the same moment that Lin Yuan appeared in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, his eyes widened. This was because he had spotted a person who had made a very deep impression on him sitting next to the Moon Empress at the Jade Table. This person was the Goddess of Mercy. The first association that Lin Yuan should have made with the Goddess of Mercy was that she was one of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Chapter 1803 Are you trying to snatch my job? The mermaid bloodline within the Goddess of Mercy's body was superior to the mermaid bloodline within Qianyu after he fused with the diving songstress, but far from the equivalent of Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. Mermaid bloodlines had a clear and powerful hierarchy. When Lin Yuan was in his merman state, he had despised Qianyu and the Goddess of Mercy mermaid bloodlines. Blue Lotus blessing also caused the scorn Lin Yuan felt for the mermaid bloodline to intensify even when he was not in his merman state. Because of this, Lin Yuan instinctively felt contempt toward the Goddess of Mercy, who could kill him with one finger. Since the Moon Empress was also present next to the Goddess of Mercy, it meant the Goddess of Mercy was here as a guest. Normally, Lin Yuan should greet the Goddess of Mercy after he greeted the Moon Empress. However, the pride of his mermaid bloodline caused him to neglect to do the latter. It was the same way that a flood dragon would treat an insect. The moment Lin Yuan arrived, the small white rabbit in the Moon Empress' arms leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan knew that the white rabbit's name was Zixi. Lin Yuan had tried to cuddle Zixi before. But in the past, Zixi always hopped away with disdain whenever he reached his hand over toward it. So why did Zixi voluntarily jump into his arms this time? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately realized the answer. Zixi still appeared unwilling as it squirmed around in his arms. It seemed to be especially anxious that he would steal its carrot and so tightened its grip over the carrot. At the same time, its ears were sticking straight up, indicating that it was on guard. It was likely that the Moon Empress had instructed Zixi to protect Lin Yuan because the Goddess of Mercy was present. This meant that the Moon Empress did not trust the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan did not even have to think to know why. The Moon Empress had likely asked him to come to the Radiant Moon Palace because of the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan just needed to stand next to her and wait for her to bring it up. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, the Goddess of Mercy's mermaid bloodline became agitated from being so near to Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy circulated her spiritual power to suppress her mermaid bloodline in order to maintain her calm expression and composed demeanor. If her grip over her composure slipped in front of the Moon Empress and she lost control of the mermaid aura within her, the Moon Empress would immediately guess the reason she wanted to be around Lin Yuan. This would go against the Goddess of Mercy's plan. She was willing to work with the Radiance Federation to sell out the Freedom Federation because she wanted the chance to improve herself. Once the Moon Empress found out what her motive was, the Moon Empress would also have figured out her weakness. The Goddess of Mercy would never allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Yuan walked over to the Moon Empress, she released her aura to envelop him and said to the Goddess of Mercy, "My disciple is standing in front of you now. Hurry up and say whatever it is you want to say to him." From the way Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress, the goddess of mercy could tell that Lin Yuan fully trusted the Moon Empress and had his guard completely down in front of her. The goddess of mercy had never let her guard down in front of anyone before. She felt that the truest relationship was one where both parties had their guards completely down in front of each other. Hence, the goddess of mercy could not help but be jealous of the Moon Empress. She hoped that Lin Yuan would also act that way around her. She wondered if it was still even possible for her to obtain Lin Yuan's affection. The mermaid bloodline within Lin Yuan's body had only recently transformed into the mermaid emperor bloodline. It still needed some time before it stabilized. Thus, the goddess of mercy's goal this time was to let Lin Yuan get to know her and leave a deep impression on him. This would give her an opening to curry favor with him in the future. She looked at him and was just about to put on a friendly display when he saw his exquisite features and sensed the aura of his bloodline. Her gold and red fishtail unconsciously quivered. This caused the goddess of mercy for the first time, who had been killing off the mermaid clan to take advantage of their bloodline, internally curse her bloodline for being too weak. Lin Yuan's bloodline had already reached the mermaid emperor bloodline. His mermaid emperor bloodline would only continue to strengthen until it reached pinnacle emperor. If the goddess of mercy could not obtain Lin Yuan's affection and improve her bloodline before that, she would probably not even have the courage to stand in front of him then. Even if she was able to sit in front of him, she would not be able to forcefully keep her composure as smoothly as she could now. She immediately felt that Lin Yuan was her stepping stone but also an obstacle. Although it would be a very long time before Lin Yuan's power would be able to catch up with that of the goddess of mercy, if he released his bloodline power in front of her to suppress her mermaid bloodline, she might even fall into a face-off against an eternal fey. Now that the goddess of mercy's mindset had reached this point, the way she looked at Lin Yuan immediately turned wary and judgmental. But soon, an uncontrollable sense of regret bubbled from deep within her. It was as though it was a crime for her to be looking at Lin Yuan in such a way. For the first time in her life, the goddess of mercy had the urge to flee. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down before she said, "I am a pinnacle class 5 creation master. Qianyu's sacred source life form is very suitable for you. I can stay in the Radiance Federation for a while more. During this time, why don't I turn the diving songstress body into a precious weapon for you?" The goddess of mercy did not like to be inconvenienced. Even if the Freedom Federation's royalty offered her a high price in exchange for her creating a precious weapon for them, she only rarely agreed. She was only offering to do so now because she wanted Lin Yuan to like her. However, she did not notice that her voice had come out as extremely gentle when she spoke to him because of their bloodlines. She sounded so gentle that it could have been mistaken as a person talking to her crush. A strange expression immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. He could not understand why the goddess of mercy had said such a thing to him. Why would she abruptly offer to make him a precious weapon? Chapter 1804 You aren't worthy of creating a precious weapon for my disciple. When Zixi heard the Moon Empress tone, it shrunk back its neck. It could sense that the Moon Empress' anger was about to explode. So what if you're a pinnacle class 5 creation master? Do you think you are better than me, a class 6 creation master? Can you purify the eternal heart like I can? Don't make it sound like you are the only one who can forge precious weapons. You aren't worthy of creating a precious weapon for my disciple. The Moon Empress was not only angry because the goddess of mercy had said such a thing to Lin Yuan but because she had also tried to recruit him to become her favored expert publicly. The Moon Empress was only being so friendly toward the goddess of mercy because the goddess of mercy had volunteered to become allies with the Radiance Federation. But this did not mean that all the negative feelings that the Moon Empress felt toward the goddess of mercy had vanished. From a small-scale perspective, the goddess of mercy was acting amicably with the Radiance Federation because she was attracted to one of the Radiance Federation's young experts. From a large-scale perspective, she was trying to publicly rob the Moon Empress disciple. Your favored expert has only just died, and you already want to turn his sacred source life form into a precious weapon for his killer. How evil! How heartless and cruel! The Moon Empress had always known that the goddess of mercy was merciless, but she did not expect it to be so extreme. This also allowed the Moon Empress to understand why the goddess of mercy was willing to sacrifice the Freedom Federation's profits for the sake of her selfish desire. The Moon Empress was boiling with rage over the goddess of mercy but had no idea that the goddess of mercy was even more outraged when she heard what the Moon Empress said. So what if you're a class 6 creation master? My power only needs to increase slightly, and I'll be a class 6 creation master too. Even if I can't increase my power, there's also a chance I'll be able to become a class 6 creation master in a few years. The criteria of a class 6 creation master's soul power is to be able to walk down heaven's path, I have awakened my birth horoscope, which means my soul power has reached the required level. Do you think this plan of currying favor with Lin Yuan is easy? I only came up with it after racking my brains for a long time. The goddess of mercy felt that the Moon Empress had ruined her opportunity to curry favor with Lin Yuan. She also started to recall the respect, warmth, trust, and familial kinship that she saw in Lin Yuan's eyes when he looked at the Moon Empress. Jealousy bubbled up within the goddess of mercy again. She was so jealous that she almost started to roar alongside her devil. If she fused with her devil in the radiant Moon Palace, it would be seen issuing a challenge to the Moon Empress. Moreover, it would cause Lin Yuan to be put off by her. If that happened, there would be no point in forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation. The goddess of mercy knew that it would be difficult for feelings of affection to arise once feelings of resentment were formed. As such, the goddess of mercy could not have a confrontation with the Moon Empress in front of Lin Yuan, no matter what. Thus, although the goddess of mercy's eyes had gone red, she still had to keep her head low as though she was a daughter-in-law submitting to her mother-in-law. The goddess of mercy's fists were already tightly clenched. She usually did not have a goal. But now, a goal appeared in her mind. This goal was to make Lin Yuan trust her more than he did the Moon Empress within 5 years. If she achieved this goal, even if she started arguing or fighting with the Moon Empress in the future, Lin Yuan would be on her side. She did not realize that her initial intention for Lin Yuan had changed. Although Lin Yuan had the Mermaid Emperor bloodline within him, which made it difficult for the Goddess of Mercy to lay a hand on him, she would still be able to come up with a way to kill him. At first, once the Goddess of Mercy obtained Lin Yuan's affection and used it to increase her power, there would be no point in her currying favor with him. In fact, the Mermaid Emperor bloodline within him would be very nutritious for her as it would supplement her bloodline and provide her with more opportunities. The Goddess of Mercy was willing to offer to turn Qianyu's sacred source life form into a precious weapon for Lin Yuan, who had killed Qianyu because her heart was as hard as stone. The Goddess of Mercy did not like to be threatened by anything. Although Lin Yuan could be of help to the Goddess of Mercy, he was also a threat to her. However, the Goddess of Mercy had completely forgotten about the influence that her bloodline had over her intentions. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed like sweet honey to her. She not only coveted him but also wanted to protect him. She had only shared the same space as him for a short time, but the influence over her bloodline had already weakened her will to kill him. Rather, she wanted to show off his feelings for her once she gained his affection. The Goddess of Mercy continued to suppress her bloodline to maintain her composed facade. Alas, she had completely forgotten that Lin Yuan could clearly sense her bloodline because his bloodline was superior to hers. The pressure between the bloodline ranks was stronger for mermaids than it was for fairies. Mermaids with a superior bloodline could decide the life or death of mermaids with an inferior bloodline. However, fairies with a superior bloodline would only be able to stun fairies with an inferior bloodline. This was a world of difference. The Mermaid Emperor bloodline was foreign territory to the Goddess of Mercy. She had no idea what abilities the Mermaid Emperor bloodline had. At that moment, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the flow of the bloodline power within the Goddess of Mercy. He knew that she was using her power to suppress her mermaid bloodline and had gathered and sealed her mermaid bloodline in her heart. The Goddess of Mercy did not have to do such a thing usually. The Goddess of Mercy had not suppressed her bloodline when she had been alone with the Moon Empress. She only started doing so after Lin Yuan appeared. When he combined this action with how the Goddess of Mercy had been trying to gain favor with him, many of Lin Yuan's confusions cleared up. Although he had the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he actually had very little information about the Mermaid clan. The Azure Federation would likely have the most information about the Mermaid clan. Luckily, Yin Lin was still in the Radiance Federation and would only be leaving a week later. Lin Yuan intended to obtain information about the Mermaid clan from her before she left. It was impossible for her to carry the information around with her. All of the information in the Azure Federation was available to Yin Lin, and she only had to search for what she wanted to obtain it. However, they could not be leaked to those from other federations. Once Yin Lin returned to the Azure Federation and retrieved the related information about the Mermaid clan, she could relay it to Lin Yuan during the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan was now certain that the Goddess of Mercy was treating him so well because of their bloodlines. However, he did not know what the Goddess of Mercy wanted from him. Chapter 1805 The Goddess of Mercy's Ulterior Motive. Lin Yuan needed to know what the Goddess of Mercy's reason was for trying to win his favor so he would be able to know how he should approach her. Although Lin Yuan came from two worlds, he had an extremely traditional mindset. He was not opposed to the Goddess of Mercy trying to get on his good side because he knew what her use was. She would be a great help to both Sky City and the Radiance Federation. While Lin Yuan was thinking, the Goddess of Mercy waved her hand toward the table. 7 or 8 aquamarine shells appeared on the table. The shells gleamed like pearls. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the shells and saw that they were not living phase but special containment equipment made from the fused fragments of the clam shells of the spirited sea clam and powdered heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. The fertilizer from the pure water element and spirit chi from the spirited sea clam made it very suitable for storing precious water elemental spiritual ingredients. The aquamarine shells were closed, so Lin Yuan did not know what they contained. However, Lin Yuan could sense through his mermaid emperor bloodline that the items within the shells were related to mermaids because they had the aura of the mermaid bloodline. After the Goddess of Mercy took out the shells, she said to the Moon Empress, "The diving songstress bone marrow, scales, and heart will be the main ingredients. The best supporting ingredients will be water-type spiritual ingredients, ideally linked to the mermaid bloodline as well. These are all the water-type spiritual ingredients that are linked to the mermaid bloodline that I possess. Moon Empress, since you want to make the weapon for Lin Yuan, you can have all these spiritual ingredients I set aside for him. You can decide for yourself if you want to use them. I don't think you have many spiritual ingredients that contain the mermaid bloodline." The Goddess of Mercy stared at the Moon Empress while she spoke. However, she was not trying to come up with a way to fight the Moon Empress but how she could deepen Lin Yuan's impression of her. She was attempting to juxtapose her gentleness against the Moon Empress' aggressive dominance because it seemed that males liked gentler mates. It would take more than a day to conquer Lin Yuan. There's still a long way to go. Just wait and see, Moon Empress. The Goddess of Mercy had spoken the truth. The Moon Empress would be able to produce even the most precious water-type spiritual ingredients but would likely only have 1 or 2 water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline. One of the reasons for this was that water-type spiritual ingredients containing the mermaid bloodline were rarely needed during the concoction of high-grade spirit fluids. As such, the Moon Empress had never needed to seek them out. Additionally, Iron Prison's coronation costume included some scales from life forms with the mermaid bloodline. He really liked the blue scales. In order to attain more mermaid scales, Iron Prison had obtained a large batch of water-type spiritual ingredients from the other 12 members of royalty. But no matter how much the Moon Empress loved Lin Yuan and wanted to make ample preparation for his sake, she could not let Iron Prison fail to create the coronation costume he wanted. The Goddess of Mercy had also been secretly searching for the mermaids all these years. She had killed almost all of the ones that existed in the main world, and her crusade angered Vast Sea Labyrinth. Eventually, for some unknown reason, the Goddess of Mercy had paid a price and came to a settlement with Vast Sea Labyrinth. As such, it could be said that the Goddess of Mercy possessed all of the water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline in the world. Although the Moon Empress wanted to tell the Goddess of Mercy to get out with these things, she knew she could not produce these items herself. Thus, for Lin Yuan's sake, she could not turn away someone who did possess water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline. The Moon Empress opened the shells to check on the quality of the spiritual ingredients within. She saw that the Goddess of Mercy had carefully handpicked these spiritual ingredients, so they were very suited for complementing the diving songstress as it was turned into a precious weapon. The quality of this batch of spiritual ingredients was also extremely high as many of them came from sacred source life forms. Using these spiritual ingredients in the forging of the diving songstress into a precious weapon would ensure that its stars would not drop. It was very common for stars to drop during the process of creating precious instruments. There was a very high chance of a 3-star sacred source life form's body to only become a 1-star precious instrument when a Class 5 creation master was creating it. The precious instrument made from the jeweled cave golden toad stomach given to Lin Yuan by Chef Supreme had dropped to 2 stars. Although the Moon Empress had become a Class 6 creation master, even if she was extremely careful, she would likely only be able to create a 7 stars precious weapon out of the diving songstress body if she did not have these spiritual materials. The higher the stars of the corpse of the sacred source life form, the more likely it was to drop stars when it was being made into precious instruments. This was common knowledge to Class 5 creation masters. But now, with these items given by the Goddess of Mercy, the Moon Empress felt that there was a good chance that she would be able to create an 8 stars precious weapon for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress could tell from the resources the Goddess of Mercy provided that the Goddess of Mercy had no intention of keeping anything from Lin Yuan. As of this moment, the Moon Empress set her anger aside and started to carefully study the Goddess of Mercy. She realized that the Goddess of Mercy no longer looked at Lin Yuan as though he was her favored expert or disciple. Rather, her gaze was very similar to how Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress had heard the rumor about how Lin Yuan and Yin Lin had shared a fey carriage. Although she did not ask Lin Yuan about his relationship with Yin Lin, she started to take note of Yin Lin. When the Freedom Federation envoy group said they wanted to have a fight with the Radiance Federation's young experts, Yin Lin had not hesitated to side with Lin Yuan. It was apparent that Yin Lin tried hard to rein in her feelings for Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress felt that she was not the only one who had discerned these feelings. If the Goddess of Mercy had taken note of Yin Lin, regardless of whether she knew that Yin Lin and Lin Yuan had shared a fey carriage, she would also have come to a similar realization. However, the way the Goddess of Mercy looked at Lin Yuan had a more ulterior motive and was more veiled than Yin Lin's gaze. Now that the Moon Empress noticed this, she started looking at the Goddess of Mercy strangely. She found it hard to believe that the Goddess of Mercy would betray the Freedom Federation just to find a man. She had to have another reason. But from her attitude toward Lin Yuan, it seemed unlikely that she would harm him. Rather, she might even step in to help him when he was in danger. Chapter 1806 Beast Spirit's Soul. The Goddess of Mercy's words caused Lin Yuan's body to tense up immediately. You probably used some way to trap Luoyu's disaster world faceless beast. It is Nana's signature fey and is very powerful. Lin Yuan always thought that he had very furtively trapped the disaster world faceless beast in his soul. It would be understandable if Luoyu knew because he was the main target. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the Goddess of Mercy to have found out as well. If the Goddess of Mercy asked him to hand over the disaster world faceless beast now, there was no way he would be willing. If the Goddess of Mercy asked for the disaster world faceless beast back so she could return it to Luoyu and ameliorate the relationship between her and Nana, he would essentially be increasing Luoyu's power. Luoyu had not even reached 30 years old yet. The fact that he already possessed such power at a young age made him a very likely candidate to become a freedom envoy. It would not do the Radiance Federation any good to increase the power of such a person. Even if the Goddess of Mercy wanted the disaster world faceless beast back for herself instead of returning it to Luoyu, Lin Yuan would be opposed to giving away something he won. If he killed the disaster world faceless beast and gave it to the army of 100 questions beasts so they could analyze and experiment on it, he would undoubtedly gain significant benefits. Even if Lin Yuan did not manage to use the benefits to find out how he could nurture the disaster world faceless beast, some benefits would be better than nothing. When the Goddess of Mercy saw Lin Yuan's eyes, she immediately realized that he had misunderstood her. This was understandable because Lin Yuan did not know that the Goddess of Mercy had come to an agreement with the Moon Empress and that elderly man. Hence, he did not see her as being on the same side as him. It was difficult for the Goddess of Mercy to explain something like this to him, but she could use her actions to demonstrate her stance and sincerity to him. The Goddess of Mercy shot a look at the Moon Empress as she said, "Normally, feys that have been contracted by spirit chi professionals can't be stolen. Alas, there's an exception for everything. Some special source-type life forms can invade a target and take over their soul." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what the Goddess of Mercy said. He knew what she said was true because he had encountered such source-type life forms before. Lin Yuan had used the source-type life form the fairy's heart to turn the golden lotus brocade pearls and the sea burial lotus flower into fairies. After the fairy's heart fused with a fey, its soul would take over the fey's soul. Lin Yuan only needed to contract the fairy's heart first and the fey that the fairy's heart took over would become contracted to Lin Yuan. The 12 firefly demon fetuses that Lu Ji possessed could not be compared to the fairy's heart because they could not replace souls. All they did was increase fey intelligence. The insect queen was still needed to take control of the insect species carcinoma feys. The Goddess of Mercy's words inspired Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan presently did not have any source-type items that could invade the souls of feys. But the Goddess of Mercy had to have a reason for bringing this idea up. It was likely that she wanted to propose something to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes to meet the Goddess of Mercy as he waited for her to continue speaking. When Zixi heard what the Goddess of Mercy said, it instinctively assumed that the Moon Empress would be angered. The Goddess of Mercy seemed to be trying to teach Lin Yuan. In the past, when the Mother of Bloodbath or Mystic Moon tried to teach Lin Yuan in front of the Moon Empress, it would instantly earn her ire. Zixi knew that the Moon Empress only permitted her disciple to be taught by herself. However, reality did not play out as per Zixi's assumption. The Moon Empress was still looking at the Goddess of Mercy calmly. It was as though she did not find anything wrong with what the Goddess of Mercy had said. Frankly, the Goddess of Mercy had told the Moon Empress about this matter before the Moon Empress brought the Goddess of Mercy to see Lin Yuan. In fact, she had used this matter to convince the Moon Empress to let her speak with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress did not have source-type life forms that could invade and take over the souls of beast-type feys. Hence, she could not help Lin Yuan take control of the disaster world faceless beast. Although she did not want anyone to take her place in teaching Lin Yuan, she was still willing to acquiesce in situations where she could not help him, but others could. Despite the fact that this made the Moon Empress extremely uncomfortable, she had already broken her usual patterns numerous times for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan was only growing stronger and was walking down a path that was beyond even the Moon Empress. Thus, he would only need more support in the future. Although she could stand behind him and give him the confidence to soar as high as he wanted, she could not stand in the way of Lin Yuan climbing to greater heights because of her petty feelings. Doing so would be too selfish. When the Goddess of Mercy saw the strange expression on Lin Yuan's face, she was instantly delighted. She felt that it was likely that Lin Yuan would form a good impression of her if she helped him to subjugate the disaster world faceless beast. Although it would not result in him forming affectionate feelings toward her, at least he would not be viewing her as an enemy. With a wave of her hand, a black crystal appeared in the Goddess of Mercy's hand. The crystal was obsidian, yet it was as transparent as a crystal. Lin Yuan could look through it to the other side. While Lin Yuan was observing the black crystal, he felt as though something within the crystal was looking back at him. This black crystal is a special source-type item called the Beast Spirit's Soul. It can take over the disaster world faceless beast's soul by feeding on it and placing itself in control. However, the disaster world faceless beast has reached suzerain/mythi. The beast spirit's soul needs to be of the same level as the disaster world faceless beast in order to consume its soul and take over its body. Even if some special support methods were used to restrict the disaster world faceless beast, you will still need to form a contract with the beast spirit's soul and evolve it to diamond grade first, said the Goddess of Mercy. While the Goddess of Mercy was speaking, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the beast spirit's soul. Through this, he found out how the beast spirit's soul could be contracted. Chapter 1807 The Goddess of Mercy was in the palm of her hands. This was because one of the conditions for contracting the beast spirit's soul involved the purity of soul power. Lin Yuan had consumed the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and cleansed his soul of all impurities. He was fully capable of contracting the beast spirit's soul. The second condition involved willpower runes. The beast spirit's soul and source sand had a similar contraction method. Both required the use of willpower runes. The difference was that the source sand needed 2 willpower runes while the beast spirit's soul only needed 1. However, the source sand had not been picky when it came to willpower runes, but the beast spirit's soul needed a soul-related willpower rune. If this was happening yesterday, Lin Yuan might have been troubled over the requirement for a soul-related willpower rune. But now, he did not have any cause for worry. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had comprehended the soul-gathering willpower rune while Remember Ling was gathering the remnants of Jade Sundial's soul. This soul-gathering willpower rune would be perfect for contracting the beast spirit's soul. The disaster world faceless beast was suzerain/mythi. If Lin Yuan wanted to confidently use the beast spirit's soul to consume the child disaster world faceless beast's soul, he would need to evolve the beast spirit's soul to suzerain/mythi as well. However, the Goddess of Mercy had mentioned support methods that would enable the beast spirit's soul to invade the child disaster world faceless beast's soul when it was only diamond grade. This meant that Lin Yuan might be able to take care of the disaster world faceless beast tonight. After all, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the beast spirit's soul to diamond. The army of 100 questions beasts had already stocked up on many bottles of spirit fluids. Some of these could be used to increase the beast spirit soul's grade. Genius had produced the spirit fluids that could evolve soul-type phase because of Remember Ling. In order to contract the beast spirit's soul, a soul-related willpower rune is needed. Without the soul-related willpower rune, the beast spirit's soul cannot be used. As for the support items, the pollen of the soul bewildering daisy will be suitable. I just so happen to have a bottle of the soul bewildering daisy's pollen. Only a third of it will be needed to suppress the soul of the disaster world faceless beast to diamond. This is the most that the pollen of the soul bewildering daisy can achieve. While she was speaking, the Goddess of Mercy took out a ceramic bottle and placed it in front of Lin Yuan. Then, she nodded at the Moon Empress and left the Radiant Moon Palace. While she was leaving, the Goddess of Mercy thought, I've done everything that I should. If I stay any longer, it will just irk the Moon Empress. If I leave after giving away so much, Lin Yuan will definitely think of me as a woman who gives without asking for anything in return. The Goddess of Mercy felt that a person like that would come off as very attractive. She assumed that Lin Yuan only had positive emotions attached to her now. However, the smug goddess of mercy had no idea that Lin Yuan was even warier of her now. He was never the type to desire things without giving anything in return. Besides the resources that he nurtured Morbius, the only person in this world who would give him resources without asking for anything in return was the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had already suspected that the goddess of mercy was specifically targeting him. Now, he was even more certain of it. Both the beast spirit's soul and the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy were invaluable. The goddess of mercy had no reason to give them to him, the killer of her favored expert. Once the Moon Empress sensed that the goddess of mercy had truly left the radiant Moon Palace, she became certain that the goddess of mercy's intentions for Lin Yuan were on a large scale. There was no question that the goddess of mercy was allying herself with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress did not believe that the goddess of mercy gave Lin Yuan such precious resources for the same reason that Yin Lin had. Yin Lin and the goddess of mercy had both sacrificed for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress understood Yin Lin's actions as coming from the deep feelings of young love. However, it would be ludicrous to apply this same reason to the goddess of mercy. The goddess of mercy was selfish and standoffish. As such, she would never form unexplained emotions for anyone or anything. The Moon Empress mulled for a moment before she said, "Little Yuan, the goddess of mercy has formed an alliance with the Radiance Federation. I suspect that this is all because of you. I'm not against you interacting with her. In fact, it would be extremely beneficial for you to do so. However, the goddess of mercy definitely has an ulterior motive when it comes to you. You have to be careful. She's the kind of person that will abandon anything that has lost its use to her." The Moon Empress was right, and it was only natural that Lin Yuan listened to her. The Moon Empress probably did not know that the goddess of mercy's intentions for Lin Yuan were a result of the mermaid bloodline. At first, Lin Yuan intended to ask Yin Lin to find information from the Azure Federation for him. But now, he felt that he should tell the Moon Empress about his suspicions. Given the Moon Empress' experience and knowledge, she might be able to guess the reason behind the goddess of mercy's actions. For example, Lin Yuan had told Mystic Moon and Night Leaning Moon about the Whale Ocean commerce matter. There were some things that he could handle on his own. But when the events concerned the entire Radiance Federation, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to keep the Moon Empress abreast. After all, it was possible that the goddess of mercy was only working with the Radiance Federation because of him. "Master, I gained a bloodline when I was nurturing the moving source water that you gave me. It also gave me the ability to shapeshift. I was able to change into a merman during the fight against GNU and LUOU because of the moving source water. I think that the goddess of mercy is acting in such a way toward me because of the bloodline within my body. I can sense that she has the same bloodline within her. However, my mermaid bloodline is superior to the goddess of mercy's mermaid bloodline. Because of the bloodline, I can't help but feel disdain when I see the goddess of mercy." The Moon Empress had been wondering why the goddess of mercy was acting in such a way toward Lin Yuan. After some contemplation, the Moon Empress came up with numerous guesses. When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, she immediately recalled the legend about the mermaid bloodline. Chapter 1808 Difficult to Like. The Moon Empress finally understood why the goddess of mercy had become hysterical a decade ago. She coldly scoffed to herself. "Hee hee. Goddess of mercy, I have you in the palm of my hand now." Currently, Lin Yuan could only make an educated guess that the goddess of mercy had acted in such a way because of the mermaid bloodline. However, the goddess of mercy had also gone into a frenzy 10 years ago because of the mermaid bloodline. The Radiance Federation did not have much information about young experts such as Luou, Han Qi, Yan Ling, Cai Huo, and Yu Chongjian, who rarely showed their faces. Every federation tried to keep information about their young experts secret because they saw their young experts as their future. However, Qianyu was different because he was a freedom envoy. The Radiance Federation had more information about the 5 freedom envoys. After all, they would have to fight against the freedom envoys during the major federation meeting. There was no harm in learning about their enemy. The Radiance Federation was not the only one who had information about the freedom envoys. It was vice versa. This was why Qianyu could immediately tell what kind of phase and sacred source life form Lu Yifan had when he saw him. According to the information they had about Qianyu, the goddess of mercy was supposed to adore Qianyu. This was why the goddess of mercy had stepped in and saved Qianyu in a fight among the Freedom Federation's families. This did not fit with how the goddess of mercy had been so casual about Qianyu's death. There had to be a reason for a person to react so drastically different to the same matter. By changing into a mermaid during the battle against Jianyu, Lin Yuan had revealed his bloodline. The goddess of mercy had changed her target to Lin Yuan because she realized that Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline was superior to Jianyu's mermaid bloodline. This train of thought explained everything. The Moon Empress asked Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, what do you think of the goddess of mercy?" Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He and the goddess of mercy were strangers. What kind of thoughts could he have about her? Moreover, the goddess of mercy was trying to win his favor for some reason. Although the goddess of mercy had given Lin Yuan a large amount of water-type spiritual ingredients with the mermaid bloodline, the beast spirit's soul, and the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy, which would enable Lin Yuan to take control of the disaster world faceless beast, he still felt as though he was being targeted. But since the question had come from the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan said after a moment of silence, "The goddess of mercy is purely selfing and only cares about her own profits. Faith, willpower, feelings, and riches don't matter as much to her." The Moon Empress' expression faltered slightly. She thought that Lin Yuan would reply with an analysis of the goddess of mercy based on his experience with her. However, Lin Yuan immediately and accurately saw through the goddess of mercy. He rationally understood her crux. This immediately made the Moon Empress aware that she did not need to say too much to Lin Yuan. He understood some of these things on his own. However, the Moon Empress still could not rest easy and asked Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, do you think you'll like the goddess of mercy?" Lin Yuan was dazed for a few seconds. He had never pondered whether he would ever develop feelings for someone because he saw all relationships as slow processes that needed time to take their own course. It was difficult to define it as liking. Love, friendship, kinship, and anything related to desire could be defined as liking. However, after learning about the way that the goddess of mercy approached certain matters, Lin Yuan only wanted to stay away from her. If she maintained such an attitude in their future interactions, Lin Yuan could not see his impression of her changing. Even if he did not loathe her, it was a fact that her attitude toward him was a result of her ulterior motives. Thus, it would be very difficult for him to develop feelings for her. Lin Yuan did not sound insistent but said honestly, "It will be very difficult." When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, her brows relaxed. The mermaid bloodline used their bloodline to command their clan. The mermaids with superior bloodlines held higher ranks in the mermaid clan. All mermaids desired to find a mate of a superior bloodline. When a superior mermaid had affections for an inferior mermaid, it was possible for the inferior mermaid's bloodline to evolve. It was highly likely that the goddess of mercy was after this goal. If it was difficult for Lin Yuan to like the goddess of mercy, love was undoubtedly out of the question. The Moon Empress felt that it would have been better for the goddess of mercy to have saved Jianyu and nurtured him. "You don't deserve my disciple's love." "Oh, goddess of mercy, you went through all that effort for nothing." The Moon Empress had initially intended to give Lin Yuan's spoils to him tomorrow. But since he was here tonight, she took out a special silver ring. Perched on it was a ball of wire made of many different metal-type spiritual ingredients. There were spatial runes inscribed all over the ball. The wires also seemed to be wrapped around a silver crystal. The ball was embedded in a shell. There were a few blue and gold gems embedded in the ring. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the blue and gold gems to be the space-stabilizing blue diamond that only occasionally appeared in Class 5 subterranean dimensional rifts. Normally, the space-stabilizing blue diamonds were only around 1 carat. The 4 space-stabilizing blue diamonds embedded in the ring were all 2.5 carats. One would have to comb through 2 subterranean dimensional rifts in order to find a 2-carat space-stabilizing blue diamond. Thus, the 2.5 carat space-stabilizing blue diamonds were proof to Lin Yuan that this ring was impressive. The Moon Empress handed the ring to Lin Yuan and said, "The highest grade of Fey storage box should be diamond. Diamond Fey storage boxes can fulfill most basic needs. However, as a spirit chi professional's power grows, the number of riches they accumulate will also increase. Many experts that are Emperor class and above usually have empty storage equipment with them. This will make things very complicated." The Space-Time Elder used the shells shed by the spatial mother shellfish to create this ring. The pearl within the shell was formed from scraps of old pearls that had fallen off. The Space-Time Elder is a Class 5 spirit craftsman with a decent beauty standard. "I placed everything you want inside this ring. Take a look and tell me what you think about the ring." Chapter 1809 Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. He wondered if the Moon Empress had been threatened by the way that the Goddess of Mercy had acted toward Lin Yuan. Although the Moon Empress had asked the Space-Time Elder for a huge favor in order to convince him to custom make the ring for Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress normally did not have so much to say. The Moon Empress had just spoken more than she usually did in a day. Lin Yuan received the ring from the Moon Empress. He was still reeling over how precious the ring was. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty. The Bamboo Monarch was the only one whose sacred source life form was only pinnacle 9 stars and had not reached 10 stars. All the other members of royalty's sacred source life forms had reached 10 stars. It was too luxurious to use the shell that was shed by a 10 stars sacred source life form and the scraps of old pearls as spiritual ingredients. First, Lin Yuan manipulated his spiritual energy to envelop and enter the ring. He noticed that the inside of the ring was not just spacious, but there was also a dark door on all 4 sides of the space. When he opened one of the dark doors, Lin Yuan was stunned by how vast the space was. He could not even see the end of it. He estimated that the space was about as large as 20 football fields. Around the same amount of space could be found behind all 4 dark doors. The 4 dark doors separated the space into 4 sections. Lin Yuan could store a large amount of dimensional life form flesh and corpses behind one of the dark doors and not worry about it affecting the items in the other sections. Lin Yuan thought, with this ring, I won't need any other spatial equipment. When I leave the house, all I'll need to take with me is this ring. Besides the expansive space, Lin Yuan also saw that the Moon Empress had placed all the resources he had won from Li Yang and the Goddess of Mercy inside this ring. There were also 2 large purple and gold iron cages in a corner. These were the same cages that Shadow had been held in. However, instead of Shadow, these 2 cages contained an intermediate devil and a major sea demon. The intermediate devil had taken human form and did not appear as ferocious as the other devils. This intermediate devil's appearance was extremely beautiful. It was wearing a multicolored skirt, and its translucent body had a mystical hue. Its long hair billowed down to its waist, and its eyes were full of emotion. By any human standard, it was a beauty. Although the major sea demon was also a human with the bottom half of a fish, it seemed completely different from a merman because its tail resembled a snake tail more than a mermaid tail. Its skin was light blue, and its arms were crossed. Its sharp blue fingernails occasionally clattered against the purple and gold cage, producing the ear-piercing ring of metal against gold. A purple water current that seemed to be filling the air with frigidity swirled around the sea demon. This was likely the sea demon's life water. Besides the intermediate devil and the major sea demon, there was also a small yellow snake that had 4 wings that was flying around the giant space. The snake glowed gold, and there was a head both at its anterior and posterior end. This made the 4-winged snake appear extremely bizarre. While it was flying, water dried up, the ground cracked, and soil started to jut out of the earth in the area around it. Lin Yuan immediately knew that this was the Fey with the barren bloodline that the Radiance Federation had staked. The events happening around it were its signature. Plainly, the Fey with the barren bloodline had received different treatment from the intermediate devil and major sea demon. Lin Yuan did not expect the Moon Empress to give him everything. When Lin Yuan exited the ring, the Moon Empress said to him, "Don't think that there's too much inside of it. You deserve everything that's inside." All of the members of royalty agree with this. If not for you, all of these items would have fallen into the hands of the Freedom Federation. Li Yang was the one who offered the intermediate devil as a stake for the battle. It was the dominant body dagger devil that solely relies on physical combat. The spirit chi professional that fuses with it will gain superhuman strength but also become disfigured. I knew that the intermediate devil used by the Freedom Federation as a stake in a gamble could only be scum. Although the dominant body Sagar devil would enable you to perform close-quarter combat, you will only be able to contract 1 devil. This is the same principle that goes for Feys with the barren bloodline. As a spirit chi professional's grade increases, their body will strengthen as well. Hence, it will be better to contract a functional type devil. The intermediate devil in the ring is called the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. I swapped it from the Goddess of Mercy in exchange for the dominant body dagger devil. The Goddess of Mercy said that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil is the intermediate devil that is the hardest to nurture. It will require even more resources than higher devils. However, its growth is outstanding. When Lin Yuan was looking through the ring, he had not used Morbius to check on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Hence, he did not know how it should be nurtured. The Moon Empress went on to say, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil will require pure elemental energy to produce the Calamity Flower. The purer the elemental energy, the stronger the Calamity Flower will be and the higher chance the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil will have of evolving into a higher devil. Lin Yuan was elated when he heard what she said. There was spirit chi and elemental energy present in the air everywhere in the main world. Yet, the most precious things in the world were also pure spirit chi and elemental energy. High-class creation masters were distinguished by the purity of the spirit chi and elemental energy they could concoct. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were the most simple medium for producing elemental energy that creation masters had found. It was much more difficult to use spiritual ingredients to produce elemental energy. Even the fire elemental energy at the center of volcanoes was not as pure as that of regular fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls because it was also contaminated by earth elemental energy. Moreover, only spirit chi professionals that had reached emperor class and above would be able to reach the center of volcanoes to absorb the fire elemental energy there. Presently, the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls were still regarded as legends. Chapter 1810 Ice Sealing Frozen Carp. If Lin Yuan wanted to concoct pure elemental energy, he could use the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls in conjunction with the water from the element well. He wondered if such pure elemental energy would enable the flower calamity beautiful devil to speed up its eventual evolution into a higher devil. The Moon Empress was unaware of Morbius and the element well's existence. Yet, she still coincidentally chose an intermediate devil that would be the easiest for him to nurture. After the battle against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the canyon of difference in the powers between intermediate devils and higher devils. During the battle, Han Qi used his own phase while Yan Ling, Cai Huo and Yu Changjian had relied on their sacred source life forms. Besides Cai Huo, who had not contracted a devil, the rest of the team had all contracted devils. Qian Yu, Yu Changjian, and Yu Changjian had not relied on fusing with the devils to fight because their intermediate devils were not strong enough to be relied on. However, this was the opposite case for Luou. Luou had not even had the chance to use his sacred source life form because Gao Feng had sealed it off. Most of their phase had been Diamond X/Fantasy V, and none of them had performed remarkably during the battle. The strongest of them was the disaster world faceless beast which ended up trapped within Lin Yuan's soul after a stalemate. Luou's strength fully came from the higher devil he had contracted. Luou had not waited long to fuse with his higher devil because he was aware of this fact. He had used an unknown method to wipe out the army of insects produced by the parasite decay locusts. The battle gave Lin Yuan practical experience on how much an intermediate devil could improve if it evolved into a higher devil. If any other devil landed in Lin Yuan's hands, he might not be able to guarantee that he could evolve it into a higher devil. After all, there were very few cases of intermediate devils transforming into higher devils in the Freedom Federation. But since the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil fully relied on pure elemental energy, Lin Yuan could be confident of being able to evolve it into a higher devil. When it came to elemental energy, Lin Yuan never had to worry. According to Lin Yuan's observations, even though the Moon Empress had evolved her power to become a Class 6 creation master, she still could not concoct elemental energy as pure as he could. The Goddess of Mercy had more intermediate devils than the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. She had a hobby of accumulating resources. All three of the intermediate devils she possessed were not bad to look at. The Moon Empress had picked the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil because she knew that Lin Yuan could concoct pure elemental energy. She had heard from Chef Supreme that Lin Yuan had given Zhongzi a heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl. Chef Supreme assumed that the Moon Empress had given it to Lin Yuan. Even before her breakthrough, the Moon Empress could not nurture the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl from the scorching elemental shellfish. Thus, there was no way the Moon Empress could have given heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls to Lin Yuan. But just because she could not provide Lin Yuan with heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, it did not mean that she would not be able to help him in other areas. The Moon Empress took out a jade box she had prepared in advance and gave it to Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan received the jade box, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, there are many more types of pure elemental energy that can be produced besides water, fire, wind, and earth type. These are just the most common types and can be nurtured from the elemental shellfishes. However, the other types of pure elemental energy can also be produced through phase. The dark crystal armored insects from the cage of Brahma insects can produce dark type energy. There are 10 of the dark crystal armored insects, 10 moonlight sleeping lotus, 5 of the plasma snails, 5 of the wood building winged sandflies, and 1 of the ice sealing frozen carp inside this box. All of them are in their young stage and can be nurtured using pure spirit chi. They don't need to be specially guided when they reached elite grade like the elemental shellfish do." Lin Yuan immediately knew how precious this box was. The cage of Brahma insects specially nurtured the dark crystal armored insects. They were regarded as treasures and not permitted to be traded away. Only the shells of dark crystal armored insects were occasionally sold, and at exorbitant prices. The cage of Brahma insects only been willing to give him 3 of the dark crystal armored insects because they were aware that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, afraid of him pursuing the insult that Fan Jianyi had inflicted on him, and hoped to obtain the golden lotus brocade pearls after working with him. Yet, the Moon Empress was able to give him 10. The Moon Empress must have asked the cage of Brahma insects for the dark crystal armored insects for his sake. Lin Yuan had heard of the plasma snail and always tried to keep a lookout for them. However, he had never found any. After the plasma snails absorbed pure spirit chi, they could produce dark purple sticky fluids. These dark purple sticky fluids contained pure lightning-type energy. The purity of the lightning-type energy was linked to the purity of the spirit chi that the plasma snail absorbed. The higher the purity of the spirit chi, the purer the lightning-type energy that the plasma snail produced. The wood-building winged sandfly was a very special winged insect species fey. It liked to build its nest within jade-textured wood. It would then consume the jade-textured wood to absorb spirit chi and form a cocoon around itself. Eventually, it would turn into a chrysalis and die. It contained very pure wood-type energy. This would make it seem as though the 5 wood-building winged sandflies were just fuel to be burned up. However, this was not the case. Before the wood-building winged sandfly turned into a chrysalis, it would build a small nest inside the jade-textured wood it resided in and deposit its eggs in the nest. The eggs would only be able to hatch if they were exposed to pure spirit chi. The wood-building winged sandfly could produce 2 to 5 eggs at once. To most creation masters, they would consider themselves lucky if they could hatch even 1 or 2 of the eggs. But inside the spirit lock spatial zone, all the insect eggs would hatch without any issues. Lin Yuan learned about the plasma snail and wood-building winged sandfly from the knowledge that genius had gleaned from Star Web. Both of them were considered legendary strategic class feys. In the past, a Class 4 creation master posted a message on Star Web saying that he was willing to offer 1 year of labor in exchange for 1 wood-building sandfly. However, no one came through to trade with him, and he only managed to obtain an egg. Nonetheless, the Class 4 creation master had still been willing to offer 3 months of labor. Luckily, the wood-building winged sandfly egg hatched, and the Class 4 creation master gifted it to a pinnacle Class 4 creation master in exchange for 2 secret spirit fluid recipes. Chapter 1811 Lin Yuan's new shape-shifting. Even places that experienced temperatures of 50 degrees and above would immediately become covered in ice if the ice-sealing frozen carp was in the vicinity. The ice-sealing frozen carp would then break through the ice and swim around in it. Ice element was a mutation of the water element and could not be specifically concocted. This also applied to the sand element, which could not sever its link from the earth element. However, if heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were ground up and added to water, and the ice-sealing frozen carp was tossed into this mixture, the ice-sealing frozen carp only needed to absorb a part of the water element before it was fished out of the mixture and the water elemental energy would turn into ice elemental energy. Although there could be more than one type of a heaven and earth fey, it was unlikely that there would be 2 at once. Lin Yuan had divided the Sunlight King Lotus into almost 100 raymats, but it had only come about after the Sunlight King Lotus had submerged in the spirit pool and continuously absorbed pure elemental energy. It was cultivated from the mother and not a product of nature. It could be said that the Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan the ability to produce ice elements. The box and the items within it only weighed around 500 grams. Yet, they felt incredibly heavy in Lin Yuan's arms. The Moon Empress had become accustomed to Lin Yuan turning her down. When she saw that Lin Yuan still had not stored the jade box away, she hurriedly said, "I prepared all of this for you so you can raise your power as soon as possible. Although the current batch of Radiance Envoys will be the leads at the major Federation meeting 2 years later, your batch of Radiance Envoys will have to participate as well. Little Yuan, you grow at an exponential rate. 2 years later, you will be just as strong as any of the current Radiance Envoys. You might even be stronger than them. I believe you have also sensed that the Freedom Federation also has numerous young geniuses of their own. It's hard to say who will win 2 years later. In previous years' fights, the Radiance Federation did not manage to gain any advantages. So, you must do your best to increase your power." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan no longer turned down the resources that the Moon Empress gave him. The first reason was that the Moon Empress was right in saying that he would need these resources to increase his power. On his own, he might not be able to obtain so many feys that could produce elemental energy even after a year. The fact that the Moon Empress could obtain these resources was proof of her status and a result of years of accumulation. Moreover, Lin Yuan was now able to help the Moon Empress as well. He could sense that they were very similar. If he accepted gifts from her, she would not reject his help in the future too. Lin Yuan stored the jade box within the ring that the Moon Empress had given him before he asked, "Master, I've heard of everything within the jade box except for the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus." The Moon Empress smiled kindly. She reached out and peeled a grape for Lin Yuan as she replied, "That is a fey I mutated from the sacred light sleeping lotus by using the sacred cry moon beast's tears as a guide. It can produce light elemental energy." Lin Yuan nodded. Now, he would be able to use water, fire, earth, wind, wood, ice, dark, light, and lightning elements while nurturing the flower calamity beautiful devil. The blood energy produced by the mother of Bloodbath's disciple, also known as the blood brew grapevine, was likely another type of element. Lin Yuan now had the means to produce 10 types of elemental energy. 10 calamity flowers would appear in the flower calamity beautiful devil's hands if the flower calamity beautiful devil could absorb every type. After being nurtured by Lin Yuan, the flower calamity beautiful devil would be holding a bouquet of flowers. However, a problem suddenly struck Lin Yuan. What would he look like if he fused with the female flower calamity beautiful devil? When Han Qi, Yan Ling, Qian Yu, and Yu Changjian had fused with their intermediate devils, their appearance changed according to their intermediate devils' characteristics and abilities. Oh my god! Forget the fact that I turn into a merman when I fuse with dark blue. If I fuse with a female devil, somehow, it feels like my contraction direction is becoming more and more skewed. The Moon Empress guessed what Lin Yuan was thinking from his strange expression. She coughed and said in a serious voice, "The devils produced in the Demon Church have always been the Freedom Federation's greatest secrets. No outsiders are permitted to know about them. But before you came, I communicated with the Goddess of Mercy and found out that there are 2 methods to contract a devil. The first is for the devil to be the master while the human is the servant. If you fuse with a devil after using this method, your body will take on the devil's features. This was what happened to Han Qi, Yan Ling, Yu Changjian, and Qian Yu. The benefit of this method is that it will greatly strengthen the human's body. But, it will also cloud the mind during a battle. Devils like to remain hidden. If the devils are the master, they will not be willing to expose themselves to directly take on the opponent. This is why Han Qi devil only left his body after he died until you eventually killed it." The Moon Empress paused for a moment before she continued. "The other method is for the human to be the master while the devil is the servant. However, this method of contraction will only work if the spirit chi professional's soul power is sufficiently strong. There's no way to accurately test a person's soul power. Only an estimate can be made. The Goddess of Mercy said that only a person whose soul has reached 200 points will be able to contract a devil as its master. Normally, the souls of those who are able to contract sacred source life forms will only have reached 80 points. This means that only those who have contracted about 2.5 sacred source life forms will be able to try contracting a devil as its master. Luou had contracted his devil as its master. This is why only devil tattoos appeared on his face and 4 horns sprouted from his head after he fused with his devil. He would only have been affected by his devil, and a portion of his body transformed if he had triggered his devil's power at depth. However, the other parts of his body would not change. When Luou triggered his devil's power at depth, he only gained a tail. It was easy to accept. The biggest benefit of contracting a devil with a human as the master is that the devil can be summoned out to be used in a fight like any other fey. Although fusing with a devil will increase the spirit chi professional's power, it will dampen the devil's own combat power. Chapter 1812 Wailing Snake. However, even up to the end of the battle, Luou did not summon the higher devil he had contracted. It seemed that Luou had still intentionally hidden his power during the battle. The Moon Empress seemed to read Lin Yuan's thoughts as she smiled at him and explained, "Little Yuan, Luou did not hide his power. He chose to rely on Qian Yu during the battle. Given that Qian Yu had an 8-star sacred source life form, it was right for Luou to depend on him. Luou had transferred all of his higher devil's roots energy to Qian Yu. Even if he had summoned the higher devil, it would not have had much combat power left. Moreover, if my guess is right, Luou's higher devil is the glutton. It is one of the 7 major devils. The power of such a higher devil is one of the Freedom Federation's greatest secrets. Once it's summoned, the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and I will immediately recognize it. Hence, Luou must have been ordered in advance not to summon his higher devil. But 2 years later, his higher devil will have grown and become worthy of being your rival." The Moon Empress had witnessed Lin Yuan's power during Capture the General and realized how rapidly he was growing. But at the same time, she also knew how strong the 7 major devils from Demon Church were. Lin Yuan nodded at the Moon Empress. Although he had reached the peak amongst his peers, he never lost his sense of respect because he knew that his opponents and enemies were not his peers at all. The Moon Empress said that those who could contract sacred source life forms would have souls that were 80 points strong. Only those with souls that had reached 200 points would be able to contract devils as their masters. After speaking to Morbius, Lin Yuan found out that both of his souls could contract 2 sacred source life forms each. Even if one of his souls had not reached 200 points, both his souls together would equal to more than 300 points. Hence, Lin Yuan felt confident that he would be able to contract the devil as its master. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's brow furrowed as though he was deep in thought, she thought that her words had given him pressure. This was not what she had intended. She knew that he had to have gone through a tough time in order to attain the power he had today. Although the Moon Empress dared to gamble on her own life in order to increase her power, she did not want Lin Yuan to have a difficult time. The Freedom Federation's demon church might have its 7 major devils, but the feys with the Baron bloodline from the Baron mystic realm did not pale in comparison at all. Although none of the feys with the Baron bloodline were born with the desolate bloodline like some devils could be born as higher devils, they had outstanding growth potential. There was no way that the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation would offer outstanding devils and feys with the Baron bloodline in a gamble with each other. The Freedom Federation had initially offered the dominant body dagger devil while the Radiance Federation had offered the Carnage Frog. The Carnage Frog had the ability to drain the energy of a target of similar power as it that it was currently attacking. It would be able to use the energy it drained to increase its own power. The Carnage Frog's ability would be extremely useful when it was weak, as it would be able to roll grades to fight at a higher level. However, once it reached Myth Breed, it would have to attack Myth Breed phase in order to use its ability. A sea of resources was needed to nurture a Myth Breed Fey. Normally, it was almost impossible for someone to be able to afford to nurture the Carnage Frog. Its conversion rate was very low, at only about 2% to 5%. This meant that the Carnage Frog would have to kill 20 other Myth Breed life forms in order to double its power. Moreover, there was also a time limit for the boost in power because it was not using its own energy. The energy would eventually dissipate into the surroundings. Once the Carnage Frog's power reached immortal or eternal, it would be impossible for it to find life forms of the same power to kill. The Radiance Federation had deliberated for some time before they decided to sacrifice the Carnage Frog. There was no gamble that had a 100% winning. Thus, they needed to be prepared. But eventually, Lin Yuan led the Radiance Federation's team to defeat the Freedom Federation's team. But they could not give the Carnage Frog to Lin Yuan. Although no feys with the Baron bloodline were born with the Desolate bloodline, some of them caused the environment around them to wither when they were born. If these feys were properly nurtured, they could evolve into the Desolate bloodline very quickly. The wailing snake that appeared inside Lin Yuan's ring was an example of such a fey. After being nurtured by the Moon Empress, the wailing snake was already showing signs of evolving to the Desolate bloodline. However, it still needed some time before it could cross that level. Little Yuan, the fey with the Baron bloodline in your ring is called the wailing snake. It causes moisture to dry up wherever it goes. With the wailing snake, it will be easy for you to create land masses in the marsh world. There are also rankings between feys with the Baron bloodline. The Golden Wings and the wailing snake are on the same level. The wailing snake now belongs to you. You can give it to anyone you want. The Moon Empress paused before she continued. Because of the pure spirit chi you gave Mystic Moon, his power has experienced a breakthrough. He might not be a member of royalty, but Wen Yu's phase abilities make her a guaranteed member of the next batch of Radiance Knights. Thus, Mystic Moon can go and obtain a fey with the Baron bloodline for Wen Yu. If you give the wailing snake to Wen Yu, the fey with the Baron bloodline that Mystic Moon retrieves will fall in your possession. Before the Moon Empress spoke, Lin Yuan had been mulling over who he should give the wailing snake to. Because of the Insect Queen, Lu Ji could not contract a fey with the Baron bloodline despite being a disciple of royalty. Both Wen Yu and Chu Ci were the best candidates to receive the Wen Yu. Chapter 1813 Purple Frigid Heavy Water. However, Lin Yuan was unsure if he would be able to obtain another fey with the Baron bloodline in the future if he did not save the wailing snake for Chu Ci. But at the same time, the wailing snake's abilities did not fit with Chu Ci at all. Rather, it was more suitable for Wen Yu. Wen Yu's phase leaned toward functional type, and she never had to set up a combat system of any kind. The wailing snake would be able to dry up the marshes in the marsh world and turn them into dry ground. It was a strategic resource to Lin Yuan because he would be headed to the marsh world to carefully comb through it once he was done with his business in the startling Lines continent. If Mystic Moon could prepare a fey with the Baron bloodline for Wen Yu, there was no need for Lin Yuan to be in a dilemma. He could just give the Wenyu to Wenyu. Once Chu Ci came of age, Mystic Moon could pick a fey with the Baron bloodline for Chu Ci based on her combat style. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan a lot of information about the feys with the Baron bloodline. Although Lu Yifan had also told Lin Yuan some information, he had not been as detailed as the Moon Empress. Now, Lin Yuan completely understood the ranks between feys with the Baron bloodline. The Desolate bloodline was not the maximum extent to which the feys with the Baron bloodline could evolve. But in order to break through the Desolate bloodline, the expert would have to take control of their birth horoscope and start walking down heaven's path. As he listened to the Moon Empress explanation, Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though he was back at the time when the Moon Empress had just accepted him as her disciple and they held daily question and answer sessions. While explaining to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress would also answer any question he had that popped up. She soon realized that the questions he asked were increasingly complex. She had to ponder some questions deeply before being able to come up with an answer. This told the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan never stopped on the path of learning. It was likely that his improvements were linked to his cat species fey. The Moon Empress had been shocked when she first saw the cat species fey. She did not expect such a fey to exist in the world. Even after examining Genius, the Moon Empress could not figure out that Genius had evolved from the 100 Questions beast. This was the same thing Lin Yuan experienced with the Disaster World Faceless Beast. The Goddess of Mercy had also been present and tried to investigate Genius. Luckily, the Goddess of Mercy was on Lin Yuan's side because of their bloodlines. Otherwise, the situation would have turned very bad for the Radiance Federation. Genius' existence could have caused Lin Yuan to be assassinated and targeted. From Genius, the Moon Empress could tell that Lin Yuan had expanded his creation master capabilities. The Moon Empress remembered the major sea demon that Yin Lin had given Lin Yuan and asked him, "Little Yuan, are you on good terms with the Azure Federation's 4th Azure Envoy Yin Lin?" Lin Yuan nodded and started to explain, "Master, my relationship with Yin Lin started because of Wenyu's sacred source life form. Since Mystic Moon was Wenyu's master, he knew about her sacred source life form's abilities. Mystic Moon had told the Moon Empress everything. The Moon Empress had even given Wenyu a package of spiritual ingredients that could raise spiritual energy. As such, the Moon Empress was also aware of Wenyu's sacred source life form's abilities. Once she heard what Lin Yuan said, the Moon Empress immediately connected the dots. Before Yin Lin awakened her two beast patterns, she had been blind, and her name was barely mentioned in the Azure Federation. But now, the situation had changed completely. The Moon Empress expected that it was all because of Lin Yuan. It was no wonder that Yin Lin treated Lin Yuan this way and was even willing to give him the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The Moon Empress had not told Lin Yuan about the Lantis mystic realm yet. Now that Lin Yuan possessed a major sea demon, it would be extremely helpful to him when he transformed into a merman in battle. In order to form a contract with the major sea demon, one's soul had to have more points than when contracting a sacred source life form. There was no question that Lin Yuan would be able to form a contract with it. However, there was a condition when contracting the major sea demon that was not present when contracting devils. This condition was that the contractor's body had to be cleansed by strange water. It was extremely dangerous to use strange water to cleanse one's body. Many young experts from the Azure Federation had used strange water to cleanse their bodies to contract major sea demons. If even the slightest of problems arose, if the body had the smallest of cuts that allowed the water element from the strange water to penetrate the bone marrow, a light consequence would be the person being sentenced to a life of pain worse than those who had rheumatism. A serious consequence would mean death. If Lin Yuan could not fuse with the moving source water to turn into a merman and had received Blue Lotus blessing, the Moon Empress would not allow him to take the risk involved with contracting a major sea demon. However, Lin Yuan had two safety nets. As such, it would be easy for him to use strange water to cleanse his body. "Little Yuan, the major sea demon that Yin Lin gave you has awakened the purple frigid heavy water. The purple frigid heavy water is considered an above-average life water. The Lantis mystic realm is even more special than the Demon Church and Barren mystic realm. The Lantis mystic realm only produces one type of life form, the sea demons. After being nurtured, some sea demons can grow into major sea demons. Suppose they continue to be nurtured after becoming major sea demons. In that case, they can be guided using a large amount of water elemental energy, and some will awaken the life water and gain extremely strong elemental combat abilities. Others will start to age rapidly and wither. There are less than 30 major sea demons in the Azure Federation that have awakened their life water. This means that the purple frigid heavy water is ranked in the top 10 to 15 major sea demons. Its ranking is now low because it's weak. One drop of the purple frigid heavy water weighs 500 kilograms. It can curse enemy targets that have come into contact with water. Frigidity will be gathered at the target, causing it to freeze and die. It can also gather frigidity in front of friendly targets to increase their defense. When the opponent touches the friendly target's body, the curse will be transferred to the opponent, and they will sustain a serious freezing injury. Although experts cannot fuse with the major sea demons like devils, the major sea demons can be applied to spirits or weapons. However, it is not recommended to apply them to normal weapons or weapons that actually are shape-shifted feys, as the life water might corrode them and cause them to crack. The best targets to apply the major sea demons to are precious instruments. Chapter 1814 Upper Limits of Sea Demons. Even after saying so much, the Moon Empress still had not gotten to the main point of why the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was only ranked 15th to 10th amongst the major sea demons despite being so strong. This was because she first wanted Lin Yuan to acknowledge the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. This would make him willing to go through the effort of nurturing this major sea demon that was ranked so low because it was hard to nurture. There was no question that Yin Lin was on Lin Yuan's side. At first, the Moon Empress thought that Yin Lin had fallen in love with Lin Yuan at first sight. But after hearing what Lin Yuan said, the Moon Empress realized that Yin Lin was siding with Lin Yuan because of the astronomical parliament. The astronomical parliament could save a person who truly needed help. The rescued person would then need to dedicate their loyalty. This explained why Yin Lin did everything she could to give Lin Yuan the best things. Although the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation were allies, they were not on such good terms that they would give resources away for no reason. Feys with the Baron bloodline and sea demons were extremely precious resources to the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. Although they used a major sea demon as a gambling stake, Lan Xun had only allowed Yin Lin to offer the lowest-ranked major sea demon. Eventually, that major sea demon was swapped for the one that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water because the Moon Empress had communicated with Yin Lin and Lan Xun and also offered the Azure Federation some benefits. Since Lan Xun knew that the Moon Empress could purify the eternal heart, he happily accepted a favor from her. Moreover, Yin Lin had been leaning toward Lin Yuan from the beginning. As such, Lan Xun had no choice but to agree. When the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was first nurtured, its ability to weaken the enemy while helping friends allowed it to be ranked as one of the top 5 major sea demons. The major sea demon needed the same resources to be nurtured as an island whale did in order to hatch. Both required water elemental energy and spirit chi. Although major sea demons did not need as pure spirit chi and elemental energy as the island whale did, the difference was not significant. But there was an exception to everything. The major sea demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water needed water elemental energy and spirit chi of very high purity. It required water elemental energy and spirit chi that could only be produced by a Class 5 creation master in order to grow. Although the Azure Federation also had Class 5 creation masters, the Class 5 creation masters were swamped with work every day and did not have the time to continuously produce pure spirit chi for a major sea demon. It was good to have a major demon that had unlocked a life water. However, it would become a pointless endeavor once it required an excessive investment of resources. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided that it would be a good choice to give this major sea demon to the Moon Empress in exchange for her friendship. Moreover, the Moon Empress had given them significant creation master resources that contained spirit chi that was so pure that it was beyond Lan Xun's comprehension. Lan Xun could not believe that the Moon Empress could produce such pure spirit chi, even after becoming a Class 6 creation master. Although the Moon Empress had stipulated that Yin Lin was the only one allowed to use the pure spirit chi, Yin Lin was also an Azure envoy and would use it for the Azure Federation. Lan Xun agreed to this condition without hesitation. The Moon Empress had been delighted when she obtained the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Other people might not have spirit chi of high purity, but Lin Yuan was not lacking in it at all. Lin Yuan had given her almost 1,000 of the spirit-mouthed peonies. Half of the 1,000 spirit-mouthed peonies would be enough for the major sea demon's evolution. Moreover, the major sea demon was not the maximum extent sea demons could reach. There was a large correlation between the evolution of a sea demon's bloodline and the purity of the spirit chi and elemental energy it was supplied with. There were experts in the Azure Federation that had evolved their major sea demons to king sea demons. The elder family head of the Azure Seeping Dragon family had even managed to evolve his king sea demon into an emperor sea demon. Sea demons and mermaids both used their bloodlines to define hierarchy. The elder family head of the Azure Seeping Dragon family was only a Class 5 creation master, and he would not be able to produce as pure spirit chi and elemental energy as Lin Yuan could. The Moon Empress looked forward to seeing Lin Yuan nurture the major sea demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water into an emperor sea demon, or perhaps even further into territory that had not been uncovered yet. Little Yuan, it will be difficult for others to nurture this major sea demon. I know that you are able to produce pure spirit chi, so it will be easy for you to nurture the major sea demon. The Azure Federation keeps a tight grip over their sea demons. They have never let a major sea demon out of the Azure Federation before. As such, the Radiance Federation doesn't have much information on how to nurture sea demons. It will all depend on you to determine how far this major sea demon will go. The Moon Empress had interacted with the experts from the Azure Federation before but had not sparred against them before. Although she knew that a major sea demon's life water would transform once it evolved into a king sea demon, she did not have the full picture. If she relayed her incomplete information, she might affect Lin Yuan's nurturing of the major sea demon. Lin Yuan managed to nurture the highest access fate-knowing beast and the command Phoenix New Day Sparrow. It should be easy for him to nurture a major sea demon. Now that the Moon Empress had fulfilled her reason for calling Lin Yuan over, she helped him to recharge the extreme token with a moonlight domain. Since the Moon Empress power had increased, her moonlight domain had also become stronger. It was only natural that the Moon Empress strengthened the secret weapon that she had given Lin Yuan. Besides strengthening the extreme token, the Moon Empress also gave Lin Yuan a new Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet. In the fight against the Freedom Federation team, Lin Yuan had killed many of their members. As such, he had definitely left a deep impression on their experts. Lin Yuan was going to head to the Divine Wood Federation and Marsh World to develop. He would be awash in danger in both of these places. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan the Invisible Demon, which had been Pinnacle Creation breed, to protect him. But within the span of a few short months, Lin Yuan's power had increased to the point that he barely needed the Invisible Demon. The Invisible Demon was no longer sufficient to protect Lin Yuan. Although creating the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet would seal off a portion of the Moon Empress power, it was the thing that could protect Lin Yuan's life. As such, the Moon Empress felt that the price she had to pay was worth it. Lin Yuan did not leave the Radiant Moon Palace that night and had a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 1815 Morbius wakes up. Lin Yuan did not like to reminisce. But at this moment, he could not help but feel like a chapter of his life had just come to a close. In the span of 10 months, he had transformed from a weak and sickly young man in the Xia region to one of the top geniuses in his federation. He knew full well how he had taken each step that led him to where he was today. He never felt pride or satisfaction over his achievements before because his burden of duty and responsibility also grew alongside his power. Luckily, no one from the Radiance Federation team died in the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan reeled in his thoughts. He was very eager for the future. Morbius said that it would only sleep for 8 hours. Yet, for some reason, it still had not awoken. Yesterday night, Lin Yuan counted that the 8 hours were almost up and assumed that Morbius would be waking up soon. But, he realized that he could not enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Given this situation, Lin Yuan immediately knew that the Spirit Lock spatial zone must have transformed as a result of Morbius fusing with the green gem. Before the light green stone bowl and the element well appeared, the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been locked for some time. It seemed that even Morbius had not anticipated these changes. Otherwise, it would have told Lin Yuan about it. It was unlikely that such a sudden change would take too much time. Lin Yuan estimated that Morbius would be able to wake up today. Lin Yuan put on the set of moonlight-colored spirit chi clothes that a spirit attendant had brought for him. This set of spirit chi clothes was made from moon brocade. Only the Moon Empress was allowed to use moon brocade in the entire Radiance Federation. When moon brocade was worn, it made the wearer feel as though he was swathed in moonbeams. It was exceedingly comfortable. After Lin Yuan put on the spirit chi clothes made of moon brocade, they looked at themselves in the mirror. This was when he noticed that his hair had grown out, and his fringe would cover his eyebrows if he pressed it down. Lin Yuan summoned the source sand and instructed it to create feathers made of the day and night spirit silver. The wings fluttered around above Lin Yuan's head. The source sand deftly manipulated the feathers, and Lin Yuan's hair was cut quickly and neatly. Now that Lin Yuan's hair was shortened, he instantly recognized a style. Previously, when his hair had been slightly long and covered his forehead, it gave him a gentle appearance. But now that his forehead was revealed, his beautiful forehead was on display to the world. It underpinned his already perfect bone structure and weakened his aura of a young man while raising his air of dignity. Once Lin Yuan stepped out of his building, he noticed several spirit attendants sweeping the ground in front of his building. These 2 spirit attendants were about to greet Lin Yuan, as no spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace dared to offend the young lord when they realized that he had cut his hair. Now, he looked completely different and seemed more masculine than before. The spirit attendants were only around 23 and 24 years old. When Lin Yuan first came to the Radiant Moon Palace, he still had substantial baby fat on his face and looked like he was only 16 years old. As such, the spirit attendants did not see him as a peer. But as they looked at him now, the 2 spirit attendants could not help but feel their cheeks heat up. They felt that their young lord had grown up. They wondered when he would find a wife. There were rumors that one of the Azure envoys from the Azure Federation envoy group was on good terms with Lin Yuan. But it was unconfirmed if these rumors were true. Lin Yuan smiled back at the spirit attendants who greeted him. He completely failed to notice that his smile caused their faces to flush red. After Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress had breakfast together, the Moon Empress left for the Imperial Court to attend an Imperial meeting. Normally, the Moon Empress left the Radiant Moon Palace very rarely. She attended at least 3 Imperial meetings but not more than 7 or 8. But she had already gone to the Imperial Court 15 times in the past month. Most of the meetings had featured Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress had just received the news that Purple Love wanted to become allies with the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress knew where Purple Love had been spending her time ever since she arrived at the Radiance Federation. It was likely that Lin Yuan was involved in Purple Love's desire to become allies with the Radiance Federation. Since Lin Yuan was on such good terms with the Heavenly Family Cottage, the Moon Empress had achieved her aim. She knew that she had made the right decision by placing the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector. Now, besides already possessing a fey with the Baron bloodline, Lin Yuan was about to contract an intermediate devil and a major sea demon. Lin Yuan was amassing a collection of precious resources from all 3 major federations. Lin Yuan would not experience any conflict if he contracted a fey with the Baron bloodline, devil, and sea demon. He would also be able to use them simultaneously. Moreover, Lin Yuan would not only be able to fuse with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil under normal circumstances but even when he was in his mermaid form as well. The Moon Empress was very happy with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. However, even the contraction method where the Spirit Chi professional was the master and the devil was the servant would still affect the contractor's will. The Moon Empress wondered if Lin Yuan would take on a strange appearance under the influence of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. The Moon Empress almost burst out with laughter. When Lin Yuan arrived back at the return from faraway mansion, he saw Wen Yu next to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. She was feeding the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar to the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow while accompanying the earth rush golden lotus while it suntanned. When she saw that Lin Yuan had returned, a smile spread across her face. Although Wen Yu was very busy as of late, she was in a very good mood. The elemental paper allowed Wen Yu to see a way that she could fight side by side with Lin Yuan. She no longer needed to worry that she could not keep up with Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan was the one who set her on this path in the first place. However, Wen Yu knew that both her creation master talents and combat abilities were unable to meet Lin Yuan's needs. Now that Wen Yu was in a relaxed mood and had a clear mind, she started smiling a lot more than she used to. She was also happy to put more effort into contributing to Pinru's home, the fashion brand she managed alongside Lu Pinru. Lu Pinru could objectively observe Wen Yu's changes and was extremely happy over it. As he watched Wen Yu walking over to him, he prepared to give the wailing snake to her. Next, he would call Ji Feng over so that the prior decree Sleeping Lotus would be able to support her. Then he would use the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar as the guide to aid Wen Yu in her contraction of the wailing snake. Chapter 1816 Compliments. A smile immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face when he heard Morbius' voice. Morbius was finally awake. Partner, I thought that it would only take me 8 hours to fuse with the endless gem. But, it turned out to take longer than I expected. I slept for another 8 or 9 hours because of the changes that took place with Klein Hub. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Morbius said. Morbius' tone was pleasant, and Lin Yuan could sense Morbius' joy through their link. This meant that the change that happened to Klein Hub had to be extremely positive. Lin Yuan suddenly had a strong urge to go into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Klein Hub had allowed Lin Yuan to open the door to the Marsh world. Lin Yuan clearly remembered that Morbius had not been aware of the name of the green gem before it fused with it. But now, Morbius called that gem the Endless Gem. This meant that Morbius had figured out exactly what the gem was. The Endless Gem came from the Marsh world, and Klein Hub was also linked to the Marsh world. If the endless gem could affect Klein Hub, it would likely be of great help to Lin Yuan's future development into the marsh world. Besides seeing how Klein Hub had changed, Lin Yuan also wanted to see what the Jasmine Lily's 5 new abilities were now that it had been unlocked. The 5 new abilities would greatly increase the Jasmine Lily's healing abilities and help to fill Lin Yuan's gap in terms of healing abilities. Lin Yuan had never neglected to nurture the spirit-locked feys just because they could only use normal abilities. All of them had undergone the best nurturing processes under Lin Yuan's care. He nurtured them just as how he nurtured Genius and Chimey. Hence, although Lin Yuan had not seen the Jasmine Lily's other abilities, he believed that they would be pleasant surprises. Lin Yuan was more happy than excited and said to Morbius, "Congratulations, Morbius." Lin Yuan could sense how badly Morbius yearned to complete its body. Now, Morbius was one step closer to fulfilling its goal. The ever-serious Morbius let out a rare peal of laughter and said, "Partner, I'm just an item. You're the one who has to go through the effort of completing me. You're the one who's helping me slowly complete myself." Morbius was constantly worn on Lin Yuan's wrist. It knew that Lin Yuan had gone through a battle where he brushed against death before he killed Jianyu and suppressed Luou to the point that Nana had to come and use the endless gem to trade for Luou's life. Lin Yuan naturally responded, "Morbius, if not for you, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. Neither of us is riding off the other." Lin Yuan had 3 exceptional things about him. Firstly, he had 2 souls. Secondly, his body could draw in spirit chi from the air and inject it into feys. Thirdly, he had Morbius. Without Morbius, if Lin Yuan had to rely on himself, he would still be a C-rank spirit chi professional with a gold fey at best after the past 10 months. Without Morbius, he would not be able to complete the Class 2 Creation Master test within such a short span of time and become the Moon Empress disciple. Although the past 10 months would not have been sufficient for Lin Yuan to attain such astonishing power on his own, he was confident that he would have been able to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence in 10 years. Morbius' presence just greatly compressed Lin Yuan's growth time frame and enabled him to obtain more opportunities. Without Morbius, even if Lin Yuan had obtained the Sword of Service and Grace Queen, he would not have been able to fuse them into the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan and Morbius were best friends and also complemented each other. When Morbius sensed Lin Yuan's feelings, joy bubbled up within it. Although this feeling was foreign to Morbius, it treasured the emotion. Lin Yuan saw Wenyu first when he arrived back at the mansion. When Wenyu walked over to Lin Yuan and saw him smiling at her, she felt as though his smile broadened when he saw her. Wenyu could not help but blush. While she was guessing what was making Lin Yuan so happy, he waved his hand and summoned a 4-winged flying snake with a head on both ends. Wenyu did not have a fey with the Baron bloodline, but she had seen Zhongzi's fiery skyho. She could sense a similar aura to the fiery skyho from the 4-winged snake. Wenyu was only a Class 2 Creation Master and could not discern any information about the wailing snake. She was also unaware of the Golden Wing's existence. Wenyu assumed that this 4-winged snake was the fey with the Baron bloodline that Lin Yuan had contracted. She had watched Lin Yuan's fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Her heart had raced with anxiousness during both the capture the general and the group battle. During the battle, Wenyu noticed that Lin Yuan did not use a fey with the Baron bloodline. As such, she assumed that he had not contracted one yet. But what Lin Yuan said next instantly stunned Wenyu. "Wenyu, this fey with the Baron bloodline is called the Wailing Snake. It was pinnacle truly barren from the moment it was born, and it can create fragmented barren environments in its surroundings. Its bloodline is extremely outstanding. You already used the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar to cleanse your soul before you contracted the elemental paper. I'm going to call Ji Feng over, so he can use the prior decree sleeping lotus to aid you while you contract the wailing snake." Wenyu did not expect Lin Yuan to give the wailing snake to him. She had been a moon attendant who grew up in the Radiant Moon Palace. She had even more knowledge than some daughters of top factions. Wenyu knew what feys with the Baron bloodline meant to the Radiance Federation and how valuable they were. Although Mystic Moon had accepted her as his disciple, she never expected that she would ever be able to contract a fey with the Baron bloodline. Feys with the Baron bloodline could not be valued in the usual sense. Wenyu already had an idea of how Lin Yuan had come about this fey with the Baron bloodline. Chapter 1817 Completed Jasmine Lily. Wenyu expected that the Moon Empress had called Lin Yuan to the Radiant Moon Palace last night so she could give the stakes of the gamble to him. After all, as per the regulations of the bet, the fey with the Baron bloodline, devil and major sea demon would go to the person who had the most outstanding performance during the battle. In the second leg of the battle, Lin Yuan had shouldered the battle on his own. Moreover, Lu Yifan was a defense-type spirit chi professional and did not stand out while he was protecting his team. As such, from both a visual and a practical standpoint, Lin Yuan was ahead above Lu Yifan. Now, Lin Yuan was giving the fey with the barren bloodline he had won to Wen Yu so she could form a contract with it. This showed how important she was to him and how generous he was. Wen Yu did not immediately receive the wailing snake. Instead, she said, "Young master, Chu Ci hasn't contracted a fey with the barren bloodline either. Why don't you give the wailing snake to her?" Wen Yu was sincere. Lin Yuan had already said that he wanted to give the wailing snake to her. All she had to do was agree, and the wailing snake would be hers. Wen Yu had said what she said because she knew that feys with the barren bloodline were rare to come by, much less one that was pinnacle truly barren from the moment it was born and could create fragmented barren environments around it. If Wen Yu formed a contract with the wailing snake, Chu Ci would not have a fey with the barren bloodline when it was time for her to contract one. Since Wen Yu was a functional type spirit chi professional, she did not need to be overly strong. She only needed to unleash her power at specific moments. Meanwhile, Chu Ci and Lin Yuan were going down the path of combat. A powerful fey with the barren bloodline would undoubtedly help Chu Ci greatly. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Wen Yu said. Chu Ci is still young. She will only be able to contract a sacred source life form 2 years later when she reaches 18 years old. In order to contract a fey with the barren bloodline, one has to be at least 20 years old, even after consuming a large amount of spirit type and soul type spiritual ingredients, as well as the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. As such, there's still a long way for Chu Ci to go before she needs to contract a fey with the barren bloodline. Lin Yuan had contracted shiny and knew how difficult it was to make an arrogant fey with the barren bloodline submit. He had 2 souls and consumed the earth center fine milk. Nonetheless, and despite the fact that he was already 18 years old, he almost failed to form a contract. As such, Chu Ci's chances of success were non-existent. 4 years later, Chu Ci would be 20 years old. At that time, even if Mystic Moon was no longer in the picture, Lin Yuan felt that given his trajectory of growth over the last 10 months, he would be able to obtain a fey with the barren bloodline for her. Wen Yu was extremely touched when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She was his assistant and only wanted to contract feys to increase her powers so she could help him. Once she contracted the wailing snake, she could serve him better. Forming a contract with a fey with the barren bloodline was a very serious matter. Wen Yu went off to make her preparations while Lin Yuan called Ji Feng, who was cleaning up the Whale Ocean Commerce's mess. After the spirit guards conducted their thorough investigation, the members of 10,000 Flags Trading who had participated in Diwanchen, Diwanchenj and Diwanmai's plan were all killed. Since they no longer cared about the Radiance Federation, there was no need to send them to the Sin Cleansing Pool. The members of Whale Ocean Commerce's third branch who were only after selfish benefits had been thrown into the Sin Cleansing Pool. Ji Feng had been extremely busy of late. Although Whale Ocean Commerce had been ruined by this matter, the side branches of Sea Sky Nurture had been deceived by 10,000 Flags Trading all this time. Ji Feng gathered all of them and reverted to the faction's original name, Sea Sky Creation. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the pinnacle Emperor class Ji Feng around, Sea Sky Creation was still able to retain their level as a top veteran faction. Despite not having slept for a few days, Ji Feng immediately rushed to the return from faraway mansion after he received Lin Yuan's call. Wen Yu still needed some time to prepare before she could contract the wailing snake. During this time, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily still looked the same but had new abilities. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Jasmine Lily. Fey name, Jasmine Lily, Bud of Mountain Jade. Spirit life form species, Crassulaceae genus/Eanium genus. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Heal, Fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower, its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of Mountain Jade, its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its Bud of Mountain Jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Mountain Jade Imprint, the Mountain Jade Imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the Bud of Mountain Jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied on a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer, when the Mountain Jade Imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets that have the mountain jade imprint applied on them. Life protecting soul: when a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red crystal jade drain: when using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts to the spiritual senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the mountain jade imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain jade prayer: once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced, and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit, and the targets with the mountain jade imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the mountain jade imprint on them to recover their vitality to the maximum level. Exclusive skill: Recovery Imprint: it accumulates the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Chapter 1818 Lin Yuan's strengthened healing ability. Lin Yuan realized that the jasmine lily's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Lin Yuan had always felt that he was weakest in his healing abilities. But now that the jasmine lily had more abilities, Lin Yuan felt that he would no longer have to worry about lacking healing abilities. Previously, Lin Yuan could only use the ability heal in battle. Every time the jasmine lily evolved, the ability heal would improve slightly. If not for the ability vitality imprint and severed limbs growth, heal would not be able to produce as large of an effect as it did. The jasmine lily's healing ability was based on severed limbs growth. Vitality imprint was only used during emergencies. Without severed limbs growth, the jasmine lily would be able to use fasciated flower stand to put a target in a comfortable state. This would have a controlling effect on the target. The crystallized main flower would also simultaneously drain vitality out of the target's body. However, it would be greatly disadvantaged when it came to healing. The only difference between the jasmine lily and other healing type phase was that it could trigger the target's genetic model and enable the target to regrow missing limbs. Without this ability, the jasmine lily would have been useless. But now, even if it lost the exclusive skill severed limbs growth, the jasmine lily would still be an extremely powerful healing type phase. Mountain jade imprint would enable the jasmine lily to place a special imprint made from the bud of mountain jade's pollen and vitality on either friendly or enemy targets. If the imprint was applied on a friendly target, it would be able to increase the jasmine lily's healing effects without the jasmine lily having to use up more of its energy. It would also enable the jasmine lily to help its team longer. In order to truly understand the effects of the mountain jade imprint, reading the information from true data was not enough. Lin Yuan would need to perform his own experiments to fully understand the parameters of the boost that the mountain jade imprint could provide. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned a cat species fey that he had prepared to hand over to Genius for it to contract. This cat species fey was already Gold X/Legend. As he looked at the golden bone jade clawed cat, Lin Yuan immediately sensed its animosity toward him and how feral it was. Lin Yuan had always had a way with feys. However, he was not surprised by the golden bone jade clawed cat's attitude toward him. Firstly, he had not released his pure spirit chi yet. Secondly, it had not been contracted by Genius and joined the rest of the cats in the marsh world yet. Additionally, it had been nurtured by the fat ginger cat and only listened to it. The golden bone jade clawed cat seemed poised to attack him, and the source sand immediately restrained it. Even though the source sand had only exerted slight force, the golden bone jade clawed cat ended up grievously injured. Lin Yuan intentionally chose to experiment with the mountain jade imprint on the golden bone jade clawed cat. He also would not flippantly harm a fey just for the sake of an experiment. In order to make the golden bone jade clawed cat's bones and body stronger during its nurturing process, it had to fight constantly to break and reform its bones. Once it was done growing, its bones would become substantially stronger. In order for the golden bone jade clawed cat to transform, Lin Yuan allowed the source sand to continue hurting the golden bone jade clawed cat. Once the golden bone jade clawed cat reached its limit, Lin Yuan used the jasmine lily's ability heal to treat the golden bone jade clawed cat and took note of how much vitality had been used. Next, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to inflict the same injuries on the golden bone jade clawed cat so the jasmine lily could use mountain jade imprint on it. A green imprint in the shape of a lotus appeared on the golden bone jade clawed cat's back. The jasmine lily started to heal the golden bone jade clawed cat again. Not only was the golden bone jade clawed cat healed 30% faster, but it also needed 30% less vitality as well. This meant that the Mountain Jade imprint would allow the Jasmine Lily to save 30% of vitality and become 30% more efficient when it was healing a target. Essentially, the Jasmine Lily's power had been raised by 30%. However, the Jasmine Lily's improvement would not be 30% in a battle. Lin Yuan had noticed a problem after helping the Insect Queen during combat numerous times. This problem was that Lin Yuan could heal the insects, but it would never be enough to compete with the damage that the insects sustained. As such, many insects would still end up dead. Now that Lin Yuan's healing abilities had improved, he would enable the insects to sustain 30% more damage, and the time it would take to heal them was also reduced by 30%. This would undoubtedly allow more insects to survive during battle. Lin Yuan could do the same for other targets as well. Although the Jasmine Lily's ability Mountain Jade imprint was simple, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with it. Healing transfer would allow the Mountain Jade imprint to be used dynamically and prevent overhealing. Every time a target was overhealed, the vitality would explode, and targets in the surroundings would receive healing. The Jasmine Lily had always been weak when it came to healing a group. This ability would heal targets in the surroundings once the specific target had received sufficient vitality. As such, none of the Jasmine Lily's vitality would go to waste. Nonetheless, the ability was not perfect. If they were locked in a physical battle against an enemy, the explosion of vitality would also heal the enemy. However, the Mountain Jade imprint would perfectly make up for this limitation. As long as the Jasmine Lily created more of the Mountain Jade imprints, the healing effects could be transferred back to friendly targets. Lin Yuan just needed to focus the Jasmine Lily on healing one target, and the entire team would be kept safe. Chapter 1819 The Astronomical Parliament's Insurance. Lin Yuan noticed that the Mountain Jade imprint did not require much vitality. If the vitality imprint was not used, it might have been challenging for the Jasmine Lily to create over 1,000 Mountain Jade imprints. However, it would be easy for it to produce hundreds. Life-protecting soul would protect a target's soul while the Jasmine Lily was healing its physical injuries. After becoming the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan had read through the information about nurturing feys that was available in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. In every 300,000 Jasmine Lilies that were nurtured to platinum, about 7 of them would gain the ability to protect the soul. This means that only 1 in every 40,000 Jasmine Lilies would gain such an ability. It was a stroke of luck for Lin Yuan to gain one of these Jasmine Lilies that developed this ability. However, Lin Yuan did not believe in coincidences. It was likely that the Jasmine Lily had developed the ability to protect souls because Lin Yuan used only the best ways to nurture it. A healing type Fey was most afraid of overhealing during a battle. But now, not only would healing transfer keep the amount of healing in check, but it would also become a defense ability for the soul. When Lin Yuan was fighting against a Fey skilled at soul attacks, he could use life-protecting soul to put up an effective defense. Lin Yuan no longer had to be afraid of spiritual type or soul type Feys. With the sea of vitality stored in the vitality imprint, Lin Yuan would be able to easily deal with soul type Feys that were of higher grades than the Jasmine Lily. The ability Red Crystal Jade Drain would be able to strengthen the crystallized main flower and the controlling effect of making the target comfortable as well as the draining of vitality. Red Crystal Jade Drain would be able to use the crystallized main flower to attack the enemy while using the Mountain Jade imprint as a guide. This would enable it to drain vitality from multiple targets simultaneously. This meant that it would be able to harvest vitality from the surrounding life forms. This would make the Jasmine Lily a vitality vampire on the battlefield. In a large-scale team battle, the enemy's vitality would be able to be used to heal teammates. This would quickly cause the enemy side to crumble. Previously, the Jasmine Lily could already use the crystallized main flower to control Feys of the same grade and quality as it. Now that it had evolved, it was likely that the Jasmine Lily would be able to take control of Suzerain/Mythi Feys as well. If the Jasmine Lily had been able to unlock its abilities earlier, the team battle would not have been as much of a struggle as it had been. Since the feeling of comfort that came with healing was not associated with spiritual attacks, it was difficult to dodge such a feeling. Once the enemy was in a state of comfort, they would soon become as sweet as baby sheep. As for Mountain Jade Prayer, Lin Yuan was willing to call it the strongest healing type ability. When Mountain Jade Prayer was used in conjunction with the Vitality imprint, it would allow vitality to rapidly enter the target that had the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them. This would heal the targets that had the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them to full health. They would be no different from a persistently surviving cockroach. Even if the target lost multiple limbs, it would be able to quickly regrow them using severed limbs growth. The key point was that there was no distance limit for the ability Mountain Jade Prayer. No matter how far the Jasmine Lily was from the target, it would be able to use Mountain Jade Prayer. Lin Yuan immediately thought of the astronomical parliament. Besides Yin Lin, Su Yiren, and Talei, Lin Yuan could not rest easy regarding the other astronomical parliament members. Bei Su, and Wo Lun were on the precipice of death every day. Bei Su lived in the horribly adverse environment that was the Grotto continent, while Wo Lun was out at sea and could encounter danger at any moment. Lin Yuan had used his unique methods to help Bulletin Po become a Class 3 creation master and enabled him to appear on the Spirit Mother's radar. It was very likely that he would be chosen to become the Spirit Mother's disciple. If he did end up as the Spirit Mother's disciple, he would have the chance to become the next Spirit Mother. However, it would be difficult for him to distinguish himself from all the disciples. Bulletin Po could be assassinated by a rival at any moment. According to the information that Lin Yuan had obtained from the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the Spirit Mother was not overly concerned by such incidents. Rather, he liked to use such a method to weed out the incompetent so the next in line could distinguish themselves. Since Lin Yuan was so far from them, he could only give them opportunities from time to time, but he would not be able to watch them grow. Lin Yuan felt that he was failing as a system. But now, things were going to change. Using the Jasmine Lily's ability Mountain Jade Prayer, Lin Yuan would be able to secure the safety of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. He would be able to ascertain if any of them were in danger by seeing if the Jasmine Lily's vitality had been used up. It would also not be difficult for Lin Yuan to confirm this, as he just needed to spend a certain amount of willpowers, and he would be able to apply the Mountain Jade imprint on Bei Su, Talat, Bulletin Po, and Yin Lin. Lin Yuan stored the Jasmine Lily away, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. After being significantly benefited by Lin Yuan, the previously hostile Golden Bone Jade Clawed Cat was still wary of him but was no longer in an attacking stance. Lin Yuan did not want to cuddle with the Gold X/Legend Golden Bone Jade Clawed Cat. It was around 2 meters long, had golden fur that was as sharp as metal, and could easily pierce the skin of Spirit Chi professionals. Lin Yuan had become accustomed to cuddling genius and found it difficult to act the same way with other cat species feys. He was about to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to see how it had changed, but he checked the time and realized that Wen Yu should be done with her preparations. Although he was curious, he was in no rush to check on the Spirit Lock spatial zone's changes because he would be spending plenty of time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in the future. Lin Yuan now possessed the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and the Major Sea Demon that had awakened the Purple Frigid Heavy Water. There was no reason for him not to contract them. Moreover, there was still the matter of the Disaster World Faceless Beast that had not stopped thrashing about in Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan would soon have to use the Beast Spirit's soul that the Goddess of Mercy had given him to take over the Disaster World Faceless Beast's soul so he could tame it. Chapter 1820 Concubine Sweet Conch. No matter how powerful Nana and Luou were, once the Beast Spirit's soul replaced the Disaster World Faceless Beast's soul, they would be unable to retrieve it. The clear surface of the lake glinted with flecks of pink light. A group of strange-looking purple clamshells was continuously spitting out pink pearls. The light from the pearls blanketed the other life forms in the lake. Under the illumination of the pink light, the scales of the aquatic phase changed intermittently. A few large fusiform-shaped fish swam up to the surface of the lake. Their scales gleamed with pink light, and they chomped a school of small fish in half. Normally, unless a special bloodline is involved, the blood and organs of fish species phase should be dark red. The small fish from the school of fish all looked extremely ordinary, but their organs and flesh were pink and red. 2 girls dressed in pink dresses and veils covering their faces had expressions of mixed fear and shock behind the veils. They held 2 large pails and poured small fish into the lake. Before the fish entered the water, their scales were light green. The blood that flowed out from them when they crashed into each other was also red. But a moment after they entered the water, their scales all turned pink. One of the girls said, when Lordess Nana brought Lord Luou back, she had been livid. Even Lord Luou, who's usually smiling, hasn't turned his frown upside down yet. Do you think something serious happened? The other girl hurriedly reached out her hand and clapped her hand over the veiled mouth of the girl who had spoken and replied, Nico, watch your words. We don't have the right to discuss matters regarding Lordess Nana and Lord Luou. The many previous lessons should have warned you. Why haven't you learned to keep your mouth shut yet? The girl named Nico hastily slapped a hand over her mouth so she would not say anything else. Her terror only eased a while later. She changed the topic and said to the girl next to her, Nero, Lord Luou's child beast should have come to the lake last night to eat the fish that have transformed their bloodlines to obtain the concubine Sweet Conch's light. This pattern has not broken once since the day he formed a contract with the child disaster world faceless beast. A look of confusion also came over Nero's face. She could not shake the feeling that something had gone wrong on Lord Luou's trip to the Radiance Federation. Nonetheless, all she could do was sigh and push the questions out of her head because she knew that she was nothing more than a servant whose job was to prepare the disaster world faceless beast's food. There was no point in her being concerned by anything else. There was a grandiose palace about 3 kilometers from the lake. There were many pink decorations within the castle. The statue of a short-furred beast sat on the tip of the castle's sharp point. If Lin Yuan could see the statue, he would immediately recognize it as the disaster world faceless beast. At that moment, due to the anger of the castle's mistress, all the servants inside the castle were trembling as they lay prone on the ground. It was as though they were afraid that they might incur her wrath and end up as a bloody stain on the golden carpet. A standing woman was draped under a cloak of pink and white fur that gleamed with faint pink light that resembled the same shade of light that the concubine Sweet Conch emitted. The woman had an expression of grief and anger as she looked at Luou reproachingly. But she seemed to be unable to fully blame Luou because of Nana. This woman not only suppressed her reproachful feelings toward Luou but also felt bad for him. Evidently, she had great affection for Luou. The woman seated on the throne did not speak to the woman next to her. The tension in the hall was almost palpable. This environment caused the servants to even try and keep their trembling to a minimum. However, none of this affected the silver-haired young man. His eyes were closed as though he was sensing something. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said to the woman on the throne, "Mother, I can sense that little disaster is still alive. My spiritual energy is still intact. Mother, help me come up with a way to get little disaster back." The servants did not seem to find the way the silver-haired young man addressed the woman to be strange. But if anyone else heard it, their jaws would drop. All the experts who were favored by the Freedom Federation's royalty had guessed that Luou was Nana's child because she treated him way too well. Not even the Mirror God and the God of Fools treated their disciples half as well as how Nana treated Luou. However, these were all guesses that arose out of envy and jealousy. Even if all of them voiced it, they would not believe it to be true. After all, Nana had never been married. Nana looked at Luou and gently patted his soft silver hair as she replied, "If there was a way, I would never have allowed little disaster to stay in the Radiance Federation. But, we don't have evidence that it is trapped in the soul of the Moon Empress disciple. Even if you can prove it, the people from the Radiance Federation would never allow us to carry out the investigation. They will never release little disaster, no matter how much resources I'm willing to pay. The same would go for us if we had defeated them and obtained one of their special feys." Although she seemed to be comforting Luou, her fists clenched up. Resentment bubbled up within her and distorted her facial features. Her hatred had even broken through the shell of aloofness that every member of royalty had trained to keep on their face. At that moment, the object of Nana's loathing was not the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan, or the Moon Empress, but the Goddess of Mercy and Li Yang. If Li Yang had not asked to take Luou with him, Luou would never have left the castle. If Luou had not left the castle, nothing would have happened to him. The promises that Li Yang had made to her only stoked the flames of her rage. However, the hatred she felt for Li Yang was less than 10% of what she felt for the Goddess of Mercy. Chapter 1821 Nana's Worries. They were on the same side. Yet, not only did the Goddess of Mercy not help Nana, but she even made the situation worse for her. If the Goddess of Mercy had not done so and helped Nana instead, she might have been able to retrieve little disaster. She also would not have had to give away so many resources. She had given up a seed of Satan and a dimensional gem that she had not tapped into yet. Although Luou's spiritual energy had not been damaged yet, it was only a matter of time. The damage might have been lessened if Luou had immediately lost all connection to the disaster world faceless beast. Luou could have recovered from the loss after wallowing for a while. But now, as long as the disaster world faceless beast remained alive, Luou would not be able to move on. In such a state, there was no way Luou could increase his power. The more Nana thought about it, the angrier she became. Once the meeting at the Freedom Mystic Temple was over, Nana would go into seclusion. She would make the Goddess of Mercy once she started walking down the heavens path and unlocked her birth horoscope. Presently, she was weaker than the Goddess of Mercy and had less authority during the meetings at the Freedom Mystic Temple. The Mirror God and God of Fools used to be able to keep the Goddess of Mercy in check. But after the Goddess of Mercy unlocked her birth horoscope, the mirror god developed feelings for her. As such, Nana could not be certain if the mirror god and god of fools would be on her side if she engaged the goddess of mercy in conflict. Luoyu's eyes turned red when he heard what Nana said. At that moment, the woman wearing the pink and white fur cloak let out a sigh and said, "I will break the bloodline link with Little Disaster and stop supplying it with the concubine Sweet Conk's light through bloodline power. Without the concubine Sweet Conk's light, Little Disaster's bloodline will slowly dry up, and it will be of no research value to the Radiance Federation. They will definitely try to use Little Disaster to understand the Disaster World Faceless Beast's nurturing method." Nana nodded. She was able to nurture the Disaster World Faceless Beast because of a coincidence that took place 60 years ago when she became a Class 5 Creation Master. The concubine Sweet Conk's light was required to nurture and increase the Disaster World Faceless Beast's power. Suddenly, a thought struck Nana. When she first started nurturing the Disaster World Faceless Beast, it not only reacted to the concubine Sweet Conk's light but also to pure spirit chi. However, the pure spirit chi she was capable of producing at the time was insufficient to evolve the Disaster World Faceless Beast's bloodline. Thus, she chose the significantly inferior path of using the concubine Sweet Conk's light. At first, the Disaster World Faceless Beast's strength did not lie in its curses but in its ability to absorb and change fate. It was the light from the concubine Sweet Conk that opened up a side path for the Disaster World Faceless Beast to go down. Now that the Moon Empress could purify the Eternal Heart, she was worthy of being called a Class 6 Creation Master. As such, she could definitely produce spirit chi that was purer than what Nana could produce. But she remembered that she had already asked the Mirror God for pure spirit chi that Class 6 Creation Masters could only produce. However, it had still been insufficient to evolve the Disaster Faceless Moon Beast's bloodline. Hence, it was likely that the Moon Empress would be unable to do so either. This made Nana relax. If the Radiance Federation managed to take control of the Child Disaster World Faceless Beast and use pure spirit chi to evolve its bloodline, the Disaster World Faceless Beast would transform and attain an even more elite bloodline. At that time, the Disaster World Faceless Beast would no longer require the concubine Sweet Conk's light, and the Disaster World Faceless Beast she had nurtured would end up belonging to the enemy. Since Disaster Concubine had decided to break the bloodline link between itself and the Child Disaster World Faceless Beast, Nana decided that Luoyu should also break his contract with it. Then, she would ask the God of Fools to concoct the potion that could recover spiritual energy and find another fey for Luoyu. This was a period of rapid increase of power for Luoyu. Even a delay of a single day was not permitted. The conflict with the Radiance Federation had arisen because of Li Yang's unknown plan and because the Mirror God and God of Fools had agreed to it. Their most recent loss was acceptable, and the price they had paid had not been overly devastating. But if they lost during the major Federation meeting, the consequences would be too heavy for the Freedom Federation to bear. After all, the major Federation meeting involved feys that came from that mystic realm. There was no expert in the world that did not want a fey that came from that mystic realm. Lin Yuan, Ji Feng, and Wen Yu were currently in the activity room on the third floor of the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had held the first Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting here. The Astronomical Parliament had significantly changed Wen Yu's personality. Previously, she had not had confidence and felt that she was of no help to Lin Yuan. The appearance of the Astronomical Parliament allowed Wen Yu to regain her confidence. But now, she was embarking on a new opportunity to form a contract with the Wailing Snake. After Wen Yu contracted the Wailing Snake, she would have just as many resources as any other disciple of royalty. At that moment, Wen Yu was both nervous and excited. A fey with the Baron bloodline had a special significance to any one of the Radiance Federation's young elites. Lin Yuan could tell that Wen Yu was nervous and said to her, "Wen Yu, you have already consumed the silver stamen gold luster kasha twice to cleanse your body and soul of impurities. After you contracted the Astronomical Parliament, your spiritual energy has only been increasing, to the point that it far exceeds regular people. In order to tame the fey with the Baron bloodline during the contraction process, you will need to use your soul, spirit, and mind. Your soul and mind are up to standard. In terms of your mind, I'm sure you are determined to charge forward into the future. Out of the three, the burden will be the greatest on the soul. Ji Feng's fey will protect your soul and reduce the pressure it will have to endure." Chapter 1822 Possibility of building a palace in the Marsh world. While Lin Yuan spoke, he surveyed the Wailing Snake. Any fey with the Baron bloodline could control a specific attribute. For example, Zhong Ziyi's fiery Sky Ho controlled fire, Lin Yuan's Golden Wings controlled wind, and Anhe's country governor Kui controlled Earth. As such, the wailing snake would also be able to control a certain attribute. However, Lin Yuan could not be certain what attribute it was. The wailing snake could dry up moisture to create land masses in the marsh world. The land's foundation would consist of soil from the marsh world. The wailing snake actually controlled water. But it had a reverse control over water compared to the traditional method. This reverse control allowed it to target water-type feys and counter them during battle. Lin Yuan had already changed the focus of the direction of his development. Previously, his focus had been on the Radiance Federation. But now, he had moved it to the Startling Lines continent and the Marsh world. Lin Yuan could enter the Marsh world at any time through Klein Hub. Hence, no matter where he was, it would be easy for him to enter the Marsh world. Lin Yuan's change in the focus of the direction of his development resulted in the destination of Sky City's development changing as well. A large reason for Lin Yuan establishing Sky City was to gather resources. If he gathered resources in the Radiance Federation, he would be taking away from the Radiance Federation's wealth. As such, it would be better for him to take the riches of other continents. Su Yiren was holding down the fort in the Startling Lines continent. Her governance ability was lacking when compared to Wen Yu, but the gap was not large. It was enough to just have her in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan intended to send Wen Yu to the Marsh world to help him manage the base there and speed up the development. The Vain Land Imp could continue looking for underground mineral ores in the Divine Wood Federation. However, Lin Yuan intended to send the Land Imp's apostles and favored believers to the Marsh world. The Land Imp had the ability to manipulate the ground. With the Land Imps to help the spirit craftsmen in the building of the base, the general structure would be quickly formed. This would save a lot of effort on the spirit craftsman's part. In order to build a structure on the ground in the Marsh world, the foundation had to be built twice as deep as usual. The Land Imps would essentially grow the structure out of the ground, so a foundation would not be needed to be built. In order to ensure that the structure built by the Land Imps was stable, the spirit craftsman would have to embed various metal-type spiritual ingredients into the structure. Lin Yuan wanted to help Morbius obtain the endless gems that it needed to complete itself, as well as obtain powerful source-type life forms and sacred source life forms from the Marsh world. All in all, his development into the Marsh world was of utmost importance. Ever since Sun Ningxiang joined Condense Fairy Orchard with Sky City as one of its branches, she had used the resources given by Sky City to complete the tasks that Lin Yuan had assigned her and to further Condense Fairy Orchard's development. This was so she would be able to regain control over the market it had lost because of their lack of creation master resources in recent years and the bullying from other factions. Lin Yuan already spoke to Sun Ningxiang on the phone last night. In another month, Sun Ningxiang would be able to finish everything she needed to do and her schedule would be freed up. Lin Yuan intended to send Sun Ningxiang to the Marsh world to help as well. The people who had chosen to stay in the Marsh world to cultivate the plant-type phase needed someone to manage and take care of them. Sun Ningxiang would be perfect for taking up the mantle. Lin Yuan found out from Whitespeak what the Marsh world's most precious and edible plants and fruits were. The life forms in the Marsh world were mostly carnivorous. After all of the plant-type dimensional life forms were ferocious and craved meat more than animal-type phase. Many of them grew sweet and tasty fruits. However, they were not meant to be consumed but to entice and trap prey. Hence, the delicious fruits all fetched high prices in the Marsh East Palace. The tastier they were, the more expensive they would be. This allowed Lin Yuan to see a business opportunity and realize why so many star web articles were written about the opening of Marsh dimensional rifts. The high-grade dimensional life forms from the Marsh world would not start rampaging like other high-grade dimensional life form after they emerged from a dimensional rift. Rather, they would gather in orchards and choose a fruit tree to claim as their own before they started confronting each other. Now, Lin Yuan knew the reason why. His conversation with Whitespeak allowed Lin Yuan to see the road he would go down in the Marsh world. Given his fake identity as a dictator that could even deceive Whitespeak, as well as the countless fruits growing in the territory, Lin Yuan would be able to corner a significant portion of the Marsh world's market. All Creature Dictator was currently building the Palace of Everything. As such, Lin Yuan wondered if he would be able to build his own palace in the Marsh world as well. Then, he would be able to display the fruits in the palace and trade them for resources. It was extremely common for dimensional life forms to kill and hunt each other. As such, source-type items and sacred life forms were littered around the Marsh world. They were valuable because apostles and favored believers could absorb the energy within the source-type items and sacred source life forms. After all, the energy within the source-type items and sacred source life forms came from the solidifying of the energy of the apostles that had died. There were some fruits with special medicinal properties that Lin Yuan could feed to Rising Lizard and Wendy. However, the benefits that Rising Lizard and Wendy experienced would be no different from what regular feys would experience. This meant that if Lin Yuan could build a new palace where he supplied fruits that could evolve dimensional life forms and apostles, he would be able to secure dominance over the market. Many spirit fruit trees in the main world could store energy. The storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch were examples of such trees. While both of these plant-type feys were being nurtured, they could be guided by any type of energy so that they produced fruits that contained the same type of energy. Chapter 1823 Storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch. When these two plant-type feys were discovered, the Creation Masters became interested. They felt that these two feys would be able to usher in a new era of fey development. But when the Creation Masters started to excitedly nurture the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch, they realized that the energy within the fruits produced would not share the purity of the energy that was used to nurture the feys. After a large amount of the Creation Master's precious resources went down the drain, the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch became the objects of hatred for all Creation Masters. Eventually, the two plant-type feys' significance was reduced to nothing more than tasty premium fruits. If sufficient water elemental energy was used to nurture the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch, they would allow any spirit chi professional who ate it to gain moisturized and bouncy skin. As such, they could also be seen as beauty products. Many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters earned their first wad of cash by nurturing the deposit ability Lychee Branch and storing ability White Peach. Lin Yuan was not interested in cosmetics or the taste of the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch. After all, he had more than his fair share of delicious fruits. He was interested in the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch because he wanted to use source-type power to nurture them to see if the fruits they produced could also contain source-type power that dimensional life forms would be able to consume. If his experiment was a success, he could imagine how excited and frenzied the dimensional life forms in the marsh world would become. Only the dictators from the dimensional world had the ability to concoct source-type power. Source-type power was also the medium that enabled dimensional life forms to raise their life ranks. In order to grow and cultivate plant-type feys on a large scale in the marsh world, the whaling snake would be needed to create the land. The higher the whaling snake's grade was, the larger the mass of land it would be able to create. In the marsh world, the work would not end with just constructing a building because the water elemental energy seeping into the ground would cause the ground to slowly be replaced by water. This was why Lin Yuan had gone through such effort just to find a suitable location to build his base. Alternatively, Lin Yuan could have used Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to create a mass of Earth. The territory that Lin Yuan had chosen was not turning into water because of the 3 mountains around it. As such, the marsh at the center was shallow. Even the deepest part was 20 meters deep at most. Normally, the deepest part of a marsh was about 200 meters deep. There were also some that reached depths of 1,000 meters. With the whaling snake, Lin Yuan would be able to expand the territory endlessly with Klein Hub at the center. As long as the whaling snake remained on the territory, its ability to draw out moisture would guarantee that no water elemental energy seeped into the territory. When Wen Yu heard what Lin Yuan said, she immediately remembered that young man who had given her a drop of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar outside the Radiant Moon Palace. That young man had chosen her, elevated her, found feys for her, and paved the way for her future. He had always been extremely thoughtful. Wen Yu now possessed many things that others could never even hope to lay their eyes on. Alas, she had not obtained any of them on her own. Lin Yuan had been the one who had given all of them to her. Ever since Wen Yu became Lin Yuan's aide, she rarely thanked him for the gifts because she preferred to repay her using her actions. But now, Wen Yu could not help but verbally thank Lin Yuan. Renove.com. Given that Ji Feng was the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture, he understood the significance of feys with the barren bloodline. Ji Feng was rather envious of Wen Yu. He knew why Lin Yuan had called him over. Ji Feng immediately summoned the prior decree Sleeping Lotus and instructed it to help Wen Yu with a serious expression on his face. A strange expression spread across Lin Yuan's face when he heard Wen Yu's thanks. Lin Yuan said with a curious tone, "Why are you being so polite with me? You should start preparing to form a contract with the whaling snake." From Lin Yuan's expression, Wen Yu could tell that he saw her as close kin. This was the only reason Lin Yuan found it strange when she thanked him. With a warm feeling stewing in her heart, Wen Yu took a deep breath and started forming a contract with the whaling snake. Before contracting the whaling snake, Wen Yu had been nervous. She was afraid that she would fail and disappoint Lin Yuan. Wen Yu had been worried about the condition of her mind because she had never experienced a bloody fight of tooth and nail, nor was her will as steely as that of combat class spirit chi professionals. But now, she found a way to strengthen her will and a reason to do so. While Wen Yu was contracting the wailing snake and clashing against it, her soul, spirit, and mind were all locked in a tough battle against the wailing snake. She now knew the pain that Lin Yuan had gone through when he contracted his fey with the barren bloodline. If Lin Yuan could get through it, so could she. Otherwise, she would not deserve to stand by Lu Ji and Lin Yuan's side in the future. With this resolution, Wen Yu held her own against the wailing snake for almost 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Lin Yuan watched as Wen Yu's face turned from healthy red to ghostly white. She was also trembling as though her soul was undergoing horrible torture. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu was about to fall. It already exceeded his expectations that she had managed to hold on for 2 hours. Lin Yuan nodded at Ji Feng, and the latter immediately ordered the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to use its abilities to soothe Wen Yu's soul. If there was external aid when a spirit chi professional was trying to contract a fey with the barren bloodline, the fey with the barren bloodline would react even more violently. Alarm bells immediately rang in Ji Feng's mind. The wailing snake was getting ready to launch its final attack on Wen Yu. If Wen Yu could make it through this attack, she should be able to tame the wailing snake and turn it into her lifelong companion. However, even with Ji Feng's help, the wailing snake's attack on Wen Yu's soul would still result in Wen Yu's soul becoming seriously injured. Just as Ji Feng was about to relay the information to Lin Yuan, a beam of green energy landed on Wen Yu's body. The green energy instantly filled Wen Yu's body with vitality. At the same time, the vitality that leaked out formed a protective layer over Wen Yu's soul. This would help Wen Yu's soul to defend against damage. With this protective layer, the wailing snake's attack would not harm Wen Yu's soul. Chapter 1824 Lin Yuan lets out a sigh of relief. The protective layer on Wen Yu's soul was formed as a result of the Jasmine Lily's ability Life Protecting Soul. Although the wailing snake's final attack on Wen Yu would not cost Wen Yu her life and any injuries her soul sustained could be healed by Ji Feng and sped up if the cold snow pine resin was used, it would take around 2 months for the healing to be completed. During the 2 months, there was no way that the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting could be held. This would put a huge dent in Lin Yuan's plans. Lin Yuan could see Tale and Su Yiren anytime because they were in the Divine Wood Federation. Yin Lin was still in the Radiance Federation, so Lin Yuan could explain the situation to her. But he would lose communication with Bei Su, Buletin Po, and Wolun. It would be a devastating blow to all 3 of them if they could not enter the Astronomical Parliament. At that moment, Lin Yuan was relieved that he had unlocked the Jasmine Lily's abilities and allowed it to be completed before Wen Yu tried to contract a fey with the barren bloodline. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble now. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings had not been going on for long. If communication was lost for 2 months, even if Bei Su, Buletin Po, and Wolun managed to survive, their confidence in the Astronomical Parliament would plummet. Lin Yuan did not want to affect the morale of the team. Now that Lin Yuan had used the Jasmine Lily to prevent the wailing snake from hurting Wen Yu's soul, the latter could use her soul, mind, and spirit to start a counterattack against the wailing snake. It did not take long for the wailing snake to fall under the pressure exerted by Wen Yu. A moment later, Wen Yu opened her eyes. At that moment, she had become the owner of the wailing snake. When she opened her eyes, her gaze was filled with excitement. Although Lin Yuan had not used true data to check on the wailing snake, the Moon Empress had already told him what abilities the wailing snake had. Hence, Lin Yuan already knew how the wailing snake could be of help to him. But Wen Yu was still unaware of this. When Wen Yu sensed the wailing snake's ability draining Lake Water River, she knew she could greatly help Lin Yuan in his development in the marsh world. Wen Yu was not a combat class spirit chi professional and did not need to fight. As such, she knew that she only needed to have functional type abilities. The wailing snake provided her with a functional type ability that she could use to help Lin Yuan. Just as Wen Yu was about to speak, Lin Yuan asked, "Wen Yu, what kind of resources does that wailing snake need to increase its power?" Wen Yu replied, "Young master, the wailing snake needs a large amount of snake blood and water and earth elemental energy in order to evolve its quality and grade. There aren't many requirements for the snake blood. It is just the catalyst for the water and earth elemental energy. But the higher the purity of the water and earth elemental energy, the greater the benefits the wailing snake will receive." Only the contractor knew what his fey with the barren bloodline needed to increase its power. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he heard what Wen Yu said. He had been afraid that the wailing snake would be as picky as shiny. Up till now, Lin Yuan still had not started evolving the golden wings. This was because he had not obtained the necessary resources. He had accumulated a significant amount of main phoenix species fey blood from Dark Cloud's bird shrine. However, the time was not right for him to harvest the livers of dragon species feys. If the whaling snake also needed such precious spiritual ingredients to increase its power, it would be a headache for Lin Yuan. But if the whaling snake only needed a large amount of snake species feys blood and pure water and earth elemental energy, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about. Lin Yuan had been nurturing Listen. In this year's ranking of top factions, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would definitely make it into the ranking. There were not many factions with the Chamber of Commerce role. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's rapid development was mainly owed to the sale of luxury resources, Lin Yuan had specified that they must not lose their original role as a Chamber of Commerce. Listen had invested a large amount of money earned from the sale of luxury resources to the Chamber of Commerce side of the business. He had broadly expanded both the Chamber of Commerce's online and offline resources. It could be said that Lin Yuan would be able to obtain any resources that could be found on the market from Listen. No matter how much he needed, Listen would be able to obtain it for him. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about the large amount of snake blood that Wen Yu needed because Listen would be able to settle it for Wen Yu. Lin Yuan took out a diamond fey storage box and gave it to Wen Yu. Wen Yu looked inside the diamond fey storage box and saw 10 brocade boxes. She did not know what the brocade boxes contained, but Lin Yuan had to have his reason for giving them to her. Wen Yu took out one of the brocade boxes and looked inside. She saw 100 shining water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, every brocade box contains 100 water or earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The 1000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls should be enough to sustain the whaling snake for some time. You don't yet have a willpower rune that is suitable for the whaling snake. Let's evolve the whaling snake to bronze/legend first and keep its grade there. Once you've comprehended a willpower rune, you can evolve the whaling snake to bronze/fantasy and continue increasing its power. This will ensure that the whaling snake's talent will be preserved. Ji Feng had followed Lin Yuan for some time but understood the extent of Lin Yuan's wealth the least out of all the people from the return from faraway mansion. After all, Lin Yuan had never produced so many resources in Ji Feng's presence before. At that moment, Ji Feng was stunned by Lin Yuan's store of resources. Why does Lin Yuan seem like a mine where mineral ores can be discovered? He is utterly nonchalant about it. Also, he is way too strict when it comes to Fey evolution. Chapter 1825 Draining Lake Water River and Training Earth into Pearls. It was no wonder that his diamond/fantasy phase were so much stronger than the diamond/fantasy phase of others. Wen Yu did not reject the brocade boxes full of resources. After all, she had already received a significant amount of resources from him and had become used to it. Wen Yu knew that her focus should be on how she could develop Sky City to the maximum extent. She thought about the whaling snake's normal ability and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the whaling snake's normal ability is called Draining Lake Water River, and it can change the environment of its surroundings into a lake or a mountain." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He thought that the location where the whaling snake was would turn into a dry mass of land just as it had been described in the classic of mountains and seas. He did not expect that there could be more than the drying effect. There were some water-type feys that would immediately cause their environment to become colder. The whaling snake could control if the ground became dry or wet. Previously, Lin Yuan had been worried that the whaling snake would cause the ground to dry excessively, and he would have to expend significant manpower to rehydrate the ground. Otherwise, not only would the plant-type phase be unable to survive, but even the resilient soldier ration radish and the marsh ground sphagna that required a large amount of water would also die. According to what Wen Yu said, the whaling snake could adjust the moisture level of the ground it was manipulating. The whaling snake could create a suitable environment based on the requirements of the plant-type phase growing on the land. With the whaling snake in control of the land, there would be no need for the Medusa snake demons or workers to water the plant-type phase. From all perspectives, this was good news and would save a large quantity of manpower. Alas, the whaling snake would not be of help anytime soon. The size of land that the bronze whaling snake could control would not be very large. Wen Yu went on to say, "Young master, the whaling snake can currently control a land size of around 5,000 square kilometers." Shock spread across Lin Yuan's face. Although 5,000 square kilometers was not considered very large, it still exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. The whaling snake was currently only normal quality. Yet, it was already able to control a land size of 5,000 square kilometers. This meant that once it evolved to bronze/legend, it would be able to control 10 times more land. 5,000 square kilometers was almost half of the size of the Radiance 100 sequence testing ground. This was large enough for Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world. Lin Yuan hurriedly contacted Listen to tell him to prepare a large amount of snake species fey blood. Then, Lin Yuan brought the snake blood into the breeding room and started to increase the whaling snake's power. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the whaling snake. Lin Yuan saw that draining lake water river could not only create masses of water or mountains but could also attack other life forms by drawing out water from their bodies until they died of dehydration. After all, blood composed most of a life form's body. At the same time, the whaling snake could use its bones to pierce the skin of enemies. This combat ability mainly came from its ability to manipulate water and earth elements. If heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were used to nurture the whaling snake, it would have much stronger control over elemental energy than other feys did. Even elemental-type source-type feys that had not received proper nurturing could have a weaker control over elemental energy than the whaling snake did. As Lin Yuan continuously injected spiritual power into the whaling snake's body, its grade climbed and soon reached elite. When the whaling snake reached elite grade, it gained a new ability called Training Earth into Pearls, which enabled it to absorb the energy of a specific type of soil and solidify it into pearls. The whaling snake would be able to apply the effects of the pearls on the masses of water and land that it had control over. As such, it would be able to benefit a large area at once. When it came to soil that contained special energy, Lin Yuan's mind immediately went to marsh soil. Marsh dimensional rifts opened much less frequently than abyss and water world dimensional rifts. Hence, top-grade marsh soil was much more valuable than top-grade strange flames and strange water. Every type of top-grade marsh soil contained powerful energy that could substantially benefit the plants that grew in them or life forms that lived around them. If Lin Yuan could harvest top-grade marsh soil from the marsh soil, he could give it to the whaling snake to absorb. This would allow the whaling snake to apply the energy from the marsh soil to the earth and water that it took control of. Lin Yuan felt that both Training Earth into Pearls and Draining Lake Water River were functional type abilities. Most of the soil in the cultivated garden was revival soil. The soil in the marsh world was naturally fertilized. If it was combined with the effects of any top-grade marsh soil, it would be comparable with the revival soil from cultivated garden. Moreover, the training soil into pearls could train more than one type of soil. As long as it had enough time, the whaling snake would be able to turn many types of marsh soil into pearls and impart the effects from the pearls into the ground and water it had control over. Lin Yuan felt that the whaling snake was a fey that was made to help him expand into the marsh world. Soon, after continuous consumption of snake blood, water and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, and pure spirit chi, the whaling snake evolved to Elite X/Epic. After Lin Yuan used spirit chi to break through that level, the whaling snake evolved to bronze grade. When the whaling snake evolved to elite grade, it grew significantly larger. But when it reached bronze grade, the 200 square meter breeding room became slightly cramped. Since the whaling snake was a fey with the barren bloodline, it had extremely high intelligence. Chapter 1826 Transform Spirit Strong Defense. When Lin Yuan was evolving the whaling snake, the latter was already smart enough to speak continuously, thanking him. While Lin Yuan was nurturing the whaling snake, he instinctively checked its gender. He tried stopping the small female snake from thanking him multiple times, but it still continued doing so. This made Lin Yuan think in frustration, this little female snake is too polite. The bronze whaling snake was almost 12 meters long, and its four wings had a 10-meter wingspan. Given its size, it could well be considered a giant fey. Lin Yuan estimated that it would grow to at least 1,000 meters once it reached Diamond/Fantasy. Lin Yuan found it hard to swallow that such a gargantuan creature was thanking him in a childlike voice and acting coquettishly toward him. When the whaling snake reached bronze grade, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan checked on all of them. Mountain water molded body, the ground and water within the whaling snake's control will become nutrients. By sacrificing the ground and water, the whaling snake's power will be increased, and its physical body will be strengthened. Lin Yuan immediately knew that mountain water molded body would allow the whaling snake to roll grades and do combat. If the whaling snake was a power offense type fey, mountain water molded body would be the best choice of exclusive skill. It would allow the whaling snake to sacrifice the territory under its control when it was in danger so it could transfer the energy from the territory to itself. It was rare for feys to be able to temper their bodies. This was even more so for stronger feys. No matter how strong the whaling snake became, mountain water molded body would allow it to continue strengthening its body. As the whaling snake continued to take control of earth and water to temper itself, it would strengthen its body to the point that it would become much physically stronger than other feys of the same grade. However, mountain water molded body did not complement draining lake water river and training earth into pearls, which were strategic abilities that would help Lin Yuan with his development in the marsh world. Moreover, mountain water molded body could end up counterproductive to his plans. Once the whaling snake sacrificed the ground and water under its control, all the plant-type feys that grew on the ground would die immediately. Lin Yuan could feed top-grade marsh soil to the whaling snake so that it could use training earth into pearls. However, the low-grade marsh soil that was discovered would be buried beneath the territory to benefit the growth of the plants. Once the whaling snake used mountain water molded body, its power would be raised significantly. However, it would cause the marsh soil in the ground to be sacrificed. This would be a huge loss. In terms of combat, Lin Yuan had situated White Speak, the kill food sky butterfly, and Shadow within the marsh world. There was no need for the whaling snake to participate at all. Thus, Lin Yuan moved on to the second exclusive skill. Double head mutual kill. The whaling snake can use its bloodline to curse a target. Its two heads will start attacking each other. When the whaling snake sustains damage, the damage can be transferred to the cursed target. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless when he saw this exclusive skill. Firstly, the whaling snake could not be considered a power offense type fey. Both the fiery sky hose normal and elite abilities were meant for power offense type feys. As such, it could be classified as a power offense type fey. There was no need for the whaling snake to have combat ability, much less develop a new combat style. The only outstanding part of the second exclusive skill was that it would enable the whaling snake to use its bloodline to curse a target. With Lin Yuan providing water and earth type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls as well as pure elemental energy from the element well, there was no doubt that the whaling snake's bloodline would be mighty. But the method of hurting itself to curse the opponent, essentially taking the opponent on in a stamina battle of vitality, was terrible. Any external party could interrupt the two feys while they were clashing against each other. Moreover, there were things like the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen that could relieve the curse's effects. Both Wang Fuxiang and Zhong Ziyi had received the benefits of the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen. The possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen would also be useful against double head mutual kill. Lin Yuan could not be certain if other spiritual ingredients or fey abilities would also be able to limit and counter curses. Normally, any abilities that could be limited or countered by opponents or external factors would not be a good choice. If Lin Yuan had to choose between mountain water molded body and double head mutual kill, he preferred mountain water molded body. If it had no choice but to choose this ability, the whaling snake could just avoid using this ability in the marsh world. It was still better than a useless curse ability. Lin Yuan had no choice but to place his hopes in the whaling snake's third possible exclusive skill. When he saw the third exclusive skill, a smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Transform Spirit Strong Defense. By increasing the area of ground and water that it controls, it can sacrifice its combat ability and turn into the protector of the land. It will become an all-knowing master of that land. Lin Yuan was already interested in the aspect of Transform Spirit Strong Defense that allowed the whaling snake to increase the area of water and land it controlled. The larger the area of his territory in the marsh world, the better. Lin Yuan could not be certain how much Transform Spirit Strong Defense could increase the area of water and ground the whaling snake controlled. But the larger the area, the more benefits Lin Yuan would receive. Moreover, Transform Spirit Strong Defense would allow the whaling snake to become the protector of the land and know the minute details of exactly what happened on the land. Once the whaling snake became the protector of the land, it would be able to appear anywhere on the land. It would be easy for it to handle any issues that took place within the land. Chapter 1827 Wen Yu's Choice and Thoughts. There were many normal people living on Lin Yuan's territory who were in charge of cultivating the plant-type feys. They would not even be able to handle a weak marsh crocodile. The whaling snake could secure these people's safety as the protector of the land. There was bound to be conflict wherever there were people. Once any squabbles broke out within the territory, the whaling snake would be able to step in immediately to settle it. The marsh ground Sphagna was Wendy's favored believer. The marsh ground Sphagna's scouting ability mainly involved mapping the geographical formations. As such, it would not clash with the whaling snake's ability. Lin Yuan would be able to rest easy if he could know exactly what was happening in his territory at all times. He would not have to worry about trivial matters that took place within the territory. Through the whaling snake, he would receive an accurate report. Lin Yuan's favorite was the third exclusive skill. However, the wailing snake was a fey that Wen Yu had contracted. Thus, Wen Yu had to be the one to make the choice. As such, he called Wen Yu, who had been waiting outside the room. Wen Yu was about to ask Lin Yuan about the wailing snake when she saw the gigantic creature in the breeding room. She did not expect the wailing snake to grow to such an extent when it reached bronze grade. Wen Yu never had any large feys, but she liked them tremendously. Moreover, the wailing snake had an extremely appealing appearance. It had a golden body that was elegantly coiled, 2 large snake heads, and light gold wings. Snake species feys mostly had sinister appearances, and very few of them had such a magnificent appearance. Lin Yuan said, "Wen Yu, I have evolved the wailing snake to bronze grade. Take a look at the 3 exclusive skills and pick one of them. Personally, I think the first and third ones are not bad. The second one doesn't complement the wailing snake's other 2 abilities." Wen Yu carefully sensed the wailing snake and said with a thankful tone, "Young master, I think that the third exclusive skill, Transform Spirit Strong Defense, suits the wailing snake best. It will also make it easier to manage the territory in the marsh world." Once she was done speaking, Wen Yu did not hesitate to choose Transform Spirit Strong Defense. Wen Yu's reason for becoming stronger was to be of help to Lin Yuan. Now that she had the chance to help him, there was no way she would pass up on the opportunity. When Wen Yu made her choice, Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the wailing snake. Fey name, wailing snake. Fey species, barren species / feather-winged species. Fey grade, bronze, 1/10. Fey type, earth / water. Fey quality, normal. Abilities. Draining lake water river, according to the willpower within its body, it can change the environment to fill it with water or mountains. When attacking a life form, it can choose to strip the life form of the moisture within it or cause its bones to lose control. Training earth into pearls, choose a soil that contains special energy and absorb it into the body to solidify the energy into pearls. The pearls can affect the size of the ground and water under the wailing snake's control and apply the effects of the pearls to them. In combat, the pearls can be used as weapons. Exclusive skill. Transform Spirit Strong Defense. By increasing the area of ground and water that it controls, it can sacrifice its combat ability and turn into the protector of the land. It will become an all-knowing master of that land. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Wen Yu, leave the wailing snake with me. I will return it to you once I evolve it to legend quality. You have been nurturing Lu Pinru all this time. How are the results?" Wen Yu replied with a serious tone, "Young master, Lu Pinru can now stand on her own 2 feet. There will be no problem for her to put on the Sky City's mask and manage the Star Web territory." Lu Pinru did not expect Wen Yu to have such high praise for Lu Pinru. If Lu Pinru could manage Sky City's Star Web territory, it would be a load off Wen Yu's shoulders. "Wen Yu, take the next 2 days to prepare. I have already contacted Sun Ningxiang, and both of you will be going to the Marsh World 2 days later to help me manage my territory there." Wen Yu had wanted to go and visit the Marsh World for a long time. Recently, Sky City had been quiet. Wen Yu spent most of her time organizing materials to set up Sky City's own information repository. Wen Yu was more excited about managing the territory in the untapped Marsh World than she was about managing Sky City's already well-managed Star Web faction territory. "Young master, there isn't much for me to prepare. I can go to the Marsh World tonight." When Lin Yuan saw how Wen Yu was raring to go, he said, "Slow down, Wen Yu. I plan on taking you to visit Yin Lin tomorrow afternoon. I already met her once since she arrived at the Radiance Federation. Since there is an opportunity for it, you should see her too. Zhong Zi, Gao Feng and the rest want to gather together for a meal tomorrow. You can get back to work after the meal. You can take these 2 days to rest." Wen Yu immediately became interested when she heard that Lin Yuan wanted to take her to see Yin Lin. Wen Yu had noticed Yin Lin's attitude toward Lin Yuan during his fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. There was no question that Yin Lin was one of their own. There were many ways that Sky City could work with Yin Lin. Through her, Sky City would be able to obtain feys and resources that were only available in the Azure Federation. If Yin Lin could not bring herself to ask Lin Yuan for a collaboration, Wen Yu would step in to fill the gap. The Azure Federation had always remained neutral between the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation. After leaning so obviously toward the Radiance Federation on this trip, Yin Lin would definitely have to quell some issues when she returned to the Azure Federation. Yin Lin's authority in the Azure Federation might even be diminished. Wen Yu wanted to work with Yin Lin because she wanted to obtain resources and help Yin Lin secure a more stable seat amongst the Azure Envoys. This was the only way that Yin Lin would be of the most help to Sky City. Ever since she ascertained her status within Sky City, Wen Yu no longer involved her emotions when she handled matters. Everything came after Lin Yuan's benefits. While Wen Yu was chatting with Lin Yuan, she suddenly remembered the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting that would be taking place tomorrow. The Astronomical Parliament was currently 4 stars and could summon its members even if they were not sleeping. Chapter 1828 The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting is about to begin. As such, Wen Yu decided that she would hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting with Lin Yuan before lunch. However, once she went to the Marsh world, she would be in a completely different space from the main world. In order for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting to take place, the members had to be in the same space. Wen Yu hurriedly asked Lin Yuan, "Young master, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting won't be able to carry on as usual when I'm in the Marsh world. If it's inconvenient to travel to and from the Marsh world, why don't we inform the other members during this parliamentary meeting that we will only be meeting once a month from now on?" Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Each Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting did not take long. It had already become part of the members' habit to attend the once-a-week meeting. There was no need to break this habit. Moreover, it was much more convenient to take Wen Yu to and from the Marsh world and the main world than it was to take her to and from the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. The spirit craftsmen and plant-type fey cultivators in the Marsh world could not leave because Lin Yuan wanted to keep news about the Marsh world from leaking into the main world. At the crux of it, Lin Yuan could not trust these people. Although Lin Yuan had carefully chosen them, the human heart was still an enigma. Lin Yuan could not know if any of them were harboring unsavory schemes. If the people with evil intentions were left in the Marsh world, they would not be able to cause much trouble. Meanwhile, Wen Yu was Lin Yuan's aide who had been with him for a long time and even set up Sky City with him. He had absolute trust in her. Although he still did not want anyone to know about the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he had the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, which could be the bridge between the main world and Klein Hub and the Marsh world. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to take Wen Yu out of the Marsh world whenever she wanted. "Wen Yu, we will carry on holding the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting on a weekly basis. Both of us have the thoughts letter papers and can communicate any time." Wen Yu smiled and replied, "Young master, the thoughts letter paper needs to use mind power. Hence, they can be sent even if the users are in different spaces. Young master, I'll still be able to contact you even when you're training in the Divine Wood Federation." Suddenly, a thought came to Wen Yu's mind, and she asked, "Young master, the thoughts letter paper was originally meant to be given to the members of the Astronomical Parliament. However, Yin Lin and Su Yiren are in different situations. Now that the 7 states of darkness has been destroyed, Su Yiren's status as a dark envoy is in name only. The Azure Federation still exists, but no one can be sure until the last moment if they will side with the Radiance Federation or Freedom Federation. As the 4th Azure envoy, Yin Lin might not have much say in this matter. Should we keep our guard up against Yin Lin and not give her one of the thoughts letter paper?" Li Yang understood what Wen Yu meant. The ability thoughts letter paper would be extremely useful during the major Federation meeting. They could be used to inform the Radiance envoys and Radiance knights, who were scattered all around to gather. Wen Yu was afraid that if they gave one of the thoughts letter paper to Yin Lin, she would expose its existence. Not exposing the existence of the thoughts letter paper had not been part of her oath when she became a member of the Astronomical Parliament. Hence, it was understandable for Wen Yu to be wary. After all, Lin Yuan was still the main decision-maker for everything. Lin Yuan pondered over the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water as well as Yin Lin who had not hesitated to stand by his side against the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan said, "All the members of the Astronomical Parliament are equal. Yin Lin can also receive one of the thoughts letter paper." Lin Yuan made this decision after careful consideration. Firstly, Yin Lin had helped him to involve 2 other disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty. This had enabled the Radiance Federation's team to emerge victorious. Without Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji, Lin Yuan was not sure if they would have won even if he had fully emptied his tank. Since Yin Lin made this decision, it meant that she was fully on Lin Yuan's side. As such, there was no way Yin Lin would reveal the secret. Moreover, even if the secret of the thoughts letter paper was leaked, it would not seriously impact the big picture. Thoughts letter paper used up mind power to link with the elemental paper to transfer information. No external force could break this ability unless the elemental paper was destroyed or Wen Yu was killed. Every Federation envoy at the major Federation meeting would have to communicate with the 2 Federation Knights under them. If Lin Yuan could become a Radiance envoy, his Radiance Knights would be Lu Ji and Wen Yu. As he continued to protect Lu Ji and Wen Yu over the next 2 years, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break through his and Lu Ji's defenses to get to Wen Yu. As such, there was no need to be overly worried about the information being transmitted through Thought's letter paper. If the existence of the Thought's letter paper was leaked, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu would know that one of the members of the Astronomical Parliament was no longer on the same side as them. After hearing Lin Yuan's opinion, Wen Yu said, "Young master, why don't we hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting before we visit Yin Lin? This way, we'll be able to let her know in advance and arrange for a place to meet." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan was in no rush to address the disaster world faceless beast, flower calamity beautiful devil, or major sea demon because he had not even had the time to check on the transformed spirit lock spatial zone. First, they would hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting and meet with Yin Lin. Then, Lin Yuan would settle everything else tonight. After tonight, he would have contracted a fey with the Baron bloodline, a devil, and a major sea demon. Lin Yuan had another reason for visiting Yin Lin besides thanking her. He also wanted to trade for some high-grade strange water. Very few Class 4 and above water world dimensional rifts opened near the Radiance Federation. Although they had a stock of strange water, not much of it was high or top grade. Lin Yuan needed strange water to nurture both Dark Blue and the Major Sea Demon. Chapter 1829 Opportunities for the Astronomical Parliament's members. The Azure Federation regarded strange water the same way that the Radiance Federation regarded strange flames. It was not considered rare. Yin Lin would definitely turn him down if he tried to give her resources. But if he proposed a trade, he would be able to transfer resources to her and speed up her growth. Soon, Wen Yu prepared 2 chairs and started the ritual for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. When the Astronomical Parliament had only been 1 and 2 stars, it took Wen Yu half an hour to complete the ritual. But now that it had evolved to 4 stars and Wen Yu's spiritual energy had also increased significantly, it only took her 5 minutes to complete the ritual. Wen Yu thought about how her spiritual energy had increased and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, should we recruit 2 new members for the Astronomical Parliament? We will be able to expand the scale of the Astronomical Parliament." Lin Yuan had always been eager to increase the number of the Astronomical Parliament's members. But this time, he shook his head at Wen Yu's suggestion and said, "This time, I intend on evolving Bei-Su, Buletin Po, and Wolun. I especially have to focus on Bei-Su and Wolun." Buletin Po had already met up with the Spirit Mother. Although the Spirit Mother liked to use the method of weeding out the weak, he would not allow one of the fayless candidates to clash against the other reserve disciples that had diamond grade and above phase. The candidates for the next Spirit Mother would come from his reserve disciples. Although only one of them could succeed the role, there were many other roles besides Spirit Mother. Lin Yuan just needed to use the Astronomical Parliament to ensure that Buletin Po survived to the end. As for now, Buletin Po lived a very comfortable life. By comparison, Bei-Su and Wolun were barely getting by. Lin Yuan still had not been able to pinpoint the Grotto continent on a map. Bei-Su led a ragtag team, and they only managed to just scrape by every day. They not only had to be worried about the environmental threats but also the residents of the Grotto continent. Currently, Bei-Su was still a C-rank spirit chi professional. He definitely did not have the power to take on significant threats. Although Lin Yuan had a wealth of resources and could even enable Tale and Buletin Po to become creation masters, he could not instantly raise Bei-Su's spirit chi professional rank. As such, Lin Yuan needed to come up with another plan. However, he did not understand Bei-Su's circumstances, and any plan he came up with might not be useful for Bei-Su. Hence, he needed to have a proper discussion with Bei-Su during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Wolun was an A-rank spirit chi professional. Since he was a sailor, he had to encounter far more dangerous situations than regular spirit chi professionals. Lin Yuan had provided Wolun with the Bronze X/Legend Blue Ring Sea Octopus and several bottles of potions that would be able to evolve the Blue Ring Sea Octopus to Diamond grade. Wolun had a willpower rune that was suitable for the Blue Ring Sea Octopus. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have used Star Spirit Seed to send the Blue Ring Sea Octopus to Wolun. An A-rank Spirit Chi professional could roll grades to take control of Suzerain/Myth phase. The Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen was becoming increasingly common, and many veteran and rising factions had ways to obtain it. The hardest thing for A-rank Spirit Chi professionals was to evolve their phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy V. Every fey needed different resources to be able to evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy V. Even feys that needed the least conceivable amount of resources would take a pinnacle king-class expert 5 to 8 years of hard work to accumulate. Wolun did not have 5 to 8 years. Lin Yuan was still waiting for Wolun to build his own boat in the Violent Wind Federation that Lin Yuan would use to carve out a sea trade in the future. Lin Yuan planned on spending more willpowers and laws this time to significantly improve Wolun by enabling the blue ring sea octopus to evolve to fantasy breed. The astronomical parliament linked Lin Yuan, Wolun, and Wenyu in a way that Wolun became their subordinate. Wolun was willing to sacrifice everything for them. Thus, Lin Yuan was willing to provide Wolun with more in-depth resources. When Lin Yuan was evolving the blue ring sea octopus, he noticed something special about the blue ring sea octopus. There seemed to be a unique bloodline within the blue ring sea octopus. Lin Yuan had given the blue ring sea octopus to Wolun. During the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan planned to ask Wolun if the blue ring sea octopus had mutated when it evolved from bronze to diamond. Wenyu thought, it looks like Bei Su and Wolun are going to receive opportunities. If Lin Yuan was willing to help Bei Su and Wolun, he would definitely have ways to protect them no matter how far apart they were. After Lin Yuan sat down on the chair, Wenyu injected all the spiritual energy in her body into the cat's eye stone in her forehead. The cat's eye stone lit up with silver light, and a brilliant sky of constellations materialized. Once the parliamentary meeting began, Lin Yuan and Wenyu, whose bodies now comprised of laws and willpowers, took their seats on the golden thrones. They immediately sensed a few of the north-south constellation seats reacting. The first to react was the Andromeda seat with which Yin Lin had formed a contract. Yin Lin knew Lin Yuan would seek her out after she gave him such a large helping hand. Today was the day for another scheduled astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. Yin Lin thought, Leo will probably invite me to meet with him during this astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. As such, Yin Lin was extremely excited about this astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. She forgot that the others around her could feel what she felt when they were composed of their soul and willpowers. Wenyu gently shook her head when she sensed Yin Lin's excitement. Wenyu did not have a problem with Yin Lin. In fact, she felt grateful that Yin Lin had helped Lin Yuan. Given that Wenyu was also a young girl who had experienced similar feelings, she understood how Yin Lin was feeling. Wenyu shook her head because she felt bad for Yin Lin. Wenyu knew how quickly Lin Yuan advanced. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to catch up to him. Wenyu was only able to stay by Lin Yuan's side because her phase and sacred source life form had strategic significance. Before Lu Ji obtained the firefly demon fetuses, he had struggled to catch up with Lin Yuan despite possessing numerous insect species carcinoma phase. Chapter 1830 Mutated Blue Ring Sea Octopus. Wenyu had witnessed Lin Yuan's increase in power. There was a time when becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence was a seemingly unattainable goal for Lin Yuan. But soon, he started overtaking them one by one. Even Long Tao, who was the current sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence, had long been left behind by Lin Yuan. Once Lin Yuan left someone in the dust, there was no way they would be able to catch up to him. The second person to show up after Yin Lin was Wolun. Wolun and Buletin Po were new to the astronomical parliament. Both of them saw the astronomical parliament as their savior. Since Wolun had become accustomed to the savagery of the sea, he did not believe in having faith. But now, the presence of the astronomical parliament surpassed his cognition. Wolun was now the head of a team and was free. Thus, after Wolun felt the astronomical parliament summoning him, he immediately found an empty space and entered the astronomical parliament. He looked at Lin Yuan and Wenyu as though they were gods that he worshipped. Previously, Wolun only had the gold-tied armor sea fern. He had not stood out amongst A-rank spirit chi professionals. But now that he had the diamond eye/fantasy eye blue ring sea octopus, he had managed to take control of Duolun Harbor in the span of a day. Since the ground in the Violent Wind Federation was not suitable to grow plant-type phase on, its residents could only sail out to sea to fight against the elements to obtain sea resources. Wolun was much more powerful than the other sailors from a small site like Duolun Harbor. According to the way the Radiance Federation was managed, any region belonging to a city that was conquered by an external force would trigger the city guards into action to remove the hostile entity. However, this was the opposite case for the Violent Wind Federation. Once it became certain that Wolun had absolute power to take over Duolun Harbor, the envoys from the Violent Wind Imperial Court immediately went to Duolun Harbor and made Wolun the consul of Duolun Harbor. However, they had requested that Wolun protect Duolun Harbor from any and all danger. In the past, Wolun might not have agreed to this opportunity. Once he became the consul of Duolun Harbor, he would not be able to go out sailing as often and continue his cavalier sailor lifestyle. Instead, he would have to carry out the duties of a consul and remain in Duolun Harbor. Wolun loved adventure, and such a life would seem like jail to him. But after he became a member of the Astronomical Parliament, he knew that Liu wanted him to set up his own faction. Hence, Wolun had been trying to carry this out. But, setting up a restaurant through which he would recruit sailors would not be as convenient as being the consul of Duolun Harbor. After he became Duolun Harbor's consul, he would have a reason to gather the sailors together. This might be the first time that Wolun owned a fantasy breed fey, but he had seen feys of this level before. However, the blue ring sea octopus was much larger and more ferocious than the diamond/fantasy feys that Wolun had encountered in the past. Normally, feys like the blue ring sea octopus that attacked targets using psychotoxins were not large. This was common knowledge to spirit G professionals. Although Wolun was not a creation master, he was aware of such common knowledge. In order to investigate the blue ring sea octopus' special characteristics, Wolun had consulted 3 Class 2 creation masters. He had not summoned the blue ring sea octopus out for them to see and had only described the blue ring sea octopus to them. Displeasure had spread across the faces of the Class 2 creation masters. It was as though Wolun had been spinning a sea tale to them. The Class 2 creation master's reaction not only did not disappoint Wolun but delighted him. He now knew that the blue ring sea octopus had indeed mutated in an unprecedented way. There had been a diamond/fantasy knife-thrusting man-killing crab within the 270 leagues under Duolun Harbor's territory. It had seriously deterred Duolun Harbor's development. As the new consul of Duolun Harbor, Wolun had immediately gone to settle the knife-thrusting man-killing crab. This act had earned Wolun the thanks of all the sailors from Duolun Harbor. All the sailors had had to pass through the territory that the knife-thrusting man-killing crab occupied, and they had been living in fear of becoming the crab's next meal. When Wolun became a consul and declared that he was going to kill the knife-thrusting man-killing crab, he removed an issue that had plagued the sailors for years. This allowed Wolun to gain their loyalty. Moreover, Wolun had wanted to test the blue ring sea octopus combat ability. When the blue ring sea octopus killed the sharks, it had been evident that the shark's combat power could not compare with that of the blue ring sea octopus. As such, it had not been a good gauge of the blue ring sea octopus combat power. When the blue ring sea octopus fought the knife-thrusting man-killing crab, the blue ring sea octopus easily slaughtered the diamond 3/pinnacle fantasy I knife-thrusting man-killing crab within 2 minutes. The hard crab shell and knife-like pincers had been crushed under the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. The fight had only lasted 2 minutes because the blue ring sea octopus had toyed with the knife-thrusting man-killing crab for some time to savor the experience of the kill. Wolun had not gone into the water and had not seen the blue ring sea octopus absorb the grey ripples that emerged from the dying knife-thrusting man-killing crab. However, he had sensed that the blue ring sea octopus had absorbed some type of energy after the extermination and strengthened itself. The blue ring sea octopus power left Wolun stunned. Could an instant kill happen in a fight between feys of similar grade and quality? Although the blue ring sea octopus had evolved to fantasy breed from bronze/legend, it was almost unbelievable that it was this strong. Liu had given the blue ring sea octopus to Wolun, so he intended to tell Liu about the blue ring sea octopus during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. He would also ask about what made the blue ring sea octopus special. After Wolun respectfully greeted Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, Bei Su, Talei, and Su Yiren entered the Astronomical Parliament one after the other. Buletin Po only appeared in the Astronomical Parliament 3 minutes after Wen Yu sent out the signal. He was very apologetic about his tardiness. Chapter 1831 I'm sorry Liu, but I might not be able to make it. Previously, he was a weak young man who the servants of the Earth Mothers even abused. Now, he was a disciple of the Spirit Mother to whom the Sky Mothers even had to bow in greeting. He had even seen the legendary Spirit Mother. All of this left Buletin Po terrified, but he also knew why he was receiving such treatment. As one of the Spirit Mother's disciples, he was always surrounded by people. Buletin Po had almost 5,000 people serving him. The palace that Buletin Po was assigned to was even larger than the village he had grown up in. Besides his servants, he also had 4 Sky Mothers and 2 Spirit Mother guards by his side. In a very short period, Buletin Po had attained a high status but also had his freedom taken away. When he received the Astronomical Parliament's signal, Buletin Po had been training fighting strategies with the 2 Spirit Mother guards. He had only managed to slip away to his bedroom to enter the Astronomical Parliament by lying and saying that he was tired and wanted to take a nap. Bulletin Po never felt a sense of belonging to the Spirit Mother Federation. He did not have much respect for the Spirit Mother either. Bulletin Po knew what would have happened to him and his sister if not for Lin Yuan's existence. As such, after he apologized, he immediately told Lin Yuan and Wen Yu everything about what was happening to him. He also did not try to hide anything from the other members of the Astronomical Parliament. Bulletin Po felt that the members of the Astronomical Parliament gave him a warmer feeling than the Spirit Mother Federation did. When they heard what Bulletin Po said, Yin Lin and Su Yiren immediately knew that his life had been transformed. The Spirit Mother's reserved disciples received endless esteem in the Spirit Mother Federation. But in the end, they would be pitted against each other in a battle of their creation master talent. Lin Yuan had managed to turn Bulletin Po into a Class 3 creation master. This allowed Bulletin Po to become noticed by the Spirit Mother. It was unlikely that another of the Spirit Mother's disciples was also a Class 3 creation master who was as young as Bulletin Po was. If Lin Yuan gave Bulletin Po more resources that allowed Bulletin Po to take another step forward, Bulletin Po would almost certainly be able to emerge victorious from the battle between the Spirit Mother's reserved disciples. There were still 8 years before the current Spirit Mother's term ended. If Bulletin Po became the next Spirit Mother, it would mean that the Spirit Mother Federation's next Spirit Mother would be under Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's control. From Bulletin Po's attitude, it was clear that he did not feel a shred of loyalty to the Spirit Mother Federation. All of his affections were directed at Lin Yuan. Among all the federations with Class 5 creation masters, the Spirit Mother Federation was the most closed off, and very little information about it was leaked to the outside world. Hence, Bei Su, Tale, Wolun, and the rest did not understand much of what Bulletin Po said. Lin Yuan had been like them when he was still in the Xia region and only knew of the happenings within the Radiance Federation. At the same time that Lin Yuan turned Bulletin Po into a Class 3 creation master, he had also planned out Bulletin Po's life. Nonetheless, he had not expected Bulletin Po's journey to be so smooth. Bulletin Po was already so vibrant that his light overshadowed the rest of the reserve disciples. Given his position, it was inevitable that he would be the object of envy and targeted by the other reserve disciples. Unlike the other reserve members who had the support of their powerful families, Bulletin Po had no one that he could rely on in the Spirit Mother Federation. However, no support in the Spirit Mother Federation could compare with support from the Spirit Mother Federation. If Bulletin Po wanted to rely on the Spirit Mother and gain his acknowledgement and blessing, his best bet would be to advance his own talent. Lin Yuan said, "Bulletin Po, as of now, you only have the knowledge. It will be difficult for you to gain experience if you don't apply the knowledge practically. I will help you to advance further once you manage to reach 80% homogeneity when combining spiritual ingredients for a grade 3 spirit fluid." Bulletin Po nodded dutifully. Since Lin Yuan's image in the Astronomical Parliament consisted of his soul and thousands of willpowers and laws, Bulletin Po could not tell how old Lin Yuan was. At that moment, Bulletin Po was looking at Lin Yuan with childlike admiration. It was the same way that a young man would look at his father. Now that he understood Bulletin Po's circumstances, Lin Yuan knew that he would not have to worry about him. Nothing was more important in the Spirit Mother Federation than the legacy of the Spirit Mother. Bulletin Po's talent gave the current Spirit Mother a reason to be biased toward Bulletin Po. Bulletin Po was as important to the Spirit Mother Federation as Yin Lin was to the Azure Federation. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking to Bulletin Po, Tale hurriedly said, "Master, I have sent someone to investigate the land that I applied for. We will be able to begin building on this land within this month." Tale was still a child and was 1 to 2 years younger than Bulletin Po. Once he became familiar with someone, he acted like an innocent child. Ever since Tale and Su Yiren met up, Su Yiren had started teaching him. As she watched Tale excitedly chatting with Lin Yuan, Su Yiren said, "Tale, you will be able to see Leo very soon in reality. You can say anything you want to him then." After being taught by Su Yiren for more than a month, Tale had changed from a simple young man to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, Tale instantly picked up on what Su Yiren was trying to say. He stuck out his tongue and realized that he had been overly enthusiastic. Each parliamentary meeting did not last long. Since he was going to be able to meet with Leo in reality, there was no need for him to take up the parliamentary meeting's time. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Yiren. It was true that Lin Yuan had not intended to dedicate much of the parliamentary meeting's time to Su Yiren, Tale, and Yin Lin. Lin Yuan looked at Bei Su and saw that Bei Su was staring at him unblinkingly. Lin Yuan asked Bei Su, "How is your current situation?" Bei Su continued to stare dazedly at Lin Yuan. His lips only parted a moment later as he said, "I'm sorry Leo, but I might not be able to make it." While Bei Su spoke, he thought about the fey source type items, books, and resources that Lin Yuan had given him. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. He still had not been able to set up an official faction or repay Lin Yuan in any way. He felt that he would not be able to make it past today and would be doomed to roaming the darkness forever. His life would end as a pile of bones in this underground world. After growing up in the underground world, Bei Su had long come to terms with death. Chapter 1832 didn't expect you to receive such an opportunity. There were members of the Astronomical Parliament who were about to meet with Liu, but he did not have such luck in his cards. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Yin Lin, Su Yiren, Tale, and Wo Lun were all shocked when they heard what Bei Su said. They frowned simultaneously. Lin Yuan asked Bei Su in a solemn tone, "What's wrong? Why didn't you contact the Astronomical Parliament if something happened to you?" After the Astronomical Parliament evolved and Wen Yu's link to the members of the Astronomical Parliament deepened, the members did not have to wait until they were asleep to enter the Astronomical Parliament. The Astronomical Parliament's members could also voluntarily reach out to the Astronomical Parliament to communicate with Wen Yu and Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan would have to pay a higher price of willpowers when the members of the Astronomical Parliament wanted to communicate voluntarily, he still wanted Bei Su to contact him if he was in trouble. In the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan was like a god and would go to the aid of any member. Even if Yin Lin was not an Azure Envoy and Buletin Po was not one of the Spirit Mother's reserve members, all of them had formed a contract with the Astronomical Parliament to save themselves in exchange for everything they had. Although Lin Yuan called himself the system as a joke, he could not be as unfeeling as one. Humans were all emotional creatures. Every member of the Astronomical Parliament was now linked to Lin Yuan. Bei Su was the first to join the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan was beside himself with worry over Bei Su's safety. At first, Lin Yuan had not expected to gain much. Otherwise, he would not have chosen someone like Bei Su, who came from nothing and seemed to be useless dead weight. After every Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan would try to come up with ways to keep Bei Su and Wo Lun alive. Due to the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan had no lack of laws and willpowers. As long as he continuously gathered the law crystals and law crystal fragments from the corpses of fantasy and myth breed feys, Lin Yuan would have a constant supply of laws and willpowers. No one else would be able to freely use the Astronomical Parliament's ability Star Spirit Seat to help the members of the Astronomical Parliament. Now that Bei Su said that he might not be able to hold on, Lin Yuan felt his first burst of violent emotion while in the Astronomical Parliament. This caused his voice to turn cold. The people who heard him instinctively thought that he was angry. However, Wen Yu had been with Lin Yuan for a long time and knew him well. As such, she knew that what he was feeling was worry over Bei Su. Bei Su hurriedly apologized to Lin Yuan and said, "I'm sorry, Liu. Before Bei Su could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him. Lin Yuan sensed Bei Su's soul through the Astronomical Parliament and could feel that the vitality within his body was flowing in a strange direction. If Bei Su was injured, the blood loss would have been stable, and the vitality would be dissipating at a constant rate. However, Bei Su's vitality was fluctuating like a roller coaster. Lin Yuan immediately thought about the sharp shadow bat that he had given Bei Su. The sharp shadow bat could replenish its vitality by absorbing blood. It was likely that the volatility of Bei Su's vitality was linked to the sharp shadow bat. However, it would not be a difficult issue for Lin Yuan if it was just a matter of the loss of vitality. What exactly is happening on your side? Bei Su hastily described his circumstance. Liu, I wanted to contact you, but something happened. I realized that I couldn't hold on and was about to contact the Astronomical Parliament when this meeting started. Bei Su wanted to explain himself first. The figures seated on the golden throne had become the most important people to him. Since he could die at any time, he did not want to be misunderstood by the most important people in his life. Bei Su went on to say, I met a group when I was exploring the underground world. All the people in the group had turned into monsters. However, none of the experts from the group could defeat me, and I conquered them. Right after I took over the group, the underground river flooded. All of my subordinates, including the people from the group, started building dams to prevent the river from destroying the structures the group had built. However, someone still ended up falling into the water. I jumped into the water to save him and was bitten by a strange life form with a red fish tail. For some reason, I managed to form a contract with this life form. It grew and increased its power by absorbing my vitality. The fey you gave me has been killing life forms continuously to replenish my vitality. Otherwise, the half-human life form with a red fish tail and algae-like hair would have killed me within 10 minutes. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. He nodded at Wen Yu and used his willpowers to apply the mountain jade imprint on all 6 members of the astronomical parliament. The other 5 did not feel much as a green lotus flower imprint appeared below their clavicle. However, Bei Su could feel the vitality in his body rapidly being replenished. As the strange life form with a red fish tail continued to drain his vitality, the green imprint would recover the vitality he had lost, so the amount of vitality in his body remained at peak level. Lin Yuan's method went beyond Bei Su's comprehension. Bei Su had been certain that he did not have long left to live. But with a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, he brought Bei Su light at the end of his previously pitch-dark tunnel. Bei Su could sense that the half-human life form he had formed a contract with felt very affectionate toward him. It continuously increased its power by absorbing his vitality. Chapter 1833 The Deliberately Caused Sea Hazard. When Lin Yuan was learning about mermaids and major sea demons, he read through many secret tomes. According to the historical records, there were only 3 kinds of life forms in the world of human-shaped life forms with fish tails. One of them was deep-sea mermaids. Lin Yuan already knew that they came from the water world and had accidentally arrived in the main world and managed to breed. The second group was the sea demons that came from the Lantis mystic realm, and the Azure Federation regarded them as strategic class resources. The deep-sea mermaids were already considered legends. Yet, the third group of life forms was even rarer than deep-sea mermaids. This type of life form was not born with human form. Rather, they had to continuously absorb vitality from humans in order to transform themselves into human form. If they did not start out by absorbing human genes, they would become monsters with the tail of a fish and the body of a beast. They were called the blood parasite witchfish. According to the records of the blood parasite witchfish, it was the only fey that could initiate a contract with another life form before it reached gold grade. The blood parasite witchfish would continuously absorb the vitality of its contractor to deepen their bond until it eventually became its contractor's lover. Before the contractor died, the blood parasite witchfish would do everything it could to protect its contractor with utmost loyalty. However, regardless of whether the blood parasite witchfish formed a contract with a human or fey, it would rapidly suck its contractor dry of their vitality. As such, they would not have time to enjoy the protection of the blood parasite witchfish. Since the blood parasite witchfish that Bei Su had formed a contract with already had human form during their first encounter, it meant that it had already sucked a human dry of vitality before in the past. Given the clear definition of its human form, it had already sucked numerous humans dry of vitality. The blood parasite witchfish was skilled at controlling water. Normally, the underground rivers were very calm. It was likely that the blood parasite witchfish caused the flood to try and trap the group of men situated on the shore of the river. Given the disorganized culture of the underground world, it was likely that any expert that did know of the blood parasite witchfish would not be aware of how dangerous it was. It was probable that many of them wanted to form contracts with the blood parasite witchfish. The spirit chi professionals in the subterranean world who possessed feys all held significant authority. Since the blood parasite witchfish initiated the contract with the spirit chi professional, its power was not restricted by the spirit chi professional's rank. With the mountain jade imprint continuously replenishing Bei Su's vitality, Bei Su could continue providing vitality to the blood parasite witchfish. The blood parasite witchfish's power would soon exceed that of the sharp shadow bat. According to the historical records, the blood parasite witchfish did not need its contractor to provide it with a willpower rune. After absorbing a certain amount of vitality from its contractor, the blood parasite witchfish would issue its own willpower rune that was linked to blood and evolve to fantasy breed. As long as its contractor had enough vitality, the blood parasite witchfish would have nothing standing in its way. Only 2 of the blood parasite witchfish were recorded in history, and the Freedom Federation had captured both. One of them had not been able to withstand the experiments and died, while the other was eventually contracted by a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. This member of royalty was the Goddess of Mercy. The blood parasite witchfish's bloodline was unrelated to the mermaid bloodline. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy must have contracted the blood parasite witchfish because it was powerful. An expert had almost endless options when it came to feys they could contract. Every contract had to be made with deep and careful contemplation. It was miraculous that Bei Su had contracted the same fey as the Goddess of Mercy had. Moreover, with the blood parasite witchfish, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about providing Bei Su with a secret weapon. The more human vitality the blood parasite witchfish absorbed, the more human its appearance would become. It only looked ugly now because its power was only around silver grade. Once the blood parasite witchfish evolved to diamond grade, the top half of its body would look no different from a human girl. Bei Su had not only been granted an opportunity but his future mate had been decided as well. Lin Yuan looked at the other 5 members of the astronomical parliament. Since he knew what had happened in their lives, he thought, these 5 single men and women have all lost to Bei Su in matters of the heart. Despite being so young, Bei Su has already secured a wife. Lin Yuan did not tell Bei Su much about the blood parasite witch fish besides that he did not have to worry about vitality and that he needed to eat well to maintain his nutrition. Although Bei Su did not fully understand what Lin Yuan meant, he still nodded seriously and made sure to mentally note down what Lin Yuan had said. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Yuan, but he no longer felt a shred of pessimism. Rather, he was full of hope and motivation again. The person who had rescued him had come to his aid again. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to meet with Leo one day. Now that Bei Su's problem was solved, the other members of the astronomical parliament looked visibly relieved. All of them were here because they put everything they had on the line. As such, even if they did not interact much with each other, they saw each other as comrades. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Bei Su and the way he did everything he could to help the boy warmed the hearts of the remaining members of the astronomical parliament. They knew that Lin Yuan would do the same for them because they had already dedicated their loyalties to the astronomical parliament. When one dedicated their loyalty, it would only be sincere if it was a two-way transaction. Almost 20 minutes had passed since the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting began. Lin Yuan looked at Wo Lun and asked, "Wo Lun, how are things going with you?" Wo Lun reported his progress with a serious tone and told Lin Yuan about how he had become Duolun Harbor's consul. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the Violent Wind Federation's situation and knew the benefits of being the consul of Duolun Harbor. Now, Duolun Harbor was essentially Wo Lun's case camp. However, what Wo Lun said next caused Lin Yuan's expression to turn austere. The mutation of the blue ring sea octopus was considered trivial. It was just an opportunity that Wo Lun had received. Since the blue ring sea octopus had already formed a contract with Wo Lun, no one could take it away from him. But why had there been a Diamond 2/Pinnacle Fantasy I Fey in the sea? Wild Feys could only comprehend willpower runes when they reached Diamond X/Legend. If there was a Diamond 2/Fantasy Fey in the sea, it would have a master. Chapter 1834 Wo Lun and Bei Su take flight. Wo Lun was not a creation master and did not have enough experience to be aware of this fact. Fantasy breed Feys were largely foreign to Class 2 creation masters from small regions. Wen Yu had also noticed the anomaly and communicated with Lin Yuan through her spirit. Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to inform Wo Lun of this issue he had noticed. It was likely that Duolun Harbor was on the precipice of a sinister plan that had been in the works for some time. If Wo Lun had not become Duolun Harbor's consul, he could have just sailed away on his boat. But now that he had become Duolun Harbor's consul, he could no longer disentangle himself from the impending crisis. The enemy was hiding in the shadows while Wo Lun was out in the open. If Wo Lun did not set up his defenses early, he might end up targeted by the enemy and defeated. If the hidden enemy could send out a Diamond Fey to cause sea hazards, it meant that they had to be at least King class or stronger. It was now necessary for Lin Yuan to raise Wo Lun's power. If Wo Lun died, all the resources he had already invested in Wo Lun would go to waste. Thus, Lin Yuan asked, "Wo Lun, did anything strange happen during the time that the sea hazard plagued Duolun Harbor?" Wo Lun looked surprised as he did not understand why Lin Yuan would ask such a question. But Wo Lun knew that Lin Yuan had to have his reason for asking. Wo Lun lowered his head and carefully pondered. He had lived his entire life on the perilous seas. Thus, in his perspective, Duolun Harbor was very calm and could be a shelter for sailors. The sea was where the dangers existed. But now that he thought about it more carefully, Wo Lun remembered that there had been several assassination cases in Duolun Harbor in the last few years. Duolun Harbor's previous consul had died by one such assassination. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Wo Lun to become Duolun Harbor's consul. While Wo Lun was thinking, Yin Lin said, "Leo is trying to say that wild Feys are only able to comprehend willpower runes when they reach Diamond X/Legend. The knife-thrusting man-killing crab that the blue ring sea octopus killed can't be a wild Fey. It also can't be the case that the Fey escaped its contractor's control after the Spirit Chi professional died because the death of a Spirit Chi professional would also result in the death of their Feys." Wo Lun had been trying to organize any and all strange occurrences that had taken place in Duolun Harbor. When he heard what Wen Yu said, all the hair on his body stood up, and he immediately felt as though he had a laser sight aimed at him. This meant that there had to be more to the death of Duolun Harbor's previous consul than met the eye. A few unfamiliar faces had appeared in Duolun Harbor. These people had ivory skin that contrasted sharply with the rough textured skin of the sailors. These people seemed to have appeared after the knife-thrusting man-killing crab died. There were rumors that these people had been trying to seek information and were willing to pay handsomely. It was clear that they were investigating something. Wolun might end up targeted like the previous consul of Duolun Harbor. The knife-thrusting man-killing crab's contractor was already aware that the blue ring sea octopus had killed the knife-thrusting man-killing crab. He would have learned about the blue ring sea octopus power through this. Lin Yuan was the one who had given the blue ring sea octopus to Wolun. Lin Yuan was also the one who had provided the spirit fluid that evolved the blue ring sea octopus. Wolun could only rely on two figures sitting on the two golden thrones in the astronomical parliament. As Lin Yuan looked at Wolun's pleading eyes, he knew that Wolun must have realized something. There was no point in Lin Yuan knowing about Duolun Harbor's circumstances. Wolun would only be able to survive if he became stronger. Lin Yuan said, "You are an A-rank spirit chi professional. You should only be limited to contracting phase up to Diamond X/Fantasy V. However, A-rank spirit chi professionals can use a special method to roll grade in order to contract a Diamond X/Pinnacle Myth 2 Fey. If you don't know who the hidden enemy is, there is no way I can know. As such, I can only increase your power to the maximum to optimize your chances of surviving whatever the secret enemy has planned. You might even be able to gain a new opportunity in Duolun Harbor." Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to use Star Spirit Seed to transport the Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds Pollen, 4 law crystals with pure law power, 8 bottles of spirit fluid that could increase the blue ring sea octopus power, and a portion of pure water elemental energy that had been produced by the element well to Wolun. Lin Yuan gave Wolun some of the element well's water despite not having much of it because he realized that the blue ring sea octopus was extraordinary when he evolved it to Bronze X/Legend. It was very rare for Feys to awaken their bloodline at bronze grade. If Lin Yuan was not incompatible with the blue ring sea octopus, he would have wanted to form a contract with it himself. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to transform the blue ring sea octopus before it reached myth breed. This transformation would apply to Wolun as well. Pure water elemental energy was the best supplement to trigger a water-type phase bloodline. As for usage and sequence, the time in the astronomical parliamentary meeting was precious. Lin Yuan did not have to inform Wolun of these as Wen Yu would be distributing the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan would be able to communicate all relevant information about the resources to Wolun through the thoughts letter paper. He could also learn about the blue ring sea octopus subsequent transformation through the thoughts letter paper. At first, Wolun had been nervous. But when he heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately calmed down as excitement and happiness filled his eyes. Although Wolun did not know much about fantasy breed Feys, he had heard of myth breed Feys. Myth breed Feys were considered legends in Duolun Harbor. Wolun had never seen a myth breed Fey for himself. If he had encountered a myth breed Fey at sea, he would not have survived long enough to become a member of the astronomical parliament. Duolun Harbor was a small harbor on Lattice Plum Island. There were 3 harbors on Lattice Plum Island. The owner of Lattice Plum Island was famous throughout the island because he possessed myth breed Feys. When Wolun first heard of myth breed Feys, he had been certain that he would never be able to obtain one. But now, he had the chance to have one of his own. Wolun bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before sincerely kowtowing to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Su Yiren was currently lamenting to herself. Bei Su and Wolun were regular people, but they took flight with Lin Yuan's help. Chapter 1835 Wen Yu's assessment, Yin Lin's sadness. Su Yiren did not know what the life form with a red fish tail that had initiated a contract with Bei Su was. But since she had joined the astronomical parliament early, she knew that Wolun was an A-rank spirit chi professional who used to only possess the gold-tied armor sea fern. He had been considered a poor and almost destitute spirit chi professional. But ever since he joined the astronomical parliament and became acquainted with Lin Yuan, he could now stand toe-to-toe against any other A-rank spirit chi professional in the world. Only the disciples of wealthy families in federations with Class 5 creation masters could contract Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth 2 phase when they were A-rank spirit chi professionals. If not for the fact that Wolun was at the advanced age of almost 40 years old, he would be comparable with the disciples of royalty when it came to his Fey deployment. All of this had been given to him by Lin Yuan. Su Yiren only became increasingly shocked by Lin Yuan's wealth of resources. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had sent a batch of resources to the Divine Wood Federation. A spirit chi professional wearing a silver mask and blue robes had come with it. Su Yiren had been friendly and greeted the spirit chi professional. However, the silver mask-wearing spirit chi professional ignored her. This had left Su Yiren feeling awkward. Su Yiren did not try to engage the spirit chi professional again. She went ahead and carried out Lin Yuan's instruction of preparing a breeding room for the spirit chi professional. When she sent the spiritual ingredients into the breeding room, Su Yiren realized that this spirit chi professional was a class 5 creation master. This realization almost caused Su Yiren's legs to turn weak. Lin Yuan could dispatch a class 5 creation master. He had as many foundational resources as the 7 states of darkness. Hope reignited within Su Yiren when she realized the number of foundational resources and power that Lin Yuan possessed. She also became even more determined to work hard to help Lin Yuan manage his faction in the Divine Wood Federation. Su Yiren knew that she would have to represent sufficient value for Lin Yuan to keep her by his side. This was the only way that she would have the grounds to negotiate with him. Just as the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was about to end, Wen Yu, who rarely spoke during the parliamentary meetings, said to all the people seated on the north-south constellation seats, "I will be giving each of you a golden letter paper. You will be able to form words and communicate through it by using your mind power. You will not only be able to use it to communicate with Leo and me but between yourselves as well. Given the amount of mind power a person has in a day, you should be able to form more than 2,000 words on the thoughts letter paper each day. After sleeping, your mind power will be replenished." When you handed out the thoughts letter papers to the group, the members of the Astronomical Parliament would only be able to receive the transported items once they exited the Astronomical Parliament because the Astronomical Parliament was just a space constructed out of willpowers, laws, and souls. When you used the laws that Lin Yuan had prepared in advance to utilize Star Spirit Seat to distribute the thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu silently because he could sense that she had not distributed the thoughts letter paper to Yin Lin. Before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting began, Wen Yu had asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. There was no way that Wen Yu would go against Lin Yuan's instruction. It was likely that she had a special reason for her action. Excitement spread across the faces of Bei Su, Buletin Po, Wolun, Tale, Su Yiren, and Yin Lin when they heard what Wolun said. If what Wen Yu said was true that all of them could communicate 2,000 words to each other using the paper, it meant that the members of the Astronomical Parliament would be able to chat freely in reality. The papers would pull the members of the Astronomical Parliament closer together. Now, they were linked not only to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu but also to each other. This would undoubtedly make the Astronomical Parliament even more secure. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, all of them instinctively searched for the golden letter papers that Wen Yu had mentioned. Tale, Su Yiren, Buletin Po, Bei Su, and Wolun all received the golden letter paper and immediately started communicating with each other. However, Yin Lin's table was empty. Her smile disappeared, and she looked slightly hurt. Yin Lin was smart. She expected that she had not received the golden letter paper that Libra had mentioned because she was the 4th Azure Envoy. She could not help but be saddened by this. Although she knew that Lin Yuan would be taking Libra to see her soon, Yin Lin could not fend off her disappointment. Libra and Lin Yuan were a set. Moreover, Libra held Lin Yuan's opinion in the highest regard. It was clear that Lin Yuan was the true chief of the Astronomical Parliament. Yin Lin wondered if Libra was wary of her because Lin Yuan did not trust her. Yin Lin had absolutely no walls set up against Lin Yuan. Rather, all she wanted to do was help him. Otherwise, there was no way that the Azure Envoy Yin Lin would have publicly sided with the Radiance Federation in a confrontation between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. The longer Yin Lin thought about it, the sadder she became, and the lower her head hung. Her gaze darkened. After they left the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu. When he saw how pale her face was, he knew that she had used Star Spirit Seed too many times. As such, Lin Yuan took out more of the roasted rainbow-colored fish coats. After Wen Yu received the fish coats, she anticipated Lin Yuan's question and took out a piece of the thoughts letter paper. She waved it in front of Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, since we're going to meet with Yin Lin soon anyway, I thought that it would be better for us to just hand the thoughts letter paper to her directly." As Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu's smiling face, he knew what Wen Yu's intention was. Wen Yu wanted to assess Yin Lin. She wanted to deliver the thoughts letter paper to Yin Lin directly to build rapport with her because she wanted to establish a collaboration with Yin Lin. Wen Yu had expressed her desire for the Azure Federation's resources more than once. Every federation in the main world had its own unique phase and resources. Only 6 of the Radiance Federation's cities had access to the sea. Thus, it was not rich in sea resources. They did not even have 1/5 of the Azure Federation's sea phase. Thus, it would be extremely beneficial for Sky City to collaborate with Yin Lin. Chapter 1836 Mutual Win Collaboration. Lin Yuan handed his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box to Wen Yu. Wen Yu had been the one who had custom-made this fey storage box for Lin Yuan after he obtained the source sand. Lin Yuan had been using the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box for more than 6 months. But now, he had the ring that the Moon Empress had given him and no longer had much use for the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. As such, Lin Yuan decided to give the fey storage box to Wen Yu. He had already placed many resources inside the diamond fey storage box. He did this because Wen Yu needed to dispatch resources as part of her job of managing Sky City. Previously, Wen Yu always had to inform him in advance when she needed to dispatch resources. Lin Yuan found this method to be inconvenient. Moreover, Lin Yuan greatly trusted Wen Yu. Ever since Wen Yu started managing Sky City, Lin Yuan rarely got involved in Sky City's management. Rather, he focused on increasing the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's capacity to accumulate more resources for Sky City. He only invoked his authority in serious matters. As such, it was necessary for Wen Yu to have a store of resources that she could draw on at any time. When Sky City was first started, the only members were Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji. Besides being a representation of Lin Yuan's will, Sky City was split into 3 divisions. Lin Yuan was in charge of creating resources, Lu Ji was in charge of managing the white clothes followers that were Sky City's martial force, and Wen Yu controlled Sky City's internal affairs. If not for Lu Ji and Wen Yu's help, Lin Yuan would have been overwhelmed trying to keep Sky City afloat on his own. Wen Yu looked confused when Lin Yuan handed the diamond fey storage box to her. But when she received the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and looked inside it, Wen Yu immediately realized what Lin Yuan's intention was. "Young master, leave the collaboration with Yin Lin to me. I will make sure it is a win-win collaboration. Out of the 6 members of the Astronomical Parliament, I think we should invest the most resources into Yin Lin. Since Yin Lin supported the Radiance Federation so publicly, she won't have an easy time when she returns to the Azure Federation. So, she needs to grow quickly so she can maintain her current status and increase her authority and influence others' decisions," said Wen Yu. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "While you're collaborating with Yin Lin, help me obtain more high and top-grade strange water." Wen Yu replied, "No federation in the main world has as much strange water as the Azure Federation. With so many high-class creation master resources and Yin Lin's help, it will be easy to obtain high and top-grade strange water from the Azure Federation." Lin Yuan mainly wanted to see Yin Lin because he wanted to thank her. When it came to expressing his gratitude, Lin Yuan preferred to use his actions rather than words. Lin Yuan did not know what Yin Lin's major sea demon was, but all major sea demons needed pure water elemental energy. Lin Yuan knew what circumstances Yin Lin had opened herself to when she returned to the Azure Federation by helping him. Lin Yuan wanted to help Yin Lin purify her major sea demon's bloodline so she would have the power to keep any naysayers' mouths shut when she returned to the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan was confident he would be able to do this because he had the Element Well. The Element Well was a new secret weapon that Morbius had provided him with. Besides being able to be summoned during battle, the Element Well's biggest ability was to help Lin Yuan and the people around him to evolve their feys. Lin Yuan intended to help not just Yin Lin but also Zhongzi, Gulang, and he, and the rest before the major federation meeting. Lin Yuan did not intend to keep his visit to Yin Lin a secret. Instead, he would openly visit her as the Moon Empress disciple. As such, Lin Yuan rode in his fey carriage pulled by the Emperor armored martial god insects and headed to the accommodations where the Azure Federation envoy group was staying. When Lin Yuan arrived, Lan Xun hastily pulled Yin Lin out the door to greet him. There was actually no need for Lan Xun to greet Lin Yuan by the door. Although Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he was still a junior. But when Lan Xun saw Yin Lin and heard that Lin Yuan was coming, he immediately dashed out. Lin Yuan and Yin Lin's previous meeting had been a secret, and not many people had caught sight of it. But this time, it would do no good for Yin Lin, a girl still unspoken for, if word got out that Lin Yuan was visiting her. They would only be able to avoid wagging tongues if Lan Xun came out with Yin Lin. Lan Xun was beside himself, worrying for Yin Lin. Although Yin Lin had not received the golden letter paper after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, she was still looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan. However, she had been like a blank slate for the first half of her life. She still was not skilled at hiding her emotions when it came to the people and things she truly cared for. Hence, from the moment Lin Yuan and Wen Yu stepped out of the fey carriage, they noticed Yin Lin's disappointment. Wen Yu pressed her lips together to try to keep herself from laughing. The last time that Wen Yu saw Yin Lin was on the Star Web broadcast. Now that she was looking at Yin Lin in the real world, Wen Yu felt that Yin Lin was even more immature than she expected. Lan Xun felt that it was not acceptable for Lin Yuan to do nothing after Yin Lin had helped him so significantly. Thus, Lan Xun left the space for Yin Lin and Lin Yuan. From the way Yin Lin looked at Lin Yuan, Lan Xun could clearly see how Yin Lin felt about Lin Yuan. Hence, Lan Xun was worried that Yin Lin might be affected by Lin Yuan bringing a girl with him. However, things did not play out as Lan Xun thought. Firstly, Yin Lin knew that Wen Yu was Libra from the Astronomical Parliament. Additionally, it was true that Yin Lin had special feelings for Lin Yuan. But what she felt was not love but reliance and veneration. Love would lead to jealousy, but reliance and veneration would not. After Lan Xun left, Wen Yu did not greet Yin Lin. Rather, she took out the thoughts letter paper and handed it to Yin Lin. When Yin Lin saw the thoughts letter paper, her disappointed expression vanished. Yin Lin looked ecstatic, like a rabbit that had just dug up a large carrot. Chapter 1837 Sacred Evening Tide Healing Water. Although Lan Xun had left the room for Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Yin Lin, he was definitely listening in. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress had used the pure spirit qi from the spirit-mouthed peonies to trade for the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The Moon Empress had also stipulated that only Yin Lin could use the pure spirit qi. Lin Yuan asked, Yin Lin, you should be in possession of the pure spirit qi, right? Yin Lin thought that Lin Yuan needed the pure spirit qi. Pure spirit qi was extremely important to every spirit qi professional. They could never get enough of it. When Yin Lin handed the spirit-mouthed peonies to Lin Yuan without hesitation, Lin Yuan could not help but be touched. Yin Lin, you have contracted a major sea demon, right? Is it possible for me to take a look at it? Said Lin Yuan. Although Lan Xun had left the room, he was still keeping tabs on everything Lin Yuan did in the room. This was out of concern for Yin Lin's safety and because Yin Lin was young and Lan Xun was afraid that Lin Yuan would say something inappropriate to her. When Yin Lin held out the spirit-mouthed peonies to Lin Yuan, Lan Xun almost choked. He became increasingly confused. How did Lin Yuan and Yin Lin get on such close terms, to the point that she was even willing to hand over the pure spirit qi that would be pivotal for her growth? But even if Yin Lin was willing to give it away, that did not mean that Lan Xun would allow Lin Yuan to leave with it. These spirit-mouthed peonies were the reason the Moon Empress was allowed to trade for the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Major sea demons were vital to the Azure Federation. Once Lan Xun returned, he would have to provide an explanation for his actions. The pure spirit qi in the spirit-mouthed peonies would be the best explanation. When Lin Yuan did not take the spirit-mouthed peonies from Yin Lin, Lan Xun let out a breath of relief. However, he did not expect Lin Yuan to ask to see Yin Lin's major sea demon. Yin Lin's major sea demon was her and the entire Azure Federation's secret weapon. How could she show it to an outsider so casually? Just as Lan Xun was about to stop her, Yin Lin had already summoned her major sea demon. Lan Xun knew that Lin Yuan had achieved the champion of the martial arts stage at the Guardia banquet. It was likely that he would immediately understand it. Lan Xun deeply regretted leaving the room. If he were there, he was certain that Lin Yuan would never ask to see Yin Lin's major sea demon, regardless of how much Yin Lin trusted Lin Yuan. At the same moment Yin Lin summoned her major sea demon, Lin Yuan felt like he was suddenly submerged in a comfortable hot spring. All of his exhaustion melted away as his body was replenished with vitality, spiritual power, soul power, and spiritual energy. The major sea demon had not even used its ability yet. Evidently, Yin Lin's major sea demon had unlocked an extremely powerful life water. Yin Lin's major sea demon had a white fish tail, and its dark blue skin gleamed silver. A ball of sacred white water areola circled the major sea demon. Lin Yuan had learned from the Moon Empress that the sea demons with silver but unpatterned skin were close to evolving into king sea demons. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the major sea demon and saw that it was Gold X. Yin Lin was fully capable of evolving the major sea demon to diamond grade. The only reason to explain why she had not done so was that she wanted to preserve its potential. She wanted it to evolve into the king sea demon while it was still gold grade. The major sea demons from the Lantis mystic realm and the devils from the demon church did not need their contractors to provide them with willpower runes. They also differed greatly from regular feys. Yin Lin's major sea demon's life water was the sacred evening tide healing water. Sacred evening tide healing water, it can be applied to items to replenish their spiritual energy, spiritual power, soul, and vitality. It can also remove all curses that the target is afflicted with. Yin Lin's major sea demon allowed Lin Yuan to understand how important she was to the Azure Federation. Her major sea demon was ranked 4th amongst all the major sea demons. It was the only one of the top 5 major sea demons that had healing and support effects. By contracting the major sea demon, Yin Lin had become a healing and support type spirit chi professional. This was the first time that Lin Yuan encountered a fey that could simultaneously replenish a target's spiritual energy, spiritual power, soul power, and vitality. Major sea demons could be applied to precious instruments to increase their power. If Yin Lin could obtain a precious instrument with healing effects, she would be like a high priest in battle that Lin Yuan had read about in the myths of his previous life. Lin Yuan did not intend to withhold anything from Yin Lin. Although he knew that Lan Xun was close by and listening in, Lin Yuan was not going to hide anything. Just as the Moon Empress had said, Lin Yuan could cause as large of a spectacle as he wanted, and everyone would assume that the resources he produced came from her, the Class 6 Creation Master. Lin Yuan shook his hand and took out a crystal bottle that contained azure fluid. Lin Yuan said, "This bottle contains pure water elemental energy. Why don't you combine it with the pure spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peonies to see if they can help to purify your major sea demon's bloodline?" Ever since she obtained the pure spirit chi, Yin Lin could sense how much her major sea demon craved it. She would have hesitated if anyone else told her to use it. But since the suggestion had come from Lin Yuan, Yin Lin did not think there was any need to hesitate because Lin Yuan would not harm her. After Yin Lin tossed the spirit-mouthed peonies to the major sea demon that had unlocked the sacred evening tide healing water, it seemed to be afraid that Yin Lin would suddenly change her mind and instantly swallowed the 2 spirit-mouthed peonies. The pure spirit chi instantly exploded within the major sea demon. Chapter 1838 Lan Xun's Subjectivity. Major sea demons were very sensitive to water elemental energy. When the major sea demon sensed the purity of the water elemental energy within the crystal bottle, it could not help but tremble. It grabbed the bottle and gulped down all the pure water elemental energy within. Lan Xun, who had been trying his best to control himself, finally lost control and briskly walked into the room. However, the major sea demon had already swallowed the spirit-mouthed peonies, and there was nothing that Lan Xun could do about that. At that moment, Lan Xun's heart ached badly. It was not easy to evolve a sea demon's bloodline. Otherwise, there would not only be one Emperor Sea Demon in the entire Azure Federation. Ever since Yin Lin contracted this major sea demon, she had not stopped supplying it with water elemental energy. Nonetheless, it still had not officially transformed into the King Sea Demon. The pure water elemental energy that had been supplied to the major sea demon was personally concocted by the leader of the Azure Cloud Leopard family. Yin Lin's grandfather was a veteran Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, the pure spirit chi he concocted could not be compared to that of a new Class 5 Creation Master. Moreover, that person from the Deep Blue Association, who greatly favored Yin Lin, had also given her a batch of water elemental energy. The Azure Federation had always been slightly stronger than the Radiance Federation and equal to the Freedom Federation. But now, the Radiance Federation's Moon Empress had become a Class 6 Creation Master. Lan Xun was shocked by the rate of the Moon Empress growth rather than the fact that she was a Class 6 Creation Master, because that person from the Azure Federation could have attained the title of Class 6 Creation Master long ago. Lan Xun had intended to give the pure spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peonies to that person when he returned to the Azure Federation so that he would be able to use it to ascertain the Moon Empress Creation Master level. He also hoped to use it to help Yin Lin's major sea demon to transform into a King Sea Demon. But now, all his hopes were dashed. The Moon Empress had only offered the pure sea demon to trade for a better major sea demon for Lin Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have allowed the Azure Federation to take control of such precious resources. It was only natural that Lan Xun assumed that Lin Yuan would not be able to produce water elemental energy that was of the same quality as the pure spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peonies. At this moment, Lan Xun was swimming in regret. If he had not left the room, he would have been able to stop Yin Lin from tossing the spirit-mouthed peonies to the major sea demon. Yin Lin frowned when Lan Xun stormed into the room. However, she could not be bothered to ask Lan Xun to leave now because she noticed that her major sea demon had started to evolve rapidly. It was evolving at a rate faster than she could imagine. Whenever a fey evolved its bloodline, it was no different from being reborn. A bloodline evolution was never comfortable, which also applied to Yin Lin's major sea demon. The sacred evening tide healing water started thrashing and turned into a giant white whirlpool. The giant white whirlpool swallowed the major sea demon. The major sea demon let out howls of agony within the whirlpool. Lan Xun was stunned by what was happening in front of him. Lan Xuan's own major sea demon's bloodline had transformed into a king sea demon more than a decade ago. However, it had not improved since then. Lan Xuan found both the whirlpool of the life water and the sea demon's cries of pain to be very familiar because his own major sea demon had gone through the same experience when it transformed into a king sea demon. Soon, silver light cracked through the whirlpool, and faint silver patterns appeared on the fishtail that occasionally peeked through the whirlpool. Lan Xuan could not help but gasp softly because he knew that Yin Lin's major sea demon had successfully evolved into a king sea demon when it was only gold grade. Lan Xuan could already sense an intense king sea demon bloodline from Yin Lin's major sea demon. Lan Xuan looked at Lin Yuan with shock because he could not believe Lin Yuan was willing to give such precious resources to Yin Lin. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Moon Empress Creation Master level. According to the information that the Azure Federation possessed, the Moon Empress had been keeping a low profile for almost 10 years. A decade ago, the Moon Empress had crossed swords with one of the Freedom Federation's royalty and killed him while suffering serious wounds of her own. But now, Lan Xuan seriously suspected the information that came from the Azure Federation's intelligence department. It was impossible for the Moon Empress to concoct such pure water elemental energy if she had only just started walking down Heaven's path, taken control of her birth horoscope, and become a Class 6 creation master. Could it be that she had already started walking down Heaven's path and unlocked her birth horoscope 10 years ago? Lan Xuan nodded slightly when he thought of this. There was shared acknowledgement in the main world that the Radiance Federation's members of royalty all withheld some of their power. No one knew exactly how many secret weapons the Radiance Federation's royalty had. If the Moon Empress well ran so deep, who knew what the Radiance Federation's other members of royalty were hiding? The main world had started to destabilize. When the day of the battle between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation came, the Azure Federation would have to make a choice. If one wanted to work with the Freedom Federation, one would have to separately establish collaborations with each of the 16 members of royalty. But with the Radiance Federation, the 13 members of royalty were one unit. When faced with such options, the right choice would be obvious even to an idiot. However, the Azure Federation had always been wary of the Mirror God and God of Fools from the Freedom Federation, who had not appeared for more than a decade. They were much better established than the Goddess of Mercy. But now, the Moon Empress was rising up to meet that elderly man. The more Lan Xuan thought about it, the more he felt that it would be a better choice for the Azure Federation to ally itself with the Radiance Federation. However, he quickly shook his head and thought. Have I been influenced by Yin Lin? When did I start becoming subjective about such matters? As an Azure envoy, Yin Lin did not have a say in such matters. As part of the Council of the Deep Blue Association, Lan Xuan did not have the final say either. The 12 aristocratic families of the Azure Federation would have to discuss with the Deep Blue Association to come to a decision. Nonetheless, there was no question that the Azure Federation owed the Radiance Federation. It was likely that the precious resources that Lin Yuan owned came from the Moon Empress. By helping Yin Lin nurture her major sea demon into the King Sea Demon, the Moon Empress had given the Azure Federation an enormous gift. This gift involved the Azure Federation's future. Chapter 1839 One Step to Emperor Sea Demon. After Yin Lin's major sea demon evolved into a king sea demon, the whirlpool of sacred evening-tide healing water should have dissipated. However, the whirlpool persisted even after 5 minutes had passed. The screams also continued. It was as though the evolution had not ended yet. Lin Yuan did not stop using true data to check on Yin Lin's major sea demon. He noticed that the major sea demon's transformation into king sea demons was similar to when dimensional life forms evolved into apostles. Their life rank would transform completely. The sacred evening-tide healing water had become at least 3 times stronger than it originally was. The benefit that the king sea demon would bring to the precious instrument it combined with could not be compared to that of the major sea demon. This was the first time Lin Yuan used the pure elemental energy from the element well. It rocketed past Lin Yuan's expectations. The high purity of the elemental energy from the element well was what enabled Yin Lin's major sea demon to continue evolving even after it transformed into a king sea demon. However, almost all the spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peonies had been used up. Even if there was still leftover pure water elemental energy, the king sea demon's evolution would halt. Lin Yuan ignored Lan Xuan and tossed 6 more of the spirit-mouthed peonies into the whirlpool to supply the king sea demon with more pure water elemental energy. The silver light from the whirlpool grew brighter until it spread throughout the entire whirlpool. The whirlpool of the sacred evening-tide healing water dissipated at the instant that golden flecks appeared in the whirlpool. Lin Yuan examined the king sea demon and noticed that it looked very different from when it had been a major sea demon. When it was the major sea demon, it had dark blue skin, and its tail resembled that of a snake as it was more slender than a mermaid's tail. Its scales had not been attractive and seemed to have a wild and rough aura. But now that it was the king sea demon, its skin was no longer dark blue but the same color as its life water. The tips of its scales were now covered in mesh that formed a skirt. Its eyes were full of intelligence, indicating that it was now much smarter than it had been. Its life water had been a current that circled around its body. But now that it had transformed into the king sea demon, the sacred evening tide healing water had transformed into a water sprite that the king sea demon could use in combat. Lan Xun was stupefied because he noticed that Yin Lin's king sea demon had a light gold sheen on the silver patterns on its body. Sea demons were also separated by the hierarchy of their bloodline. Lan Xun could sense that Yin Lin's king sea demon had a more elite bloodline than his own king sea demon. Yin Lin's king sea demon was on the cusp of becoming the emperor sea demon. Lan Xun felt gratitude as well as deep terror toward the Moon Empress. He was certain that she was the one who had supplied both the pure spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peonies and the pure water elemental energy. If she was willing to produce more of such pure spirit chi and water elemental energy to nurture Yin Lin's king sea demon, it would be able to evolve into the emperor sea demon very soon. This meant that the Moon Empress was capable of nurturing emperor sea demons. At that moment, Lan Xun felt unending relief that the Azure Federation had given Lin Yuan the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was the most difficult major sea demon to nurture. The Moon Empress would have to supply 13 times more resources than other major sea demons. Even then, there was no certainty that the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water would be able to reach the same grade and strength of bloodline that other major sea demons had. Thus, it was going to be very difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve his major sea demon into an emperor sea demon. If the Moon Empress had not traded the major sea demon and helped Lin Yuan to evolve the first major sea demon the Azure Federation offered into an emperor sea demon instead, the pressure from its bloodline would enable Lin Yuan to suppress the major sea demons of other experts from the Azure Federation in spite of its weaker abilities. Although the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation have always been on good terms and the Moon Empress had just done the Radiance Federation a huge favor, Lan Xun did not want the Radiance Federation to take possession of a secret weapon that could suppress the Azure Federation. Given that Yin Lin was the contractor of the major sea demon that had unlocked the sacred evening tide healing water, no one was more aware of its growth than her. She always relied on and worshipped Lin Yuan because he had brought light into her world and allowed her to experience colors. This was why she had been willing to help Lin Yuan during such a circumstance. Every person hoped that their affection would be returned. Lin Yuan's action was how he returned Yin Lin's affections. His response solidified the position he already held in her heart. She would never allow herself, her family, or her federation to ever become Lin Yuan's enemy. They would always be on his side. Yin Lin would not have known how to carry this resolution out in the past. But now, she had the Gold King Sea Demon that was only one step away from evolving into the Emperor Sea Demon. Her status and authority in the Azure Federation would change completely. With more authority, she would have more say when it came to her family and the Deep Blue Association. She had already set up a faction in the Azure Federation. She was determined to accumulate as much power as possible before the battle between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation 2 years later. Since Lan Xun was present, Yin Lin knew that she could not show too many uncontrolled emotions. Lin Yuan had already been curious about why she was so close with Lin Yuan, and she did not want Lan Xun to find out the reason. Although Lan Xun would not be able to find out about the secret of the astronomical parliament even if he tried to investigate the matter, she would not be able to escape from a barrage of questions when she returned to the Azure Federation. Since Wen Yu had given her the golden paper, she could use it to communicate safely. Yin Lin had been going back and forth internally for some time. Chapter 1840 Yin Lin and Lin Yuan's cooperation. Nonetheless, Yin Lin did not forget about her role as an Azure envoy. She saw the collaboration between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation as beneficial for the Azure Federation. Lan Xun walked up to Lin Yuan and said with excitement, "I thank the Moon Empress for her gift to the Azure Federation. Once we return to the Azure Federation will send someone to deliver a generous gift to her." Lan Xun's words told Lin Yuan that Lan Xun assumed all the resources that Lin Yuan had produced had come from the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was not surprised that Lan Xun thought this, and he was happy to let this erroneous thinking continue. Lin Yuan had already proved his power during the group battle against the Freedom Federation. It was unlikely that there was any other young expert in the Radiance Federation who could compete with him. Thus, Lin Yuan was going to set his sights on the older generation from now on. He knew that he was still very weak when compared to the older generation. Before Lan Xuan spoke, he had already carefully thought through how he could establish a friendly bond with the Moon Empress. Even if the Azure Federation kept a neutral stance, it needed to maintain a good relationship with the Moon Empress. The Lantis mystic realm had many major sea demons, and it would be beneficial to nurture more of them into king sea demons with the Moon Empress' help. The pure spirit chi and water elemental energy that the Moon Empress had concocted had evolved the bloodline of the major sea demon into a pinnacle king sea demon. It was on the brink of evolving into the emperor sea demon. If the same pure spirit chi and elemental energy had been given to the pinnacle king sea demon, it could have transformed it into the emperor sea demon. The evolution of the king sea demon's bloodline into emperor sea demon had always been solely privy to the Azure Federation. Both the major sea demon and king sea demon's greatest asset was their ability to be applied to precious instruments. But once a sea demon evolved into an emperor sea demon, its life water would evolve into the independent sea. At that time, the spirit chi professional would gain a territory they could control. Lan Xuan coughed and shot a look at Yin Lin before winking at her. Yin Lin immediately understood that Lan Xuan was interested in the resources that Lin Yuan had produced. Yin Lin knew that Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water. Although top-grade strange water was not difficult to obtain in the Azure Federation, it was still a strategic class resource. Even Yin Lin had spent significant effort in order to obtain the 3 to 4 types that she had. She might be able to obtain high and top-grade strange water for Lin Yuan, but she would not be able to bring him a lot at a time. But if Lin Yuan could establish a collaboration with the Azure Federation, he would be able to get as much high and top-grade strange water as he wanted. The Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift had already been open in the Azure Federation for 15 years. In the past 15 years, the Deep Blue Association always kept at least 100 units of top-grade strange water in stock. Yin Lin said to Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, I'm sure you have a great need for high and top-grade strange water now that you have a major sea demon. To thank you for helping me, I can provide you with high and top-grade strange water. However, I will need resources in exchange. Yin Lin had managed to stop herself before she called Lin Yuan by Liu, which was the name she was used to addressing him by. She had been pondering an issue for some time. She had managed to obtain a large number of various types of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from Lin Yuan. When she started managing her faction, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would definitely enable the faction to develop rapidly. However, she would not be able to explain this to her family and the Deep Blue Association. Her family might not question how she came to possess so many resources, but the Deep Blue Association would definitely pursue the matter. It would be better for her to propose a collaboration with Lin Yuan in front of Lan Xuan. With the collaboration, no one would question her regardless of how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls she came to possess. She was confident that Lin Yuan understood her intention. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu shared a look when they heard what Yin Lin said. It was clear that both of them understood what Yin Lin was trying to do. However, in order for Lin Yuan and Wen Yu to agree to work with Yin Lin, they needed a guarantee that she would be the one to use all of the resources that came from them. Under no circumstances would Lin Yuan allow such precious creation master resources to be used by other factions. Since Lin Yuan was visiting Yin Lin as the Moon Empress disciple, he represented the Moon Empress and Radiance Federation. There were some things that were inappropriate for him to say, but Wen Yu did not have such obstacles because she was his assistant. The words that Wen Yu said represented Lin Yuan's feelings as well. We only need 1 to 2 units of high and top-grade strange water. Our young master wants them because he likes collecting such things. He has a fair number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I'm sure you know that heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers are more valuable than top-grade strange water. If our young master is willing to trade with you, it will only be because of the friendship between the two of you. As such, only you can use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that you trade for with us. Wen Yu spoke so brashly because Lan Xuan was present, and there was no point in trying to put up a facade. Frankly, it was difficult to compare the value of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers and top-grade strange water. They could be priceless as long as a person needed them. Wen Yu said that heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were more valuable than top-grade strange water because there was a larger market for the former. It was a basic resource that every high-class spirit chi professional needed. Meanwhile, only top-class experts who nurtured water-type feys needed top-grade strange water. It was actually very disrespectful for Wen Yu to have said such a thing, but it did not displease Lan Xuan. Lan Xuan was well aware of Yin Lin's life thus far. As the only daughter of the Azure Cloud Leopard family, there was no link between Yin Lin and Lin Yuan. Lan Xuan was certain that the two of them only got along so well because of the attraction between opposite genders. Thus, he did not question whether Yin Lin had other intentions, nor was he aware that Yin Lin and Lin Yuan were putting on a show together. Chapter 1841 Professionally taking advantage of his master. Both high and top-grade strange water could be found in the water world. Although the Azure Federation had explored the water world for more than a decade, they had not made much headway. After all, even spirit chi professionals who had contracted aquatic phase could not stay underwater for long. The water world was far richer in resources than the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families could imagine. Something that could be found in the natural world could not be compared with something that Class 5 creation masters could only concoct. Class 5 creation masters were the most important strategic resources to any federation. The amount of Class 5 creation master resources a federation possessed would determine how stable it was. The Azure Federation had always gobbled down water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The Azure Federation was surrounded by the sea and had established waterways with numerous federations that had Class 5 creation masters. They needed the water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to nurture the island whales as well as major sea demons. It would definitely be beneficial for the Azure Federation to be able to use high and top-grade strange water to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. Lan Xuan did not see any issue with the condition that only Yin Lin could use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Firstly, Lan Xuan was Yin Lin's teacher and was naturally biased toward her. Secondly, Yin Lin's Azure Cloud Leopard allowed her status as an Azure Envoy to be untouchable. Hence, the Azure Federation would still have to supply her with many resources annually. Otherwise, Yin Lin would not have been able to evolve her Major Sea Demon to Pinnacle Major Sea Demon when it was only gold grade. With such a large-scale trade between two federations, neither side would be able to deceive the other. If Yin Lin was the only one who was allowed to use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it meant that the traded high and top-grade strange water would be used to nurture Yin Lin. If Yin Lin became stronger, it would mean that the Azure Federation would become stronger. Lan Xuan agreed to the terms without hesitation. Yin Lin's Major Sea Demon was very close to evolving into an Emperor Sea Demon. Yin Lin was the apple of the eyes of those lords from the Deep Blue Association. As such, there was no question that Deep Blue Association's council would also agree to the terms. But before the negotiations could begin, Lan Xuan needed to ensure that the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were comparable to the high and top-grade strange water. Lin Yuan had intended to use Thought's letter paper to ask Yin Lin to obtain high and top-grade strange water for him. Dark Blue already needed a large amount of strange water. Now that he also had the Major Sea Demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water, Lin Yuan would require even more high and top-grade strange water. But now, Yin Lin had moved the private trade to one between Lin Yuan and the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan was very grateful to Yin Lin. He would no longer have to worry about lacking in high and top-grade strange water in the future. Without Yin Lin needing to ask him, Lin Yuan said after a moment of silence, 1 unit of top-grade strange water and 10 units of high-grade strange water will be worth 150 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. Although Lin Yuan always carried heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls around with him and did not have to scrimp on his usage of them, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were still resources that only Class 5 creation masters could produce. Normally, 140 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls should be able to trade for 10 units of high-grade strange water. However, all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were only going to be used by Yin Lin. Thus, Lin Yuan was willing to raise the price. Lan Xuan was delighted that Lin Yuan upped the price on his own. When Yin Lin did not reply, Lan Xuan almost urged her to say something. At that moment, Yin Lin looked at Lan Xuan as though she wanted his opinion. This trade concerned Yin Lin's own benefits. Lan Xuan was touched that she still wanted his opinion in such a situation. Yin Lin was indeed his beloved disciple. Lan Xuan suppressed his overwhelming happiness and nodded at Yin Lin. After Lan Xuan's nod, Yin Lin said happily, "If that's the case, let's begin a long-term collaboration." Lan Xuan hastily added, "I have 4 top-grade and 35 high-grade units of strange water on hand. Forget about the lacking 5 units of high-grade strange water first. Can I trade for 58 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers with you?" Lin Yuan realized that Lan Xuan was very detailed. Top-grade strange water was much more valuable than high-grade strange water. There was no need to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with high-grade strange water. Nonetheless, Lan Xuan still discounted for the 5 units of strange water that he lacked. However, Lin Yuan was not petty and wanted to leave a good impression on Lan Xuan. The water world dimensional rift also had a moon, and Lin Yuan could harvest it through Yin Lin. But Lin Yuan would not do this. There was only one sacred cry moon beast, and it was in the marsh world. Once the moon from the water world dimensional rift disappeared, the Azure Federation experts in the water world would definitely notice. If Yin Lin brought him into the water world, such an incident would only cause trouble for her. Thus, Lin Yuan had to go with another method. It would be a better choice for him to use the endless supply of resources from the Spirit Lock spatial zone to nurture Yin Lin into a beacon of hope for the Azure Federation. He would engineer it so that the Azure Federation was made continuously aware of Yin Lin's value. Eventually, they would willingly hand over the moon from the water world dimensional rift. This path would also lead to the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation becoming allies. Lin Yuan smiled and said to Lan Xun, "There's no need for such inconvenience. We'll go with 60 water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. You can make up for the 5 units of the high-grade strange water during the next trade. To express my sincerity, I promise that 20% of the 60 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls will be over the rail coral." Lin Yuan was magnanimous, but it left Lan Xun with a bad taste in his mouth. Lin Yuan might be powerful, but he also did not hold back when it came to taking advantage of his master. Chapter 1842 Precious Instruments Boost from King Sea Demons. Lan Xun expected that even the Class 6 Creation Master Moon Empress would need at least a week to produce 600 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, 120 of which were even over the rail coral. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan sounded extremely robust when he said what he said. It was only something that could be said by a Class 6 Creation Master's disciple. He wondered how the Moon Empress would feel if she knew that her disciple was giving away her labor so effortlessly. Lin Yuan did not know what Lan Xun was thinking. If he did, he would think that Lan Xun had an overactive imagination. It was true that Lin Yuan always had the Moon Empress protection. However, he rarely took resources from her. Once he became capable, he would reject the resources she offered him. Lin Yuan was no wastrel and would never take his master's labor for granted. If Yin Lin was not a member of the Astronomical Parliament and one of his own, he would never trade with Lan Xun, no matter how much he lacked high and top-grade strange water. Lan Xun coughed and said, "If that's the case, I will go and prepare the high and top-grade strange water. I will hand them over to you before you leave." The reason Lan Xun said this was simple. Lan Xun was completely unacquainted with Lin Yuan. He took the initiative to propose the trade because he hoped that he would be able to obtain the 600 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers as soon as possible. The quality of over-the-rail coral elemental pearls was completely different from other elemental pearls. Since Lin Yuan had guaranteed that 20% of the pearls would be over-the-rail coral, Lan Xun would make sure to check all of them. Lin Yuan picked up the meaning behind Lan Xun's words. He could casually produce the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls at any time to complete the trade, but he did not do so. Instead, he said to Lan Xun, "Tonight, someone will deliver the promised 600 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to you." Lan Xun set all his worries to rest and left the room to Yin Lin, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. Lan Xun had been against Yin Lin and Lin Yuan interacting because it would not be beneficial for Yin Lin in any way. If news of their interaction got back to the Azure Federation, it could even blemish Yin Lin's image. Now, the trade between Yin Lin and Lin Yuan provided the Azure Federation with a new path to obtaining profits. As such, Lan Xun was completely unbothered by Yin Lin and Lin Yuan's interaction. Rather, Lan Xun hoped that Yin Lin and Lin Yuan would deepen their relationship to keep the collaboration going for as long as possible. Lan Xun was in the Deep Blue Association's council, so it was natural for him to prioritize the Azure Federation. But at the same time, he was Yin Lin's teacher, and a part of him was selfishly biased toward her. The Azure Federation was not as fractured as the Freedom Federation. However, the 12 aristocratic families were not completely united either. All of them pursued their individual profits with vigor. The competition between the younger generation was extremely fierce. With Yin Lin's 2 beast patterns, the Deep Blue Association had decided that she would become the 4th Azure Envoy. However, a few of the 12 aristocratic families had opposed this decision. They felt that in spite of her 2 beast patterns, she only deserved to be part of the Azure Knights until she matured and grew stronger. With Lin Yuan's resources, Yin Lin's growth would skyrocket, and all those who undermined her would have no choice but to keep their mouths shut. With this thought, Lan Xun now looked at Lin Yuan with fondness. After Lan Xun left, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Yin Lin smiled at each other. Yin Lin nodded at Wen Yu as the both of them finally officially became acquainted with each other. "Yin Lin, let's keep in touch from now on," said Wen Yu. Yin Lin replied with a smile, "Of course." Wen Yu wanted to keep in touch with Yin Lin because she wanted to obtain even more resources. Although Yin Lin had always favored Lin Yuan, she still had a clear mind and knew what kind of person Lin Yuan was. Wen Yu always kept half a body distance behind herself and Lin Yuan. Although both of them sat on golden thrones in the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu still sought Lin Yuan's opinion on some matters. Lin Yuan had just put on a show with Yin Lin. When Yin Lin was trading resources with Wen Yu, he would need to use the island whales and travel along the Radiance Azure waterway. None of the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families would be able to stop the trade even if they wanted to. There was no way that Lin Yuan would take advantage of Yin Lin. Yin Lin would be obtaining numerous resources from the trades. She would not only use these resources to increase her own power but also to develop her faction. She wanted to stamp Sky City's name on her faction as soon as possible. When Yin Lin first summoned her major sea demon, it had been extremely wary of Lin Yuan. But with Lin Yuan's help, it evolved into the King Sea Demon and was very close to evolving into the Emperor Sea Demon. The Sea Demons were governed by their bloodline. With Lin Yuan's help, Yin Lin's Sea Demon had elevated its status among its species. The major Sea Demon that had unlocked the sacred evening tide healing water occasionally swept its life water onto Lin Yuan to heal him and alleviate her exhaustion. When Yin Lin saw Lin Yuan looking at her major Sea Demon, she remembered the major Sea Demon the Moon Empress had traded from Lansun for Lin Yuan. Yin Lin could not help but want to advise Lin Yuan that the major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was powerful, but it was a bottomless pit. It required an overwhelming number of resources to be nurtured. However, Yin Lin could never say such a thing because Lansun was still paying attention to the goings-on in the room. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Yin Lin, how great of a benefit will your precious instrument receive if the major Sea Demon is applied to it now?" Lin Yuan was going to obtain his own precious weapon soon. With the 8 stars diving songstress body as the main ingredient and supplemented by many precious spiritual ingredients, the Moon Empress would be able to produce at least a 7 stars precious instrument. She might even be able to retain the diving songstress stars and create an 8 stars precious instrument for Lin Yuan. As such, Lin Yuan was very curious about how much a major sea demon could benefit a precious instrument. Instead of using her words to answer Lin Yuan, Yin Lin summoned a green clam that resembled a clarion. Chapter 1843 Legend of the Emperor Sea Demon. Yin Lin immediately ordered her major sea demon to fuse with the blue tide clarion. In an instant, the sacred evening tide healing water that had turned into a water sprite separated the water currents. The major sea demon's body turned illusionary and fused with its life water. Now, there was a sea demon swimming around within the water sprite. The sea demon within the water sprite let out a cry, and the sea demon and water sprite transformed into a sacred white gem. The sacred white gem was embedded into the 5 stars blue tide clarion, and the blue tide clarion's appearance started to change. The surface of the blue tide clarion turned into a sea. The sea demon's figure could be vaguely seen in the sea. Without Yin Lin having to say anything, Lin Yuan could sense that the blue tide clarion had surpassed the level of a 7 stars precious instrument. In fact, it was considered an exceptional 7 stars precious instrument. Yin Lin was also taken aback by how much more powerful the major sea demon made the precious weapon. After being dazed for a moment, Yin Lin said, "The more powerful the precious weapon, the less benefit it would receive from the major sea demon. Even if a pinnacle king sea demon is applied to an inferior 9 stars precious weapon, it would not reach 10 stars. Before my major sea demon evolves to diamond grade, it should be able to evolve the blue tide clarion to pinnacle 7 stars. If its bloodline reaches Emperor Sea Demon, it should be able to boost the blue sea clarion to 8 stars. Yin Lin spoke honestly and included a lot of information that allowed Lin Yuan to understand more about sea demons and how they boosted precious instruments. Now, Lin Yuan looked forward to evolving the major sea demon with the purple frigid heavy water even more than ever. At the same time, he became determined to evolve it into an Emperor Sea Demon. This would ensure that his precious instrument would still be able to reach 9 stars even if it dropped stars during the forging process. He would not dare to hope for the precious instrument to reach 10 stars. 10 stars precious instruments were even rarer than 10 stars sacred source life forms. Firstly, it was very easy for high-grade spiritual ingredients to drop stars when they were forged into precious weapons. Even a Class 6 creation master would need the body of a complete 11 stars sacred source life form as well as more than 10 supplementary ingredients that came from 10 stars sacred source life forms in order to create a 10 stars precious weapon. Moreover, the forging process had to go perfectly smoothly. 10 stars precious instruments were considered legends. They were as valuable as 12 stars sacred source life forms. None had ever appeared. Thus, no one could be certain if 10 stars precious weapons could trigger celestial phenomena like 10 stars sacred source life forms could. At that moment, Lan Xuan spoke from the doorway. Yin Lin did not hide anything from Lin Yuan and told him about the relationship between major sea demons and precious weapons. Lan Xuan saw this as reciprocation. Since Lin Yuan already obtained the major sea demon, it was fine for him to know such things. However, Lan Xuan had not expected Yin Lin to mention the Emperor Sea Demon. The entire main world knew that the Azure Federation had the Emperor Sea Demon because the Azure Federation had flagged it as their icon to deter other federations. Lan Xuan felt that Yin Lin had undermined the might of the Emperor Sea Demon. Hence, he needed to correct her. The boost that Emperor Sea Demons provided precious weapons was far stronger than she made it out to be. Moreover, Emperor Sea Demons were not the limit of the major Sea Demon's bloodline. If the Emperor Sea Demon was applied to the Blue Tide Clarion, it would reach 8 stars at least. If the Emperor Sea Demon was applied to a pinnacle 8 stars precious instrument, it would just be able to reach 10 stars. Lan Xuan took out one of the Azure Federation's specialty spatial equipment and gave it to Lin Yuan as he said, "This is the strange water for you." The 4 types of top-grade strange water are the paralysis water, deep ocean frozen water, spirit sharp chaos water, and revival blue water. The deep ocean frozen water might be less outstanding, but the other 3 types of strange water all have their own abilities. The deep ocean frozen water will be extremely useful for your major sea demon. If you want to form a contract with that major sea demon, you can use the deep ocean frozen water to temper your body as well as give types of high-grade strange water with frozen attributes. Lan Xuan paused before he continued. If you have seen the major sea demon that has unlocked the purple frigid heavy water, you should have sensed how powerful it is. However, I have to warn you that it is extremely difficult to nurture. It needs an unimaginable amount of pure spirit chi and water elemental energy. Lan Xuan did not continue speaking. He expected that the Moon Empress would be the one nurturing Lin Yuan's major sea demon. The Moon Empress could easily tell how difficult it would be to nurture the major sea demon. He had told the Moon Empress the same thing about the major sea demon when she traded for it, and now he had also told Lin Yuan. This meant he had done all he was obliged to do. Lin Yuan was extremely excited when he received the spatial equipment from Lan Xuan. Besides the deep ocean frozen water that he needed to temper his body so he could form a contract with the major sea demon, he could give the other 3 top-grade strange water to Dark Blue. Dark Blue would be able to use the strange water to unlock 3 types of willpower and speed up its growth. Lin Yuan stayed for a while longer before he and Wen Yu left. In the past, Yin Lin would be reluctant to see Lin Yuan leave. But now, she had the golden letter paper, and the distance between her and Lin Yuan had been cut short. She would be able to communicate with Lin Yuan anytime she wanted. After Lin Yuan and Wen Yu left the accommodation where the Azure Federation envoy group was staying, they went to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan had just left the Radiant Moon Palace yesterday, and the Moon Empress was still attending the Imperial meeting. He only went to the Radiant Moon Palace to make Lan Xuan think that all his resources came from the Radiant Moon Palace. After staying in the Radiant Moon Palace for a while, Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion. At that moment, Lin Yuan could barely contain his excitement. He had 4 important things to do. Firstly, he had to go and see what changes had taken place to the Spirit Lock spatial zone after Morbius fused with the green gem. Next, he would have to use the Beast Spirit's soul and soul bewildering daisy to turn the disaster world faceless beast into his fey. He also needed to form a contract with the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lastly, he had to form a contract with the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Chapter 1844 The Tree in the Pure Land of Bliss. Once Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, he noticed that all the heavenly family feys were gone except for White Phoenix. White Phoenix was combing his hair while looking into the mirror. During the time that he was in the return from faraway mansion, he had become very good friends with Lu Pinru. Lu Pinru had designed trendy clothes that were right to White Phoenix's taste. After White Phoenix wore the clothes that Lu Pinru made and strutted in the streets, Blue Lotus and Blood New Moon eventually became unwilling to go out shopping with him. As he looked at White Phoenix's clothes, Lin Yuan thought, isn't that female attire? It is even more outlandish than when Endless Summer dressed itself up as a Christmas tree. When White Phoenix saw Lin Yuan, he tossed a bag to Lin Yuan and said, "These are the feathers that I accumulated all these years. You probably gave all the feathers I gave you last time to Night Leaning Moon. I will give you these feathers as well. You can do whatever you want with them." In White Phoenix's previous conversations with Lin Yuan, he would constantly thank Lin Yuan. But now, he no longer thanked Lin Yuan. White Phoenix never expected that Lin Yuan would truly be able to revive Jade Sundial. He thought that Lin Yuan had just given Blood New Moon hope. But, Lin Yuan did manage to do it. Now that Lin Yuan had revived Jade Sundial, the Heavenly Family Cottage no longer just owed him a favor. White Phoenix now saw Lin Yuan as a comrade and a part of the Heavenly Family Cottage. This was why he proposed a collaboration between the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation. White Phoenix was rational. Purple Love had led Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and Blood Love to the Imperial Court. White Phoenix was supposed to go as well, but he was perturbed that the 2 pages of Tower Cannon had not shown up yet. He stayed back to protect Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with White Phoenix. After the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation formed a collaboration, White Phoenix became an ally of the Radiance Federation. Since White Phoenix had given something so precious to him, he would do the same. Lin Yuan had been nurturing the dark crystal armored insect for Qin Lun and Qin Yu. Both of them had already used up many of the dark crystal armored insect's shells. Lin Yuan had more than 100 of the dark crystal armored insect's shells stored in a brocade box. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have given so many insect shells to White Phoenix because he needed to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. But now, the Moon Empress had given him more dark crystal armored insects. Once the dark crystal armored insects were stored in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, they shed their shells quickly. They shed 1 shell daily. The insect shells from the dark crystal armored insect contained much more elemental energy than elemental pearls and were sufficient for Lin Yuan to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lin Yuan handed the brocade box that contained the dark crystal armored insect shells to White Phoenix as he said, "Since you're giving me another gift, I will give you this." Lin Yuan used the moonlight brocade for the brocade box that contained the dark crystal armored insect shells. The moonlight brocade was made out of the moon reflection spider threads. This was produced by the moon reflection crafty spider, which was nurtured by the Moon Empress. Thus, the moonlight brocade could only be found in the Radiant Moon Palace. White Phoenix could not sense anything past the moonlight brocade, but he assumed that it contained some type of small trinket. After receiving the brocade box, White Phoenix went back to combing his hair. Lin Yuan headed to Lu Ji's room. After knocking on Lu Ji's door, he handed the bag of feathers that White Phoenix had given him to Lu Ji and said, "Big brother Lu, take these feathers with you when you go to the Spirit Guard's land and give them to Anti-Knight." Lu Ji replied with a smile, "Lin Yuan, I was just about to head to the Spirit Guard's land. Master said that many of the 200 insect species carcinoma feys that came from the Goddess of Mercy are suitable for me. They will make my combat system even more complete." Ever since the Insect Queen was strengthened by the blessing from the Emperor Core of all insects, Lu Ji could see the road ahead of him. Regardless, everything would still be for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he said, "Big brother Lu, besides using one of the 12 firefly demon fetuses on the Blade Queen Bee, carefully consider which other insect species carcinoma feys you use them on. Insect species carcinoma feys are scattered everywhere on the earth. We should gather more of them before you finally decide which of them to fuse with the firefly demon fetuses. This will ensure your power increases to the greatest extent. Also, the Insect Queen can form a contract with the Cocoon of Evolution. There will be more sacred source items in the future that the Insect Queen can form contracts with." Lu Ji nodded seriously. He knew that everything Lin Yuan said was in his best interest. Lu Ji was very careful when it came to the firefly demon fetuses. This was the same approach he had when the Insect Queen started consuming insect species carcinoma feys and gaining their abilities. Since he was going to become a disaster, he would have to be comprehensive. Lu Ji packed his things and went downstairs. This was when he saw White Phoenix staring dazedly into the brocade box while sitting on the sofa. After Lu Ji greeted White Phoenix, the latter only nodded distractedly. The insect shells inside the brocade box were treasures to every dark type fey, and White Phoenix was no exception. White Phoenix was stunned for a moment before his hand started trembling slightly. He controlled the night and was extremely talented. However, his exceptional talent was also a trap. It caused his growth to be slower than the other Heavenly Family feys. But there had been nothing that White Phoenix could do about it. Now, White Phoenix saw a chance to soar up to the heavens. It was clear that the resources in the box were the product of a human creation master. White Phoenix seemed to understand why the sacred Cry Moon Beast had decided to follow the Moon Empress. He slowly closed the brocade box. White Phoenix already felt indebted to Lin Yuan for saving Jade Sundial. If Lin Yuan helped him to start walking down Heaven's path, White Phoenix would be willing to follow Lin Yuan like how the sacred Cry Moon Beast was following the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had no idea that the dark crystal armored insect's shells were about to create a new pinnacle expert. At that time, Lin Yuan had already entered the spirit lock spatial zone. He instantly noticed the changes. Chapter 1845 Hug the Floating Island Whale. The spirit lock spatial zone was a flat space without any height. Although the ancient emerald tree's trunk was slender, Lin Yuan guessed that the emerald tree was at least 600 meters tall. There were several new leaves growing on the branches that still appeared weak. However, the tree was being nurtured by the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and was slowly growing. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear, "Partner, this tree growing on the pure land of bliss is the product of the endless gem I absorbed. It is tightly linked to Klein Hub and is linked to the entire marsh world. This tree can evolve the marsh soil around the pure land of bliss. It can significantly speed up the growth of plant-type feys in its immediate surroundings. As the tree grows, so will the size of the area it can affect. Currently, the area is less than 2,000 meters wide." Lin Yuan now understood the emerald tree growing in the pure land of bliss. Since it could affect the ground in a 2,000 meter radius around it, the ground on it could not be used to cultivate on a large scale. Even Morbius said that it could significantly speed up the growth of plant-type feys. Morbius rarely used such extreme terms. This meant that the ancient emerald tree had to be able to benefit plant-type feys to an astonishing extent. In order to make the best use of it, Lin Yuan decided to plant the soldier ration radish, item-storing walnut trees, and eventually, the barren river orchid bud on this ground. This would ensure that Morbius' evolution from the endless gem did not go to waste. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus used to be planted in the pure land of bliss. But Lin Yuan had moved it to the return from faraway mansion. Now, the pure land of bliss was empty. As Morbius' grade increased, the pure land of bliss and spirit pool also grew bigger. With the appearance of the ancient emerald tree, Lin Yuan felt that the interior of the spirit lock spatial zone no longer looked as plain as it used to. The golden lotus brocade pearls were growing right below the ancient emerald tree. Brocade zither was curiously circling the ancient emerald tree. When it saw that Lin Yuan had walked over to the pure land of bliss and red thorn as well as silver corona were not present, brocade zither flew over to Lin Yuan's shoulder and started expressing its affection for him. If red thorn and silver corona were present, brocade zither would never dare to act this way despite how friendly they were to it. As Lin Yuan continued studying the ancient emerald tree, Morbius said, "This tree can't be moved out of the spirit lock spatial zone, but it also uses a lot of spirit chi and has some special abilities. However, more investigation is needed to find out what these abilities are exactly." Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Morbius said. He also shared the sentiment that the ancient emerald tree was hiding a big secret. If he could find more endless gems for Morbius in the future, would this tree continue to grow, or would a new tree appear? Lin Yuan had no clue what the answer was. He would only know the answer once he obtained a new endless gem. At that point, Lin Yuan was done checking on the spirit lock spatial zone's changes. Lin Yuan had used his blood to nurture the floating island whale, so it saw him as its father. He had not entered the spirit lock spatial zone for some time and spent a lot less time with Universe. Universe sadly spread its wings as though it wanted to hug Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently wrapped his arms around Universe to soothe it. Universe had reached gold grade. Once it evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it would be able to comprehend a willpower rune on its own to evolve to fantasy breed. It was likely that this would happen soon, in a matter of 1 or 2 months. Thus, Lin Yuan would not be able to hug Universe in this form for much longer. After soothing Universe, Lin Yuan took out the beast spirit soul that the goddess of mercy had given him. Before he could use it on the child disaster world faceless beast, Lin Yuan first needed to form a contract with the beast spirit's soul and evolve it to Diamond X. In order to form a contract with the beast spirit's soul, a willpower rune linked to the soul was needed. Lin Yuan just happened to have this. Lin Yuan directly formed a contract with the beast spirit's soul. Since the beast spirit's soul was a soul type source type item, it did not need spirit chi to be evolved, but it needed soul power. The easiest source of soul power was soul type spiritual ingredients. However, soul type spiritual ingredients were rare, and there was no need to waste them just to evolve the beast spirit's soul. The Remembrance Soul Whale had collected numerous souls in the lava zone. Rememberling absorbed souls very slowly, but it could store all the souls it had gathered. It had not even absorbed 1% of the souls it had gathered yet. Many of the souls that Rememberling had collected were from myth breed phase, so they contained a large amount of soul power. If these souls were used to nurture the beast spirit's soul, it would be able to evolve quickly. Evolving soul-type feys have always been a big issue for creation masters. Due to the rarity of soul-type spiritual ingredients, spirit fluids that could evolve soul-type feys were extremely costly. With Remember-ling as the medium, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain a large amount of pure soul power that other feys could absorb. As the soul power evolved the beast spirit's soul from Remember-ling, it evolved to Diamond X in less than an hour. The beast spirit's soul was a special source-type item that did not have abilities or exclusive skills. It would take on the abilities and exclusive skills of the fey it invaded. After nurturing the beast spirit's soul, Lin Yuan let out the disaster world faceless beast. The disaster world faceless beast had been trapped in Lin Yuan's soul for more than a day. This was more than enough time to sand down the disaster world faceless beast's temper. It now felt extreme fear. Once the child disaster world faceless beast appeared, it tried to contact its mother. Chapter 1846 That Body is Yours. Before summoning the child disaster world faceless beast, Lin Yuan had instructed Shadow to release its aura and try to push out as much spirit chi from the space as possible. When feys from the outside world first entered the spirit lock spatial zone and absorbed the pure spirit chi that was within the spirit lock spatial zone, their bloodlines usually started evolving. Lin Yuan was afraid that after he summoned the disaster world faceless beast, its bloodline would evolve after it absorbed the spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. If the disaster world faceless beast's soul was strengthened as a result of the bloodline evolution, the beast spirit's soul might not be able to take over the disaster world faceless beast's soul. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. As such, he was prepared. Once the child disaster world faceless beast realized that it could not contact its mother, it decided to attack Lin Yuan. Shadow had already entered the child disaster world faceless beast's shadow and immobilized it. Lin Yuan handed the soul bewildering daisy's pollen to Shadow and said, "Shadow, pour out all the pollen from this bottle into the disaster world faceless beast's body." Shadow respectfully received the bottle that contained the soul bewildering daisy's pollen. When it turned to the disaster world faceless beast, its gaze changed into a mix of coldness, derision, and indolence. Its expression was like a statistical graph, and it terrified the disaster world faceless beast to the point that it started trembling. The disaster world faceless beast had reached suzerain X/pinnacle mythi and was as intelligent as a regular spirit chi professional. Hence, it knew what was in store for it. It wanted to let out a wail, but the suppression from Shadow caused it to be unable to even draw breath. The disaster world faceless beast looked like a sable species fey that resembled a dog. Its silver fur with red flecks was long and thick. The petrified disaster world faceless beast could be described as adorable. However, Lin Yuan had seen the disaster world faceless beast's true colors. It was a fey that toyed with spirits, souls, and minds and used these to cleanse itself. An unknown number of life forms had already died at its hands. Lin Yuan had experienced being stuck in a stalemate with the disaster world faceless beast, and he had almost lost control of his soul. If Morbius had not helped him to use his soul to trap the disaster world faceless beast, Lu Ji, Zhong Ziyi, Gao Feng, and Lu Yifan would have ended up killed by the child disaster world faceless beast. Hence, Lin Yuan did not feel an ounce of pity for the pitiful state that the disaster world faceless beast was in. He was no longer the naive young man from the Xia region. He had been trained by his experiences and could even bring himself to kill spirit chi professionals now, much less a fey. Lin Yuan understood the change in Shadow's gaze. Shadow was a dimensional life form that lived its life by carnage. Savagery and cunning were in its nature. In the abyssal world, any kind demon would end up killed by its fellow demons before it even reached Class 1. Since Shadow had managed to survive to become a Class 11 dimensional life form on its own when it had been in the abyssal world, it proved that it was heartless. At that moment, Shadow reached out and grabbed the disaster world faceless beast's neck, lifting it off the ground. The soul bewildering daisy's pollen's effects were astonishing, but Shadow had reached immortal, and the soul bewildering daisy's pollen would not work on it. Shadow opened the bottle and poured out the soul bewildering daisy's pollen into the disaster world faceless beast's nostril. Then, it manipulated the disaster world faceless beast to breathe in the pollen. Soon, the disaster world faceless beast fell to the ground as though it was drunk. Shadow had only poured out half the bottle of the soul bewildering daisy's pollen. It returned the half-empty bottle to Lin Yuan. The soul bewildering daisy pollen was like the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots in that both could only be encountered by chance. Lin Yuan might be able to find another use for it in the future. Lin Yuan looked at the disaster world faceless beast and said to the beast spirit's soul that was circling around in his palm, "Go, that body is yours." The beast spirit's soul was a parasitic source-type life form. It needed to take over a soul to invade its body in order to truly become alive. The beast spirit's soul was in agony that Lin Yuan had not allowed it to take over a life form throughout its evolution to diamond grade. When it heard Lin Yuan's instruction, the beast spirit's soul dashed over to the disaster world faceless beast and started to attack its soul. The soul bewildering daisy's pollen was very dominant, and the disaster world faceless beast's soul was rendered utterly helpless. It was like a muscular man who was restrained to a wall. No matter how strong this man was, he was reduced to a sitting duck. The beast spirit's soul was in no rush to exterminate the disaster world faceless beast's soul and take over its body. Instead, it gobbled up the disaster world faceless beast's soul like a fine delicacy. The soul bewildering daisy's pollen's effects would last for at least 3 hours. This was more than enough time. Lin Yuan could allow the beast spirit's soul to do as it pleased during the 3 hours. A phase thinking process was very simple. It only knew to pursue its benefits. The beast spirit's soul was consuming the soul bewildering daisy's pollen because it was beneficial to its growth. The disaster world faceless beast had comprehended the confounding law. The beast spirit's soul was using its soul gathering willpower rune to consume the confounding law. Although the soul bewildering daisy's pollen had already paralyzed the disaster world faceless beast's soul, the confounding law was unaffected. Chapter 1847 The disaster world faceless beast's bloodline evolves. The beast spirit's soul was not only unable to consume the confounding law, but its soul-gathering willpower rune even experienced backlash from the confounding law. As such, the beast spirit's soul was in great peril. Even without Lin Yuan issuing an order, Shadow's totem lit up, and Shadow used its totem power to suppress the confounding law. It was like an elephant that was being restrained in front of an ant so the ant would be free to prey on it. It sounded like a joke for an elephant to be eaten by an ant. But given enough time, it was not impossible. The beast spirit's soul was hard at work using its soul-gathering willpower rune to harvest the confounding law. Lin Yuan patiently waited to see if the beast spirit's soul-gathering willpower rune could successfully consume the confounding law. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan noticed that the soul-gathering willpower rune had harvested a portion of the confounding law's abilities. This discovery elated Lin Yuan. As long as the beast spirit's soul had enough time, it would be able to fully harvest the beast spirit's soul. However, 3 hours was clearly insufficient. 3 hours later, when the disaster world faceless beast's soul became free and was about to fight back, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use the remaining half the bottle of the soul bewildering daisy's pollen. 6 hours later, the soul-gathering willpower rune completely consumed the confounding law. Even if the disaster world faceless beast's soul recovered, it no longer had the ability to fight back against the beast spirit's soul. Eventually, the disaster world faceless beast's soul became sustenance for the beast spirit's soul, and the beast spirit's soul officially took over the body. The beast spirit's soul was a parasitic source-type life form. Although the beast spirit's soul was limited by Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank and thus was only Diamond X/Fantasy V, the disaster world faceless beast was still Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth I. If the beast spirit's soul had not fully taken control of the confounding law, the disaster world faceless beast quality would have fallen after the beast spirit's soul invaded it. After a series of events, Lin Yuan managed to obtain a Suzerain X/Myth I Fey despite only being a B-rank spirit chi professional. The disaster world faceless beast that had been struggling on the ground now stood up obediently. It shook out its hair and lunged toward Lin Yuan affectionately. Now that the beast spirit's soul had taken over the disaster world faceless beast, it had become one of Lin Yuan's feys. Hence, Shadow stopped restraining the disaster world faceless beast. Before the disaster world faceless beast could reach Lin Yuan's body, the thick fur on its body that had started coming into contact with the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone lit up. Lin Yuan was about to reach out to catch the disaster world faceless beast, which was about the size of a pet dog, when all of its fur fell off, exposing a body that was only around the size of a palm. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that the disaster world faceless beast's size had mostly come from its fur. It was actually very cute. Lin Yuan had seen a fey transform in such a way in the spirit lock spatial zone more than once. When genius, the lifespan mouse, and feys that were sensitive to spirit chi were awash in the pure spirit chi, their bloodlines would transform, and they would grow new fur. Moreover, they would also gain a new body when their fur was transforming. This was what had happened to the flower branch mouse. The disaster world faceless beast was already walking down an unknown path. If it evolved again, it might refresh its fundamental life form status and species. This was what had happened to Genius when it evolved from the 100 questions beast to the 1000 questions beast, then to the beast that connects everything, and finally to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Lin Yuan saw the disaster world faceless beast's current bloodline as the same as when genius evolved from the beast that connects everything to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Lin Yuan had found out from the goddess of mercy that the mother disaster world faceless beast belonged to Nana. Once the child disaster world faceless beast's bloodline completed its transformation, its bloodline would surpass that of its mother. He would likely clash swords with Nana again in the future. At that time, it was likely that the child disaster world faceless beast would be able to suppress its mother. Previously, the child disaster world faceless beast's fur had been silver with hints of red. But under the nourishment of the pure spirit chi, the red in the disaster world faceless beast's fur intensified. However, the red was completely different from the red on the mother of Bloodbath's body. The disaster world faceless beast's red was sinister and bewitching. It had an ominous aura. Lin Yuan seriously observed the disaster world faceless beast. The fur had gathered in a pile by his feet. The large amount of fur indicated that the disaster world faceless beast had already transformed multiple times. Lin Yuan realized that the disaster world faceless beast had already molted and grown new fur 15 times. The disaster world faceless beast's fur was now fully red. As its fur continuously fell and regrew, its fur slowly took on an alluring purple hue. The fur also started growing longer. If Chu Ci were younger, Lin Yuan would have given her the disaster world faceless beast. She would have been able to braid 300 braids out of its fur. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the disaster world faceless beast growing hotter in his arms. A power rose out from its bloodline and enveloped its body. This told Lin Yuan that the disaster world faceless beast was about to be done with its transformation. He held his breath and continued staring at the disaster world faceless beast. Lin Yuan noticed numerous large purple spots on its originally pink and red skin. The purple spots continuously changed. An eye appeared at the center of each of the purple spots. Lin Yuan had never seen a feys bloodline become so sinister during an evolution. Soon, soft purple and red fur grew out from its body. The tips of the hair were red, but they gradually turned purple toward the roots. A cry that resembled that of a baby was released from Lin Yuan's arms. The disaster world faceless beast opened its eyes, and Lin Yuan was suddenly looking into a pair of beautiful pink eyes. Chapter 1848 Death Demon Concubine. The small beast in Lin Yuan's arms had no idea that its gaze was affecting Lin Yuan and continued to snuggle up to him. Lin Yuan was the one who had nurtured the beast spirit's soul. As such, it felt sincerely affectionate toward Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan shook his head to clear his mind. It was just a pair of eyes, but Lin Yuan could be certain that the disaster world faceless beast that had evolved its bloodline was extremely powerful. There were hundreds of eyes on its skin, and it had twin-colored fur and pink eyes. Genius came across as transparent, clean, and agile. Meanwhile, the evolved disaster world faceless beast came across as muddled, unclean, and seductive. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the evolved disaster world faceless beast. Fey name, Death Demon Concubine Beast. Fey species, Demon Concubine Beast Species / Faceless Beast Species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, Curse / Spiritual / Soul. Fey quality, Mythi. Abilities. Death, make a judgment on the target's willpower, soul, spirit, and mind power. If the judgment decides that the combined power of the 4 powers is weaker than it, the life form will not be able to attack it. Heart words cross disaster, placing a voiced curse on the target. The strength of the target's spiritual energy will determine the strength of the curse. Under the influence of the curse, if another curse is placed on the target's mind, the effects of the curse will multiply, and the target's soul will start to corrode. Demon Concubine's promise. The death demon concubine can turn its heart into a pill that can be gifted to a target. The target will become the death demon concubine's dependent, and their lives will be tied together. Heart stolen soul photographed. After disaster heart curses the target's soul, it can enter the target's body and use its soul to control the target's body. Deepened curse imprint. Magnify the effects of the curse on the target and bewitch the target's mind, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously. Steal the fate of a nation. If it can influence the fate of a country that sits upon a certain area of the earth, the fate can be stolen. The price of this ability is the burning up of one's lifespan. Demon Concubine's chaos. When affecting the fate of the nation that the territory belongs to, a chaotic destiny can be injected into the territory. The chaotic destiny will cause all the life forms on the ground to be afflicted by bad luck. The effects of the bad luck will be linked to the strength of the chaotic destiny. Exclusive skill. Faceless appearance. Set a target and absorb its bloodline, spiritual energy, and soul. It will then assume the appearance of the target and obtain all of its abilities. Fate of Chaos, absorb the fate of the ground it is present on. The fate can be used to enhance the effects of its abilities. Payment in Life, use its lifespan to investigate the lifespans of other targets. If its own lifespan is sacrificed, it can take away another's lifespan by touching the target. Lin Yuan realized that the small beast in his arms was no longer called the Disaster World Faceless Beast but the Death Demon Concubine Beast. It changed from Faceless Beast Species / Furred Beast Species to Demon Concubine Beast Species / Faceless Beast Species. Evidently, its species had been extrapolated. From the Death Demon Concubine Beast's name, it was clear that it was the first of its kind. Its normal ability Child and Mother Double Body, which relied on cooperating with the mother, had changed to Death. Lin Yuan found the ability Death to be extremely interesting. The Death Demon Concubine Beast was Curse, Spiritual, and Soul type. As such, its willpower, soul, spirit, and mind were extremely powerful. While the Death Demon Concubine Beast was growing, it would be very difficult for other feys of the same grade to be judged as stronger than the Death Demon Concubine Beast. If Death was used, feys that were of the same grade or were weaker than the Death Demon Concubine Beast would not be able to attack it. This ability would allow the Death Demon Concubine Beast to never have to worry about being sieged by a group. In a way, Death would cause Spirit Chi professionals to lose control of their feys. This would cause the Spirit Chi professionals to lose confidence in their feys during battle. The feys that lost to the Death Demon Concubine Beast as a result of Death's judgment would only be able to watch as their contractors were taken control by the Death Demon Concubine Beast or killed. The Death Demon Concubine Beast's original Elite and Silver abilities Disaster Warning and Disaster Heart had fused to become Heart Words Cross Disaster. A curse would first be applied to a target. Once the curse took effect, a mind curse could be stacked onto it. Since the Disaster World Faceless Beast's Elite and Silver abilities had been fused, the Elite ability slot was left empty. Demon Concubine's promise would allow the Disaster World Faceless Beast to turn its heart into a pill that could bind it with a life form. It would become dependent on this life form, and the death of one would lead to the death of another. Lin Yuan saw this as a contraction ability. Normally, it would be best to use Demon Concubine's promise on the strongest fey available because feys that were stronger at combat would be better able to protect the Death Demon Concubine Beast. However, Lin Yuan did not see it this way. In order to use Steal the Fate of a Nation and Payment in Life, the Demon Concubine promise would have to use up its lifespan. Since Lin Yuan had become the Death Demon Concubine Beast's contractor, he knew that its lifespan was extremely long. However, if its power did not increase and it remained stuck at Suzerain X/Mythi, it would only be able to live around 800 years at the most. This was much longer than the lifespan of regular Spirit Chi professionals. But it would be far from enough if Lin Yuan wanted to use Steal the Fate of a Nation and Payment in Life. Lin Yuan felt that Steal the Fate of a Nation was the Death Demon Concubine Beast's essence. The fate of a nation encompassed the fates of every life form living in it. In order for a territory to be titled as blessed, the considerations included not only its resources but also fate. This was what made up the fate of a nation. Chapter 1849 Possibilities of Demon Concubine's Promise. The Death Demon Concubine Beast's second exclusive skill Fate of Chaos could absorb the fate of the territory that the Death Demon Concubine Beast was on. It would then use the fate to boost its own abilities. This meant that the more fate that the Death Demon Concubine Beast drained, the greater its power would be. Besides Fate of Chaos, Payment in Life also needed the Disaster World Faceless Beast to use up its lifespan. As such, Payment in Life would shorten the Disaster World Faceless Beast's life. It not only harmed the opponent but oneself as well. Luou never dared to use this ability in the past. However, Lin Yuan had nurtured a new life form that had gotten the Moon Empress out of her half-dug grave. This life form would forever only be able to remain normal quality, but it was a treasure that every expert would desire. The life form that Lin Yuan was referring to was the Lifespan Mouse. If Lin Yuan could strengthen the Flower Branch Mouse and nurture another Lifespan Mouse, the Death Demon Concubine Beast would be able to use Concubine's promise to form a contract with the Lifespan Mouse and link their lives together. As long as Lin Yuan could provide the Lifespan Mouse with enough spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, its lifespan would virtually be endless. This might even allow the Death Demon Concubine Beast to drain all of a nation's fate using Steal the Fate of a Nation. Payment in Life enabled the Disaster World Faceless Beast to use an unreasonable method to eliminate feys that were stronger than it. However, Lin Yuan would never take this ability for granted because he would not know what secret weapons his future enemies possessed. No matter how confident he was, an ability like this that risked everything had to be used cautiously. Heart stolen soul photographed and deepened curse imprint had not changed. When they were used in conjunction with heart words cross disaster, they would be able to increase the death demon concubine beast's control over the target. Blessing of mother's body would have allowed the disaster world faceless beast to receive boosts from its mother's mind, spirit, and soul. If it burned up its bloodline, it could even summon its mother over. Thus, it had been a life-preserving secret weapon. Now, Death Concubine's chaos caused the Death Demon Concubine Beast to lose this life-preserving secret weapon. But when used together with Steal the Fate of a Nation, Death Concubine's chaos could be even more apocalyptic than Blessing of Mother's Body. When the Death Demon Concubine Beast was draining a nation's fate, it could inject a chaotic destiny into the ground to curse all the life forms present on the territory. Normally, due to the restriction of the Death Demon Concubine Beast's lifespan, the effects of Steal the Fate of a Nation and Death Concubine's chaos were not strong. But once the Death Demon Concubine Beast used Demon Concubine's promise to contract the lifespan mouse, it would be able to place a terrifying chaotic destiny on the territory that bound every life form to bad luck. Cold beads of sweat had started dripping down Lin Yuan's back by the time he was done reading about the ability Death Concubine's chaos. He was relieved that he was the one who possessed the Death Demon Concubine Beast. Even if Luou did not have the lifespan mouse, he could still wield the Death Demon Concubine Beast as a fearsome strategic killing machine. Although the members of royalty had reached eternal, they were humans and did not have a lifespan that reached 1,000 years. Only experts who started walking down heaven's path were able to live past 1,000 years. Lin Yuan always assumed that a person's lifespan was limited. But once the Moon Empress started walking down heaven's path and unlocked her birth horoscope, she got a peek at the cinder that could be set alight. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan that once the ember in the birth horoscope was lit, one's lifespan might even become endless. There might be an end eventually, but the minimum lifespan would still be raised to tens of thousands of years. Even if the Death Demon Concubine Beast contracted the lifespan mouse, it would not be the same as experts because the process by which the lifespan mouse accumulated lifespan was not as simple as it seemed. Besides spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, the lifespan mouse also needed to digest the vitality-containing spiritual ingredients. However, the lifespan mouse would forever be stuck at normal quality and did not have a strong digestive ability. Although the Death Demon Concubine Beast could not compare to an expert that had set their birth horoscope alight, it would still be able to take on eternal experts with lifespans of 1,000 to 2,000 years. As long as the lifespan mouse continued eating, with time, the Death Demon Concubine Beast might even be able to take on experts who had set fire to their birth horoscope. As he looked at the little beast in his arms, the only feeling that Lin Yuan could identify was shock. He would struggle if he was asked to compare the Death Demon Concubine Beast with Genius and Chimey. Chimey had produced its own son and had turned into a completely new celestial being. Genius was the king of cats and could use its tail to connect with higher powers. As long as it paid the price, it would be able to find out anything it wanted to know. The Death Demon Concubine Beast could toy with lifespans and had the added edge of chaos. Lin Yuan noticed that these feys that had their species as part of their names all had a unique power that no other fey would be able to replicate. Lin Yuan seemed to have found his new ideals. Now that he was done nurturing the Death Demon Concubine Beast, Lin Yuan's combat power had increased substantially. Currently, the Death Demon Concubine Beast was the strongest fey that Lin Yuan had. Its grade and quality only further cemented this ranking. Lin Yuan decided to name the Death Demon Concubine Beast. He would not base the name off of the Death Demon Concubine Beast because Lin Yuan had formed a contract with it through the beast spirit's soul. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided to name it Merciful Soul. This was because the goddess of mercy had been the one who had given him the beast spirit's soul, and it would allow Lin Yuan to always remember the goddess of mercy's ulterior motive for him. Now, Lin Yuan was done with his second task. Lin Yuan prepared himself to contract the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had a high standard for the strength of the soul. Every young elite from the Freedom Federation was exceptionally careful before they contracted an intermediate devil. However, Lin Yuan did not have to do the same because he had two souls, both of which had been cleansed of impurities. Chapter 1850 Shadow, Discipline Her. Lin Yuan let out the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil from the purple and gold cage. Every devil that came from the demon church had its own unique nurturing method. But all devils had extremely strong reactions to spirit chi. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was extremely beautiful. It was wearing a light green dress that resembled a nun's tunic. Its ruby lips were dewy and looked alluring yet gentle. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil sensed the pure spirit chi, it started taking deep breaths wildly in order to absorb as much pure spirit chi as possible to strengthen itself. But before a hint of the spirit chi could reach the flower calamity beautiful devil's abdomen, Shadow used its aura to squeeze all the spirit chi out of the vicinity of the purple and gold cage. Once the flower calamity beautiful devil was unable to sense any pure spirit chi, it instantly went into a frenzy. When the goddess of mercy had been in the radiant moon palace, she had candidly described devils to him. Devils were all selfish, cruel, violent, bloodthirsty, and sly. They only acted in their own interests. Their nature made them impossible to tame. Although the goddess of mercy had turned her higher devil into her servant when she formed a contract with it, there had been numerous times that she needed to use benefits to tempt the higher devil. This was because she had strengthened it extensively and needed to depend on its power during battle. As such, although the devil acknowledged the goddess of mercy as its mistress, it would still request perks from her. The goddess of mercy had reflected on her situation. Although she had become the devil's mistress when she contracted it, she had not disciplined it. Thus, the goddess of mercy made sure to stress the importance of disciplining the intermediate devil to Lin Yuan. After the goddess of mercy sensed the mermaid bloodline within Lin Yuan, she started looking out for him as long as it would not involve her giving up her profits. There was something that the goddess of mercy had not understood. She had 3 intermediate devils on hand, so why did the Moon Empress pick the flower calamity beautiful devil out of all of them? The goddess of mercy felt that the flower calamity beautiful devil was too challenging to nurture. Although the Moon Empress could purify the eternal heart and had become a class 6 creation master, she would still have to invest a lot of time and energy if she wanted to help Lin Yuan nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the time and energy spent would be rewarded. However, the Moon Empress was still Lin Yuan's master. The goddess of mercy could not interfere in a decision that the Moon Empress had made for Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy was hoping to obtain the affection of Lin Yuan, who had the Emperor Mermaid bloodline. As such, she needed to maintain an amicable relationship with the Moon Empress. Although the goddess of mercy could not decide which intermediate devil Lin Yuan contracted, she could give her suggestions. Lin Yuan still kept the goddess of mercy's advice in mind and intended to properly discipline the flower calamity beautiful devil. Given the nature of devils, it would not do to use the soft method on them. When the flower calamity beautiful devil was unable to sense the pure spirit chi, its beautiful countenance had warped into a frightening sight. Lin Yuan walked up to it and placed his hand on the cage as he said, "You are in my territory now. Yet, you're still trying to absorb my spirit chi. It looks like you still don't know your place." Lin Yuan's words seemed to be an arrogant provocation, but he was actually informing the flower calamity beautiful devil of its circumstance to let it know that the pure spirit chi was still present. After contracting the flower calamity beautiful devil, Lin Yuan would have to evolve it. He felt that with all the different types of pure spirit chi at his disposal, he would be able to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil to a higher devil at least. Once the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved into a higher devil, it would become more powerful than Lin Yuan. When Luou fused with his higher devil, he could control it better than Yan Ling, Cai Huo and Yu Changjian could contract their intermediate devils. However, the higher devil also affected his personality. If Lin Yuan wanted to keep his personality intact when he fused with the flower calamity beautiful devil, he needed it to submit to him whenever he summoned it. Since the flower calamity beautiful devil was an intermediate devil, it was as intelligent as any human adult. In fact, it was much more scheming. The flower calamity beautiful devil clearly understood its value to spirit chi professionals. It spoke with a fawning, beguiling, and cunning tone, "If you give me the spirit chi, I will help you once I become stronger." Every devil had its own distinct personality. The flower calamity beautiful devil's personality was characterized by greed. It was almost obsessed with wealth. Thus, when Lin Yuan demonstrated how much pure spirit chi he had, the flower calamity beautiful devil completely submitted to him. From its tone, it seemed willing to allow Lin Yuan to become its contractor. If the other elites from the Freedom Federation who had contracted intermediate devils found out about this, their jaws would drop because devils almost never submitted to spirit chi professionals when the force was not used. By saying what it had said, the flower calamity beautiful devil was the first of its kind. The main reason for this was that the purity of the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was much too high. The flower calamity beautiful devil wanted nothing more than to spend every day drinking it all up. The flower calamity beautiful devil felt that it would be able to start devouring the pure spirit chi quicker if it submitted. Alas, devils and humans did not share the same language. Lin Yuan had no idea what the flower calamity beautiful devil said. Moreover, he intended to put it through the ringer to instill discipline in it. Thus, he did not instruct Genius to use connected tales to learn what the flower calamity beautiful devil was thinking. He did not know how to torture a devil. However, all the demons that lived in the abyssal world were experts at this. Corporal punishment was a life skill for abyss demons. Shadow was a wily old fox in its own right and was likely to have countless methods for torture. Lin Yuan said, "Shadow, discipline her. I hope to see it bowing to me the next time I lay my eyes on it." Lin Yuan did not understand what the flower calamity beautiful devil said, and the same went for the flower calamity beautiful devil. Hence, the flower calamity beautiful devil still had not realized the severity of its situation. It continued looking at Lin Yuan with confusion. Chapter 1851 Time to organize the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Ever since Lin Yuan transformed Shadow, and it nestled itself in the warmth of Sky City, Shadow had been suppressing its true nature. Devils had bad habits, and so did demons. It could even be said that demons were even more enslaved to their bad habits than devils were. Shadow had been controlling itself for far too long and was anxious to unleash its brutal side. It delightedly promised Lin Yuan, "Lord Dictator, it will willingly kneel before you the next time you see it. It will be nothing more than a loyal puppy by your feet." When Lin Yuan heard what Shadow said, he stored Shadow and Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil in the spatial ring. It was time for Shadow to perform. Lin Yuan was not interested in seeing exactly what Shadow did to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil because he had more important things to do. He had to use the well water that had been accumulating in the element well to prepare more types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan already had water, fire, earth, and wind elemental energy. In fact, he had as many types of them as he wanted. After all, the 4 elemental shellfish were continuously producing heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, so he could increase its power. As such, he needed to prepare other types of elemental energy. Since the element well appeared, Lin Yuan had been using the water sparingly. As such, there was a significant amount of water at the bottom of the element well. It would fill 6 to 7 bowls without issue. Besides pure water, fire, earth, and wind elemental energy, the Moon Empress had given him 10 of the dark crystal armored insects, 10 of the moonlight sleeping lotuses, 5 of the plasma snails, 5 of the wood-building winged sandflies, and 1 of the ice-sealing frozen carp, which were mediums for 5 types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan also had the blood brew grape from the blood brew grapevine. This meant that Lin Yuan also possessed blood energy. This meant that Lin Yuan had exactly 10 types of pure elemental energies. However, Lin Yuan needed to nurture all the feys that the Moon Empress had given him before the element well could use the resources they produced to concoct elemental energies. This would take some time. This time would be perfect for teaching the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil obedience. The dark crystal armored insects had an unassuming appearance, as all of them were only around the size of a fingernail. If a spirit chi professional who was not a creation master saw the dark crystal armored insect, they might mistake it for the grey beetle. But if the dark crystal armored insect was nurtured by pure spirit chi, its shell would fall away from its body and crystallize instantly. The shell that fell off would automatically absorb light from the surroundings. This would cause the surface of the shell to be covered with a layer of starlight. Currently, Lin Yuan only had 5 of the dark crystal armored insects. Hu Chuan had used the dark mystic martial rock to create a container to store the dark crystal armored insects in. The container was only around half a square foot large, but it was very spacious for the 5 dark crystal armored insects. Now, Lin Yuan could store these 10 new dark crystal armored insects in the container as well. Since the dark crystal armored insect was armored insect species, it was not territorial. Although they also had their own hierarchy, the 15 dark crystal armored insects would not attack each other as long as they were supplied with sufficient spirit chi. The 10 dark crystal armored insects that were added into the container quickly gathered in the corner and started to absorb pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan plucked out 3 shells that had fallen not long ago and closed the container. With these feys, Lin Yuan had taken possession of numerous types of pure elemental energy. These types of pure elemental energy were extremely valuable and could be considered foundational resources. Lin Yuan had not organized the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone in a long time. Ever since the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone expanded to 400 square meters, Lin Yuan no longer had to try to conserve space like when it had only been 80 square meters large. Moreover, the true use of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone did not involve taking up a large amount of space. The rate of resource production of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone came from the rate at which the Spirit Pool broke down the energy ores. The feys that needed to absorb Spirit Chi were all greedy for Spirit Chi. Moreover, there was also universe. Lin Yuan no longer needed to remain in the spirit lock spatial zone to lay out the coral jades and other spiritual ingredients in order for the spirit pool to break down the energy ores to produce spirit qi. Nonetheless, it was still his private space, and it was time for him to organize the spirit lock spatial zone. Through his will, he instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to use chains made of wind elemental energy to arrange the items in the spirit lock spatial zone. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan was done arranging the 400 square meter space. The size of the platinwood shelves and tables no longer suited the current size of the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan decided that when he went to the Divine Wood Federation, he would ask Hu Chuan to use some rare wood to make new furniture for the spirit lock spatial zone. In less than a day, the furniture would turn jade textured. While he was instructing the wind speed rapid antelope to arrange the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan specifically set aside a space of about 40 square meters. Lin Yuan took out a strip of grass that had the faint fragrance grass growing on it. The faint fragrance grass was an advanced strip of grass specially nurtured by Condense Fairy Orchard to plant fortuitous feys. It could release water vapor and had cleaning effects. It would also release a faint fragrance. Lin Yuan covered the 40 square meters with the strip of faint fragrance grass. A special type of wood elemental energy was needed to nurture the faint fragrance grass. As such, it did not have a strong reaction to concentrated spirit qi. When the faint fragrance grass was submerged in a high concentration of pure spirit qi, it did not start to evolve or mutate. The only thing that changed was that the grass became more luxurious. When Lin Yuan stepped on it, he felt as though he was stepping on a thick green carpet. Chapter 1852 Lin Yuan creates a nest. Although the faint fragrance grass would not evolve or mutate when exposed to concentrated pure spirit qi, its grade would still rise continuously. Even if Lin Yuan left the faint fragrance grass to its own devices, it would quickly raise itself from bronze to gold. Once it reached gold, small flowers would start growing out of the green carpet. These flowers did not have any special uses, but they were very pleasant to admire. However, Lin Yuan was still a man. He did not lay out this strip of grass for decorative purposes. Rather, he wanted to provide the feys in the spirit lock spatial zone that could produce spirit qi with the best environment. Lin Yuan placed the container that stored the 15 dark crystal armored insects on the strip of grass. Next, he placed the elemental shellfish at the center of the grass strip so that the elemental pearls that were spat out by the elemental shellfish would land on the grass. The wind speed rapid antelope would then pick them up swiftly and sort them into their respective chests that were next to the pure land of bliss. All the chests were sectioned into 4. Given the wind speed rapid antelope's intelligence, it could easily separate the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls based on their outer layers. The wind speed rapid antelope was increasingly living up to its role as a housekeeper. Lin Yuan did not need to do anything special to the moonlight sleeping lotuses because the Moon Empress had already planted them in pots made of moonstone. Lin Yuan only needed to place these pots on the grass strip. Once the moonlight sleeping lotuses absorbed sufficient pure spirit qi, the lotuses that contained pure light elemental energy would eventually fall on their own. Once the 5 plasma snails were triggered by spirit qi, they would release plasma. If the plasma came in contact with other feys, it would cause damage. When Lin Yuan went to the Miao family's residence, Miao Zhenshan had given a flower sculpture carved from agate in order to please him. The agate flower was hollowed out and could separate elemental energy. Lin Yuan placed the 5 plasma snails into the agate flower and set it on a platter made of gold destiny separating crystal gold. From now on, Lin Yuan could retrieve the plasma snail's secretions from the platter whenever he needed it. Compared to the dark crystal armored insects, moonlight sleeping lotuses, and plasma snails, the wood-building winged sandflies were more difficult to handle. The pure wood elemental energy that came from the wood-building winged sandflies came from their pupas. As such, the wood-building winged sandflies were consumable feys. Lin Yuan did not want the 5 wood-building winged sandflies to disappear once they turned into pups. As such, he built a nest for them first so they could procreate. He would then nurture the young wood-building winged sandflies until they reached adulthood and repeat the process of procreation before they turned into pupas. This way, Lin Yuan would not only be able to ensure that he had enough of the wood-building winged sandflies' pupas but also have a store of its eggs that he could trade for resources. Besides trading for resources, Lin Yuan also had a great need for the wood-building winged sandflies. Both the jasmine lily and red thorn were plants and benefited greatly from pure wood elemental energy. If the wood-building winged sandfly's pupa was buried in the twin red pagoda's pot, the pure wood elemental energy it produced would enable the twin red pagoda to grow quickly and produce the life form sacrificial fire again. Thus, When Lin Yuan created a nest for the wood-building winged sandflies, he used the best jade-textured wood in his possession. After he bundled the jade-textured wood together, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to produce feathers made of the day and night spirit silver and started digging out holes in the jade-textured wood. Using the sharp day and night spirit silver to dig holes in the jade-textured wood was very easy. However, it took Lin Yuan around 15 minutes to complete this task. Lin Yuan used his crude carving skills to dig many holes in the bundled jade-textured wood until it resembled a wasp nest. Lin Yuan did not feel any reluctance at all. Rather, he was extremely satisfied. He was confident that he had dug out enough holes for the wood-building winged sandflies to continuously build and rebuild nests. When other creation masters nurtured the wood-building winged sandfly, they would be afraid that it would die after it laid eggs. Even with the utmost care, only 1 out of the 2 to 5 eggs that the wood-building winged sandfly laid would survive. But with the nourishment from the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, it was guaranteed that none of the eggs would be lost. Thus, even if Lin Yuan did not invest any effort into taking care of the wood-building winged sandflies, he would be able to obtain more and more of their pupas. The jade-textured wood would be the wood-building winged sandflies' food. Lin Yuan did not waste the jade-textured wood that he had dug out from the bundle. Instead, he instructed the wind-speed rapid antelope to collect them and pile them up neatly. When the wood-building winged sandflies were seeking food, they would naturally head for the pile of jade-textured wood scraps. They would only start to eat their nest if they were desperate. Once the source sand moved the large pile of jade-textured wood scraps onto the strip of grass, he released the 5 wood-building winged sandflies. He had already fed the wood-building winged sandflies pure spirit chi by hand before he released them. Thus, the wood-building winged sandflies were not afraid of him. Once the wood-building winged sandflies came into contact with the pure spirit chi, it was as though the procreation genes in their bodies were triggered, and their lifespans were shortened. Once the wood-building winged sandflies saw the jade-textured wood, they immediately started nesting, laying eggs, and turning into pupas. Now that Lin Yuan was done handling the wood-building winged sandflies, only the ice-sealing frozen carp was left. The ice-sealing frozen carp did not produce water elemental energy but could turn pure water elemental energy into ice elemental energy of the same quality. Lin Yuan currently had 2 possible plans in front of him. The first was to breed the ice-sealing frozen carp in the Amazonite tank and add in powdered heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that had outer layers so that the powdered pearls could dissolve inside the tank. He would do this until a large amount of sediment collected at the bottom of the tank because this meant that the Amazonite tank was fully saturated with water elemental energy. Chapter 1853 The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil is hurt. The method would be too wasteful. It involved using water from the element well to concoct pure water elemental energy, then using the water from the element well to nurture the ice-sealing frozen carp in order to obtain pure ice elemental energy from it. There was no question that the second method was more convenient. However, Lin Yuan still chose the first option because the ice-sealing frozen carp would absorb a portion of water elemental energy when it turned water elemental energy into ice elemental energy. Every drop of water from the element well was invaluable. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to waste even a single drop. Since he had made his choice, Lin Yuan added grasswood fountain water into the Amazonite tank before he placed the ice-sealing frozen carp into the tank. Grasswood fountain water contained vitality. Without water elemental energy, the ice-sealing frozen carp would cause the temperature of the grasswood fountain water to drop, but it would not freeze. Lin Yuan did not have to scrimp or save when he used the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Out of all the elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan had the most of the aquamarine elemental shellfish. This was enough to meet the floating island whale's needs as well as maintain his trades with Yin Lin. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to grind up 100 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layers. He poured the crushed heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls into the Amazonite tank. Grasswood fountain water had extremely strong harmonizing effects and quickly dissolved the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl powder. At that moment, the ice-sealing frozen carp turned the entire tank of water cold. Lin Yuan knew that he had poured in more than enough heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl powder. It would be enough to last the ice-sealing frozen carp for some time. Now, Lin Yuan only needed to wait for time to pass, and he would be able to collect the resources that could be used to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lin Yuan had already been in the spirit lock spatial zone for about an hour. Now that he was free, he decided to see how Shadow was coming along in teaching the flower calamity beautiful devil. As such, he let Shadow and flower calamity beautiful devil out of the ring. Shadow had shattered the purple and gold cage that contained the flower calamity beautiful devil long ago. Shadow was standing while the flower calamity beautiful devil was cowering while staring at Shadow with terror. At that moment, Shadow had a guilty expression. When it accepted the task from Lin Yuan, it had promised that it would make the flower calamity beautiful devil bow before him. It had been confident in its methods but had not anticipated the flower calamity beautiful devil to be so stubborn. It had put in a lot of effort but still failed to make the flower calamity beautiful devil submit in the short time span it had promised. Although the flower calamity beautiful devil was plenty scared of Lin Yuan and it would not attack him even when it was out of the cage, it still had not reached the extent of the promise that Shadow had made to Lin Yuan. Shadow lowered its head and said softly, "Lord Dictator, I wasn't able to fulfill my promise to you. I am useless." Lin Yuan shook his head. He did not blame Shadow in the slightest. If intermediate demons were so easy to break, the young elites from the Freedom Federation and members of royalty like the Goddess of Mercy would not have been plagued with headaches about contracting them. It was only to be expected that the flower calamity beautiful devil was difficult to discipline. Lin Yuan was already surprised by how much Shadow had achieved in such a short span of time. "Shadow, since you aren't done teaching the flower calamity beautiful devil yet, you can continue doing so," said Lin Yuan. Shadow nodded seriously. It was not going to go east on the flower calamity beautiful devil. The flower calamity beautiful devil trembled when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Nothing had been more terrifying in its mind than the 7 major devils. But now, it feared Lin Yuan even more. When the flower calamity beautiful devil first met Lin Yuan, it had developed positive feelings for him. Devils were all lustful and cunning, regardless of gender. Lin Yuan's appearance easily met the flower calamity beautiful devil's standard for beauty. Additionally, Lin Yuan possessed seemingly endless pure spirit qi. The flower calamity beautiful devil needed this badly. If not for these reasons, the flower calamity beautiful devil would not have taken the initiative to try and gain his favor and was even willing to form a contract with him. Regardless, the flower calamity beautiful devil did not want to be locked in the spatial ring and tortured by the executioner-like dwarf any longer. The flower calamity beautiful devil placed its hands on the floor and adjusted its tunic as it prepared to climb to its feet. At that instant, Shadow's aura landed on the flower calamity beautiful devil, preventing it from standing up. Although Shadow had not fulfilled its promise to Lin Yuan and so the flower calamity beautiful devil would not willingly bow respectfully to Lin Yuan, it was already at Shadow's limit to allow the flower calamity beautiful devil to crouch in front of Lin Yuan. It would not allow the flower calamity beautiful devil to stand up in front of Lin Yuan. The flower calamity beautiful devil said in a panicked tone, "I can listen to you. As long as you provide me with resources and don't harm me, I will do what you say." The flower calamity beautiful devil's tone was full of alarm, and its natural voice was already shrill. Thus, although its words showed weakness, they sounded like a provocation. Lin Yuan returned Shadow and flower calamity beautiful devil into the spatial ring so Shadow could continue to mold the flower calamity beautiful devil. At the instant that the flower calamity beautiful devil entered the ring, it became certain that this handsome human could not be defied. "I've already demonstrated my submission, but this human still isn't satisfied. What does he want from me? Do I have no other choice but to be enslaved?" The flower calamity beautiful devil had no idea that its misunderstanding came from a loss in translation. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would still have instructed Shadow to continue disciplining the flower calamity beautiful devil if he understood what the flower calamity beautiful devil said. This was because, during Lin Yuan's battle against Han Qi and Luou, he learned about how a devil's character could affect a spirit qi professional. Chapter 1854 I hope you stay safe and well. Due to the influence of his higher devil, Luou had become increasingly agitated during the battle. After Han Qi fused with his higher devil, the devil started dictating his actions. Thus, despite not being afraid of contracting devils, Lin Yuan still had to ensure that his devil submitted to him. Moreover, the Goddess of Mercy had repeatedly stressed the devil's bad habits. Something that she had repeatedly stressed had to be something that had tripped her up in the past. As such, Lin Yuan would try his best to avoid it if he could. After all, Shadow would change the force it used in order to keep the flower calamity beautiful devil alive. The eggs that the wood-building winged sandflies had laid still needed some time before they turned into pupas. The plasma snails also had not produced a significant amount of secretions yet. As such, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone to go and have his meal. Since Lu Ji still had not returned from the spirit guard's land yet, Lu Pinru was in charge of dinner. Although Lu Pinru was not as skilled as Lu Ji when it came to cooking, she was still better than Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Through Lin Yuan's battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Chu Xi thoroughly realized how lacking she was. She now knew how much her brother had silently endured as he shielded her. Hence, Chu Xi contacted Cold Moon to request to go out to train. Cold Moon was happy that Chu Xi was so eager to improve and agreed to the request. She decided to take Chu Xi to Cloud Lake City before school began so Chu Xi could face off against dimensional life forms that emerged from the dimensional rift. This would train Chu Xi's fighting skills. When Cold Moon accepted Chu Xi as her disciple, Lin Yuan told her that he wanted to be the one to prepare feys for Chu Xi. Cold Moon was not opposed to this. She could tell that even before Lin Yuan became the Moon Empress disciple, he did all he could to leave the best things for his sister. When Chu Xi and Lin Yuan reunited recently, he gave her the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. The Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was a special defense-type fey and fit in with Chu Xi's combat system. It would be easy for Cold Moon to obtain a powerful fey for Chu Xi. However, she had no idea how she would go about obtaining a fey like the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly that was so illusionary and whose method of nurturing it was still unknown. Chu Xi had contracted a new fey, and her fey's grades were all evolved. What she needed now was to firm up her combat skills. The decision to go out to train had been impulsive, and Chu Xi had not told Lin Yuan about it yet. When Chu Xi saw Lin Yuan now, she said, "Big brother, I have spoken with teacher, and the two of us will be going out to Cloud Lake City to train tomorrow morning. A month later, I still start my final semester at Redbud City." When Lin Yuan heard that Chu Xi was going out to train tomorrow, he could not help but feel reluctance. As her older brother, he did not like her immersing herself in danger. Although she would be with Cold Moon at Cloud Lake City so Chu Xi would not be in any real danger, there was no doubt that she would have a difficult time. This was inevitable. When Lin Yuan went out to train and increase his power, he also had to experience many more challenges that regular people would not have to go through. Chu Xi had already decided to go out and train and had agreed on it with Cold Moon. No matter how reluctant Lin Yuan was, he could not hold her back. She only addressed him as Big Brother when she was revealing her true feelings or when she wanted to ask him for something. In all other situations, she called him by his name. He knew that Chu Xi was reluctant to leave him too. Lin Yuan reached out and pressed down the stray hairs on Chu Xi's head as he said softly, "Chu Xi, I will be very busy for the next 2 years. I might not always be in the Radiance Federation. But I will definitely be here to send you to school for your next semester and attend all parent-teacher meetings." In the past, if Chu Xi heard that Lin Yuan would be busy for 2 years and he would only make time to see her when she started school, she would feel a strong twinge of sadness. But she no longer felt this way. From the battle with the Freedom Federation envoy group, Chu Xi saw the duty that Lin Yuan carried. He would not have been able to become so powerful if he had not worked tirelessly. For the first time since Chu Xi grew up, she hugged him like when she was a child and said, "Big brother, don't force yourself if it ever becomes too difficult. I only hope that you're safe and well." Lin Yuan had intended to immediately return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone after the meal. But since Chu Xi was going to leave tomorrow, Lin Yuan spent 2 hours watching television with her before they played 2 rounds of the Battle Flag game. He only returned to his room and then to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone after he put her to bed. From the moment he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. He could not help but feel like he had forgotten something. "Oh my god! I've kept Shadow and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil inside the spatial ring for at least 3 hours. Doesn't this mean that Shadow has been disciplining the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil for at least 4 hours? The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil might be a devil, but such a punishment might even be too much for it." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and hurriedly let Shadow and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Demon out of the spatial ring. Once it was released, Shadow seemed to be panting. It was likely that it had expended a substantial amount of effort in order to discipline the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. It was not easy to tire out a demon that had reached immortal. When Lin Yuan turned his eyes onto the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, he saw that it was trembling. Once it saw Lin Yuan, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil wrapped its arms around itself and respectfully knelt in front of him with its head lowered. It was as though it was a lowly speck of dirt. Lin Yuan gave Shadow a thumbs up. "Not bad." Shadow's disciplining of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Lin Yuan was curious about what methods Shadow had used in order to discipline a devil to this extent. Since Shadow was done disciplining the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan decided to communicate with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned Genius and relayed his instruction. Soon, a belt that was transformed from a tail linked Lin Yuan and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil together. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could sense that Lin Yuan was reading its thoughts through this belt. Chapter 1855 The Fully Obedient Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. However, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had been disciplined by Shadow dared not show any form of opposition. Rather, it had lost its ability to fight back. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was fully vulnerable to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan assumed that a devil's heart would be muddled and filthy with slyness, greed, and wickedness. But when Lin Yuan looked into the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's heart, what he found was completely different. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's heart was filled with fear and submission. No matter what order Lin Yuan issued, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would instantly jump into action. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had lost even its most basic characteristics. Lin Yuan looked at Shadow with shock and wondered how it managed this feat. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to carefully assess the situation before he assigned any tasks to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. He had only instructed Shadow to discipline the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil as a spur-of-the-moment idea. His inspiration had been to fight fire with fire. But it ended up being a great success. If not for the enmity between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan would have made a windfall using Shadow to discipline devils for experts in the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan asked the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, "Do you have anything to say to me now?" Lin Yuan's tone was gentle. If Shadow had not disciplined the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil yet, it would have prattled off numerous requests for Lin Yuan. But now, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would not dare to do so. It kept its tone meek when it spoke to Lin Yuan for fear of setting off this young man with the face of an angel but a heart blacker than that of a devil. It was terrified that the young man would instruct the dwarf to start torturing it again. As it thought about how it had suffered at the hands of the dwarf, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was certain that it was a pain that it would never be able to endure again. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil kowtowed to Lin Yuan. The devil's voice was naturally sharp and sultry, but it tried its best to sound docile in order to come off as respectful as possible. "Lord, I don't have any requests. I will do whatever you ask of me." Lin Yuan now knew that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was ready to form a contract with him. He walked over to it and pressed his hand down on its head as he circulated his soul power and formed a contract with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Lin Yuan had a reason for doing this. He would see if the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil resisted during the contraction process and, through this, determine if it had truly submitted. Although contracting a devil was not an easy thing, and any resistance on the devil's part could result in backlash and injury to the soul, Lin Yuan had 2 souls. They counted for a total of around 400 points. One only needed a soul with around 160 points to form a contract with a devil. Thus, even if the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil violently defied the process, Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to overcome it. Moreover, given the current state of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan could not let Shadow have its way with it a third time because it might cause the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's survival instinct to be destroyed. If that happened, Lin Yuan would only be contracting a shell of a devil. Lin Yuan's contraction of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil went extremely smoothly. It only took an instant for him to contract the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil as his servant. With such a contraction, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would not dare to use its character and will to influence Lin Yuan during their future fusions. Now that the contraction was complete, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had become Lin Yuan's fey. Lin Yuan always treated his feys well. He instructed Shadow to recall its aura. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil obediently knelt on the ground and was finally allowed to absorb the pure spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. Once the pure spirit chi entered its body, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could not help but smile drunkenly. But it suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had not said that it could absorb the pure spirit chi inside this room. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil quivered. Terror and submission had its greed fully under their thumb. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil forced itself to stop breathing in the pure spirit chi. Instead, it started looking at Lin Yuan pleadingly as though it was asking for permission to absorb the pure spirit chi in the room. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and pulled the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil up to its feet as he said, "As long as you serve me, you can absorb as much of the pure spirit chi in this room as you want. I will even evolve your bloodline to higher devil." When Lin Yuan said that it could absorb as much of the pure spirit chi as it wanted, delight spread across the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's face. But when it heard the latter part of what Lin Yuan said, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's delight turned to shock. Eventually, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's body started trembling uncontrollably. The flower calamity beautiful devil had experienced true hell at the hands of Shadow. But what Lin Yuan just said sent it straight to heaven. No devil could resist the temptation of bloodline evolution. The flower calamity beautiful devil was also very smart. Back at the demon church, it would absorb the spirit chi supplied by the Freedom Federation every day. The purity of the spirit chi absorbed by the flower calamity beautiful devil then could not be compared to the purity of the spirit chi in this room. If this young man was able to possess so much pure spirit chi at his young age, it went without saying that he would be able to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline. Even devils would be fond of the person who shot them up to heaven. The flower calamity beautiful devil reached out its hand and touched the 2 curved horns on its head. It could not help but look forward to the day that it obtained 4 horns. Before the flower calamity beautiful devil could become overly hopeful, Lin Yuan took 2 green things out of a wooden pillar. When he walked nearer, the flower calamity beautiful devil saw that the 2 green things were 2 insect pupas. Lin Yuan took out the crystal bottle containing the element well's water and poured some of it while tossing the 2 wood-building winged sandfly pupas into the glass bowl alongside the water. Soon, Lin Yuan saw a swatch of green spread from the wood-building winged sandfly pupas to the element well's water. A moment later, the element well's water turned emerald green while the wood-building winged sandfly pupas disappeared. Chapter 1856 Flower Basket of Calamity. Both the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and wood-building winged sandfly pupas would not allow the elemental energy within them to escape in order to maintain the purity of the elemental energy. Thus, the flower calamity beautiful devil had no idea what the wood-building winged sandfly pupas were when it saw them. The element well could block spirit. As such, the flower calamity beautiful devil was confused when Lin Yuan handed the glass bowl to it. It had no idea what Lin Yuan was trying to do. "Drink every drop of this water," said Lin Yuan. There was an unspoken ban in the demon church. When devils were produced in the demon church, they did not possess human thoughts. In order to help them communicate with spirit chi professionals better, a scholarly spirit chi professional was assigned to be eaten by every newborn devil. When the devil consumed the spirit chi professional, it would immediately be able to think for itself. To a certain extent, the devil would also take on a part of the tastes of the human it consumed. Hence, the flower calamity beautiful devil detested insects, especially fat ones. However, Lin Yuan had already issued his instruction. Fear and submission won out over the flower calamity beautiful devil's distaste for insects, and it gulped down the green fluid. Since Lin Yuan said that it had to finish every drop, the flower calamity beautiful devil even started to lick the bowl. At that moment, elation erupted across the flower calamity beautiful devil's face because it sensed how pure the wood elemental energy in the water was. The flower calamity beautiful devil's true form was a female devil who wore a nun's tunic and had a breathtakingly beautiful face. It did not have many accessories. If Lin Yuan used the perspective from his past life, it came across as extremely poor. Suddenly, the pattern of numerous green vines appeared all over the flower calamity beautiful devil's tunic. As such, the tunic was no longer as plain as it had been. Circles of flowering vines wrapped around the flower calamity beautiful devil's bare feet. Rosy liveliness appeared in the flower calamity beautiful devil's cheeks. As such, its devil aura became blurred. An emerald green flower basket weaved from vines appeared in the flower calamity beautiful devil's hands. The vines that made up the flower basket were neither gold nor jade. The emerald green was mesmerizing. The green leaves that decorated the basket were layered. It was as though all the green in the world was contained in the flower basket. Due to this, the flower basket appeared extremely lush. Before a devil was contracted, no one could say what would happen to it once it was contracted. When the flower calamity beautiful devil was fed with various types of pure elemental energy, calamity flowers would bloom in its hand. The goddess of mercy had been right about this, and so had the moon empress. But before the calamity flowers were produced, the first elemental energy it absorbed would turn into the flower basket of calamity. From now on, this elemental energy would become the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy. This first hint of elemental energy had determined the flower calamity beautiful devil's abilities. Lin Yuan had no lack of combat abilities. Thunder, dark, and fire elemental energy were not suitable to become the flower basket of calamity's life elemental energy. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided that water, earth, and wood elemental energy were good choices. Lin Yuan could fuse with dark blue and turn into a merman. Now that he had contracted the flower calamity beautiful devil and was about to contract a major sea devil that was also water type, the strongest type of element in Lin Yuan's possession was water. If the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy was water type, Lin Yuan's water-type arsenal would be strengthened, and he would also become more powerful when he was in his merman form. However, Lin Yuan was always afraid of becoming too specialized. He wanted to go down the path of being all-inclusive. Thus, he gave up on water-type without hesitation. If the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy was earth-type, its abilities would be skewed toward defense. However, Lin Yuan's defensive abilities were covered by a three-pronged approach. During the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lin Yuan had a taste of a battle to the death. Offense would always be more useful than defense because it decided the direction of the battle. Even if one was an impenetrable shell, one would only be able to be on the receiving end of beatings. This was why although Lu Yifan was the Radiance envoy and clearly the strongest in the team, he had seemed the least impressive. As such, Lin Yuan eventually picked wood type. Wood elemental energy was the most moderate out of all the types of elemental energy. It could be extended into combat, defense, healing, and control abilities. Lin Yuan's combat system had already taken shape. The biggest benefit to Lin Yuan would only come from the flower calamity beautiful devil choosing this moderate path. Moreover, he would only use the best methods to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. With so much elemental energy, the flower calamity beautiful devil would be able to become powerful even if it chose the moderate path. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil held onto the flower basket of calamity excitedly and bowed to Lin Yuan to express its gratitude. Lord, thank you for improving me. With you around, I will definitely be able to become a higher devil. I will do all I can to serve you. Intermediate devils saw higher devils as pipe dreams. It was an obstacle that all of them would run into. Although the flower calamity beautiful devil had believed Lin Yuan when he said he could nurture it into a higher devil, it did not understand his methods. But now that it had experienced the methods for itself, the flower calamity beautiful devil estimated that it only needed 4 to 5 more types of pure elemental energy for its bloodline to evolve into higher devil. The more types of pure elemental energy the flower calamity beautiful devil absorbed, the stronger its bloodline would become. Its power was related to the elemental energy it absorbed. Lin Yuan did not know what the flower calamity beautiful devil was thinking. He still had 9 types of pure elemental energy that he had not fed to the flower calamity beautiful devil yet. Lin Yuan instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to bring over the 4 types of heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls. After the spirit lock spatial zone's most recent evolution, the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls were no longer rare. Chapter 1857 Bloodline Evolution into Higher Devil. The 4 types of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls were the easiest homogenized with the element well's water. Lin Yuan took out another 4 glass bowls and filled them with water from the element well. Next, he took out 3 types of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and placed them in the glass bowls. Soon, the pure elemental energy inside the elemental pearls fully dissolved inside the element well's water. The spirit chi professional that the flower calamity beautiful devil had consumed was not aware of the wood-building winged sandfly pupas, but it knew of elemental pearls. The flower calamity beautiful devil did not expect Lin Yuan to evolve it again immediately after evolving it. The foundation of the flower calamity beautiful devil's obedience was fear and submission. But now, the fear and submission were overshadowed by a special feeling. This feeling was even more solid than love and affection. Lin Yuan did not know what the flower calamity beautiful devil was thinking. After he was done concocting the pure water, fire, earth, and wind elemental energy, Lin Yuan nodded at the flower calamity beautiful devil to indicate that it should drink up the 4 bowls of water. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil no longer yearned to evolve its bloodline. It first thanked Lin Yuan in a gentle voice before it picked up the bowls one after another and drank up their contents. When Lin Yuan evolved the sacred sword-wielding queen, he felt as though he was watching a dress-up pageant. Now, he was getting the same feeling as he watched the flower calamity beautiful devil evolve its bloodline. Tangerine red, blue, brown, and green appeared on the flower calamity beautiful devil's tunic and shaped themselves into various flower patterns that were now embroidered on the tunic. This made the flower calamity beautiful devil become even more charming. 4 flowers also appeared in the flower calamity beautiful devil's flower basket. Each of them was about the size of a palm and corresponded with the color of the flower embroideries on the flower calamity beautiful devil's tunic. The flowers were even more elegant than crystals yet still seemed harder than gems. However, Lin Yuan did not see this as the flower calamity beautiful devil's biggest change. The biggest change to the flower calamity beautiful devil had to be to the 2 horns on its head. A devil's horns were a symbol of their status. At first, the flower calamity beautiful devil had 2 long horns that sprouted side by side on its head. Now, they twisted down toward its head. 2 bumps appeared behind its ears. This was clearly the beginning of the growth of new horns. Once these 2 horns grew out, the flower calamity beautiful devil would evolve from an intermediate devil to a higher devil. When Lin Yuan noticed this, he was happy but also suspicious. Was it this easy to evolve a devil's bloodline? He had only used 5 out of 10 types of the elemental energy that he possessed. From the growth of the 2 bumps, it seemed as though it would be able to evolve into a higher devil once it absorbed one more type of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan did not possess all types of elemental energy. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could find more feys that could produce elemental energy. If Emperor Sea Demon was not the peak of the major Sea Demon bloodline, then Higher Devil was not the peak of the Devil bloodline. Lin Yuan could not help but become hopeful. He wondered if the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would evolve past Higher Devil after he fed the remaining 5 types of pure elemental energy to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan filled another glass bowl with the element well's water and tossed in 7 or 8 blood brew grapes. After the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the water infused with pure blood energy, its aura intensified. As its aura exploded out, beautiful flowers bloomed. Each of them seemed to contain a robust life. When the blood-red calamity flower appeared in the flower basket of calamity, 2 long horns pushed out from behind the flower basket of calamity's ears. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil's aura was completely different from that of an intermediate devil. Its expression also became more dynamic, and viciousness and desire intermixed in its countenance. It was as though it had great disdain for everything. At that moment, everything in the world was nothing more than its playthings. But once the flower calamity beautiful devil laid eyes on Lin Yuan, its expression became extremely pure. It was as though it could only calm down when it was next to him. The nun's tunic that the flower calamity beautiful devil was wearing also changed. 2 layers of veil appeared over the tunic, and a hood grew out of the tunic as well. This made the flower calamity beautiful devil seem like an archbishop. Finally, the flower calamity beautiful devil evolved into a higher devil. Lin Yuan checked on the flower calamity beautiful devil. Fey name, Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Fey species, Higher Devil species / Beautiful Devil species. Fey grade, Silver, 6/10. Fey type, Natural. Fey quality, Legend. Satanic abilities. Calamity Judgment, according to the elemental energy that the target wields, a calamity flower will bloom on the target. Every time the target uses elemental energy, the calamity flower will absorb and store the elemental energy. When the calamity flower is exploded, the target will suffer a backlash from the stored elemental energy. Calamity flower toying with life, the calamity flower will fall from the flower basket of calamity and become hidden. When a life form of the same type as the calamity flower comes into contact with the calamity flower, it will be compared with the purity of the elemental energy within the calamity flower. 1. If it is purer than the elemental energy in the calamity flower, the calamity flower will give the target a boost. 2. If the elemental energy is less pure than the elemental energy within the calamity flower, the calamity flower will rob the target of its elemental energy and use an about to die effect on the target. Before the about to die effect ends and the target is not reimbursed with elemental energy, the target will die. 3. If the elemental energy is of the same purity as the elemental energy in the calamity flower, it can decide whether to boost the target or steal its elemental energy and place the about to die effect on it. Chapter 1858 Another Bloodline Breakthrough. Lin Yuan's expression turned austere. He was at a loss for words. His expression was not austere because he was displeased with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's abilities. It was actually the opposite because its abilities had exceeded his expectations. His expression was austere because he felt that the Higher Devil's abilities were too terrifying. Although there were only 7 of the original Higher Devils, intermediate devils could evolve into Higher Devils. Lin Yuan felt that there could not be more than 10 Higher Devils in the Freedom Federation. If all of them were like the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, the Higher Devils would be a great threat to the Radiance Federation during a battle. Lin Yuan shook his head and told himself that he was overthinking. The Freedom Federation had Higher Devils, but the Radiance Federation had the feys with the barren bloodline. Feys with the desolate bloodline were not any weaker than Higher Devils. However, the sea demons that came from the Lantis mystic realm and the devils from the demon church were different from regular feys. On the other hand, feys with the barren bloodline were more similar to feys. They had the same catalog of information displayed on true data. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil did not have abilities and exclusive skills, but something called satanic abilities. There were 3 satanic abilities listed in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's true data: the Calamity Judgment, Calamity Flower Toying with Life, and Misfortune for All. It was likely that the 3 satanic abilities corresponded to that of Lower Devil, Intermediate Devil, and Higher Devil. Lin Yuan had already heard about this from the Goddess of Mercy. Nonetheless, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could still evolve into Fantasy Breed and Myth Breed. But when the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Fantasy Breed and Myth Breed, it would not develop exclusive skills, but its satanic abilities would be improved instead. Lin Yuan was temporarily unable to come up with a description for the first satanic ability, Calamity Judgment. When Calamity Judgment was used, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would apply a Calamity Flower to the judgment based on the elemental energy that the target possessed. Every time the target used its elemental energy, the Calamity Flower would rob the elemental energy, and the target would experience a backlash. From all angles, the ability was perverse. Besides feys that relied on their bodies to fight, all other feys depended on using elemental energy. From now on, the more pure elemental energy the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil absorbed, the more feys that wielded elemental energy it would be able to affect. The Calamity Flower would absorb the elemental energy from the target's body as the target used it. This was no different from depleting the elemental energy from feys that wielded elemental energy. It was considered a restricting effect. The final effect of elemental energy backlash could be seen as a combat ability or deterrence. With Calamity Judgment, Lin Yuan now had a deadly move that could target all types of feys. It went without question that the strength of Calamity Judgment was linked to the elemental energy of the Calamity Flower in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's Flower Basket of Calamity, because the purity of the Calamity Flower determined how long it could be applied to other feys. Lin Yuan felt that Calamity Flower Toying with Life was a twin-directional ability that could boost their team while harming enemies. According to the purity of the elemental energy within the Calamity Flower, not many life forms would escape having their elemental energy stolen by the Calamity Flower and having the about-to-die effect placed on them. All the types of feys that Lin Yuan nurtured possessed elemental energy of about the same purity as that of the Calamity Flower. During combat, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could choose to boost feys that were on the same side by strengthening the elemental energy within them. Lin Yuan could understand Calamity Judgment and Calamity Flower Toying with Life. However, Misfortune for All was past his understanding. Misfortune for All would lay out a set area and affect the karma of all the feys in that area. 2 feys that had the same types of elemental energy that the Calamity Flowers had would be chosen. The weaker side would have to sacrifice half of their elemental energy to the stronger side and enter a feeble state. Lin Yuan saw it as an unreasonable ability. This ability reminded Lin Yuan of how Luou had used his higher devil to wipe out the colony of the parasite decay locusts. It was likely that Luou had also used his higher devil's third satanic ability, because that ability had been as unreasonable as Misfortune for All. Lin Yuan felt that his combat power had doubled with the Death Demon Concubine Beast. But now that he had the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had evolved to Higher Devil, Lin Yuan felt that his combat power had increased another 3 times. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was Silver 6/Legend. Once the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it would automatically comprehend a willpower rune. If Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's grade even further, he only needed to allow it to absorb even more pure elemental energy like he had done today. In order to nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, it was likely that Lin Yuan would not have much of the element Well's water to spare in the future. Although the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline had evolved to Higher Devil, Lin Yuan still intended to continue to evolve its bloodline. Lin Yuan took the dark crystal armored insect shells out of the container. He also brought over the plasma snail's secretions, the moonlight sleeping lotuses, and the ice crystals that the ice-sealing frozen carp produced, and combined them with the element Well's water. To the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's delight and excitement, Lin Yuan allowed it to drink the 4 bowls that contained the thunder, dark, light, and ice elemental energy. Once it consumed the 4 types of pure elemental energy, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's archbishop attire became even more opulent. The 4 new colors that appeared on the tunic made it seem more lavish. 4 more Calamity flowers appeared next to the 6 original ones in the Flower Basket of Calamity. With 10 Calamity flowers in the Flower Basket of Calamity, it no longer looks sparse. Chapter 1859, The Almost Formed Crown. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's horns continuously grew out and crisscrossed until they formed a crown of brambles. 2 bumps appeared on the inner side of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's crown. It was as though there was something about to grow out from within the 2 bumps. The crown of brambles was firmly attached to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's head. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil was drunk on its own bloodline. Lin Yuan stared at the 2 bumps on the flower calamity beautiful devil's head. He felt that the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline would transform again once the 2 bumps grew out. In order for the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline to transform again, Lin Yuan felt that he needed 1 or 2 new feys that produced different types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan balled his fist. He was about to head to the Divine Wood Federation to train soon. During the training, he would head to the Sacred Forest City to see if he could find these 2 new feys. Black fluids flowed from the corner of the flower calamity beautiful devil's eyes and rolled down its face until they landed on the ground as black rocks that emitted a devilish aura. Lin Yuan hurriedly instructed Shadow to pick up the black stones. The most difficult thing to obtain from a devil was its tears. Devils rarely cried, most devils went their entire lives without letting a single tear fall out. The creation masters from the Freedom Federation had always struggled to find a way to obtain the tears of devils. When Shadow disciplined the flower calamity beautiful devil, it tortured the flower calamity beautiful devil to the point that it lost its personality and only felt fear and submission. Yet, the flower calamity beautiful devil did not shed a single tear throughout the entire incident. This proved that using force was not the key that unlocked the devil's tears. Since Lin Yuan had already formed a contract with the flower calamity beautiful devil, he could sense its mood through its soul. If one feeling had to be used to describe the flower calamity beautiful devil, it would be tears of joy over the evolution of its bloodline. As he looked at the devil's tears in Shadow's hands, Lin Yuan returned the devil's tears into the spatial ring. The more elite the bloodline of the devil, the more valuable its tears would be. The goddess of mercy had told Lin Yuan about how the higher devil's tears could be used. A tear could revive devils that had died within 8 hours. The revived devil had to have a less elite bloodline than the devil that the tear came from. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil was about to break through the limit of higher devil. It was likely that the flower calamity beautiful devil was currently at pinnacle higher devil. This meant that the 2 tears that Lin Yuan had collected could be used to revive 2 higher devils or the same higher devil twice. For now, Lin Yuan did not have any use for the devil's tears. However, Lin Yuan felt that it was only a matter of time before he would be able to use them. Lin Yuan walked up and touched the 9 calamity flowers in the flower basket of calamity as he said softly, "I can't evolve your bloodline any further for now. But you can consume as much of these 6 types of elemental energy every day from now on. You can use them to increase your power. Try to evolve to Diamond/Fantasy as soon as possible to evolve the effects of the satanic abilities. Although I can't evolve your bloodline now, it won't be difficult for me to find the necessary resources to evolve your bloodline again." Devils hated other people touching the source of their power. Despite being its contractor, Luou was not allowed to touch his higher devil's abdomen. But when Lin Yuan touched the calamity flowers, the flower calamity beautiful devil not only did not look displeased, but it handed the entire flower basket of calamity to Lin Yuan. The flower calamity beautiful devil was looking at Lin Yuan with increasingly bright eyes. It knew that its life was reaching its prime. As it sensed the strength of its bloodline, the flower calamity beautiful devil knelt respectfully and kowtowed to Lin Yuan as it said, "Lord, please take pity on me from now on. Would you like to try fusing with me?" Lin Yuan shook his head. Fusing with the devil was the most basic skill for a spirit chi professional after contracting one. If the spirit chi professional did not form a contract with a devil as its master, the devil would not listen to them or appear during battle. From now on, Lin Yuan could summon the flower calamity beautiful devil like a fey and instruct it to use its satanic abilities. Nonetheless, there were benefits that came with fusing with a devil. However, fusing with a devil would quickly use up a spirit chi professional's stamina, soul power, spiritual energy, and spirit chi. Lin Yuan had something important to do next. He decided that he would fuse with the flower calamity beautiful devil during the next battle to test how powerful he could become in such a state. Lin Yuan decided not to keep the flower calamity beautiful devil in the spirit lock spatial zone. Instead, he stored it in his spiritual spatial zone. The aura from the flower calamity beautiful devil would not harm its contractor. But if the flower calamity beautiful devil lost control of its aura and allowed it to seep out, it could harm the other phase in the spirit lock spatial zone. This could cause the phase to wither and die. After sending the flower calamity beautiful devil to the spiritual spatial zone, Lin Yuan summoned the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Sea demons were not bad-tempered or as set in their bad habits as devils were. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan knew that he needed not just top-grade strange water to temper his body but also to communicate with the major sea demon to gain its acknowledgement in order to form a contract with it. But before Lin Yuan could communicate with the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water, the major sea demon instantly let out a shrill screech of fear when it saw Shadow. It was as though it had just seen the most terrifying sight in the world. Lin Yuan was stunned by this. Chapter 1860 Sea Demon Sacrifice. Lin Yuan could not help but become even more curious about how Shadow had disciplined the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. What had it done to terrify the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to such a degree? As the major sea demon trembled with its eyes wide open, Lin Yuan prepared to comfort it and express his friendliness. Lin Yuan smiled and walked over to the purple and gold cage that contained the major sea demon to open it. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed that there was water below the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. His eyebrow twitched wildly. Since he had Blue Lotus Blessing, water-type feys were naturally drawn to him. Yet the major sea demon was still so afraid that it lost control of its faculties. Lin Yuan thought back to when he was a small stall owner who had just bought Genius and Chimey. Both of them had been similarly distressed. It had taken Lin Yuan almost a week to build up a bond with Genius and Chimey so they would stop being scared of him. Lin Yuan tried to move slowly while he instructed Dark Blue to produce a large ball of water with an area of 10 square meters. He placed the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water in the ball of water. Major sea demon's favorite environment was water. Now that it was submerged in the water, the major sea demon slowly calmed down. Lin Yuan and the sea demon did not share the same language. Although both mermaids and sea demons had fishtails, they were completely different life forms. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tails to create a bridge of communication for himself and the petrified major sea demon. He used the most direct method to express his kindness to the major sea demon. The major sea demon soon stopped trembling as Lin Yuan continued to express his kindness. However, the sight it had witnessed was too horrifying. As such, the major sea demon was still wary of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that he would not be able to remove this wariness through verbal communication. He took a step forward and entered the ball of water. Once he entered the ball of water, the silhouette of a mermaid appeared behind him, and he swam over to the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. He placed his hands on the major sea demon's shoulders and looked calmly into its eyes. After half an hour of looking into Lin Yuan's clear eyes, the major sea demon finally let down its guard. Nonetheless, the major sea demon dared not even glance at Shadow. Lin Yuan transmitted to the major sea demon through connected tails, "I am going to form a contract with you. Before the contraction, I will use the top-grade strange water, deep ocean frozen water and 5 other types of high-grade strange water that suit you well to temper my body. After we form a contract, I will help you to raise your bloodline to Emperor Sea Demon." He did not need to continuously prune the major sea demon before he formed a contract with it like he had to do with the devil. After forming a contract with a spirit chi professional, a major sea demon would form a deep bond with its contractor like feys did. From then on, it would always place its contractor before anything else. The major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water had long become aware of its fate. Due to its special nature, it had not been picked by anyone in the Azure Federation. This had greatly disheartened the major sea demon. All the other major sea demons from the same generation had been contracted ages ago. Meanwhile, it remained unwanted. The major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was not stupid. It knew why it had not been chosen yet. In order to evolve its bloodline, it needed a massive amount of pure elemental energy and concentrated spirit chi. However, this was not its weakness, but because it was one of the rare sea demons that was a sacrifice. After evolving its bloodline to King Sea Demon, it would possess not only its life water but also the poisonous magic. Every time the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was tossed aside by potential contractors, it could not help but fervently declare this special feature it had. Alas, before it formed a contract with a spirit chi professional, they would not understand it. Yet, a young man now said that he would immediately evolve it into Emperor Sea Demon once they formed a contract. The major sea demon was in disbelief. However, it did not put up any opposition. This was because it did hope that it could find a contractor and because this young man's eyes were too pure and reliable. As such, it wanted to believe this young man, even if what he said seemed practically impossible. A moment later, the major sea demon gently nodded and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "It will be fine if you just contract and nurture me. It's difficult to even evolve me to King Sea Demon, much less Emperor Sea Demon. I am a sacrifice. Thus, I need substantially more spirit chi and elemental energy than other sea demons. Please don't be turned off by me." Lin Yuan was astonished when he heard this. But this almost immediately morphed into elation. A sacrifice. The major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water said that it was a sacrifice. The legend of sacrifices was recorded in the book Annal of Monster Information that was in the Radiant Moon Palace. This book recorded numerous legends and covered the entire main world. The legends in the book were so imaginative that no one put any stock in their legitimacy. The Hidden Moon Pavilion usually did not keep such fictitious information, but the Moon Empress had verified one of the legends recorded in the book about feys with the barren bloodline. Thus, the book was allowed to be stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had been very interested in the book and remembered that the part about sea demon sacrifices was written before page 10 of the book. Sea demon sacrifices can use their bodies to carry out the will of magic wielders. Once they evolve into kings, they will activate the poisonous magic to curse the world. Chapter 1861 Chance to evolve the element well. Lin Yuan would never have expected what was written in the Annal of Monster Information to be true. When Lin Yuan first received the sea demon with the purple frigid heavy water, he had been hesitant. Although it was easy for Lin Yuan to obtain pure spirit qi, he needed the element well's water to produce pure water elemental energy. In the future, there would be many things that he needed the element well's water for. He could not afford to waste even a single drop. Lin Yuan eventually decided to go ahead with nurturing the major sea demon because of how powerful it was. But now, he was receiving an unexpected surprise. Lin Yuan could be certain that there was no sea demon sacrifice in the Azure Federation at the moment. Otherwise, the people from the Azure Federation would have noticed this special feature about the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. This meant that Lin Yuan potentially possessed the only sea demon sacrifice in the world. In spite of his excitement, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He intended to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to receive his precious instrument from the Moon Empress before heading to the startling Lines continent. At that time, he would make a copy of the Annal of Monster Information. Lin Yuan wanted to properly study the Annal of Monster Information. If the information in the book was all real, he could use it to create new opportunities for himself. If the information in the Annal of Monster Information was false, the sea demon sacrifice would just be a fluke. Regardless, Lin Yuan was not negatively affected. He lifted his gaze to the major sea demon and said, "I shall call you Frigid from now on." Lin Yuan did not explain to Frigid why he would definitely be able to evolve it into Emperor Sea Demon because it would not believe him. He just needed to prove it with his actions. When Frigid heard the name Lin Yuan gave it, it happily swished its dark purple tail and exclaimed, "I really like the name Frigid." After speaking to Frigid, Lin Yuan took out the deep ocean frozen water and injected spiritual power into it. Once the deep ocean frozen water absorbed the spirit qi, it expanded. Lin Yuan hugged the ball of water that was the deep ocean frozen water. He also took out 10 types of high-grade strange water that was related to the cold. He had assumed that in spite of Blue Lotus blessing and the strong resistance against water elements that the sacred sword-wielding queen provided him, he would still have to suffer a certain amount. This was because not even a Thearch class expert could let their guard down against 1 top grade and 10 types of high-grade strange water. However, things did not pan out as Lin Yuan thought. Blue Lotus blessing caused the phantom image of an orchid petal to appear below Lin Yuan's feet. The orchid petal released a special harmonious power that acted as the medium that easily allowed Lin Yuan to temper his body using the deep ocean frozen water and the 10 types of high-grade water. This was the first time that the process of tempering his body went by so comfortably for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gave the paralysis water, spirit sharp chaos water, and revival blue water to dark blue, and it absorbed them to gain will powers. Next, he formed a contract with Frigid. While he was forming a contract with Frigid, Lin Yuan finally knew why he had to use top-grade strange water that was similar to Frigid's life water to temper his body first. If he had not done so, the cold of Frigid's bloodline would have instantly frozen his bloodline. If that happened, even if he managed to survive, he would be left crippled. The contraction took almost 40 minutes. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, Frigid was officially his fey. Lin Yuan now possessed a fey with the barren bloodline, a devil, and sea demon, which were the symbolic feys of the 3 major federations. Besides Lin Yuan, it was unlikely that anyone else had such an asset. He had won this honor after a strenuous fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan walked over to the element well and checked how much water was left. Next, he went to the bottom of the well and scooped out every drop of water. There did not appear to be much water in the element well, but it managed to fill up half of the bucket that Lin Yuan had brought down with him. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, the element well's water can be increased. However, you need to find the mouths of ley line spirit springs and embed them into the inner wall of the element well. This will cause the amount of water in the element well to increase slightly. The gears in Lin Yuan's head immediately started turning. Lin Yuan knew where he could find the mouths of ley line spirit springs. The Leaning Moon Mountain had an area that was full of grasswood fountain springs. All of them led to the same ley line spirit spring mouth. The endless grasswood fountain water from the ley line spirit spring mouth was the reason for the year-round prosperity of the plants on Leaning Moon Mountain. However, he could not dig up the ley line spirit spring mouth from Leaning Moon Mountain to increase the amount of water in the element well. Every ley line spirit spring was a precious resource to the land it was situated in. It could easily bring good fortune to the land. However, it was not just the ley line spirit spring from Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan did not intend to touch any ley line spirit spring in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would go to the Startling Lines continent to train soon. There had to be ley line spirit springs in the Startling Lines continent, and Lin Yuan intended to leave no rock unturned to find all of them in order to increase the quantity of water produced by the element well. Even if the amount of water produced by the element well did not increase by much, even a slight increase would significantly benefit Lin Yuan. After all, the pure elemental energy produced by the element well was way too precious. He had only needed a small amount of water to evolve Yin Lin's Major Sea Demon to Pinnacle King Sea Demon. Hence, even though Frigid had the sacrifice bloodline, the half-bucket worth of the element well's water would be enough for it. Lin Yuan walked over to the wooden chest that stored water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Chapter 1862 Cold Season Poisonous Fish. Dark Blue and Universe also needed a large amount of pure water elemental energy, but Lin Yuan did not use Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls on them. This was because they only needed Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. Even if Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls were used on them, they would not receive more benefits. This was because their key point was not the purity of the water elemental energy but the quantity of the pearls. Lin Yuan had felt it would be better to stock up on the rare Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls for an instance they were needed. This was just that instance. After Lin Yuan filled a large crystal bowl with the Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls, he poured water from the bucket into the crystal bowl. Once the Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls came into contact with the water, they immediately started to dissolve. When all the elemental pearls were dissolved, Lin Yuan only stopped pouring in water. Next, he added many over-the-rail coral elemental pearls into the bowl. He did this to ensure that the element well's water was fully saturated so as to not waste any of it. Pure spirit chi was freely available in the spirit lock spatial zone. Frigid could just breathe it in. But in order to increase the rate of the pure elemental energy absorption, Lin Yuan brought over a spirit chi crystal and said, "Frigid, I have seen a major sea demon's bloodline evolution. You will have to experience some hardship. Drink up the contents of this crystal bowl." Frigid eagerly gulped down the pure water elemental energy within the crystal bowl. In the same instant, Lin Yuan crushed the spirit chi crystal in his hand. Frigid's bloodline started to evolve. The purple frigid heavy water morphed into a ball that enveloped Frigid. Sounds of happiness but suppressed grunts could be heard from within the ball of water. Lin Yuan had witnessed a similar sight recently. At that moment, he was not looking forward to the purple frigid heavy water's transformation. He was already aware of its abilities. Even if Frigid's bloodline evolved, the purple frigid heavy water's abilities would only become stronger but not change. He was looking forward to Frigid unlocking its poisonous magic. As Lin Yuan watched Frigid absorb the pure elemental energy from within the spirit chi crystal, he did not hesitate to crush another spirit chi crystal. After waiting for some time, Lin Yuan saw bright silver light appear within the ball of light. Frigid's purple fishtail occasionally peeked out of the water. Faint silver patterns could be seen on its surface. Lin Yuan knew that Frigid was about to transform into the King Sea Demon. At that moment, a strange melody could be heard from within the ball of water. The silver patterns started spreading out. Lin Yuan knew from the beautiful sound that Frigid was different from other major sea demons. When Yin Lin's major sea demon evolved into a king sea demon, there had not been this pleasant sound. This sound seemed to be Frigid calling out to some life form. Frigid spat out a mouthful of purplish blue blood within the ball of water. Normally, a major sea demon's blood was blue. The presence of purple meant that there was a large amount of Frigid's essence blood. The mouthful of blood did not immediately spread out into the purple frigid heavy water. Instead, it formed a giant and complicated witch's sigil. Soon, a small fish with a purple and gold tail swam out from the sigil. It was only around the size of Lin Yuan's thumb. Its tail was not wide that of other fish species feys. Its short fin had one long spike growing out of it that glinted with purple and black light. Lin Yuan thought, since Frigid is a sacrifice and has evolved into King Sea Demon, this purple and gold strange fish must be Frigid's poisonous magic. Lin Yuan tried using true data to check the small red and purple fish. This was when he saw that the poisonous magic's name was the Cold Season Poisonous Fish. Cold Season Poisonous Fish, place a curse on a life form in the area. Every subsequent year that the life form stays alive, a cold curse will be accumulated in it. Every layer of the cold curse will slow down the circulation of its blood, spiritual power, mind power, and soul power. After it uses its tail to pierce the cursed target, the accumulated curse in the target's body will explode. This will not only harm the target but also allow the cold season poisonous fish to absorb the cold season power that is accumulated alongside each additional accumulated layer of the cold curse. Once there is sufficient power for the cold season, the sea demon's bloodline power can be used to substantially boost a precious instrument. Lin Yuan had never seen other sea demon sacrifices. As such, he could not compare the cold season poisonous fish with the poisonous magics of other sacrifices. He could not judge if the cold season poisonous fish was an outstanding poisonous magic. After Lin Yuan carefully pondered over the cold season poisonous fish's abilities, he felt that it targeted the strong and not the weak. Normally, the stronger the person, the longer they lived. Thearch class experts were usually more than 100 years old. Every additional layer of the cold curse would slow down the circulation of the target's blood, mind power, spiritual power, and soul power. With over 100 layers of cold curses, it was likely that even Thearch class experts would have a tough time. Moreover, according to the description of the cold season poisonous fish, it could curse multiple targets in the area. This meant that it would be able to restrict multiple experts. When the cold season poisonous fish used its spike to touch the cold curses, it would improve the storage of the cold season power. Once the cold season power was accumulated to a certain extent, it could further boost a precious instrument that was already being boosted by the sea demon. Lin Yuan heard from Lan Xuan that the Emperor King Demon could boost an 8 stars precious weapon to 10 stars. At that time, Lin Yuan had thought about how if he had a pinnacle 8 stars precious weapon and once he evolved Frigid's bloodline to Emperor Sea Demon, Frigid would be able to boost the precious weapon to 10 stars. But now, with the cold season poisonous fish, Lin Yuan felt that he would be able to boost a pinnacle 8 stars precious weapon to 11 stars. Chapter 1863 Cold Season Poisonous Fish's Transformation. Once he truly needed to use an 11 stars precious weapon, he would no longer care about using Frigid's bloodline power because he would be in acute danger. Moreover, as long as he had pure water elemental energy, he would be able to recover the bloodline that Frigid had used up. Lin Yuan was overcome with excitement at the moment. However, Lan Xuan had said that 11 stars precious instruments only existed in legends. Even if he only had a 7 stars precious instrument, he would be able to boost it to the power of 10 stars. At that moment, Lin Yuan could use his capabilities to bring numerous legends to life. When Lin Yuan was looking at the cold season poisonous fish's true data, Frigid's bloodline continued to evolve. However, Frigid's bloodline evolved much slower than Yin Lin's major sea demon did. For the next 3 hours, Lin Yuan used up over 10 spirit chi crystals. Eventually, he poured out all of the element well's water from the bucket to concoct pure water elemental energy for Frigid. By hook or by crook, Lin Yuan was going to transform Frigid to Emperor Sea Demon. It took another hour before Lin Yuan noticed a faint gold light emerge from the silver light in the purple Frigid heavy water. This told Lin Yuan that Frigid's bloodline was about to evolve from King Sea Demon to Emperor Sea Demon. Since he had provided Frigid with sufficient pure spirit chi and water elemental energy, it did not stop at Pinnacle King Sea Demon like Yin Lin's major sea demon had. Frigid's bloodline continued evolving toward Emperor Sea Demon. Once Frigid's bloodline transformed into King Sea Demon, the purple Frigid heavy water transformed into a water sprite. At that moment, the purple Frigid heavy water suddenly transformed into thousands of streams of water that danced around Frigid. The silver light that covered Frigid's skin suddenly turned to light gold. At the same instant, Frigid's appearance changed drastically. Once the major sea demon transformed into the Emperor Sea Demon, its dark blue skin would take on the color of its life water. Soon, the surface of Frigid's purple skin turned to gold. This made Frigid appear like an expensive glass carving. Frigid's long purple and blue hair, which resembled algae, also took on a golden hue. When it transformed into the King Sea Demon, a veil covered its scales and wrapped up Frigid's body. Only Frigid's head and a small part of its tail were not covered by the luxurious golden robe. Frigid let out a grunt of pain, and 2 new arms extended out from the robe. Frigid now had 4 arms. This sudden occurrence left Lin Yuan dazed. Frigid moved its fishtail and went to Lin Yuan's side. It wrapped him in an embrace and said while its body trembled, "Master, thank you for transforming my body to Emperor Sea Demon. I have another pair of arms now. I will now be able to boost 2 precious instruments. After my evolution, I can now link 2 previously unrelated precious instruments. This is an ability that all Emperor Sea Demons share." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yin Lin did not mention this information when she told him about the Emperor Sea Demons. Although she was the 4th Azure Envoy, she had not held the position for long. Moreover, she had left almost immediately to lead the envoy group to the Radiance Federation. Hence, she was not very familiar with the abilities of sea demons. Yin Lin might not fully understand Emperor Sea Demons, but Lan Xun had to. Since he had mentioned that Emperor Sea Demons could boost precious weapons, it meant that he knew of the existence of Emperor Sea Demons. However, Lin Yuan could understand why Lan Xun had not mentioned the special characteristics of the Emperor Sea Demons. If other federations obtained the Fey with the Baron bloodline, Lin Yuan would not be in any rush to inform them about the changes that they experienced when they evolved to Desolate either. When Frigid seemed to have no intention of releasing him, Lin Yuan said vexedly, "Frigid, go and check on your poisonous magic." At the instant that Frigid's bloodline evolved to Emperor Sea Demon, the cold season poisonous fish also transformed. But compared to the smooth changes that happened to Frigid, the changes to the cold season poisonous fish were horrible. Currently, the cold season poisonous fish's entire body was cracked, and some of its flesh seemed to be separating. It looked as though a chef had taken a knife and was slicing it up. Lin Yuan felt that Frigid was heartless for hugging and thanking him when its poisonous magic was in such a terrible state. What if the poisonous magic that it had only attained after painstaking effort died? But Lin Yuan did not expect Frigid's casual response to be, "Master, as long as I'm alive, my poisonous magic will not die. Even if it is cut up or crushed, I will be able to revive it by using up some energy. As the Sea Demon sacrifice, I could unlock my poisonous magic when I reached Pinnacle King Sea Demon. But after evolving into an Emperor Sea Demon, the poisonous magic will go through an unprecedented evolution. It will take close to half an hour before the cold season poisonous fish's evolution is completed. The cold season poisonous fish looks this way now because the energy in its body is breaking up. I'm also curious to see how the cold season poisonous fish will transform once its evolution is complete." Only when it was done speaking did Frigid realize that it was inappropriate for it to be hugging Lin Yuan and quickly released him. That was the first time that Lin Yuan had been hugged by 4 arms, and he found the sensation to be rather strange. Since the cold season poisonous fish was not in any danger, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about it. Instead, he used the time to organize the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had already used True Data to check on the cold season poisonous fish's abilities. He expected its abilities to be strengthened once it transformed. He planned on using True Data to check on Frigid again once the cold season poisonous fish's transformation was complete. At that moment, the purple frigid heavy water resembled a large dark purple jellyfish that was flying around Frigid. Lin Yuan could sense a terrifying energy within the purple jellyfish. Chapter 1864 School of Fish and the Transforming Independent Sea. 10 minutes passed. When Lin Yuan turned to look at the cold season poisonous fish again, he saw that it had split into 6 relatively equal-sized pieces. The 6 pieces huddled together and swam around idly, and they did not appear like subordinates at all. It was clear that the cold season poisonous fish was done evolving. Lin Yuan solemnly used True Data to check on Frigid. Fey name, Purple Frigid Sea Demon Emperor. Fey species, Sea Demon Emperor species / Sea Demon species. Fey grade, Gold, 6/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Legend. Life water. Purple frigid heavy water, jellyfish. When it absorbs water, the water sprite will start to grow until it reaches its limit. At its limit, every drop of water in the water sprite will be as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces and flow out in all directions. Once it comes into contact with a friendly target, the frigidity in the water will gather on the surface of the target and increase its defense. When it comes into contact with an enemy target, the frigidity and curse will cause the part of the target that it comes into contact with to freeze and be injured. The curse in the frozen target can explode and attack the target's soul, causing it to become frozen forever. It will then become a cold frost soul that has the ability to boost soul power. It is in the midst of evolving to an independent sea. Once the evolution is successful, the water sprite and independent sea can swap between each other. Life poisonous magic. Cold season poisonous fish, School of Fish. The School of Fish will place a curse on a life form in the area. Every subsequent year that the life form stays alive, a cold curse will be accumulated in it. Every layer of the cold curse will slow down the circulation of its blood, spiritual power, mind power, and soul power. After it uses its tail to pierce the cursed target, the accumulated curse in the target's body will explode. This will not only harm the target but also allow the cold season poisonous fish to absorb the cold season power that is accumulated alongside each additional accumulated layer of the cold curse. Every additional cold season poisonous fish that appears will increase the amount of cold season power absorbed by 20%. Once there is a sufficient amount of the cold season power, the sea demon's bloodline power can be used up to substantially boost a precious instrument. Lin Yuan felt that Frigid's purple frigid heavy water had become more powerful. At first, there had only been a relatively small amount of the purple frigid heavy water. But now, the sprite that the purple frigid heavy water transformed into could increase the amount of purple frigid heavy water. For most spirit chi professionals, it was not easy to attain water unless the situation allowed for it. Meanwhile, water-type spirit chi professionals could have as much water as they wanted. Dark blue could create a lake in an instant. As such, as long as dark blue was around, Frigid would be able to fight comfortably no matter where it was. It would have sufficient water even if it was on the mouth of a volcano. After absorbing a large amount of water, the expanded purple frigid heavy water casually flew around spreading its jets of water. It was a lethal weapon that attacked the entire battlefield without discrepancy. Luckily, the water jets would turn back into normal water when they came into contact with friendly targets and the frigidity would boost friendly targets' combat power. But if it came into contact with enemy targets, every drop of water would be as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces. Every jet of water would consist of at least 1,000 drops of the purple frigid heavy water. This amounted to at least 500,000 kilograms. Even myth-breed feys would not be able to hold out for long against such a mammoth weight. The physical damage from the water jets was just the tip of the iceberg of the attack. The key point was the freezing effect that the jets of water would leave on the target's body. After prolonged contact with the jets of water, the curse power within the target would explode and freeze them. If the target had only absorbed a small amount of curse power, it would only be frozen and be slowed down. But if it had absorbed sufficient curse power, its soul would freeze and its individual character would vanish. Additionally, according to the description on True Data, the water sprite also had extremely strong strategic significance. The water sprite could produce the cold frost soul which could boost soul power. As such, the cold frost soul could be seen as a precious spiritual ingredient that supported sacred source life forms. Such spiritual ingredients were always extremely valuable and considered a level higher than heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. It was easy to create the cold frost soul. Regardless of whether the other members of Sky City eventually contracted sacred source life forms, Lin Yuan could trade the cold frost souls with other factions. This would allow him to gain the large amount of resources he required. This thought made Lin Yuan smile. Thanks to Frigid, Lin Yuan had obtained a new path to riches. As for the cold season poisonous fish, it was just as Lin Yuan thought. None of the fish in the school of fish were subordinate to each other. They were one body. As such, when the school of fish was cursing targets in the surroundings, it could increase the curse power by at least 5 times. In order for the cold season poisonous fish to trigger the curse in its target, it needed to pierce the target with its tail. If 6 cold season poisonous fish attacked the target together, it could increase the probability of the target being pierced. Most importantly, every additional cold season poisonous fish that appeared would increase the amount of cold season power absorbed by 20%. If another 5 of the cold season poisonous fish appeared, the amount of cold season power absorbed would be double the original amount. This would make it easier to reach the amount of cold season power needed to boost a precious weapon. Although the transformation of the cold season poisonous fish did not manifest much in its abilities, the strength of its original abilities had powered up significantly. As he looked at Frigid, Lin Yuan could not help but compare it to the flower calamity beautiful devil. But ultimately, he could not conclude which was stronger. Compared to the Emperor Sea Demon and Devil which were easy for him to evolve, it was much harder for him to evolve the Golden Wings. Lin Yuan greatly looked forward to Shiny's growth. Lin Yuan was done evolving everything that he needed to evolve but he did not leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone despite how exhausted he was. Instead, he started evolving the flower branch mice that Su Yiren had helped him to obtain. The lifespan mouse could increase lifespans and was of paramount importance. Chapter 1865 Mouse Tails Color. However, Lin Yuan's thinking was good. Ever since he transformed the first flower branch mouse into the lifespan mouse by a stroke of luck, all the flower branch mice he evolved after that evolved into the flower mink mice. Lin Yuan did not waste the flower mink mice as he sent them all back to Su Yiren. Since the flower mink mouse was also nurtured using pure spirit qi, it was stronger than most bronze feys. Since it was a beast-type fey with thick fur coats, it was very popular in the Divine Wood Federation and had already become the iconic fey of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Even the members of the Divine Wood Federation's royal capital and aristocratic families in Sacred Wood City were ordering large batches of the flower mink mice from Su Yiren. After evolving almost 100 of the flower branch mice into the flower mink mice, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. As time passed, he became more convinced that he had only been able to evolve the first flower branch mouse into the lifespan mouse because the stars had somehow aligned. He had evolved almost 4,000 of the flower branch mice in the past month. The repeated failures could not help but trouble Lin Yuan. He could not help but think back to the circumstances when he first encountered the flower branch mouse in the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, the flower branch mouse had climbed up to his shoulder and had not been afraid at all. Rather, it was extremely affectionate toward him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression froze. He suddenly remembered that the first flower branch mouse's tail had been bright red. However, the rest of the flower branch mice that he had evolved all had dark red tails. This was the most obvious difference that Lin Yuan could discern based on visual appearance. Lin Yuan would be having a meal with Zhongzi, Gulang, and the rest tomorrow. After the meal, he would head to the Radiant Moon Palace to read the Annal of Monster Information. He would also receive his first precious instrument from the Moon Empress. Next, he would head to the Divine Wood Federation to start his own enterprise. He looked through the rest of the flower branch mice inside the item storing walnut that he had not evolved yet. All of them had dark red tails. Once he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, he would make searching for the flower branch mice with bright red tails his first priority. When Lin Yuan saw that night had long fallen, he decided to continue evolving feys through the night. No other young elite was as hard-working as Lin Yuan. Ever since he became objectively powerful, the idlest he had been was 2 days in the return from faraway mansion, where he had tended to the orders from the Indigo Azure City and Raging Waves City. After he left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan bathed and lay down on his bed. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan summoned Genius and Chimey. When Lin Yuan summoned them, Genius had been nurturing the cat species phase in the marsh world while Chimey had been absorbing the energy from strange flames in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Lin Yuan picked them up and hugged them. It was as though they were back at the Spirit Life Form store at the Xia region and were still the 100 Questions beast with matted fur, the sound bird that did not know how to sing, and the weak young man. Genius and Chimey had been continuously increasing their power. Both of them had been working exceedingly hard. Chimey and Genius both thought something had happened when Lin Yuan summoned them. The two of them relaxed in Lin Yuan's arms and wallowed in the warmth of his body. Genius and Chimey saw Lin Yuan as their everything. The moonlight streamed in from the window and enveloped this young man, cat, and bird. Lin Yuan slept very soundly. When he awoke in the morning, Genius' sweeping tail wrapped around Lin Yuan's neck, suffocating him. Ever since Genius evolved from the 100 Questions beast to the highest access fate-knowing beast, it was no longer suitable to be hugged to sleep. Genius' long tails took up all the space on Lin Yuan's bed. After breakfast, Lin Yuan called Listen over and handed the 2 orders to him. One of the orders had come from Lin Yuan, while the other had come from Wen Yu. Lin Yuan's order included resources he would need when he was in the Divine Wood Federation, while Wen Yu's order included resources she would need in order to properly set up a base in the Marsh world. Previously, the development in the Marsh world had been minimal because Lin Yuan had not had the time to tend to it. Now that Wen Yu was going to take over the development, she intended to carry out large-scale constructions to properly establish themselves in the Marsh world. As such, all of the resources she listed in her order came in terms of tons. Listen would have looked vexed to receive these 2 orders in the past. But now, he could respond with confidence, "Young master, give me 8 hours, and I will bring you all of these resources." Since the mirror cities were being built in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, the supply in the market was extremely tight, even in spite of the aid from Cultivated Garden. All the other chambers of commerce were anxious to bank in on this opportunity. However, Listen was smart and did not rush to earn a windfall. This was because he knew what his role was. He had an extremely powerful faction behind him, and his duty was to supply Sky City with the resources it needed. Listen silently gathered up as many resources as he could in the market and worked with the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to create luxury resources. Listen spent all the money he earned on accumulating more resources. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was always building new storage warehouses, which were filled with diamond fey storage boxes. After following Lin Yuan for more than 6 months, Listen was no longer the easily startled weakling who was engulfed by hatred. Listen had used his business sense and strong business capabilities to become the 4th key member of Sky City below Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji. Lin Yuan reached out and patted Listen's shoulder as he said, "Dome is going to participate in the S tournament this year. The elimination rounds are about to begin. Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and I will be busy this year. Chu Xi has also left to train with her master." Chapter 1866 What is the goal of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? While he spoke, Lin Yuan felt extremely regretful. Although he still had memories from his past life, he was no different from any other resident of this world because he had still been birthed by his mother. As such, even if he struggled to fit into this world at the beginning, he always felt a sense of belonging to it. Every young man in the S tournament was motivated to participate in the S tournament, and Lin Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, he would not have spent such a large amount of effort to create the dome. However, he was going to expand into the startling Lines continent and did not have the time to participate in the S tournament with the other members of Dome. The focus of his hard work for the next 2 years had to be on increasing his power and strength and furthering Sky City. Listen nodded seriously when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He started looking at Lin Yuan with an increasingly strange gaze. He had witnessed how Lin Yuan had killed the young elites from the Freedom Federation during Capture the General and placed great pressure on the Freedom Envoy during the group battle. Given Lin Yuan's power, participating in the S tournament was no different from taking candy from a baby. Moreover, the members of Dome also included Lu Ji and Gao Feng. If these 3 members of royalty participated in the S tournament, there was no question that the champion of the S tournament would be Dome. It was likely that the members of other guild clubs would be unwilling to take on Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Gao Feng. But it went without saying that the audience would be more than welcoming to Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Gao Feng wanting to participate in the S tournament. The 3 of them had not become Radiance Envoys yet, but their performance during the group battle had caused them to become almost as reputable as Radiance Envoys. "Young master, don't worry. During the S tournament, Xiaobai, Pinru, and the rest will do our best. We will gain a good ranking before you return." Although Listen had focused most of his time on expanding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, his power had not waned. With Lin Yuan's help, Listen was now a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, and his 2 feys had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Listen walked a very similar path as Liu Shuang. Although he was not as strong at spiritual attacks as Liu Shuang was, he won out when it came to elemental attacks. As such, he had a more dynamic combat style than Liu Shuang. Listen was not as skilled at combat as he was at business, but the grade and quality of his feys were facts. He was more than qualified to stand his own against members from A-level guild clubs. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all main members of A-level guild clubs that participated in the S tournament. Besides Long Tao and Shi Su, who were part of the top 10 sequences of the Radiance 100 sequence, none of the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence could overcome Listen. Listen knew that the team composed of himself, Zhang Xiaobai, Liu Pinru, and the rest would definitely be able to achieve a good ranking. Lin Yuan treated Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Tan Ran, and Liu Pinru exceedingly well. Listen would be helpless against the 4 of them when their source-type life forms cooperated. Liu Pinru's spiritual energy had mutated, and she had contracted more than 30 of the glowing silkworm weavers. Their combined defensive abilities were just as strong as Shi Su. The 4 of them had been ill-treated by the Extreme Guild Club and intended to win back their honor during this year's S tournament. When Lin Yuan heard Listen's assurance, he patted Listen's shoulder and asked, "Listen, what do you think the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's goal is?" Listen was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. Listen had been hard at work expanding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and did not have time to expand his horizons. Thus, his sights had always been confined to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan's question prompted Listen to think out of this confinement. After thinking for a moment, Listen came up with an answer based on his experience, which also left him dispirited. "Young master, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has reached its limit in the Radiance Federation. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce continuously produced luxury resources, bought more resources, and expanded its store of resources, its nature of being a chamber of commerce meant that they were reliant on the Radiance Federation's commerce system. No matter how far the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce developed or how strong it became, it would only be able to become a top faction at best. Whale Ocean Commerce had also started out as a top faction with the Chamber of Commerce role. Eventually, it managed to become one of the top 3 top factions because it had broken through the confines of this role and started trading with other continents. Nonetheless, Whale Ocean Commerce ultimately still capsized. If Listen had achieved such a result before he became acquainted with Lin Yuan, he would have been extremely proud. But ever since he became Lin Yuan's subordinate, his horizons were not only broadened, but his hard work contributed to less than 10% of the reason the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was able to reach its current success. After all, Lin Yuan was the one who provided the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce with the resources it used to develop itself, and he was also the one who dealt with any threat that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce faced. Without Lin Yuan's support, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would have been exterminated by the Zheng family's third lineage long ago. When Lin Yuan heard what Listen said and saw his expression, he figured out what Listen was thinking. He knew that just like him, Listen was a person who came with baggage and had ambition. Lin Yuan's goal for heading to the Startling Lines continent was to conquer it and make everything within it his own. During this process, he needed to find a way to gather all the resources from the Startling Lines continent. Everyone had their own niche, and everything had its own use. Listen, while you're preparing these resources, hand over the tasks of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and come with me to the Startling Lines continent. There are a million things to do there, and it will be a perfect stage for you to chase your dreams. It was not just the Startling Lines continent where Listen was needed but the marsh world as well. However, Su Yiren had already laid a good foundation in the Startling Lines continent. She used the Absolute Love Poppy to nurture the 14 poppy fruits that have already established themselves in the Divine Wood Federation. They had even infiltrated the Iron Hammer Federation. Chapter 1867 Lu Ji's Precious Weapon. It would be best to leave the marsh world to Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang for the next few months. They would first set up a solid base and start cultivating the plant-type phase. This would make it easier for Listen to harvest them once he arrived at the marsh world. When Listen heard what Lin Yuan said, his eyes twinkled. Now that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had grown into the giant it was, it could operate on its own. There were fewer and fewer reasons for Listen to be there because it could continue to function normally even without him. Listen could not help but feel slightly put off. He owed all of his current achievements and status to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had helped him to avenge his family by taking on the Zheng family. Next, he had taken out the Miao family, who supported the Zheng family. Listen was grateful to Lin Yuan for all of this, and it made him determined to be of as much help to Lin Yuan in the future as possible. As such, he became increasingly disheartened when he realized that he could no longer be of much help to Lin Yuan. But now that he knew that he could still help Lin Yuan, he was delighted. Moreover, he really liked doing business. He liked the feeling of being able to accumulate riches continuously. Listen agreed immediately. Young master, Qin Lun, who you sent to me to train, is gifted at doing business. Endless Summer has also taken over a significant amount of the work. With the two of them around, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will be able to continue functioning even without me there. Once I obtain the resources from these two orders, I will be able to head with you to the Starling Lines continent at any time. Listen immediately headed to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to make preparations. He also had many instructions to relay to Qin Lun. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking with Listen, he called Wen Yu over. He had just spoken to Lu Ji on the phone. Lu Ji had just come out of seclusion in the Spirit Guard's land and was going to rush back to the return from faraway mansion. The three of them would head to Zhong Ziyi's residence together to have a meal with the rest. After the call and just as Lu Ji was about to leave, he saw Night Leaning Moon clearly waiting for him on the metal bridge at the entrance of the Spirit Guard's land. Lu Ji was surprised to see Night Leaning Moon. He briskly walked over and asked, "Master, didn't you go to attend the imperial meeting?" Lu Ji clearly remembered Night Leaning Moon saying before he went into seclusion that she would be in the Radiance Federation's imperial court for some time and that Zhou Ming and Yu Zhe would be left in charge during her absence. So why was she here now? While Lu Ji was speaking to Night Leaning Moon, he could sense that Night Leaning Moon was very different from before. Previously, she felt as lonely and unfathomable as the night sky. It was as though she carried an abysmal loneliness that extinguished all life. But now, she felt as though she had turned into the night itself. At the same time, he felt a sense of derision from her. It was evident that her power had increased. However, he remembered that Night Leaning Moon had just increased her power using the black feathers that Lin Yuan gave her before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Did her power increase again so soon? Lu Ji suddenly remembered the bag that Lin Yuan had asked him to deliver to Night Leaning Moon. Could it be that Night Leaning Moon's increase in power was related to that bag? Night Leaning Moon could not help but feel conflicted when she looked at Lu Ji. Night Leaning Moon had accepted Lu Ji as her disciple because she was moved by how the Moon Empress reacted to the heavily injured Lin Yuan. She had accepted Lu Ji as her disciple because she wanted to leave a bloodline legacy. But by a series of coincidences, she had managed to obtain Lin Yuan's help through Lu Ji, and her power had crossed that rut. Now, she was as powerful as the Moon Empress. It went without saying that she would not tell Lu Ji about this. She did not want to put him under any pressure. Night Leaning Moon adjusted Lu Ji's silver half-armor and said with a smile, "I have been in seclusion for the past few days and will be heading to the Imperial Court soon. Didn't you say that you are going to go out to train with little Yuan? Take this precious weapon that I forged for you. It is called the Specialization Insect Nest. It is a 5 stars precious weapon. It might not have combat abilities, but it is very suitable for you. You can now test it out during battle." Night Leaning Moon took out a purple and red flesh-like nest that was about the size of a soccer ball. She was not a Class 5 creation master and had won the main ingredient for this precious instrument from Iron Prison in a bet. She had prepared well for Lu Ji's first precious weapon and asked the Moon Empress to help to forge it. In order to form a contract with a precious instrument, one had to feed it with blood and then make an imprint on it using one's soul. However, only precious weapons that were 3 stars and above could recognize their masters. 1 and 2 stars precious instruments could be used by anyone who communicated with them using spiritual energy. Lu Ji immediately instructed the insect queen to produce 1 execution blade insect and used its leg to slice his palm. The higher the stars of the precious weapon, the more blood it would require. Before Lu Ji made an imprint on the specialization insect nest, he needed to feed it his blood. As a large amount of blood flowed out from his palm, the specialization insect nest consumed it and slowly formed a bond with him. Lu Ji could sense the specialization insect nest becoming more affectionate toward him. Once the specialization insect nest stopped consuming his blood, Lu Ji circulated his soul power and injected it into the specialization insect nest. The specialization insect nest and Lu Ji let out a simultaneous roar. Lu Ji tried to utilize the specialization insect nest. The purple and red nest started to expand above Lu Ji's head. Eventually, it grew to the size of a house and revealed its true form. There were 64 holes in the specialization insect nest. Each of them was separated by a wall of flesh that was at least 1 meter thick. Chapter 1868 Specialization Insect Nest. The specialization referred to being able to trigger the insect species phase ability to the maximum extent. This evolution method was unstable, and Lu Ji would not use it on his insect species carcinoma phase. However, he could allow the insects that the insect queen produced to enter the holes of the specialization insect nest. He tossed the execution blade insect that the insect queen had produced to the specialization insect nest. Multiple purple and red tentacles covered with aranicola shot out from one of the holes and caught the execution blade insect. Soon, the hole with the execution blade insect started to pulse. This lasted for around 3 minutes before the hole spat out a new execution blade insect. At that moment, Lu Ji could no longer hold the execution blade insect in his hand because it had grown to 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. All 8 of its feet shone with a fiery green light. The friction between its feet and the bridge left several faint gashes on the bridge. Night Leaning Moon could not help but be surprised. With a wave of her hand, she took out a strip of radium and tossed it at the execution blade insect. The 8 insect legs slashed across the radium and cut it into 9 pieces that fell onto the metal bridge with clanging noises. Night Leaning Moon said with an impressed tone, "This execution blade insect can now cut through the skin of a defense-type suzerain/myth 2 fey. Even a defense-type myth 3 fey would be left seriously injured. This bridge is made of radium that came from the heart of a radium mine. It is as tough as a defense-type sovereign/creation fey. This means that the execution blade insect is strong enough to leave a scar on defense-type sovereign/creation phase. So far, you've only evolved the execution blade insect. You might be surprised if you try to evolve the other insects that the insect queen produces." Lu Ji was filled with excitement. He now knew how much help a 5 stars precious instrument could be to him. He was now grateful for Lin Yuan's foresight. If Lin Yuan had not requested that the Freedom Federation envoy group be forbidden to use precious weapons, the Radiance Federation team might not have been able to claim victory. Despite having been blessed by the Emperor Core of all insects, the Insect Queen's chronic issue had not been solved. This issue was that Lu Ji did not have strong individual combat abilities. When Lu Ji used his colony of insect species carcinoma phase, he could cause damage to an area. But now, with the specialization insect nest, Lu Ji's gap in individual combat abilities had been filled. Lu Ji could sense that the hole where the execution blade insect had been evolved had a close link to the execution blade insect. If the situation called for it, the protein within the hole would be able to heal the execution blade insect. If the execution blade insect was killed, the hole would be damaged. It would have to be healed before it could specialize a new insect. The specialization insect nest had 64 holes. This meant that it could help Lu Ji to specialize 64 insects. This quantity was sufficient for Lu Ji. When she saw the joy on Lu Ji's face, Night Leaning Moon smiled as well. Lu Ji's intention to follow Lin Yuan was very similar to when she first decided to follow the Moon Empress. Back then, she had also wanted to give up the chance to be a Radiance Envoy to become a Moon Envoy. The Moon Empress had turned her down, but Lin Yuan had not rejected Lu Ji. To Lu Ji, who saw Lin Yuan as his faith, this was lucky for him. Night Leaning Moon did not say much. Lu Ji was becoming stronger day by day. The Moon Empress was independent and did not like to owe favors to others. But when it came to teaching her disciple, she did all she could to give him the best and come up with ways to protect him. Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress were the same in that both of them were independent. But when it came to teaching their disciples, Night Leaning Moon believed that a spirit chi professional could only become strong when flames tempered them. In order for Lu Ji to transform into the personification of disasters, he would have to fight tooth and nail. This would ensure that his mind remained clear when he wielded the disasters. Night Leaning Moon was very agreeable to Lu Ji going away with Lin Yuan to train. Once Lu Ji was done contracting the specialization insect nest, Night Leaning Moon took out a long flute. The long flute shone with a faint blue light. While its exterior surface was blue, its interior surface seemed to be filled with black fish swimming within it. When the black fish's tails knocked against each other, turbid blue waves were produced within the light blue flute. Night Leaning Moon handed the long flute to Lu Ji and said, "This is also a 5 stars precious instrument. It is called the vast sea wave raising flute. This flute should be more suitable for Lin Yuan. I stole it from Creek Water 6 Fairies from the Creek Water Federation many years ago. It can control waves and tides. Give it to Lin Yuan." Night Leaning Moon knew that the Moon Empress was creating a precious instrument for Lin Yuan. She had even asked Night Leaning Moon for 2 spiritual ingredients in order to add them to the precious instrument. However, spirit chi professionals could have more than one precious instruments. For example, Han Chi, who Lin Yuan had killed, had 3 precious instruments. When precious instruments were in conjunction, their effects would be stacked atop one another. Nonetheless, this did not mean that the more precious instruments a spirit chi professional had, the stronger he would be. Everything was a matter of capability. The biggest problem that spirit chi professionals faced was a lack of combat abilities. Precious instruments perfectly made up for this gap. Night Leaning Moon had been surprised when Lin Yuan fought physically during the Guardia banquet. He was one of the rare spirit chi professionals who could protect himself without using precious instruments. But this did not mean that Lin Yuan did not need precious instruments. With precious instruments, he would be strengthened from a fundamental level. Night Leaning Moon did not choose to give away this 5 stars precious instrument just because she wanted to thank Lin Yuan. After all, she had many other ways to express her gratitude that did not involve giving away such a precious resource. Chapter 1869 Vast Sea Wave Raising Flute. Night Leaning Moon could have used the Vast Sea Wave Raising Flute to exchange for many Creation Master resources from the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch. She was being so generous to Lin Yuan because she saw him as her disciple. It was similar to how the Moon Empress had been willing to give the 200 insect species carcinoma phase she won from the bet to Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded and said, "Master, I will give this precious instrument to Lin Yuan once I return." Night Leaning Moon could clearly tell that Lu Ji's smile had become even more radiant after he received the vast sea wave raising flute. Evidently, he was happier about obtaining a 5 stars precious instrument for Lin Yuan than he was about obtaining one for himself. After Lu Ji left the Spirit Guard's land, he instructed the Insect Queen to produce 3 of the lonely night hurricane moths to carry him to the return from faraway mansion. Although Lu Ji had several of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and could use node transportation to pass through several checkpoints before arriving at the return from faraway mansion, he did not do so because he knew that he would have to use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles often once he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. The ethereal jellyfish's tentacles could also be considered a strategic class resource. When it came to strategic class resources, it was best to conserve their usage as much as possible. While the lonely night hurricane moths were flying Lu Ji to the return from faraway mansion, he instructed the insect queen to produce another 20 execution blade insects, 10 vibrating armor ladybugs, 10 flowing plasma electricity insects, 10 electromagnetic chrysalises, and 3 lonely night hurricane moths. He pressed 63 of these insects into the specialization insect nest to prepare for the specialization insect nest to use them during battle. After specializing the first batch of insects and understanding the abilities of the 5 types of insects once they had been specialized, Lu Ji would be able to adjust his combat style to deploy the insects from the specialization insect nest in the best way during battle. Once he was back at the return from faraway mansion, Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan and Wen Yu waiting for him at the entrance. When he landed, he smiled at Lin Yuan and greeted Wen Yu. Next, he handed the vast sea wave raising flute to Lin Yuan as he said, "Lin Yuan, master asked me to give this to you." Lin Yuan immediately recognized that what Lu Ji had given him was a precious instrument. Given the exterior appearance of the long blue flute, it was clear that it was a water-type precious instrument. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the long blue flute. He saw that it was a 5 stars precious instrument, but its abilities were centered around being able to restrict a set area. When the vast sea wave raising flute was blown, it would produce a territory of water with it at the center. Giant waves would also be produced that would restrict unfriendly targets in the area. During the restriction process, the water would turn into a whirlpool and use powerful force to impede all the targets within the water. There was no question that this 5 stars precious weapon would be suitable for Lin Yuan to use in his merman state. Out of all of his abilities, his controlling ability was the weakest. He had to rely on the source sand to control targets. Now that he had the vast sea wave raising flute, Lin Yuan's controlling ability had increased significantly. The 2 small black fish within the flute would be summoned into the water during combat. The purer the water elemental energy supplied by the vast sea wave raising flute, the more powerful the small black fishes would be. If the elemental energy was sufficiently pure, the small black fish could carry the maximum power of the vast sea wave raising flute. The Moon Empress had mentioned to Lin Yuan that the greatest power that a 5 stars precious instrument could produce was Pinnacle Myth 3. Lin Yuan had always been proud of the purity of the water elemental energy he produced. No one in the world might have had purer water elemental energy than Lin Yuan. This meant that he could easily strengthen the 2 small black fishes to the power of Pinnacle Myth 3. This would allow him to gain 2 Pinnacle Myth 3 fighters. Lin Yuan had contracted the Emperor Sea Demon. Although Frigid's bloodline had only just reached Emperor Sea Demon, Frigid would be able to boost the vast sea wave raising flute to 8 stars. The greatest power that a Pinnacle 7 stars precious instrument could attain was Pinnacle Creation, while an 8 stars precious weapon could reach Immortal. With Lin Yuan's pure water elemental energy and when Frigid boosted the vast sea wave raising flute, he would be able to attain 2 protectors with immortal power. With immortal combat power, he did not have to worry when crusading the Divine Wood Federation. In a federation without a Class 5 Creation Master, immortal power was the strongest combat power that would be available. Experts that reached Eternal only existed in federations that had Class 5 Creation Masters. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony as he accepted the vast sea wave raising flute from Lu Ji. He instructed the source sand to produce feathers made of day and night spirit silver and sliced his palm just like Lu Ji had done not long ago. To spirit chi professionals like Lu Ji and Lin Yuan, who lived on the edge of the knife, injuries were extremely common for them. The vast sea wave raising flute absorbed Lin Yuan's blood and let out the sound of a crashing tide when it connected with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used his soul to place an imprint on the vast sea wave raising flute. With this, the vast sea wave raising flute now belonged to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his head and said to Lu Ji and Wen Yu, "I own a Class 5 Creation Master. If you encounter any suitable materials in the future, the Class 5 Creation Master can help you too to create a custom precious instrument." Lu Ji and Wen Yu had already become the closest people to Lin Yuan, with the exception of the Moon Empress and Chu Ci. Lin Yuan had never told anyone about Morbius. But when it came to information such as that about Diwan Mai, there was no need for Lin Yuan to keep it a secret from Lu Ji and Wen Yu. After Lin Yuan learned about precious instruments and formed a contract with one, he felt that every person should have about 1 to 3 precious instruments that were above 3 stars. It would be fine to have numerous 1 and 2 stars precious instruments which did not need to be contracted. According to different battle situations, using different 1 and 2 stars precious instruments could lead to different effects. When Lu Ji and Wen Yu heard that Lin Yuan owned a Class 5 Creation Master, both of their jaws dropped. Before they could start guessing, Lin Yuan said, "The Class 5 Creation Master comes from Whale Ocean Commerce." Chapter 1870 Lin Yuan's 100 Sequence Title. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had heard of Whale Ocean Commerce's demolition but were not as familiar with it as Lin Yuan, who had personally experienced it. Night Leaning Moon had told Lin Yuan not to mention the matter to others, and she had not told Lu Ji herself. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had assumed that all of Sky City's high-class creation master resources came from the Moon Empress. But now that Sky City had a Class 5 creation master of its own, it had the same fundamental resources as other federations with Class 5 creation masters, such as the Spirit Mother Federation, Sand Continent Federation, and Creek Water Federation. Sky City was about to become what was traditionally known in the Radiance Federation as a top-notch faction. It was going to become a genuine behemoth. Lin Yuan mentioning Sky City's fundamental strength gave Lu Ji and Wen Yu confidence. Lu Ji and Wen Yu were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Radiance Federation. But when Lin Yuan was present, both of them would place him before the Radiance Federation. It was because Night Leaning Moon understood this that she did not insist on Lu Ji trying out to become a Radiance envoy and agreed to let him settle for being a Radiance Knight instead. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and pulled Lu Ji and Wen Yu onto Blackie's back. Blackie flew up into the air and weaved between the clouds as it headed to Zhongzi's residence. After this meal, Lin Yuan would not be able to see Gulang, Zhongzi, and the rest for up to 6 months. He treasured his friends. Although he rarely drank alcohol, he intended on drinking his fill at Zhongzi's residence. During Capture the General against Han Qi, Lin Yuan had summoned Blackie. However, he could not hide his phase during the group battle, and Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, Purple Afterglow, Genius, and Chimey had all appeared. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's phase still remained a mystery on Star Web. The Class 4 creation masters, scholars, and Fey observers had not been able to fully analyze the abilities of Lin Yuan's phase. But even if some creation masters did manage to complete their analysis, they would not dare to post their findings on Star Web. Blackie and Purple Afterglow were phays that had been spirit-locked by Morbius. Even if the Moon Empress saw them, she would not be able to see their elite to diamond abilities. Although the audience on Star Web was unaware of the abilities of Lin Yuan's phase, they had all seen what the phase looked like. As such, the appearance of the phase had long become household knowledge. Hence, many people recognized Blackie as it flew through the air. Blackie flew at a great height of around 2,500 meters. In spite of its huge size, it should look like nothing more than a black loach in the sky. However, Blackie's pure flood dragon species Fey bloodline could not be hidden. As it flew, it looked extremely striking. Additionally, flood dragon species Feys could gather clouds as they flew. Numerous clouds circled Blackie as it flew, drawing even more attention to it. Pure flood dragon species Feys were rare sights even in the royal capital of the Radiance Federation. Although they knew that cheers from the ground could not be heard at great heights, many people still stopped in their tracks to stare at the black, weaving flood dragon in the sky. They knew that the person riding on the black flood dragon was Lin Yuan, a young hero who was also the Moon Empress disciple. Almost every regular person and spirit chi professional in the Radiance Federation had watched the young team from the Radiance Federation battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan's performance during the fight had been deeply etched into the hearts of everyone watching. If Lin Yuan could hear the cheers coming from the ground now, he would realize that they were not just shouting his name. There were many people who addressed him as Lord Miracle. Adding the word Lord behind a person's name was a sign of respect. Lin Yuan had unknowingly become a beacon of hope for many members of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. The miracle part came from the most voted title for Lin Yuan in the poll released by the Radiance Sacred Hall. At first, the most voted name was Flower Gentleman. It was unknown who had come up with this title, and Red Thorn's performance had been outstanding during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At first, Black had relied on the seemingly endless sea of flowers to protect Millstone Town. This was how the title Flower Gentleman came about. Many people had voiced their agreement for this title, but a louder voice on Star Web brought up how powerful all of Black's Feys were. It would not be right to link his title to only one of his Feys. Black had been wearing a silver mask from the beginning. His rise had been akin to a miracle. As such, the title Silver-Faced Miracle had arisen. Poison Beauty was the one who had come up with this name. She was being paired up with Black by many people on Star Web. But after the past 2 days, many Star Web users felt that the silver-faced part should not be part of the title because it represented Black and not Lin Yuan. Black and Lin Yuan were the same person. The titles for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were usually made up of 1 or 2 words. As such, it was decided that Lin Yuan's title would be Miracle. Both Lin Yuan and Black had appeared like miracles. He had even managed to put pressure on the Third Freedom Envoy during the fight against the Freedom Federation Envoy group. No other member of the younger generation in the Radiance Federation could live up to the title of miracle more than Lin Yuan. He had only just started taking flight. The road ahead of him was still long, and everyone looked forward to the miracles he would create in the future. After the title miracle was decided on, even the Moon Empress personally logged into Star Web to vote. This was the first time in almost 20 years that the Moon Empress had logged into Star Web. Many of the popular posts on Star Web were about imagining couples. Recently, many of these posts imagined couples out of masters and disciples. Although Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress identities were not expressly revealed, anyone could tell that many of the posts were about them. Alas, the fans of this imagined coupling knew that it would never become a reality. Chapter 1871 Last meal together for the next 2 years. A statue with the words Miracle Lin Yuan carved into it was being created by craftsmen in the Radiance Sacred Hall. Nonetheless, if the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were unhappy with the titles they were given, they could request to change them. The Radiance Sacred Hall did not have many restrictions when it came to titles. For example, while they fought, Zhao Xiaochun was continuously gnawing on a pig's trotter on the dueling stage. As such, the Star Web audience had voted for the title Glutton for her. After Zhao Xiaochun found out about this, she went to see Lu Wenqing immediately. Since Lu Wenqing was the head of the Radiance Sacred Hall, it was normal for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to seek him out. However, a strange expression came over his face when he found out why Zhao Xiaochun had come. Although there were not many restrictions on the titles for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, changing her name from Glutton to Food Hater was ludicrous. At first, he had not consented, and Zhao Xiaochun had been going to see him 3 times a day over this matter. After 3 months, she finally wore him down, and he allowed her to change her title to Food Hater. Normally, the titles were chosen by the Star Web audience, and every user was allowed to cast their vote. As such, besides Zhao Xiaochun, none of the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence had changed their titles. Even if Lin Yuan was aware of his Radiance 100 sequence title, he would not want to change it because it was a sign of acknowledgement from the citizens of the Radiance Federation. Additionally, ever since he noticed the special characteristics of his body, awakened Morbius, evolved Genius into the 1000 Questions Beast and Chimey into the Stream Cloud Azure Bird, he was considered a miracle. Even if hatching the floating island whale and evolving the lifespan mouse were disregarded, Lin Yuan had been endlessly creating miracles ever since he became a spirit chi professional. He was about to head to a wider world to go on a crusade. He would eventually create more miracles in the startling Lines continent and Marsh world. 10 months ago, Lin Yuan had still been struggling to make a living in Redbud City in the Xia region. But now that he had become the cream of the crop of the younger generation, his ambition extended into the rest of the world. Before the major Federation meeting and the fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation 2 years later, Lin Yuan could grow as much as possible. Morbius had reached gold grade. This meant that Lin Yuan could spirit lock a new fey. He intended on sourcing for it in the Divine Wood Federation. Blackie resembled a black rainbow that was descending on Zhong Ziyi's backyard. Besides Gulang, Anhe, and Lu Yifan, there was another girl in the backyard. She was wrapping her finger on the yellow jade table and was sipping on tea instead of joining in the conversation with Gulang, Anhe, and Zhong Ziyi. When she saw Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, the girl smiled and nodded at them. This girl was Xia Qing. Because of Lu Yifan, and he was very familiar with Xia Qing. He knew that she was much stronger than him. She was only 1 step away from becoming an A-rank spirit chi professional, and her rank would break through within the next 6 months. At that time, her phase would be evolved to Pinnacle Myth 2. Before the rest of them became A-rank spirit chi professionals, Xia Qing would be able to flick them away as easily as if they were flies. Thus, and he understood Xia Qing's arrogance. It was not strange that she had greeted Lin Yuan because his performance during the group battle had attained her acknowledgement. There was even a possibility that she would not be able to beat him. After all, regardless of whether her abilities could counter his, there was no way that she would be able to kill a freedom envoy. But why had she greeted Lu Ji? And he scratched his head and looked at Xia Qing with confusion. This was because he did not understand that she judged a person not only by their power but also by their character. And he, Gulang, Zhong Ziyi, and Gao Feng had to be talented to become the members of royalty's disciples, but luck also played a key role. If others were chosen to become the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Cicada Song and Long Lam Plight's disciples instead, they would be able to achieve as much as Zhong Ziyi, Gao Feng and the rest had. Before the 4 of them achieved anything worth Xia Qing's admiration or their power became Xia Qing's equivalent, Xiaqing's attitude toward them would not change. As one of the top few members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Ji's future was very bright. However, he had taken the risk of death and crippling and put his Fey in a near-dead state in order to create a wall of flesh outside of Cold Frost City that had lasted for half an hour. This reminded Xiaqing of her parents. Xiaqing respected and admired Lu Ji because he was walking down a path that she was also aiming for. She was present because she had sought out and asked him to take her to this gathering. This was because she wanted to mix with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, and also because she heard that Lin Yuan had given a Heavenly Maiden Sleet Elemental Pearl to Zhongzi. Moreover, the Moon Empress had become a Class 6 creation master. Xiaqing wanted to trade with Lin Yuan and obtain pure elemental energy from him. Although she could ask her grandfather to trade with the Moon Empress for any resources she needed, the older she became, the more she understood that she needed to fight for the things she wanted herself. When Xiaqing nodded and greeted him, Lin Yuan returned the gesture. Lu Ji and Xiaqing had become friends during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. After Lu Ji greeted Xiaqing, Gulang, Gaofeng, and he went to the kitchen to help Zhongzi. Zhongzi was cooking the kitchen fragrance palace's secret 300 dishes. Previously, he had not had enough ingredients and could not make several of the more complicated dishes. But this time, he had come fully prepared. He had been in the kitchen since 5 p.m. yesterday carefully, preparing each dish. The lychee in the lychee husband needed to be marinated, while the crab powder shortbread involved removing the innards and flesh of platinum yolk red crab. Yet, these two dishes were not considered the more complicated ones in the 300 dishes. Chapter 1872 Wang Fuxiang's Gift. Previously, Lu Ji and Zhongzi became friends in the kitchen. Both of them admired the other's culinary skills. Since Lu Ji was there was no way he would allow Zhongzi to slave away in the kitchen on his own. Lu Ji did not know how to cook the kitchen fragrance palace's secret recipes, but he was more than capable of doing the preparation work for Zhongzi. When Gao Feng spotted Lin Yuan, he walked over to him and said, "Brother Lin, Master is going to take me to contract a fey with the Baron bloodline tomorrow. Once I contract a fey with the Baron bloodline, my power will increase significantly." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Your combat style is set. I'm sure Lord Cicada Song will pick a support-type fey with the Baron bloodline for you." Gao Feng nodded. Cicada Song had mentioned the choice of fey with the Baron bloodline to Gao Feng. He had made it clear that he would be picked a fey with the Baron bloodline that was skilled at support. Previously, Gao Feng had been a spirit chi professional that could not even find a team to participate in the S tournament with. Ever since he became a disciple of royalty and participated in the group battle against the Freedom Federation that had ended with the Radiance Federation's victory, Gao Feng had become more confident. Recently, even his father, who rarely cracked a smile in front of him, started praising him out of habit. He even asked for Gao Feng's opinion on some important affairs. Gao Feng was very thankful to Lu Ji and Lin Yuan for this. They were the ones who had enabled his life to transform. If Lin Yuan had not nurtured the yellow spring lily for him, Cicada Song would never have noticed him and picked him to be his disciple. Gao Feng was well aware of his value. Xiaqing pursed her lips when she heard what Gao Feng said but did not comment. Although she had not acknowledged his power and felt that he would never be able to become a Radiance Envoy no matter how many opportunities he ran into the next 2 years, his sacred source life form, the memory-consuming 8 tunes box and the yellow spring lily's abilities made him a slam dunk to become a Radiance Knight. This especially applied to the memory-consuming 8 tunes box. Even Xiaqing did not know how she would break its abilities. As long as her sacred source life form stars were not significantly higher than the memory-consuming 8 tunes box, she would not be able to use her sacred source life form's abilities. Gulang took out a brocade box. Once he opened it, the thick fragrance of bamboo filled the entire yard. There were purple and gold bamboo leaves in the brocade box. Golden threads were covering the leaves that resembled veins. Gulang picked up one of the purple and gold leaves and placed it into the teapot before pouring boiling grass sword fountain water in. In an instant, the fragrance of the tea intensified. Gulang said to Lin Yuan, "Master asked me to bring this when he heard I was coming for this meal. They are old leaves that fell off the golden thiark bamboo. When they are soaked in water, they can significantly boost the increment of spiritual energy. Although the effects will only be significant the first time you drink it, the next 10 times will still produce evident effects. There are exactly 50 leaves, and I took out 5 to make the tea. Lin Yuan, the rest are for you. It's a gift from Master." A look of surprise spread across Lin Yuan's face. The only thing that could be said that he felt lacking in was that he never dared to use up his spiritual energy excessively. He had once consumed the cinnabar sweet osmanthus fruit, which increased his spiritual energy significantly. Nonetheless, he dared not contract feys that were above gold grade. The leaves of the golden thearch bamboo were famed for being able to increase spiritual energy. Its effects were much stronger than the cinnabar sweet osmanthus fruits. If he drank the tea boiled from the golden thearch bamboo's leaves 10 times, his spiritual energy would triple its original amount at the very least. From then on, he would not have to be restricted to spirit-locking feys to contract them. To people who did not have many resources, contracting too many feys would spread their resources too thin. This would limit their increase in power. After all, there was no way that even 10 gold feys would be able to take down a diamond fey. But to someone like Lin Yuan, who had no lack of resources, the more feys he contracted, the stronger his combat power would be. 2 years was a long time. If he could spend that time nurturing more feys, his arsenal of feys would once again become a thing of mystery during the fight against the Freedom Federation. Moreover, all of Lin Yuan's feys were nurtured with only the best methods. After the feys evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed, their bloodlines would experience a breakthrough and become stronger. At that point, his feys' power could not be assessed using historical means. Gulang mentioned that his master wanted to give him the golden thearch bamboo leaves. Lin Yuan immediately thought back to the woman he saw in the purchase with no loss store, who could be described as a rose amongst thorns. Lin Yuan remembered Wang Fuxiang saying that she had caused many husbands, boyfriends, and lovers to die. At that time, he never would have imagined that she would become the bamboo monarch's wife. After giving the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the moon empress, she gifted it to Wang Fuxiang so that she could remove her bad luck. She had taken up 4 boxes of the possessed star intelligent dark clouds and was no longer affected by the bad luck. It was likely that Wang Fuxiang was giving him something as precious as the golden thearch bamboo leaves in order to repay the favor to the moon empress. Lin Yuan would have turned it down if it was something that he did not need. But since the golden thearch bamboo leaves could increase spiritual energy, Lin Yuan greatly needed it. Hence, he did not reject the gift. Once Lin Yuan received the remaining 45 golden thearch bamboo leaves, and he piped in. Thanks to Lin Yuan, we're getting to drink tea brewed from the golden thearch bamboo leaves. I should be able to contract another fey once I gulp down this tea. Gulang poured out a cup of tea for Lin Yuan first and said, I will also get to enjoy today. The golden thearch bamboo doesn't grow many leaves. And he hasn't drunk it before, but even I have only drunk it 5 or 6 times. My spiritual energy increases when I drink tea brewed from the golden thearch bamboo leaves. And he and Xiaoqing were not shocked by what Gulang said. Chapter 1873 Brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl. And he and Xiaoqing had heard of the bamboo monarch and Wang Fuxiang's situation. They understood why Wang Fuxiang would give such a precious item to Lin Yuan. Nothing could be more valuable than one's life. While they were eating, Xiaoqing went straight to the point and said, Hello, Lin Yuan. We met at the Radiance Sacred Hall previously. Since we shook hands then, it means that we're acquainted now. I would like to ask for your help. Is that possible? Xiaoqing's words caused Wen Yu to frown. No matter what status Xiaoqing had, who asked a person for help the moment they met. Given Wen Yu's understanding of Lin Yuan, she knew that he would agree to help as long as the request did not cross the line. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, If I can help, I will. Before he left the Radiant Moon Palace yesterday morning, the Moon Empress had told him about Xiaoqing. Lin Yuan understood that Xiaoqing was more powerful than Zhongzi, Gulang, and Anhe. A descendant who had been nurtured by someone who had started walking down heaven's path had to be stronger than the descendant an eternal expert had nurtured. But when the Moon Empress spoke to Lin Yuan, she complimented not only Xiaoqing's power but also her intelligence. Xiaoqing had to be someone with substantial decorum if she was intelligent enough to earn the Moon Empress praise. Hence, Lin Yuan agreed. Xiaoqing went on to say, I have a light type fey. It has an almost impossible standard for the purity of the elemental energy it requires. There is a fey in the Radiant Moon Palace called the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus. I would like 30 of the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers. The light elemental energy from the lotuses is as pure as that of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. As repayment, I will give you a special spiritual ingredient. Xiaoqing waved her hand, and a golden pearl appeared in her hand. Despite it being the day, the pearl's light was still brilliant. Lin Yuan could sense a strange aura from the pearl that he had sensed before from the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow and dragon phoenix landscape carp. Lin Yuan instantly realized that this was the aura of fortune. Before he could use true data to check on the pearl in Xiaqing's hand, Xiaqing launched into an explanation. This is the dragon pearl left by the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon. It can evolve the bloodline of fortuitous feys that have the dragon bloodline as well as raise the ability to comprehend will powers. It is a rare treasure. You aren't making a loss by using the dragon pearl from the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon to trade for 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. Wen Yu's brow immediately relaxed when she heard what Xiaqing said. Wen Yu had felt that it was rude for Xiaqing to request to trade with Lin Yuan. But now, she had changed her mindset. In the trade that Xiaqing proposed, where she would be using the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl to trade for 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers from Lin Yuan, he would benefit more than her. This was because the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon was famed for being a treasure. It was much more precious than elemental pearls or the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon appeared naturally in nature amongst mountains and bodies of water. No one knew how it was born. Once the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon grew up, it would automatically divide itself and release the energy stored in its body to the environment. All that was left was a dragon pearl to prove that it had once existed. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon had once appeared in Jade Brocade City, which was the most opulent of the 32 major cities. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon could benefit the life forms in a territory as much as a sea or a large whale fall could. If Lin Yuan wore the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl for a prolonged time, it would substantially benefit his ability to comprehend willpower runes from nature. Gulang, Gaofeng, and he were shocked by Xiaqing's generous offer. They shared the same thoughts as Wen Yu. They felt that the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl's greatest use came in its ability to boost the comprehension of willpower runes. However, Lin Yuan did not share this opinion. Firstly, it was already very easy for him to comprehend willpower runes. Secondly, there was a fortuitous fey in the return from faraway mansion that could use the brocade-embroidered dragon's dragon pearl. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was an avian-type fey and did not possess a dragon species bloodline. However, the 3 mountain river eternal life carps in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank had a hint of the dragon species bloodline. Most fish species feys could go down the path of becoming a flood dragon. The mother of Bloodbath had told Lin Yuan long ago that the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps were experiencing the extremely rare simultaneous evolution. Simultaneous evolution referred to several life forms with the same genes evolving as a collective entity. The member of royalty who presided over cultivated gardens' main phase had come about from simultaneous evolution. Although the 3 mountain river eternal life carps had been simultaneously evolving for half a year, they were unsuccessful. Lin Yuan felt that if the mountain river eternal life carp, the clear leader of the 3, swallowed the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl, the simultaneous evolution would take place. Lin Yuan did not immediately receive the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl from Xiaqing. Lin Yuan looked into Xiaqing's eyes and said seriously, "The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's pearl is very tempting to me, but it is much more valuable than 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. Why don't I trade 50 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers with you instead? I can guarantee that each flower contains light-type energy of the same purity as that of heavenly maiden pearls with outer layers. If you don't need so many of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers, you can also request any of the 4 types of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, the wood-building winged sandflies pupas, the dark crystal armored insects shells, or the plasma snails secretions." No one doubted that Lin Yuan would be able to make good on his word. After all, towering behind him was the Moon Empress, a Class 6 creation master. At that moment, the same description of Lin Yuan popped into Xiaqing, Gulang, and He's minds detail-oriented. Both Gulang and He had been blessed by Lin Yuan and knew what kind of person he was. However, this was the first time Xiaqing worked with Lin Yuan. Chapter 1874 Cheers to 2 years later. Since their previous encounter had also been their first encounter, they had only chatted briefly in the Radiance Sacred Hall. Once Xiaqing returned home, her grandfather had asked her if she was interested in Lin Yuan. She had admitted that his appearance, power, and character, which she was just starting to understand, were fatal attacks on any young girl's heart. However, she had no place for romance in her life. Xiaqing's dream was to use her body to protect the Radiance Federation, just like her parents had done. As such, many people, including her grandfather, had misunderstood the reason for the attitude toward Lin Yuan. However, Xiaqing did not bother to explain herself. There were many types of emotions in the world. Xiaoqing preferred reliable comrades over romantic partners. At first, Xiaoqing had felt lonely. But once Lin Yuan and Lu Ji appeared, Xiaoqing realized that she had never been fighting on her own. Xiaoqing looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gently, revealing 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. It's true that I don't need so many of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. Why not we go with 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers and 20 of the wood-building winged sandflies pupas? Xiaoqing remembered that her grandfather's feys needed pure wood-type energy. As such, it would be better for her to obtain the wood-building winged sandflies pupas from Lin Yuan and give them to her grandfather. The Moon Empress had been in seclusion for a long time. Now that she had come out of seclusion and had become a Class 6 creation master, she needed to stabilize her abilities and purify the eternal heart. As such, it was unlikely that she had time to use pure spirit chi to nurture the wood-building winged sandfly and enable it to turn into a pupa. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "I'll deliver them to you tomorrow morning." Xiaoqing did not expect Lin Yuan to set the trade timing to be so soon. "You don't need to deliver them to me. I will be visiting the Creation Master Association tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can hand the items to me then. You can take the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl. I trust you." Xiaoqing stuffed the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl into Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan could sense Xiaoqing's kind gesture. Although Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing had just become acquainted, it was all but certain that she would become a Radiance envoy. 2 years later, both he and Xiaoqing would be attending the major federation meeting as substitutes. As such, she was a comrade with whom he would be fighting alongside in the future. Wen Yu had been observing Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing's expressions. She could not read Xiaoqing, but given her understanding of Lin Yuan, she knew that he did not have any inappropriate thoughts about Xiaoqing. It was not an exaggeration to call him a clueless man. About half an hour later, Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji carried out trays filled with dishes. When Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Gao Feng and the rest saw that Lu Ji and Zhong Ziyi were done cooking, they automatically headed to the kitchen to help to bring the food out. They were all so close now that there was no need for formalities. All of them enjoyed the meal tremendously. This meal was like a swan song for them. For the next 2 years, they would all be going off to train on their own. This meal was also to celebrate their victory against the Freedom Federation Envoy Group and their feat of protecting the Radiance Federation's honor. Zhong Ziyi went to Kitchen Fragrance Palace and, much to Chef Supreme's chagrin, took out 5 bottles of the 100-flavor wine that had been fermenting for 70 years. Chef Supreme was truly suspecting whether his 3rd disciple was actually his reincarnated enemy from a past life. His 1st disciple had almost caused the spirit savory pig to go extinct, while his 2nd disciple had used his reputation to open the spirit food pavilion. He was using the 300 dishes that Chef Supreme had crafted to serve customers. The only thing that Kitchen Fragrance Palace had left was the 100-flavor wine. Yet, his 3rd disciple had taken 5 bottles of it. Normally, they did not pair alcohol with their meals. But this time, all of them partook in drinking. However, all of them were B-rank Spirit Chi professionals, and their feys had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. These feys enabled them to have high resistance. As such, none of them were drunk even after the 5 bottles of the 100-flavor wine were emptied. But all of them did visit the bathroom several times. They poured out the last of the wine and clinked their glasses together. "Let's all try to become A-rank Spirit Chi professionals in the next 2 years. Nonsense. If I don't become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, I'll fall behind all of you. Let's agree to gather back here for another feast 2 years later. And stop eating. Your sacred source life form is special, but that doesn't mean you can be lazy for the next 2 years. No. When I think about how I won't be able to see all of you for the next 2 years, my heart aches. I don't even have the mood to contract a fey with the barren bloodline tomorrow." "Gao Feng, stop with your nonsense. You've mentioned contracting a fey with the barren bloodline countless times during the meal." Xiaoqing had never attended such an event before. She sat next to Wen Yu, and both of them naturally ended up chatting. Xiaoqing asked Wen Yu, "Does Lin Yuan normally drink?" Wen Yu replied honestly, "This is the 2nd time I've seen him drink. The last time Lin Yuan had drunk was with Wen Yu and Lu Ji on the grass of the return from faraway mansion when Sky City had just been established. Although only a few months had passed and Lin Yuan had been extremely green then, he had grown significantly since then. While Lin Yuan was in completely different stages of growth during both drinking sessions, Wen Yu was still the same. She felt that all she needed to do in this life was to follow this dashing young man in front of her. She would accompany him into adulthood and then into old age to help him take good care of Sky City. Once the last cups were gulped down, Lin Yuan did not help Zhongzi, Gulang, and he, and the rest to evolve their feys. It was not that Lin Yuan could not bear to part with the resources, as he had already set aside resources for these friends of his. However, all of them had their own roads to go down for the next 2 years. They would also be given different opportunities. He could wait until they gathered together again 2 years later to use pure spirit chi to evolve their feys. 2 years later, when he helped them evolve their feys bloodlines, it would be on the cusp of the major Federation meeting when they had to put their lives on the line for the Radiance Federation's glory. When Lin Yuan left Zhongzi's residence, he did not return to the return from faraway mansion with Lu Ji and Wen Yu. Chapter 1875 Fish World Sea Trump Card. Lin Yuan used node transportation to send himself to the Radiant Moon Palace. Once he reached the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw the Moon Empress smiling at a blue item in her hands. Clearly, she was very satisfied with it. Once Lin Yuan appeared in the Radiant Moon Palace, he could feel the mermaid bloodline power coming from the blue item. However, he felt irked and derisive about the mermaid bloodline power. It was as though he had to share the room with a cockroach. Lin Yuan did not even feel this put off by things he did not like. Having this feeling made Lin Yuan amazed by the dominance of the mermaid bloodline. He now knew how more elite mermaids felt toward inferior mermaids. From the mermaid bloodline power of the blue item, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Moon Empress was holding the precious weapon made using the diving songstress body. The Moon Empress waved at Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, come and take a look at this. This precious instrument's ability is not bad. But in order to use it, you will have to eat spiritual ingredients like the dragon blood crystal thread date and goji berries to boost your blood." Lin Yuan walked over to the Moon Empress. He used true data to check on the blue precious instrument in the Moon Empress hand. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face because he noticed that the precious instrument made from the diving songstress body had reached 8 stars. This meant that the diving songstress body had not dropped stars during the forging process. The Moon Empress ability was largely related to this result. Lin Yuan could not imagine how many precious materials the Moon Empress had used to forge the Fish World Sea trump card. Previously, he felt that he would have been more than satisfied if he was able to obtain a 7 stars precious instrument. With help from Frigid, the 7 stars precious instrument would be boosted to 9 stars. When the cold season poisonous fish was added, its cold season power could raise it to 10 stars. But now, with help from Frigid, the Fish World Sea trump card would be boosted to the legendary 10 stars. If the cold season poisonous fish was added, Lin Yuan might be able to attain the 11 stars precious instrument whose existence had not even been confirmed yet. In terms of its abilities, the Fish World Sea trump card was a functional and attack type precious instrument. Normally, precious instruments made from the body of sacred source life forms usually retained abilities that were related to the abilities that the sacred source life forms had when they were still alive. Clearly, the Fish World Sea trump card's abilities had gone beyond the diving songstress abilities. One usually needed to use spiritual power to activate precious instruments. However, this did not apply to all precious instruments. For example, the vast sea wave raising flute needed water elemental energy. In order to activate the Fish World Sea trump card, it had to be paired with the mermaid bloodline because the mermaid bloodline had to be injected into it. After absorbing sufficient mermaid power, the Fish World Sea trump card would create a territory known as the Fish World. Every mermaid bloodline of different grades would be able to produce a mermaid in the fish world. The mermaid would blow its clarion while singing and creating waves in the fish world. When facing the double assaults from the waves and the mermaid song, the target would dissolve into bubbles once it failed to hold out against the brutal waves and seductive song. As the mermaid bloodline evolved, the mermaid in the fish world would also transform. The mermaid blowing the clarion was formed after the Fish World Sea trump card absorbed the regular mermaid bloodline's power. If the Mermaid King or Emperor bloodline's power was injected into the Fish World Sea trump card, who knew what kind of mermaid would be summoned? A low-grade mermaid could not alter its own bloodline. However, a high-grade mermaid could divide up its bloodline power. For example, 1 drop of Lin Yuan's Emperor Mermaid bloodline could be divided to produce a bucket full of the Mermaid King bloodline. The ability to divide its bloodline allowed high-grade mermaids to reward low-grade mermaids. Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from dark blue. As long as dark blue continued evolving with the best method, once it evolved to fantasy breed and then myth breed, the mermaid bloodline in Lin Yuan's body would strengthen accordingly. Moreover, once Lin Yuan circulated the mermaid power and fused with the fish world, he would become the master of seas for 3 seconds. Once he exited the state of being the master of seas, the mermaid bloodline in his body would wither. It would take a long time of nourishment before the mermaid bloodline could recover. Since the after effects of this ability were so severe, Lin Yuan would not use it flippantly. Regardless, Lin Yuan's power would increase again once he had the Fish World Sea trump card. The Moon Empress handed the Fish World Sea trump card to Lin Yuan and said, "Precious instruments like this that require the use of bloodline power are very rare. Thankfully you have the mermaid bloodline in your body. Otherwise, this precious instrument that I painstakingly forged would have gone to waste." Lin Yuan did not immediately form a contract with the Fish World Sea trump card. Instead, he said sincerely to the Moon Empress, "Master, thank you." The Moon Empress had a gentle smile hanging on her lips. But when she heard Lin Yuan's thanks, her expression turned stern as she replied, "Little Yuan, what are you thanking me for? Since you gave me the golden lotus brocade pearls and pure elemental energy, I should be the one thanking you." The Moon Empress gently tousled Lin Yuan's hair. Her tone softened again as she said, "Little Yuan, I'm only doing what I should for you. You never have to thank me." Lin Yuan raised his head and looked into the Moon Empress' gentle and serious eyes as he nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the Moon Empress interrupted him and said, "Quickly, contract the precious instrument. Once you're done with the contract, you can have a meal with me." The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan was about to go out to train because he had told her about it. The Moon Empress also wanted to take him out to train, just like Cold Moon did for Chu Ci. However, Lin Yuan did not like to rely on others. He depended on himself throughout his journey and was clear about what he wanted. Chapter 1876 Clean Burning Federation's Duke Sparrow. The Moon Empress might not be able to see her precious disciple many times in the next 2 years while he was out training. As such, she was insistent on having a meal with him before he left. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Master, it just so happens that I have picked up a thing or two from Lu Ji. Why don't you let me do the cooking?" While he spoke, he fused with dark blue and transformed into a merman. Lin Yuan cut his palm open in his merman form and circulated his spiritual power to focus his bloodline on his wounds area. The Moon Empress noticed that there were faint wisps of blue and gold in Lin Yuan's red blood. Lin Yuan's blood stained the Fish World Sea trump card he was holding. At first, he assumed that he was about to be done with the contraction of the Fish World Sea trump card. However, the contraction of the Fish World Sea trump card did not go as smoothly as the contraction of the vast sea wave-raising flute. This was because the higher the stars of a precious instrument, the higher its requirements. Additionally, after absorbing Lin Yuan's blood, the originally purple and blue Fish World Sea trump card started to change. The blue and gold hints from Lin Yuan's blood continued to enter the Fish World Sea trump card. The blue and gold parts were Lin Yuan's Mermaid Emperor bloodline. Once the Emperor Mermaid bloodline entered the Fish World Sea trump card, its blue and purple exterior started to break down. Lin Yuan reckoned that the blue and purple part of the Fish World Sea trump card had to be the Thin Mermaid King bloodline that came from the diving songstress. This was why the blue and gold parts of Lin Yuan's blood caused the blue and purple parts to be filtered out. The blue and purple tablet of the Fish World Sea trump card had 2 mermaids carved on it turned azure. A gold hue could be seen intermittently arising within the blue. There were now also 4 mermaids carved on it instead of 2. These 4 mermaids were all wearing heavy and intricate crowns. There seemed to be an ethereal image within the jade. There were also serpentine patterns chiseled into the surface of the jade. When Lin Yuan flipped the jade over, he saw that there was a carving of an entire sea world. Just as Lin Yuan felt that he was losing excessive blood and was growing weaker and was about to fall to the ground, the Fish World Sea trump card finally let out a simultaneous roar alongside Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan circulated his soul and formed a contract with the Fish World Sea trump card. After changing its appearance significantly, the Fish World Sea trump card had finally become Lin Yuan's precious instrument. The Moon Empress did not even bat an eye when she herself was injured. But when she saw Lin Yuan losing a large amount of blood in order to contract the precious instrument, her heart ached badly. Once Lin Yuan was done contracting the precious weapon, she held up 2 of the platinum dragon blood crystal thread dates to Lin Yuan's mouth. Once he consumed the 2 dragon blood crystal thread dates, all the blood energy that Lin Yuan had lost was replenished. While Lin Yuan was chewing on the dragon blood crystal thread dates, the Moon Empress took over the Fish World Sea trump card and took a silk cloth out of her spatial equipment that was weaved from moon shadow gauze. The Moon Empress used the silk cloth to hang the Fish World Sea trump card around Lin Yuan's waist. At first, I felt that the precious instrument's appearance was lacking. But now that your bloodline has transformed it, it looks good enough to be used as an accessory. With it hanging on your waist, the ignorant won't be able to tell that it's a precious weapon. Those who are able to identify it as a precious weapon will be deterred from attacking you. At that moment, Mystic Moon walked in. When he saw the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan chatting, he could not help but think, is it a bad time for me to give a report? However, the Imperial Court has already sent people to rush us. They are anxious to start the Imperial meeting. The Imperial meeting will also be largely related to the young lord. As such, Mystic Moon said, Moon Empress, Purple Love has gone to the Imperial Court again. She said that she needs a middleman to protect the benefits of both sides during the Heavenly Family Cottage's alliance with the Radiance Federation. She picked the young lord to be this middleman. The Moon Empress frowned slightly, but she understood Purple Love's intention. Purple Love was essentially declaring that the Heavenly Family Cottage was only forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. This was the truth. Otherwise, given the character of the Heavenly Family Cottage, they would never think of finding an ally, even if they truly went to war with Tower Cannon. This meeting demonstrated Lin Yuan's status and would also allow him to attain some benefits. At first, the Moon Empress had not understood why Purple Love made a beeline to the return from faraway mansion immediately after arriving at the Radiance Federation. She would not need to do so if it was only for the Mother of Bloodbath. Later, Blood New Moon brought Jade Sundial's soul to visit the Moon Empress. This was when the Moon Empress found out that Lin Yuan had revived Jade Sundial's soul and just how much Lin Yuan had done for the Heavenly Family Cottage. As such, the Heavenly Family Cottage used itself as the stake to help Lin Yuan garner more benefits. The Moon Empress no longer had any points of doubt. Since the meeting was so important to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was not going to delay any longer. The Moon Empress reached out and adjusted Lin Yuan's collar as she said, since we won't be able to have a meal together, why don't you take a walk with me around the garden? I will have to go to the Imperial Court for a meeting in 10 minutes. Lin Yuan obediently followed the Moon Empress. The Radiant Moon Palace's garden was separated into the inner garden and outer garden. The outer garden was outside of the Radiant Moon Palace and filled with wondrous flora and fauna. Every person who visited the Radiant Moon Palace, even the other members of royalty, made a point to admire the outer garden. On the other hand, only the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon were allowed to enter the inner garden. Even the 4 tea attendants and moon attendants did not have the authority to enter the inner garden. Lin Yuan had already visited the inner garden several times. But the more he learned and experienced, the more he realized just how extraordinary the inner garden was. It was likely that the Moon Empress had invested a lot of effort into the garden. The Moon Empress casually picked one of the fruits from the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree at the entrance of the garden. She handed it to Lin Yuan and said, I traded for the honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree from Duke Sparrow of the Clean Burning Federation 20 years ago when I had just become a Class 5 Creation Master. It only produces fruits once every 5 years. Less than a year after the last batch of fruits was produced 5 years ago, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch traded all of them away for resources. Chapter 1877 Merciful Star Peony. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He chewed on the honey-storing spirit-curled peach while he stared at the honey-storing curled peach tree. He noticed that the honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree had only produced 11 fruits. This was considered a very small yield. The Moon Empress had not specifically described the effects of the honey-storing spirit-curled peach, but it was likely that it was no ordinary fruit. Once Lin Yuan was done eating the honey-storing spirit-curled peach, he stored the rest of the fruits. As for the Clean Burning Federation, Lin Yuan had heard of it before. It was a powerful second-tier federation below the 3 major federations. The 2 dukes of the Clean Burning Federation were Duke Rhino and Duke Sparrow. Both of them were Class 5 Creation Masters. With 2 Class 5 Creation Masters, the Clean Burning Federation used to completely overwhelm the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan was about to head to the Divine Wood Federation to train. He would have plenty of opportunities to come into contact with Big Hots from other federations. The Moon Empress did not just ask Lin Yuan to come to the garden with her to admire the view. She knew what Lin Yuan's Fey affiliations were, so she had nurtured a plant-type Fey not long ago. If not for her being unaffiliated with plant-type Feys, she would have formed a contract with it without hesitation. Just from the plant-type Fey's basic abilities, it could be considered a strategic class Fey. The Moon Empress pulled Lin Yuan to the only table in the inner garden and pointed at a sprout with 4 leaves on it as she said, Little Yuan, this is a new Fey I nurtured. Does it catch your fancy? While the Moon Empress was speaking, the sprout sensed that someone was approaching and started to move 2 of its leaves. While its leaves moved, moonlight that resembled water droplets was released. When the moonlight came into contact with Lin Yuan, it gave him a very familiar feeling. It was very similar to the moonbeam power that came from the sacred cry moon beast. It was likely that the plant-type Fey was deeply connected to the sacred cry moon beast. The Moon Empress went on to say, this plant-type Fey used to be a regular lamp sun peony. It is used to illuminate the garden at night. While I was creating the Moon Dew Revival Pill, I accidentally dropped a drop of the sacred cry moon beast's tear onto the lamp sun peony. As a result, the lamp sun peony mutated. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the lamp sun peony that had been mutated by the sacred cry moon beast's tear. A Fey that had mutated due to such an elite spiritual ingredient had to have decent abilities. Fey name, Merciful Star Peony. Fey species, Buttercup species / Peony species. Fey grade, Bronze, 10/10. Fey type, Wood / Light. Fey quality, Legend. Abilities. Activate light, in a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and be unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item Starlight, when stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve the body's quality. Exclusive skill. Constellation imprint, attempt to communicate with the stars. A star imprint will appear on the body if the communication is successful. The star imprint can help the body to take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Once Lin Yuan was done reading the true data, he immediately understood why the Moon Empress thought so well of this peony. Most Fey's strength came from their combat abilities. This was the kind of Fey with which spirit chi professionals most preferred to form contracts. There was a type of Fey that did not have combat abilities but could boost its spirit chi professional. Compared to it, Feys with strong combat abilities were not valuable at all. The Merciful Star Peony was just one such Fey. In fact, it was considered one of the outstanding ones. Activate light could allow a person to see even in the darkest environments. It also provided resistance against any abilities that caused blindness. This ability might seem useless, but it would be called a miracle in the right environment, such as the underground world. Compared to activate light, Lin Yuan was more interested in casted item Starlight. Once a spirit chi professional formed a contract with the Merciful Star Peony, casted item Starlight could use Starlight to temper the spirit chi professional's body. Below a certain level, the strength of a spirit chi professional's body was limited. For example, an Emperor class expert's body would never be able to compare with that of a Thearch class expert. Yet, casted item Starlight would be able to allow a spirit chi professional to break through this limit. An ability like this that strengthened the body using Starlight could not be replaced by any other ability. Using the muscle hyperthermesia grass, Lin Yuan had attained all types of combat skills and fighting strategies. Given that Lin Yuan liked to fight using Blackie's Spirit Essence Explosion, using casted item Starlight would allow Lin Yuan's combat abilities to increase significantly. Moreover, no matter how powerful a spirit chi professional was, even the quality of an eternal expert's body would not be able to compare to that of a Fey. Unless an expert started walking down heaven's path, a spirit chi professional's body would always be the easiest target during battle. With casted item Starlight, Lin Yuan's body would not only not be a burden to his Feys during battle, but it might even be stronger than theirs. As for Constellation Imprint, Lin Yuan felt that it was a powerful boosting ability. The more stars he communicated with, the more star imprints would appear on his body. With many star imprints activated in times of danger, his body would be boosted substantially. More importantly, Constellation Imprint could provide resistance against curse effects. Lin Yuan's arsenal of defense still did not include defense against curses. Now that this gap had been made up for, Lin Yuan's defense had taken a large stride forward. Zhongzi and Wang Fuxiang were the best examples of how terrifying curses could be. If the Moon Empress could contract the Merciful Star Peony, Lin Yuan would never agree to accept it. But since the Moon Empress could not form a contract with the Merciful Star Peony because of an affiliation issue, Lin Yuan would help himself to it. Chapter 1878 The Moon Empress Big Move. When Lin Yuan contracted Feys in the past, he had always contracted them at the normal grade. This was because he was lacking in spiritual energy and could not afford to be as free-handed with it as other spirit chi professionals were. Some spirit chi professionals directly formed contracts with gold and platinum grade Feys just because the Fey appealed to them. Lin Yuan could never think of doing something so thriftless. But after consuming many of the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthias fruits and tea brewed from the golden Thearch bamboo's leaves, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had been raised significantly. He would have no issue contracting a bronze fey. Frankly, Lin Yuan could have used other methods to contract the merciful star peony. If he used Morbius' exclusive skill, he would spirit lock the merciful star peony and form a contract with it. However, this would only give Lin Yuan access to the merciful star peony's normal ability, activate light. Although Lin Yuan could just find another endless gem for Morbius to fuse with, and he would be able to unlock the merciful star peony's other abilities and exclusive skill, all he knew now was that the endless gems came from the dimensional worlds. He did not know anything else. He could not be certain when he would be able to obtain the next endless gem. It could even be years later. If Lin Yuan had access to casted item Starlight and Constellation Imprint for a few years, his body would already have been strengthened by numerous star imprints. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided to use spiritual energy to form a contract with the merciful star peony. While Lin Yuan was checking on the merciful star peony, the Moon Empress carefully studied him. She saw that his face lit up with joy moments after laying his eyes on the merciful star peony. This meant that Lin Yuan had seen through the merciful star peony's abilities and exclusive skill in a few seconds. Such investigative abilities had already reached the level of Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, or maybe even Class 5 Creation Master. The Moon Empress thought back to how she had just reached Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master when she had been his age. She only became a Class 4 Creation Master when she reached 21 years old. In her heart, the Moon Empress could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's talent. If he was not her disciple, she would have wondered if someone who could grow to such an extent in just a year was actually not human but a monster. At that moment, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Master, I really like the merciful star peony. If you don't need it, I will form a contract with it." The Moon Empress immediately replied, "Then you should form a contract with the merciful star peony now." In the past decade, the Moon Empress had been doing all she could to accumulate resources. She tried her best to obtain any and all outstanding resources. This was why she had been able to grow so quickly. But now, although she could form a contract with the merciful star peony, she eventually decided to give the merciful star peony to Lin Yuan. It was not because she did not need the boost from the merciful star peony's casted item Starlight now that she had started walking down heaven's path. The greater the frontier that an expert reached, the more difficult it would be for them to increase their power. Every minute improvement had to be fought for. The Moon Empress would rather eat into her benefits in order to further Lin Yuan's growth because she had learned the true meaning of legacy in the past year. When Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual energy to form a contract with the merciful star peony, he could tell from how much spiritual energy he used up that he still had enough to form a contract with a fey that was silver grade and below. When the Moon Empress saw that Lin Yuan was forming a contract with the merciful star peony, she took out a white jade bottle and said, "Little Yuan, this bottle contains the sacred cry moon beast's tears. Since the merciful star peony mutated after the tears guided it, it should be able to evolve its bloodline in the future. Hold on to the sacred cry moon beast's tears for now. If the merciful star peony's bloodline can evolve, you can pour the tears onto its roots." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He knew that the Moon Empress was teaching him. In actuality, he knew what to do even without the Moon Empress telling him because he had experience from nurturing Chimey and Genius. Genius and Chimey's situations had been very similar to the merciful star peony. Genius had evolved from the 100 questions beast to the 1000 questions beast, to the beast that connects everything, and finally to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Now, it was an unprecedented life form that had the intelligent cat species and intelligent cat genus. Chimey had evolved from the sound bird to the stream cloud azure bird, to the clear voice Luan sparrow, and finally, to the unprecedented command phoenix new day sparrow that had the sound sparrow species and sound sparrow genus. The merciful star peony had evolved from the lamp run peony. If Lin Yuan could properly nurture it, the merciful star peony might be able to go down the same path and end up as an unprecedented life form. The Moon Empress had said everything that she needed to say to Lin Yuan. As she looked at Lin Yuan, whose brow had only relaxed a year ago, she could not help but reach out to hug him. "Little Yuan, you have to be conscious of avoiding danger when you're out training. I will wait for you to return to the Radiant Moon Palace," said the Moon Empress. Before Lin Yuan had time to reply, the Moon Empress figure disappeared and reappeared below the leaning Moon Mountain. About 10 seconds later, Mystic Moon appeared next to the Moon Empress. No expression of shock appeared on his face after he saw the Moon Empress hug Lin Yuan. However, he felt that there was more to this hug than what met the eye. Mystic Moon had spent many years by the Moon Empress' side and never pegged her for one who liked to express her emotions. Could she be worried for Lin Yuan because he was going out to train? Lin Yuan had just formed a contract with an 8 stars precious instrument, and it would be foolish to underestimate him. Besides the 8 stars precious weapon, Lin Yuan also had the extreme token and crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet that the Moon Empress had given him. Mystic Moon did not think that anything existed in the startling lines continent that could threaten Lin Yuan's safety. As such, there was no reason for the Moon Empress to be worried about Lin Yuan's safety. While Mystic Moon was wrapped up in confusion, the Moon Empress said, "The totem moon has been fixed above the clean burning Federation. I have repaid Duke Sparrow for the debt I owed him from 20 years ago. Recall the totem moon. Additionally, call dark, clear, round, and blank back." Mystic Moon's expression froze. The Moon Empress had not even activated the 4 moon servants back during the period of peril 10 years ago. Why now? Could the Moon Empress be preparing to make a big move? Chapter 1879. Why is the young lord interested in something like this? Lin Yuan turned and went into the Hidden Moon Pavilion. At that moment, the 4 moon attendants just happened to be cleaning up the Hidden Moon Pavilion. There were hundreds of thousands of books stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had seen the Annal of Monster Information before. But if he tried to search for the Annal of Monster Information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, it would take him an unknown amount of time. He said to the 2 moon attendants stationed at the Hidden Moon Pavilion, "Help me find the Annal of Monster Information." The moon attendants held the list of books stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Looking for books by referring to the list was undoubtedly the quickest method. All the moon attendants had witnessed over time how much the Moon Empress adored Lin Yuan. It was because Lin Yuan had picked Wen Yu to become his assistant that she eventually became Mystic Moon's disciple. The moon attendants envied Wen Yu and admired Lin Yuan. The 4 moon attendants were extremely excited when they saw Lin Yuan. Previously, they had not been aware of Lin Yuan's power. All the respect they felt for him came from him being the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. But when Lin Yuan revealed his true power during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, it dawned on the moon attendants that their young lord was actually so mighty. Lin Yuan was so impressive that the moon attendants' admiration of him changed into veneration. Now that Lin Yuan was asking them for help, the 2 moon attendants hastily said, "Young lord, the annals are all placed from level 1 to 7. We will go and fetch it for you now. With the Heaven's Eyevine's help, we will definitely be able to get you the book you want in 10 minutes. While the moon attendants were searching for the Annal of Monster Information for him, Lin Yuan casually picked up a book related to Class 4 Fey observers and started to skim through it. When the 2 moon attendants brought him the Annal of Monster Information, Lin Yuan said, "I'm taking this book." Uncle Mystic said that there are copies of all the books in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. You can fill the spot left by this book with a copy. The 2 moon attendants hurriedly replied, "Young lord, every time we take out a book from the Hidden Moon Pavilion, we will fill the empty spot with a copy. You don't need to worry. Even if this book is lost, there are many copies of it." While the 2 moon attendants were talking, they were thinking to themselves. There were too many books in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The 2 moon attendants were allowed to look through the information but had never read the Annal of Monster Information before. When they brought Lin Yuan the book, they flipped through it casually. The more they read, the more they felt that the book's contents were ridiculous. The book's contents were even more fantastical than the fantasy books posted by Star Web users. The 2 moon attendants could not figure out why Lin Yuan wanted such a book. They felt that it would be a waste of time to read such a book. But the 2 of them were moon attendants while Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. There was no way they were going to turn him down when he requested a book. Could Lord Lin Yuan actually be an oaf who had a taste for such things? The 2 moon attendants hurriedly scolded themselves. How can I think of the young lord this way? Lin Yuan did not have the time to care about what the 2 moon attendants were thinking. He was also not in a rush to read the Annal of Monster Information because he had more than enough time in the future to read it. The Annal of Monster Information had mentioned the sacrifice sea demon and the poisonous magic. This was enough to make it worth Lin Yuan carefully studying it. After Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace, he did not use node transportation to send himself to the return from faraway mansion like he usually did. When Lin Yuan needed to think, he liked to take a walk in a noisy street. The chaotic hustle and bustle brought peace to him, and the scent of a hectic life allowed him to lose himself. He wanted to do everything he could to protect this industriousness. Previously, Lin Yuan would put on the mask that genius transformed into using tool transformation whenever he wanted to walk in the streets without being recognized. He did the same now. When he put on the silver mask, no one would realize who he was. As he walked along the road, he brushed against at least 30 other people wearing silver masks. Moreover, the masks had updated designs to match the one that Lin Yuan wore during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Now that Lin Yuan had two precious instruments, he could not help but feel an itch to test them out during combat. However, it was clear that it was not the right time to use them. Moreover, he needed to use up his mermaid bloodline in order to wield the Fish World Sea trump card. As such, Lin Yuan had to be cautious in his use of it. Before Lin Yuan comprehended a suitable willpower rune, he would not evolve the Merciful Star Peony to silver grade. After all, Lin Yuan wanted to try to push the Merciful Star Peony down the same path that Chimey and Genius had taken. The path that Genius and Chimey were going down was too difficult. In order for the Merciful Star Peony to follow in their footsteps, it had to ensure that every step it took was only done with its best foot forward so as not to waste any of its potential. When Lin Yuan remembered the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl that he traded with Xiaoqing, he stopped walking through the busy street and returned to the return-from-faraway mansion to check if the dragon pearl could incite the three mountain river eternal life carps to undergo simultaneous evolution. When Lin Yuan returned to the return-from-faraway mansion, only Lu Ji was present. After Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang had a meal together, Lin Yuan sent them to the marsh world. Listen was still preparing the resources on the lists in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lu Pinru was at Sky City's Star Web territory. Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, and Tan Ran were undergoing special training from Master Hong Shen. The mother of Bloodbath, Purple Love, Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and the rest had rushed to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court and would not be returning before nightfall. Lu Ji was currently fighting on Star Web. Since the Insect Queen had received the Emperor Core of all Insects blessing, its abilities had been strengthened. As such, Lu Ji needed to continuously fight to get used to the strengthened Insect Queen and recalibrate his combat system. When he heard that Lu Ji was busy, Lin Yuan did not bother him. There was no way he would be able to evolve the three mountain river eternal life carps inside the red sandalwood longevity fish tank because it was too small. When the three mountain river eternal life carps started to evolve with help from the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon, the fish tank would eventually burst. Lin Yuan treasured the fish tank that Hu Chuan had so painstakingly crafted. Chapter 1880 The Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's Simultaneous Evolution. Just like the last time when Lin Yuan evolved the Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carps into the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps, Lin Yuan brought them to the Spirit Pool in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Compared to the Red Sandalwood Longevity Fish Tank, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps much preferred to be in the Spirit Pool. As the three Mountain River Eternal Life Carps swam around inside the Spirit Pool, the images of mountains on their bodies started to flow. Under the nourishment from pure spirit chi, two of the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps started swimming alongside the slightly larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. It was as though the two Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had become the arms of the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. Lin Yuan thought, with nourishment from pure spirit chi, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps once again look like they are about to undergo simultaneous evolution. Lin Yuan took the chance to toss the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl toward the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. When they sensed the dragon pearl's aura, the three Mountain River Eternal Life Carps started to move together. Although they were clearly fish, they had the aura of flood dragons as they swam around the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl. Once the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp swallowed the dragon pearl, Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on it unblinkingly as he waited for it to transform. But a moment later, he realized that it still had not changed in the slightest. It was as though the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl had no effect. Just as Lin Yuan was about to lose his patience and fish the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp out of the water, he suddenly realized that the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was rapidly depleting. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear, "Partner, the three Mountain River Eternal Life Carps are consuming all of the spirit chi produced by the Spirit Pool. In fact, they are consuming the spirit chi at a slightly faster rate than the Spirit Pool's rate of production. Although the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone is falling, nothing serious will happen like when the floating island whale had been hatching. However, the wood-building winged sandflies will lay eggs at a much slower rate. I suggest using some spirit chi crystals. This will not only maintain the rate at which the wood-building winged sandflies lay eggs but will also externally provide the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps with more pure spirit chi and enhance the triggering of simultaneous evolution. I have a feeling that once the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps undergo simultaneous evolution, they will become an impressive life form. Partner, you should take note of the fortuitous aura coming from the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. It has already exceeded that of the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. Once the evolution is complete, its fortuitous aura will definitely exceed that of the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. After listening to Morbius' suggestion, Lin Yuan became even more excited about the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's simultaneous evolution. Morbius had also complimented the Death Demon concubine beast, but it had not said that it was an impressive life form. For Morbius to give its praise, the evolved Mountain River Eternal Life Carps might become the strongest functional type phase Lin Yuan possessed. Lin Yuan did not hold back and took out handfuls of the Spirit Chi crystals. Spirit Chi crystals were no longer valuable to him. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone still only produced one Spirit Chi crystal every 7 days, Lin Yuan could enable the Pure Land Bliss to absorb fragments of world graces by helping Mythbreed phase overcome their world cleansings. This would produce numerous Spirit Chi crystals. Lin Yuan crushed handful after handful of Spirit Chi crystals, and the concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was quickly replenished. As Lin Yuan continued to use up the Spirit Chi crystals to nourish the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps, the color and pattern on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies started to change. There were 8 pure colors on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies: pure yellow, blue, emerald green, green, purple, orange, black, and crimson. When Lin Yuan first laid eyes on the 8 pure colors, he felt as though he could see life being born out of the orchestra of colors. The 8 colors depicted the image of mountains and rivers that were full of life. The pure yellow, crimson, orange, and green gathered on the body of the center Mountain River Eternal Carp, while the pure blue, emerald green, purple, and black spread out across the other 2 Mountain River Eternal Carps. The 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were like one body as they reorganized the 8 source colors. The 6 types of blessing patterns on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies started to swiftly combine. Any one of the 6 blessings could bring unending fortune to the mountains, rivers, and earth. While the blessings entwined around each other, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of protection. The Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies became bare when the blessings combined. Suddenly, the pure blue, emerald green, purple, and black exploded across the 2 flanking Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. They were covered with a web of patterns from their head to tail. The patterns seemed like unending cities surrounding the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp at the center. The patterns of grand cities were like protective walls that safeguarded the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. When the patterns appeared, the 2 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps forms changed. As the 2 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp scales fell away and disappeared, their fins grew from about 20 centimeters to almost 4 meters. The patterns of the grand cities quickly spread to their fins. As the fish grew longer, their dragon aura also became more prevalent until their fish tails fully transformed into dragon tails. Before the 2 flanking Mountain River Eternal Life Carps finished evolving, the pure yellow, crimson, emerald green, and orange on the center Mountain River Eternal Life Carp lit up the entire Spirit Lock spatial zone. Dragon aura poured out from the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp in the center, and its fish scales transformed into dragon scales that were each covered with a type of blessing pattern. The blessing patterns did not remain set but constantly changed. While the blessing patterns shifted, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to see a world unfold on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's body. The carp immediately transformed into a dragon. Chapter 1881 Sentient Being Added Protection. At first, Lin Yuan thought that the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's simultaneous evolution would result in them evolving into Heavenly Family phase. But after Lin Yuan carefully examined the aura, he realized that he was wrong. Even after evolving, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were still phase. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps and saw that their names had changed to the Sentient Being Protection Dragon. Fey name: Sentient Being Protective Dragon. Fey species: Fortuitous Dragon species / Fortuitous Dragon genus. Fey grade: Platinum, 7/10. Fey type: Water. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Sentient Being Added Protection. Main body blessing: enlighten the intelligence of the life forms in the area to increase their intelligence. Left body blessing: increase the agility of the life forms in the area. By increasing the effectiveness of sleep, the minds of the life forms in the area will not become lethargic. Right body blessing: improve the bodies of the life forms in the area and increase their speed of wound recovery. The life forms in the area will not become hungry. Exclusive skill. Place in the world: it will protect all the life forms in the area. Within this area, the plants will be lush, the water will be clean, and all life forms will feel utter comfort. The life forms in this area will be able to increase the rate at which the power of their roots is replenished. The 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had fused into one singular entity, the Sentient Being Protective Dragon. This was a rarity in the history of Fey evolutions. Lin Yuan had intentionally asked the Moon Empress about simultaneous evolutions. Clearly, the Moon Empress had also nurtured feys that underwent simultaneous evolution. He remembered the Moon Empress saying that feys that underwent the simultaneous evolution still retained the body of a fey but were very different from regular feys. The biggest difference was in their abilities and exclusive skills. Feys that underwent simultaneous evolution would lose the ability to raise their life rank. Moreover, it could only happen to regular feys. Due to the difference in willpowers that fantasy breed feys possessed, they could not link their sources to evolve into a new fey. This also made Lin Yuan give up the idea of evolving the simultaneous evolved mountain river eternal life carps to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan now knew why the Moon Empress had stressed that simultaneous evolution was a blessing for feys. After the mountain river eternal life carps underwent simultaneous evolution, they evolved into the sentient being protective dragon. Lin Yuan felt that the sentient being protective dragon lived up to Morbius calling it impressive. From the description of its abilities and exclusive skill, it could truly protect all sentient beings. Wherever the sentient being protective dragon was would be the most blessed place in the world. Lin Yuan did not form a contract with the sentient being protective dragon, but he had nurtured it from the 3 mountain river eternal life carps. As such, the sentient being protective dragon was deeply linked to him. Even if Lin Yuan did not form a contract with it, the way it felt about Lin Yuan was no different from how his contracted feys felt about him. Without forming a contract with it, Lin Yuan could not be of one mind with the sentient being protective dragon. He would not be able to wield it in battle as easily as he did feys that he had contracted. Nonetheless, the sentient being protective dragon was not a combat type fey at all. Both its ability sentient being added protection and place in the world were triggered abilities. As long as the sentient being protective dragon was present, it would be able to bring forth the effects. The sentient being protective dragon waved its fins and swam around Lin Yuan as it let out pleasant-sounding cries. Lin Yuan touched the sentient being protective dragon's beautiful jade-like scales. The sentient being protective dragon was not averse to his touch. On the contrary, it delighted it. It wrapped its tail around his waist and was exceptionally energetic. This made Lin Yuan think back to how the 3 mountain river eternal life carps used to splash him with water. He felt that the mountain river eternal life carps were still just as playful despite having transformed into the sentient being protective dragon. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tails to communicate with the sentient being protective dragon. He realized that the 3 mountain river eternal life carps' souls had fused after they simultaneously evolved into the sentient being protective dragon. From true data, Lin Yuan noticed that the sentient being protective dragon was fortuitous dragon species / fortuitous dragon genus. This meant that the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl had caused the 3 mountain river eternal life carps to begin going down the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's previous path. The sentient being protective dragon was a platinum / legend fey and was much more intelligent than Lin Yuan had expected. It was already smart enough to communicate normally with Lin Yuan, unlike other platinum feys who had muddled minds. By communicating with the sentient being protective dragon, Lin Yuan learned that the ability sentient being added protection could affect the same size of area as place in the world could. The Silver Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's exclusive skill Place of Life had been able to encompass the entire return from faraway mansion. There was no question that place in the world could cover an even larger area. It should be large enough to cover the floating island whale's entire back. However, Universe had not evolved to fantasy breed yet. It was still a few months away from evolving to fantasy breed. As such, Lin Yuan intended to keep the sentient being protective dragon in the marsh world so it could evolve the resources that Lin Yuan was cultivating in the marsh world before Universe took to the sky. The sentient being protective dragon was separated into its main body, left body, and right body. Main body blessing could enlighten the intelligence of all the life forms in the area. This was a benefit to any fey. The left body increased agility and decreased the time needed for sleep. This meant that the feys under the left body would not feel lethargic and could work with vigor every day. This would greatly increase the productivity of the spirit craftsmen so they could finish the construction of the base in the marsh world sooner. Chapter 1882 The Floating Island Whale's body is complete. Universe had an enormous appetite. When it traversed the sea, it swallowed all the fish, shrimps, and algae within its reach. This endless exercise and replenishment of food caused the island whale to become the perpetual motion machine of the sea. But Universe would not have opportunities to obtain food when it was in the sky. Lin Yuan had been plagued by this issue. He could not prepare food in advance and send someone to feed Universe every few hours because eating would lead to Universe needing to relieve itself. The fecal matter could fertilize the sea, but if it fell from the sky, it could not only fall onto people but might also leave a trail that enemies could track. Even if the clouds that Grey turned into could block universe, they could not block the falling fecal matter. But now, with the sentient being protective dragon, this problem had been solved. Universe was most afraid of becoming injured because it would cause its vitality to flow out rapidly. With every trace of vitality it lost, the difficulty of healing it increased exponentially. This was why healing-type spirit chi professionals hated healing large feys. Universe fought by slamming its body into enemies. This combat style came with large risks. The sentient being protective dragon could improve Universe's body and speed up the rate at which it could be healed. Hence, Universe would be able to charge into opponents in the sky without the worry of becoming injured. Lin Yuan felt that place in the world was stronger than sentient being added protection. Place in the world could create a scenery of lush plants and glittering rivers. This was an updated version of the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's exclusive skill Place of Life. Moreover, place in the world had an additional effect that Place of Life did not have. This was the effect of speeding up the healing rate of the roots of life forms in the area. Spirit Chi professionals' root power lay in Spirit Chi, while dimensional life forms' root power lay in Source type power. Faith power was a type of root power for apostles. Universe needed to rely on people stationing feys on its back for defense. Place in the world significantly increased Universe's overall defense by boosting the feys on its back. This would allow Universe to increase its endurance while traveling in the sky. While Lin Yuan was marveling at its abilities, he played with the sentient being protective dragon for a while. Next, he used the Thoughts letter paper to communicate with Wen Yu to prepare her to receive the sentient being protective dragon in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had already asked the sentient being protective dragon about its requirements for the environment it lived in. The sentient being protective dragon liked a wide man-made lake. It would be very easy for the manpower in the marsh world to create a man-made lake. Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to build a place for the sentient being protective dragon to live in. Using the sentient being protective dragon, the progress of the construction of the base in the marsh world would be increased. After making all the necessary preparations, Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and went back to evolving phase. Before leaving for the Divine Wood Federation, he had already prepared all of the orders of phase that came from the various cities. Yet, Lin Yuan continued to evolve phase because there needed to be an endless stream of resources in order to upkeep Sky City. Furthermore, Lin Yuan needed his phase to increase their accumulation of Spirit Chi in order to raise his Spirit Chi professional rank. Lin Yuan did some calculations and found that as long as he spent 5 hours every day evolving phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he would be able to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional in less than 1.5 years. This meant that he would definitely be able to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional before the major Federation meeting. He would even have close to 6 months left over to continue evolving phase, adapting his body, increasing his combat power, and refining his combat style. After evolving the phase, Lin Yuan stored the Bronze X/Epic and Bronze X/Legend phase in his spatial ring. Lin Yuan's spatial ring contained a space that was as large as 4 soccer fields. He could even use a nesting doll method and fill the spatial ring with spatial equipment. This meant that he never had to replace the spatial ring. Now that he was done with his own tasks, Lin Yuan moved on to guiding the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus so that it would produce flowers. For the trade between Xiaoqing and Lin Yuan, he needed to deliver 30 of the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers and 20 of the wood-building winged sandflies pupas to her tomorrow morning. Besides the Spirit Lock spatial zone, there was nowhere else in the world where such a batch of resources could be produced in such a short period. Since Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing had already agreed on a time, he would not procrastinate. He did not even have much time to procrastinate, even if he wanted to. After delivering the resources to Xiaoqing, Lin Yuan would take the Mother of Bloodbath and Lu Ji with him to the Divine Wood Federation. He worked until about 4 a.m. before he finally dragged his exhausted body through Klein Hub into the marsh world. He only slept for half an hour in the marsh world before his energy was fully refilled. This allowed him to fully experience the power of the sentient being protective dragon's ability left body blessing. When Lin Yuan left the room and went downstairs, he saw Lu Ji laying out utensils. The only people having breakfast that day were he and Lu Ji. The Mother of Bloodbath, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and the rest should be back before noon. They had spent the entire night at the Imperial Court. The question of how the First Emperor Shark clan should be handled had been addressed. The First Emperor Shark clan would disappear from the main world within 10 days. Lin Yuan was touched that the Heavenly Family Cottage had decided to eliminate the First Emperor Shark clan because of him. But he was also aware that he was not the only reason. The First Emperor Shark clan had a close relationship with the Freedom Federation, while the Freedom Federation had an unclear relationship with Tower Cannon. As such, Purple Love had wanted to make a move on the first Emperor Shark clan long ago. The Heavenly Family Cottage had been laying low for so long and had to make big waves now that they had finally resurfaced. It just so happened that the first Emperor Shark clan had ended up on their warpath. Lin Yuan intended to stay at the Return from Faraway Mansion until 9:30 am before he headed to the Creation Master Association in the royal capital to meet up with Xiaqing. Just as Lin Yuan was about to move, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, Blood New Moon, and the rest happened to return to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Purple Love smiled when she saw Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I need to speak with you about something." Chapter 1883 Image of a Fox in the Constellation. In his previous conversations with Purple Love, she only spoke with a serious tone when she thanked him. In all other conversations, she spoke with a tone that a senior would take with a junior. As such, from the way that Purple Love spoke to him with such a serious expression, she had to have something important to say to him. Lin Yuan also had something to tell Blood New Moon, so he might as well use his opportunity to do so. "Anti-Purple, you can speak your mind with me." Purple Love first glanced at the Mother of Bloodbath before she said gently, "At first, my heavenly family blessing was supposed to go to Blood Love. But she insists that I give it to you. This is what she wants, so please don't turn it down." For heavenly family feys that had reached eternal, the most precious thing that could offer was their heavenly family blessing. They only gave it to the people they were closest to. Blue Lotus had given hers to Lin Yuan, and it had helped him to gain the upper hand during the fight against Jian Yu. Even the evolution of the mermaid bloodline in his body was also related to Blue Lotus blessing. Blue Lotus blessing allowed Lin Yuan to understand how powerful a heavenly family feys blessing was. It was already extremely lucky for him to possess the blessing of one heavenly family fey. He never expected that Purple Love, the leader of the heavenly family cottage, would also give her blessing to him. Lin Yuan cast his gaze at the Mother of Bloodbath. Purple Love had made it clear that she was giving him her blessing because of the Mother of Bloodbath. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan looking at it, it walked over to him and said, "As a heavenly family fey, all of us are affiliated with one aspect of nature. I am affiliated with the sun. For anti-purple, it's stars. Her blessing will not be as beneficial to me as Father's blessing will be. Rather than having anti-purple waste her blessing on me, it would be better to pass the opportunity to you." The Mother of Bloodbath did not say anything else and stood silently next to Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, who was oblivious, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, Purple Love, and Blood New Moon could all see how the Mother of Bloodbath felt about Lin Yuan. Previously, both White Phoenix and Blood New Moon felt that Lin Yuan was a classic, obtuse man. But now, it seemed that Lin Yuan was not to blame for not recognizing Blood Love's feelings. She was not properly expressing herself either. Was it so difficult to make one's feelings known? Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial had fallen in love at first sight and wasted no time trying to procreate. Lin Yuan had read extensively about heavenly family feys. What the Mother of Bloodbath said was true. Moreover, he had also formed a contract with the Merciful Star Peony. It was likely that Purple Love's blessing could be linked to the Merciful Star Peony. After he accepted Purple Love's blessing, Lin Yuan seriously thanked the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath instinctively rolled its eyes when Lin Yuan thanked it. It could accept thanks from anyone but him. It had agreed to become Lin Yuan's path protector to repay its debt to the Moon Empress. However, it had only truly carried out its duty of being a path protector once in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Ever since then, it had only received help from Lin Yuan. He had saved it when it broke through to Myth 2 and then saved Endless Summer because of it. He had also provided all of the resources it needed to increase its power. To put it bluntly, Lin Yuan had been raising it. Under such circumstances, the Mother of Bloodbath could not accept Lin Yuan's thanks. Moreover, Lin Yuan had revived its mother. After Lin Yuan accepted the heavenly family blessing, Purple Love circulated her spiritual power. At that moment, the afternoon sky was suddenly covered with stars that organized themselves into constellations. Faint purple light cascaded down from the constellations and gathered on Purple Love's body. The phantom images of numerous long tails appeared behind Purple Love. An imprint in the shape of a fox moved down from the constellations and stopped on Lin Yuan's waist. Once the stars fully melded with the afternoon sky, the aura around Purple Love dispersed. She said to Lin Yuan with a wide grin, "My blessing is slightly special. It doesn't provide you with attacking abilities or resistance against the elements. It will deepen your ability to sense constellations. When faced with a choice, you can pray to the constellations, and they will lead you toward the right direction. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he heard this. He was not the kind of person who liked to depend on luck. When he was at a crossroads, he would make a judgment based on his objective opinion. However, he was very interested in deepening his ability to sense the stars. He had formed a contract with the merciful star Peony, and casted item Starlight and Constellation Imprint were related to constellations. Since Purple Love's blessing could deepen his ability to sense constellations, the effects of casted item Starlight would be greatly raised. It would also become easier for him to form star imprints on his body. Re-NVL.C. Purple Love's blessing was indeed linked to the merciful star Peony. This link allowed Lin Yuan to quickly improve the quality of his body and made him even more capable of rolling grades to fight. Night Leaning Moon had increased her power using White Phoenix's feathers. White Phoenix had absorbed the pure dark elemental energy from the dark crystal armored insect's shells. As such, his abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. However, it would still be unrealistic for him to expect to start walking down heaven's path using this method. White Phoenix was exceptionally grateful to Lin Yuan. This was why he had come up with the idea of following Lin Yuan. White Phoenix said in a friendly tone to Lin Yuan, "Sister Purple Love is the most skilled at performing divinity using the constellations. Her divinity helped to make many accurate decisions. The more dangerous the situation, the more accurate her divinity would be. You might not think of the guidance as important under normal circumstances, but when you are ensconced in danger and fighting for your life, the guidance from the stars might provide you with a path to survival." Purple Love did not comment on her heavenly family blessing. Chapter 1884 White Phoenix's Decision. Given Lin Yuan's intelligence, he would be able to make good and full use of her blessing within these 5 years. Lin Yuan, the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation have established a cooperative alliance. From now on, one of our members will remain in the Radiance Federation's royal capital. At first, the Radiance Federation's royalty suggested building a manor in the royal capital for whichever one of us decides to stay. I thought about it for a while and felt that it would be best for whichever one of us ends up staying to stay in your return from faraway mansion instead. They will also be able to help to look after your home. Since Purple Love had unlocked her birth horoscope, metal spiritual ingredients such as floating silver could not keep her out. Ever since Purple Love arrived at the return from faraway mansion, she noticed that it was hiding many secrets. She had heard from the mother of Bloodbath that Lin Yuan was about to leave to go train. During this time, the member of the Heavenly Family Cottage who remained in the royal capital would be able to help Lin Yuan. Additionally, Purple Love wanted to declare that she was only allying with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. From now on, the Radiance Federation would contact the Heavenly Family Cottage exclusively through the Moon Empress. Besides the Moon Empress and Night Empress, Purple Love couldn't care less about the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Of course, I have no problem with this. May I ask who is going to be staying at the return from faraway mansion? This will make it easier for me to decorate the room based on their preferences." Blood New Moon was Purple Love's top choice to remain in the Radiance Federation. This was because the mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. When he went out to train, it would definitely follow. But once Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, Blood New Moon would be reunited with Blood Love. Additionally, there was a very high chance that Lin Yuan would be able to recover Jade Sundial's physical body. It would be the most convenient for Blood New Moon to be with Jade Sundial here so that Lin Yuan could treat her. However, before Purple Love could decide on Blood New Moon with certainty, White Phoenix said, "Sister Purple Love, I want to stay at the royal capital as the representative of the Heavenly Family Cottage." White Phoenix's words stunned Purple Love. White Phoenix's words shocked everyone present. "Sister Purple Love, I am indebted to Lin Yuan. By staying with him, I might be able to find a way to break through Eternal and take control of my birth horoscope while walking down heaven's path, just like Sacred Cry did after leaving with the Moon Empress. I want to follow Lin Yuan." White Phoenix's words caused Blue Lotus and Purple Love to look at him with gazes that were filled with different emotions. Eventually, Purple Love said softly, "If it were anyone else that you wanted to follow, I wouldn't agree to it. But since the person you want to follow is Lin Yuan, I have no reason to say no." Sacred Cry gave up its role as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage when it left to follow the Moon Empress because the Heavenly Family Cottage had been detached from the world then. But now that we have resurfaced, you don't need to give up your position as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. But it doesn't matter if I agree. Lin Yuan is the one who will decide if he wants to keep you." White Phoenix did not say anything. All he did was bow solemnly to Purple Love, Next, he walked over to Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I want to follow you from now on." Before waiting for Lin Yuan's answer, White Phoenix marched on and said, "I'm not trying to repay my debt by being by your side. It's because I know that only you can provide me with the resources to help my life ranks break through. I had been stuck at my previous rank for 2 decades. But the contents of the box you gave me allowed my power to skyrocket. If you're willing to accept me, please continue to provide me with resources to help me to advance even further. I will serve you like how Sacred Cry serves the Moon Empress. I swear on the Dark Night that I will loyally stick by you as your Squire Fey." Lin Yuan was stunned by White Phoenix's speech. He never expected to ever hear something like that from a heavenly family Fey. He had no lack of the dark crystal armored insects shells. The dark crystal armored insects in the Spirit Lock spatial zone provided him with 30 shells daily without him putting any effort into nurturing them. If Lin Yuan put effort into nurturing them, each of the dark crystal armored insects would produce 8 to 9 shells daily. From all angles, using resources that he did not have to go through any trouble to obtain to exchange for the loyalty of one of the most powerful experts in the world was a deal that was almost too good to be true. Yet, Lin Yuan did not agree immediately. Instead, he said to White Phoenix in an austere tone, "Senior White Phoenix, such a thing cannot be taken lightly. I hope you will think it through carefully before coming to a decision. Of course, if you still want to be my Squire Fey after that, I will not only provide you with resources to increase your power and break through, but I might also be of great help to your bloodline. This is my promise to you." Lin Yuan stopped speaking and stared calmly at White Phoenix as he waited for White Phoenix to sincerely contemplate before making a final decision. Lin Yuan's words caused surprise to spread across the Mother of Bloodbath's face. The Lin Yuan it knew was always reserved when he conducted business and rarely showed off. But what he had said to White Phoenix could only be construed as blowing his own trumpet. By revealing his capabilities and asking White Phoenix to choose, it meant that Lin Yuan hoped that White Phoenix would still decide to follow him. The Mother of Bloodbath thought, the pathetic young man who was almost killed by a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift is now so sensational. He now knows to retain and accumulate power. The Mother of Bloodbath had not agreed to join the Heavenly Family Cottage because it had already joined Sky City. It would not join another faction for the rest of its life. Thus, the Mother of Bloodbath put Lin Yuan before anything and everything. This was why it even gave up Purple Love's Heavenly Family blessing to Lin Yuan. Previously, the Mother of Bloodbath felt that White Phoenix was off his rocker. But having witnessed White Phoenix's true form, the Mother of Bloodbath knew that its bloodline was one of the most elite Heavenly Family Fey bloodlines. Others might not be able to understand White Phoenix's decision to follow Lin Yuan for the sake of his future, but the Mother of Bloodbath knew that White Phoenix was smart. After making this decision, he likely would end up tossing all of its comrades, including the Mother of Bloodbath's father, to the back of his mind. Chapter 1885 Troublemakers are here. The Mother of Bloodbath was well aware of what it had been when it first started following Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, it would never have been able to awaken its Heavenly Family Fey bloodline. The pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan possessed had helped the Mother of Bloodbath's bloodline to constantly change imperceptibly. The pure spirit chi would also be very beneficial for White Phoenix. Since White Phoenix had said what he said, it meant that he had already come to a decision long before this. Thus, after Lin Yuan asked him to carefully ponder over his decision, White Phoenix replied without hesitation, "Since you're agreeable to it, I will be your Squire Fey from now on." At the moment that White Phoenix finished speaking, a black heart appeared next to him. An illusionary black phoenix was flying around the black heart. If Purple Love did not release her aura, the eternal aura from White Phoenix's eternal heart would have immediately alarmed the members of royalty in the royal capital. White Phoenix reached out and grasped his eternal heart as he said with sincerity, "I swear with the abyss of the Black Night on my eternal heart that I will henceforth be Lin Yuan's Squire Fey until my life comes to an end." After White Phoenix swore, he truly became Lin Yuan's Squire Fey. Spirit Chi professionals had a high level of control over their Squire Feys. A shred of White Phoenix's soul power had exited his eternal heart and was subsumed into Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan could issue orders to White Phoenix through the soul power in the shred of White Phoenix's soul. If White Phoenix went against the order, his soul would be impacted. This was why high-grade Feys would rather dedicate their loyalties to becoming protectors than to become Squire Feys. The control that a Spirit Chi professional had over protectors was much less than that of Squire Feys. Now, Lin Yuan officially had his first Squire Fey, and it was a Heavenly Family Fey that had reached eternal to boot. Lin Yuan was never miserly with his own people. After chatting with Purple Love, Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and the rest for a while, Lin Yuan called White Phoenix over to the training room. White Phoenix still did not know Lin Yuan well and did not know why he would call him over to the training room. But the mother of Bloodbath knew that whoever Lin Yuan called to the training room would receive beneficial opportunities. Inside the training room, Lin Yuan looked at White Phoenix and took out 50 of the spirit-mouthed peonies. These spirit-mouthed peonies had already absorbed pure spirit chi and were stored by Lin Yuan as reserves. Lin Yuan said, "Senior White Phoenix, there is pure spirit chi within these flowers. You can absorb the pure spirit chi alongside the dark crystal armored insects every day." Now that Lin Yuan was done speaking to White Phoenix, he saw that a message had come from Su Yiren through the thoughts letter paper. "Lin Yuan, the family behind Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce has come. There seem to be 4 Emperor-class experts among them, but there might be even more powerful combatants. What is your plan to deal with this? Chances are that they will attack the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's headquarters in Oak City in a few hours." Lin Yuan immediately sent his reply. "I will be there in an hour." Once he sent the reply to Su Yiren, he turned back to see that White Phoenix had already crushed one of the spirit-mouthed peonies and was absorbing the pure spirit chi within. At first, White Phoenix had not thought much of the spirit-mouthed peonies that Lin Yuan gave him. This was because the Moon Empress had personally nurtured the spirit-mouthed peony, so White Phoenix had never come across such a plant-type fey. Furthermore, he could not sense a hint of spiritual power fluctuations from the spirit-mouthed peonies. The dark energy in the insect shells that Lin Yuan had given him was extremely pure. White Phoenix would never be able to obtain such pure dark energy on his own. This made White Phoenix very curious about just how pure the spirit chi within the peonies had to be in order to complement the dark crystal armored insect shells. When White Phoenix crushed the first spirit-mouthed peony, it sated his curiosity. The spirit chi was so pure that his body moved on its own, and he started to absorb it as quickly as he could. This was because he knew that the slightest delay would cause the pure spirit chi to dissipate into the air. As he absorbed the pure spirit chi, White Phoenix felt his heavenly family fey bloodline being activated. As his bloodline tempered his body, White Phoenix could sense all the impurities leaving his body. Now, he finally knew why Lin Yuan had said that he would be able to help with his bloodline. White Phoenix became willing to follow Lin Yuan and become his squire fey after mindful contemplation. However, he did not expect to gain such a reward immediately after becoming Lin Yuan's squire fey. This filled White Phoenix with elation. Evidently, he had made the right choice. Lin Yuan did not wait for White Phoenix to finish absorbing the spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peony. Although he needed to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train, that did not mean that he would not be returning to the Radiance Federation. To him, the Radiance Federation was a checkpoint where he could turn over his resources. He would obtain resources from the Radiance Federation while he developed into the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation. At the same time, he would import resources from the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation into the Radiance Federation. He had moved an entire spirit-settling silver ore mine to the Radiance Federation. As a result, the cost of bottles made of spirit-settling silver ore had fallen by almost half. This was good news to all the creation masters in the Radiance Federation. Many of them took the opportunity of the period of low prices to buy up numerous bottles made of spirit-settling silver ore. If White Phoenix had anything to say to Lin Yuan, he could do so when he returned to the Radiance Federation. After all, White Phoenix would remain in the return from faraway mansion in the Radiance Federation as the representative of the Heavenly Family Cottage. After leaving the training room, Lin Yuan led Lu Ji and the Mother of Bloodbath to the space tunnel, where the 3 of them were transported to the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation. After storing Lu Ji and the Mother of Bloodbath inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan used up 50 of the item storing walnuts to send himself to the Divine Wood Federation. This was currently Lin Yuan's heyday. The Radiance 100 sequence selection had just ended a few days ago. His popularity from the Radiance 100 sequence selection and fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group had not even reached its peak yet. Chapter 1886. Is Leo really so young? Su Yiren knew that Lin Yuan would rush to the Divine Wood Federation within the hour. As such, she immediately left to greet him at the space tunnel. She told Tale and Hu Chuan about the news that Lin Yuan was coming. Hu Chuan had accompanied Lin Yuan for a long time and was in charge of the construction of the underground palace. Although Hu Chuan was not strong, his spirit craftsman skills far exceeded that of a class 5 spirit craftsman. Su Yiren greatly respected Hu Chuan. Tale addressed Lin Yuan as teacher. Su Yiren knew that Lin Yuan had not accepted Tale as his disciple. From her interactions with him, Su Yiren had a sense of what kind of person Lin Yuan was. A young man like Lin Yuan, who came from the Radiance Federation, was at the point of his life where he needed to work hard on pushing his power past its limits. As such, he did not have surplus time or energy to teach a disciple. If Su Yiren was not aware that Tale was an innocent child whose mind was as clear as a spring, she would have suspected that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing who was trying to deepen his connection with Lin Yuan through manipulative means. Su Yiren had a good impression of Tale. Moreover, he was completely ignorant of the world due to his young age and the fact that he came from a small tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan's future plans involved Tale interacting with the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren needed to keep Tale by his side and meticulously teach him. Su Yiren was an official dark envoy. As such, teaching was child's play to her. Under Su Yiren's tutelage, Tale accumulated not just a mountain of experience but also knowledge. The member of the astronomical parliament that Lin Yuan interacted with the most was Su Yiren. When Su Yiren first joined the astronomical parliament, her mind had been filled with scheming and plotting. This was because her reason for joining the astronomical parliament was not as simple as others. She carried the vengeance of the entire Dark Continent on her shoulders. Lin Yuan had given her hope when she was in the pits of despair and saved her in a godlike manner. She would never forget how she had passed her days filled with muddy despair and fight, cowering in the grass with a rusty dagger tightly clenched in her hand. Then suddenly, a young man with a breathtakingly handsome face appeared before her and saved her. This sight brought the light of salvation into Su Yiren's entire life. Ever since then, Su Yiren could sense that she had developed special feelings for Lin Yuan. Moreover, Su Yiren had contracted the absolute love poppy. It sharpened her ability to sense the mind, spirit, and soul. She could sense that Lin Yuan was someone who prioritized his ties. A person like this would not turn down your requests once you got him to acknowledge you and see you as a friend. She could continue plotting to convince Lin Yuan to help her regain the 7 states of darkness. But she eventually gave up on this idea because he had saved her, and she did not want to take advantage of him. Instead, she intended to do everything she could to help him. Once she had achieved significant contributions, she would have the grounds to ask Lin Yuan to help her regain the Dark Continent. Now that her mind was clear, she had completely restructured the entire Oak City in the last few months. The 14 love music centers had been set up in various cities throughout the Divinewood Federation. Every dancer had become a household celebrity in the Divinewood Federation. There were even large crowds of people from the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation who had heard of the beauty of the dancers of the love music centers and traveled to see it for themselves. Su Yiren had never set the Absolute Love Poppy free in the Dark Federation. Now that she had unlocked the Absolute Love Poppy's abilities, the 14 poppy fruits she had handpicked were fervently draining the riches of the Divinewood Federation. The factions in the Divinewood Federation were centered around the Creation Masters. The various factions competed with each other in terms of style and charm. After Su Yiren understood the culture in the Divinewood Federation, she caused many of the wealthy Creation Master families to lose a majority of their fortune by persuading them to give out rewards and other treats. Su Yiren had been under the assumption that she had earned a significant amount of resources for Lin Yuan. But after Lin Yuan sent the young man with alluring eyes over yesterday with a large package of resources for Hu Quan, Su Yiren finally realized what true affluence was. Hu Quan's expression had been calm when he saw the list of resources. It seemed that he was already used to such resources. It would be difficult for even Su Yiren, who was a dark envoy, to get her hands on such a large amount of resources. The resources that Listen had delivered to the Divinewood Federation allowed Su Yiren to realize just how deep the well of Lin Yuan's wealth went. Su Yiren could communicate with Lin Yuan through the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan had clearly told her to hand over the management of all the resources to Listen. Su Yiren could not believe how much Lin Yuan trusted Listen for him to hand over the management of such important resources to him. There was no way that Su Yiren would oppose Lin Yuan's instruction, but she still felt indignant. Listen's arrival essentially took away from a portion of her most important benefits. She wanted to see what Listen was made of to warrant such trust from Lin Yuan. After listening to Listen's 3-point plan, Su Yiren's impression of him utterly changed. Listen's appearance filled Su Yiren with a sense of urgency. Lin Yuan had too many capable people at his disposal. She would eventually disappear if she could not distinguish herself from the throng of outstanding talents. At that moment, Su Yiren heard Tale say timidly, "Sister Yiren, is teacher really as young as you said he is? Is he even younger than my brother?" Su Yiren knew that Tale had been looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan and had answered these questions countless times. She was not a patient person and normally would have become frustrated with the repeated questions. However, she found it hard not to reply when she was looking into his sparkling eyes. She compared Talei's rugged brother and Lin Yuan before she said, "Talei, you will know once you see Liu. He isn't much older than you. Your brother must be at least 25 years old. He is about 5 or 6 years older than Liu." Chapter 1887 Trouble in the Startling Lines Continent. A confused expression appeared on Ta Lei's face. "My brother is only 21 years old. Why did Sister Yiren say that he is at least 25 years old? Does he look that old?" While he was thinking, a young man dressed in white and blue spirit chi clothes stepped out of the space tunnel. Although Lin Yuan appeared in the astronomical parliament as a figure composed of souls and willpowers and Ta Lei had never seen Lin Yuan's true appearance, his aura was unmistakable. Ta Lei could sense the familiar aura from Lin Yuan. Su Yiren thought that Ta Lei would excitedly charge at Lin Yuan and wrap him in a hug. Instead, Ta Lei stood frozen and dazed while Lin Yuan was the one who greeted Ta Lei first. This was when Ta Lei finally regained his senses and timidly addressed Lin Yuan as master. Su Yiren realized that Ta Lei had been stunned by Lin Yuan's youth. If she had not already told Ta Lei about Lin Yuan's age, Ta Lei would still be standing statuesque after Lin Yuan greeted him. Although Lin Yuan had not accepted Ta Lei as his disciple, he was used to hearing Ta Lei address him as master. Lin Yuan reached out and tousled Ta Lei's hair. This was when he noticed Ta Lei's hair was much rougher than Chu Si's. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Ta Lei, you have already obtained land from the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. Henceforth, you are the ruler of the land. Do your best to train and practice concocting spirit fluids using the creation master knowledge in your head." Lin Yuan turned his attention to Su Yiren and said, "I recall that the family behind the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce is a secret elite Lu family from the Great Lush Federation. The city lord of Oak City, Ding Chinchuo, has become one of us. Are you telling me that one of the secret elite families from the Great Lush Federation actually has the audacity to create a fuss in one of the Divine Wood Federation's cities?" Lin Yuan had been too busy recently because he had been preparing for the Radiance 100 sequence selection and then the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. After that, he had been preoccupied with contracting the Devil and Sea Demon, as well as taking control of the Disaster World Faceless Beast. Thus, he did not have the time to concentrate on the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan was completely at ease with Su Yiren managing the situation. Lin Yuan saw the entire Startling Lines continent as his training ground. Thus, it went without saying that he needed to supervise the situation. When Su Yiren heard Lin Yuan's question, she hurriedly gave her report. "Ding Chinchuo has indeed become one of us. It was with his help that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce managed to become the undisputed #1 Chamber of Commerce in Oak City within a few short months. The love music centers were only able to be established so quickly because he had written letters to the other city lords to ask for their help in expediting the process. But for some reason, not long after you left the Divine Wood Federation last time, the Great Lush Federation suddenly started advancing forcefully. There are many experts hidden within the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce. These experts have eliminated all the bandit groups who were targeting the chambers of commerce. In the past 2 months, at least 300,000 bandit groups have disappeared from the Startling Lines continent. Very few of these bandit groups were independent. Most of them were formed with the support of various large families from the Divine Wood Federation and large tribes from the Iron Hammer Federation. The Great Lush Federation's behavior had broken the delicate balance between the three federations. Now, the Divine Wood Federation has entered the High Alert mode. During the High Alert mode, Ding Chinchuo has to follow the arrangement of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. Ding Chinchuo has already reported all the relevant information to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court but has not received a reply yet. Ding Chinchuo just sent word half an hour ago that he has not taken any action yet because he's afraid of disrupting the Imperial Court's arrangement. As such, he, unfortunately, won't be able to take you to the Divine Wood Mystic Realm. If you send a message, Ding Chinchuo is willing to lead experts from his family to help the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Su Yiren paused before she continued. I don't doubt Ding Chinchuo's loyalty. He swore to you on his law rune. If he breaks his oath, he will suffer greatly. Frankly, I don't agree with involving him. The Ding family indeed has more Emperor-class experts than those the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce sent. However, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce also has a Thearch-class expert. Even if Ding Chinchuo helps, he won't be able to solve the issue. We will still have to settle the issue by ourselves. Su Yiren's demeanor was very leisurely when she spoke. She did not seem afraid of the trouble that Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was trying to cause at all. She knew that Lin Yuan possessed a powerful martial force. Lin Yuan had sent Diwanmai to the Divine Wood Federation early on. Su Yiren did not know that Diwanmai was a Class 5 creation master but could sense that Diwanmai was an expert that was more powerful than Thearch class. With such a powerful expert stationed there, they could do anything they wanted in the startling Lines continent, which did not even have a Class 5 creation master. Even if Lin Yuan did not possess a powerful martial force, Su Yiren herself was capable of taking down the Thearch class expert with the absolute love poppy. If she did not have absolute confidence in her power, she would not have gone to take revenge on 7th Page War herself. Until now, Su Yiren did not attribute her failure to her lack of power but that her careful planning did not include the knowledge that 7th Page War was not a human. Lin Yuan did not suspect Ding Chinchuo's loyalty at all. At first, he had agreed to help Ding Chinchuo evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to Myth 3 and increase its bloodline's purity. But after some pondering, Lin Yuan felt that Ding Chinchuo and the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle could be easily countered. The Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle was not a valuable fey. Thus, Lin Yuan used several pure law crystals and evolved the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to Pinnacle Myth breed, a small step away from creation breed. The Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle was currently powerful enough to take one of the top few spots in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. If Ding Chinchuo was intelligent in any way, he would know what the consequences of betraying Lin Yuan would be. Lin Yuan had already provided the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle with more resources than a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master could. It was likely that Ding Chinchuo had already guessed that Lin Yuan possessed Class 5 creation master resources. Chapter 1888 Large Hands Behind the Scenes. Lin Yuan had already been disgusted by Liu Kun from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce before. Now, more people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce were trying to cause trouble. There was no way that Lin Yuan would let off the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. What Yin Lin said informed Lin Yuan that trouble was brewing in the startling Lines continent. However, it had not been started by him but the Great Lush Federation. For the past few centuries, the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation had maintained a stable balance. All of the federations had silently agreed to the truce. The Great Lush Federation had to have a reason for breaking the balance. For this reason, they had come to cause trouble for the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan intended to investigate the Great Lush Federation to learn what their reason for breaking the balance was. As such, Lin Yuan asked Su Yiren, "You said that the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce destroyed hundreds of thousands of bandit groups. Can it be that there are experts hidden within all of the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce?" Su Yiren immediately realized that Lin Yuan saw through the truth. It was said that leaders like smart subordinates. But the vice versa was true as well. Once Su Yiren realized that the situation was off, she intentionally carried out an investigation. All of the 14 love music centers were deployed and provided Su Yiren with a wave of information. However, most of the information came from the elites of the Divine Wood Federation, and most of them were unverified rumors that could not be seen as reliable. Hence, Su Yiren sought out Lin Yuan to ask her to use the prosperous Chamber of Commerce as well as the resources available to the Li family to investigate the matter. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce dominated Oak City solely because of Lin Yuan's resources. Due to Lin Yuan's black hair and eyes, Lin Yuan had assumed that Lin Yuan was a member of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Later, she realized that something was wrong. Nonetheless, she was a practical person, and there were people from the Li family who had been scheming to target her. Su Yiren had stepped in to settle this issue. At first, Lin Yuan's impression of Su Yiren came only from Su Yiren's looks. She was beautiful and decked out lavishly. Almost every accessory she had on her was embedded with expensive gems, such as amethysts that cost millions of Great Lush dollars. But she did not expect Su Yiren to also possess such a powerful martial force. When the pink flower in her hands bloomed, the experts Lin Yuan's uncle had sent to kill her became entranced as though they had just lost their souls and were now utterly infatuated with Su Yiren and willing to listen to her every command. Now, those experts had become part of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's martial power that was hidden in Oak City. Su Yiren was respectful to Lin Yuan and addressed him as young master. If just one of his female attendants was already so powerful, Lin Yuan could not imagine how terrifyingly mighty the faction supporting Lin Yuan was. Nonetheless, this did not stop her from deciding to cling tightly to him. Hence, when she received Su Yiren's request, Lin Yuan immediately activated all of the resources at her disposal to aid Su Yiren's investigation. After she garnered the information, she candidly laid it all out in a report that she sent to Su Yiren. She had personally written the report. Lin Yuan was not even this detailed when she handled the financial accounts. The Li family was considered one of the smaller secret elite families. Thus, they did not have access to the secrets between top families. However, they did have ties with medium-sized secret families. After receiving Lin Yuan's report, many of Su Yiren's speculations were confirmed. At first, Su Yiren intended to wait until the matter was settled before she updated Lin Yuan on the situation. But since Lin Yuan had already asked, Su Yiren hastily replied with seriousness, "Lin Yuan, the merchant groups sent out by the Chambers of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation are still being robbed. However, all of the Chambers of Commerce from mid-sized and above families have experts stationed within them." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Su Yiren had emphasized the word all. It was almost impossible for all the factions in a federation to agree to carry out the same action together because every faction had different profit directions. If they did carry out the same action, the profits of many factions would be impacted. Lin Yuan had burned up the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle because they were a bundle of illegal activities and were taking advantage of the sincere merchant group, which Lin Yuan had taken control of. The existence of bandit groups was a scapegoat for chambers of commerce such as the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce because they could blame all problems on the bandit groups. Thus, although on the surface it seemed like getting rid of all the bandit groups would be beneficial for the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce, that was not the actual case. If the secret elite families of the Great Lush Federation could work in unison now, something bigger was definitely in the works. Lin Yuan felt that there was a pair of large unseen hands behind the Great Lush Federation who were moving the pieces that were the secret elite families. Lin Yuan did not know what motive the hands had, but the simultaneous action of the secret elite families of the Great Lush Federation meant that the hands regarded the entire Startling Lines continent as its chessboard. This pair of hands had also already infringed on Lin Yuan's profits. This was enough for Lin Yuan to see it as his enemy. Lin Yuan preferred his enemies to be out in the open rather than hiding in the shadows. He did not have much time to waste in the Startling Lines continent. He had to see the fruits of his labor within a year and a half at the most. Thus, he decided to make use of this incident of the Chambers of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation, causing trouble to fan the flames even further. This would allow the pair of hands to know that it had an opponent at the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan did not have the time to uncover the pair of hands. He intended to force it to show itself instead. Lin Yuan issued an order to Red Thorn in his head, "Red Thorn, station Diwanmai at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Don't let any clashes stop before I arrive." Recently, Red Thorn liked to sleep nestled in the middle of the three mouths of Relinquish. Usually, Red Thorn was filled with energy. Lin Yuan attributed its sleepiness to its fairy bloodline having abruptly evolved. Chapter 1889 will not take this lying down. The Moon Empress had given all 200 of the fairy source-type life-form bloodlines to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had given 100 of them to Lu Ji. Fairy source-type life-form bloodline was not suitable for nourishing fairy source-type life forms. This method would affect the bloodline's potential to transform. However, using the pure bloodline power of fairy source-type life forms to guide fairy bloodlines to breakthrough was very effective. Lin Yuan intended to enable Red Thorn to temper its bloodline again. As such, he tried supplying Red Thorn with 10 units of the fairy bloodline power to see if it would break through past Pinnacle 6 wings. When Red Thorn received Lin Yuan's instruction, it lethargically woke itself up and rushed off to prepare Diwanmai. Every target that had the tongue of Relinquish's tip puppeteering it was Red Thorn's eyes. Red Thorn liked excitement. Hence, Diwanmai being set in motion meant that Red Thorn would soon have excitement to enjoy. Hu Chuan had been instructing the spirit craftsmen while they were carving. When he heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Su Yiren, Hu Chuan walked over and smiled at Lin Yuan as he said, "Su Yiren is very impressive. I am lacking spirit craftsmen, so the construction of the underground palace is only 80% completed. As for the territory that Tale obtained, I have drawn up a design but haven't been able to actually start on it." Then, Su Yiren helped me to find more than 500 Class 2 spirit craftsmen from the Divine Wood Federation, 10 of whom are Class 3 spirit craftsmen. The key point of Talei's territory is raising the defense. Hence, the design doesn't have to be overly detailed. The more than 500 spirit craftsmen and 10 Class 3 spirit craftsmen are capable of building the territory according to the design. Hu Chuan was sincerely complimenting Su Yiren. She had solved many problems for him after she came to help with the underground palace. When Lin Yuan heard what Hu Chuan said, he knew that Hu Chuan and Su Yiren were getting along swimmingly. Lin Yuan had never doubted Su Yiren's capabilities. A Federation envoy was not a position that anyone could fill due to a lack of candidates. Su Yiren thanked Hu Chuan for his praise and said to Lin Yuan softly, "We should be heading over. If we're late, the experts from the Lu family will definitely burn up the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle." Lin Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, "They won't be able to burn it. As long as I'm not there, the fighting won't stop." Once he was done speaking, he contacted Heavy Mountain through their contact. Heavy Mountain was one of Lin Yuan's apostles, and it had been searching for mineral veins non-stop for the past 2 months. It also continuously increased its power while it was accumulating metal spiritual ingredients for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had purchased numerous land imps on Star Web. He did not instruct Heavy Mountain to accept them as its favored believers. Rather, Heavy Mountain was to increase its number of believers first. Heavy Mountain now had 17 believers. The land imps were all skilled at building. Lin Yuan said to Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, go and receive a batch of trained land imps and take them to Ta Lei's territory so they can help the spirit craftsmen with the building." Hu Chuan looked shocked when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He did not expect Lin Yuan to have a way to train the land imps. Hu Chuan was not curious about how Lin Yuan managed to train the land imps. He was curious about how many land imps Lin Yuan had trained. The land imps had the ability to control rocks. They could also change the composition of rocks and decide to raise the density of rocks. With the land imps, not only would there be no need to lay down a foundation, but the model of the structure could be instantly built. As long as Lin Yuan's team of land imps was made up of more than 15 land imps, Hu Chuan would be mostly done with Ta Lei's territory within a month. There was a legend in the construction association that said that one day's work from the land imp was equivalent to half a month of work from a team of architects. "Lin Yuan, how many land imps can you provide me with?" Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he replied, "Currently, there are 17 of them. In the next month, I should be able to send you around 6 more." Hu Chuan was over the moon. "That's great. Ta Lei's territory will be completed in 2 weeks with these land imps. Previously, I was planning on instructing the spirit craftsmen to lay down stone tiles. It used to be that the barrier of Ta Lei's territory could only be built to 40 meters at most. But with the land imps, they just have to be fed more metal spiritual ingredients, and the barrier can be built to 150 meters without any issue." Lin Yuan chatted with Hu Chuan about the construction of Ta Lei's territory for a while more and toured the underground palace with Hu Chuan before he prepared to leave for Oak City. At this moment, Oak City was in the throes of conflict. Lin Yuan was seated in the president's office of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce as she discussed the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's future development with Feng Jiaji. Mr. Feng of the Sincere Merchant Group was elderly. After the previous conflict, Feng Jiaji had taken over Mr. Feng's position to become the leader of the Sincere Merchant Group. Lin Yuan had tasked the Sincere Merchant Group to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Since Lin Yuan possessed shares, he could manage the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce alongside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Feng Jiaji were the type to think of the big picture and were averse to risks. They were on the exact same page when it came to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's development. This was why the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce could develop so swiftly. When he saw the worried expression on Lin Yuan's face, Feng Jiaji said, "Don't worry, the savior won't leave us in the lurch." Moreover, the expert named Mr. Han, who the savior left with the Sincere Merchant Group, is now guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Even if the news that City Lord Ding sent is true, that there is indeed a Thearch-class expert in the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, we don't need to be afraid. You saw Mr. Han's power. I remember that you were there. Lin Yuan glanced at Feng Jiaji and felt that he was still too young. She was not afraid of the chambers of commerce from the Great Lush Federation, but Oak City's factions were secretly activating. A large portion of the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce's resources had been invested in Oak City. The Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had been working with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. But when the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was in trouble, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had not hesitated to abandon them and turn to work with other large chambers of commerce instead. The Zhuang family behind the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce was not just slightly stronger than the Lu family. The Zhuang family had a secret elite family supporting them. Chapter 1890 Give me an explanation. When Lin Yuan was gathering information for Su Yiren, she could sense that the secret elite families from the Great Lush Federation were changing in ways that she did not understand. The relationship between the Great Lush Federation, Divine Wood Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation had suddenly turned tense. Because of this, the border cities of the two federations that merchant groups used to turn away from suddenly became prime real estate. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce sent people there to seek vengeance as well as grab as much power and profits as they could. Since the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had a Thearch class expert, the other chambers of commerce would also have to come packing with a Thearch class expert themselves in order to stand a chance of fighting for resources with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Now, Oak City had become a powder keg. The Ding family, who controlled Oak City, had clearly lost control of Oak City. It was likely that City Lord Ding was filled with anxiety now. Lin Yuan was extremely smart. Otherwise, she would not have been able to manage the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and make the right choice of collaborating with Lin Yuan at the crucial moment. However, her assumption about Ding Chinchuo's current mood was wrong. The entire Ding family was distraught. Meanwhile, Ding Chinchuo reclined relaxedly in his breeding room and sipped on wine as he chatted with the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle that was in human form. In the past, Ding Chinchuo would call a family meeting whenever something happened in Oak City, regardless of the size of the matter. But this time, he had no intention of holding a family meeting. Ding Chinchuo had built the Ding family by himself, and everyone in the family had to keep their heads bowed around him. Thus, although the members of the Ding family were full of fret, they did not bother him. Previously, Ding Chinchuo regarded Oak City with almost a ridiculous amount of importance. He saw it as his pride. Any trouble that took place in Oak City would leave Ding Chinchuo vibrating with anxiousness. Now, Oak City had become a powder keg and possessed power beyond his own experts. Ding Chinchuo was not anxious because he trusted Lin Yuan's ability. The evolution of the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3 supported his view. Ding Chinchuo raised his wine cup and downed its contents as he looked out the window. He was curious about how Lin Yuan would quell this wave of trouble. Ding Chinchuo did not know Lin Yuan well but had dedicated his loyalty to him. He hinged Ding Chinchuo's honor and glory on Lin Yuan. He was well aware of how strong Lin Yuan was. The stronger Lin Yuan was, the better protected Ding Chinchuo would be. Ding Chinchuo had assumed that Lin Yuan was a member of one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. His only point of confusion was why news traveled so slowly between the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. If the other secret elite families knew that one of their own was supporting the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, they should not have started causing trouble. While Ding Chinchuo was deep in thought, an enraged voice traveled from a distance away. People in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, listen up. All of you will come out and line up in front of the tree castle within 3 minutes and give the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce an explanation. Otherwise, I will set fire and burn up the entire tree castle. The person who was shouting was a muscular man who had a beautiful light green leather cloak draped over him. There were multiple small blue stones embedded in his belt. At that moment, fury was written all over his face. Clearly, the loss of the tree castle in Oak City was a huge blow to the Lu family. There was a man dressed in a gold robe standing next to this middle-aged man. This man, dressed in a gold robe, was wearing a gold mask. He resembled a specter. There were 4 elderly men standing behind these 2 men. There were another 8 spirit chi professionals who were wearing leather armor standing behind these 4 elderly men. The 8 spirit chi professionals were releasing the full might of their auras. Most of them had the aura of A-rank spirit chi professionals. This was clearly the Lu family's most elite team. In the bandit group that Lin Yuan had encountered, the strongest expert had been Luoye, but the strongest fei she had was only gold grade. Meanwhile, each member of the Lu family's elite team had gold and above feys. Any 3 of them could take down Luoye's entire bandit group. The man wearing a blue leather cloak assumed that the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle would dash out immediately and start trembling in front of him. But a minute after he spoke, it was as though the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce had not heard what he had said, as no one showed up. This result was like a vicious slap to the man's face. By ignoring him, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce had gravely insulted him. A Thearch class expert was respected everywhere he went. Even the veteran families in Sacred Wood City had to pay respects to him. If he did not teach the prosperous Chamber of Commerce a lesson, the name of Lu Han would be devolved into a laughingstock amongst all the factions of the startling Lines continent. Lu Han took back the 3 minutes he said he would give the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and barked at the 8 spirit chi professionals, summon all of your fire-type feys and burn up the diamond-hollowed tamarics that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle resides in. When they received Lu Han's order, the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type feys summoned their feys, while those who did not have fire-type feys looked envious of their teammates who had fire-type feys. Since Lu Han had been slighted, burning the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle would help him to restore his pride. This was a chance to distinguish oneself in front of him. The competition within a secret elite family of the Great Lush Federation was very intense. The leader of a team received 10 times better treatment than his subordinates. The spirit chi professionals who had fire-type feys wielded their feys and unleashed all the flames they could at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was in the diamond hollowed tamarax. The higher the grade of the hollowed tamarax, the larger its body would be, and the more compartments would form in its interior. Chapter 1891 Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast. Tool Transformation. The hollowed tamarax's body was rich with oil that could deter pests but was the best fuel for flames. It was forbidden to set fires in all the cities of the Divine Wood Federation. This was why many people present had been certain that the Ding family would send their experts after Lin Yuan when he burned down the deep freeze chamber of Commerce's tree castle. But now, Liu Han was clearly here with the intention of causing trouble and had even given Ding Chinchuo advance warning. The most prioritized things in the Startling Lines continent were power and pride. As one of the few Thearch-class experts in the Startling Lines continent, the Emperor-class expert Ding Chinchuo was like an insect to him. So what if you're a Class 4 creation master? If I want to kill you, your death sentence will be sealed. Nonetheless, no matter how powerful Liu Han was, he would not dare to cause trouble for Ding Chinchuo, much less kill him. Class 4 creation masters were the most precious resource to the Divine Wood Federation. If Liu Han dared to attack Ding Chinchuo, he would become the enemy of the entire Divine Wood Federation. He might not dare to attack Ding Chinchuo, but he had no qualms about setting on fire Oak City, which was under Ding Chinchuo's jurisdiction. Soon, Liu Han realized that something was wrong. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle should have been set alight. Despite being bombarded by the fire-type attacks of numerous gold and platinum feys, the tree castle was not even slightly scorched. It was as though the hollowed tamarax was unburnable as it continued to stand tall amidst the flames. Liu Han did not have fire-type feys. He frowned and glanced at one of the elderly men behind him. The elderly man immediately summoned a large lion covered with beautiful azure flames. It was almost 8 meters tall, and the movement of its thick mane sent the blue flames even higher. The temperature of the area in front of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce climbed almost 15 degrees higher due to the appearance of the lion. The elderly man knew that if the blue flames wild lion could not burn up the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, he would not only fail to restore Liu Han's pride but would have also humiliated him even further. If Liu Han's public threat was not fulfilled, the rage of his embarrassment would be vented on this elderly man. With this thought, the elderly man ordered, "Blue flames wild lion, use heat ability gathering, then lion fire roar." When the blue flames wild lion heard its contractor's order, it focused all its power on his claws as its body compressed slightly. At this instant, all the flames on the blue flames wild lion's body entered its body, and its skin darkened. When the blue flames wild lion's body turned grey, it let out a fearsome roar. A ball of blue flames slammed into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The blue flames wild lion was a fey that could roll grades to do battle. When it released its full-powered attack, it could set even a forest of myth-hollowed tamarax on fire, much less one diamond-hollowed tamarax. When Liu Han started shouting, he attracted the discreet attention of many experts. One of these experts was Zhuang Bei of the Prophet Chamber of Commerce. Besides various people from Oak City, Ding Chinchuo was also present. If Su Yiren had not told him in advance not to act no matter what happened, Ding Chinchuo would have instructed the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to block the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan would be arriving at any moment. If something happened to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce while it was under Ding Chinchuo's care, he would not be able to explain it to Lin Yuan. As he watched the blue flames envelop the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, Ding Chinchuo and many members of the faction let out cries of astonishment. What? Why wasn't the prosperous Chamber of Commerce burning? Not only was it not burning, but it still looked the same as it always did, without even a single scratch. In fact, the longer the blue flames burned around it, the more verdant the tree castle became. Suddenly, everyone realized that the Diamond X/Legend hollowed tamarax was letting out a mystical fluctuation while under the blue flames wild lion's attack. Ding Chinchuo was the first to regain his senses. Oh my god! The hollowed tamarax in which the prosperous Chamber of Commerce resided has comprehended a willpower rune from the environment. What is happening? At that moment, even Ding Chinchuo felt the ache of Liu Han's humiliation. Liu Han could tell that something was off about the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. He also knew that there was an expert within the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, Song Dingzhen would not have been killed. Liu Han had made a point of looking into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's background. The information he had received was that the Li family, who supported the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, was much weaker than the Liu family. From then on, Liu Han was no longer worried about the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The strongest experts of a mid-level family could only be that powerful. If they had truly broken through to Thearch class like the rumors said, they could have obtained the support of a secret elite family and sourced resources from them. Since Liu Han was not afraid of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in the slightest and was now being regarded as a joke, he immediately summoned the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast was creation breed. Once it was summoned, the area in a 10,000 meter radius was immediately permeated with a dense and sharp aura. When the sharp aura landed on a person, their skin would not be torn, but they would feel as though he was being pierced. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast was very small, as it was only around half the length of a finger. Its body was covered with thin black and white thorns, making it resemble a cute ball of thorns. However, everyone present, including the Ding family's experts, looked terrified of the cute ball of thorns. Thearch class experts only existed in the top factions of the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. In a place like the Startling Lines continent where there were no Class 5 creation masters, Thearch class experts were almost creatures from fantasy. This was because, without Class 5 creation masters, the Thearch class experts could only rely on themselves to forcefully push themselves to break through. After Liu Han summoned the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast, everyone knew that he had become serious. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce was about to take on a livid Thearch class expert. Yet, very few people felt that Liu Han would be able to regain his pride and successfully destroy the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was too bizarre. Everyone was aware of Liu Han's power, but the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was beyond their understanding. At that moment, Liu Han shrieked, "Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast!" Tool Transformation. Chapter 1892 Shatter a Thearch class weapon with bare hands. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast's body trembled when it received Liu Han's command. Soon, black light was emitted from within its body. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast's black and white thorns left its body and reformed into a black and white and black knife that was covered with thorns. The knife that the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast transformed into was enveloped in the sharp aura. As the light green leather cloak billowed, a sharp aura sailed toward the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. Liu Han waved the knife and an aura that seemed to carry the might of a mountain was slashed down toward the hollowed Tamarix. An enormous image of a knife that was almost 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. At this moment, a small figure wrapped in a black robe emerged from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The black figure raised her hand and used the back of her hand to block the image of the descending knife. Next, she flipped her hand around and grabbed the blade with her hand. At that moment, Liu Han felt as though he was being controlled by an inexplicable power. Soon, to the shock of everyone, the girl reached out her other hand and grabbed in front of her. Every time she grabbed the knife, cracks appeared in the blade. Soon, the knife that the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast transformed into was shattered in the girl's grip. After the girl broke the knife, she did not move on to attack Liu Han. Her hands immediately retreated under the black robe. However, those with sharp eyes would notice that her hands had turned ghastly pale and her nails had turned light green. It was clear that that color of hands was not right for a living person. Moreover, there were also frightening scars all over the girl's hands. The sight of the scars would make chills run up anyone's spine. Liu Han's might as a Thearch class expert fully vanished as pain and terror took front and center on his face. The death of his Fey had seriously injured Liu Han's spirit. However, the pain of his spiritual injury paled in comparison to Liu Han's fear. At that moment, the figure in the black robe said in a raspy voice, "I'm not going to kill you because my master doesn't want the show to end so quickly. The show must go on until he arrives. Continue to instruct those behind you to burn down the tree castle." Liu Han and the rest of the people who the Liu family sent were stupefied. They were both afraid and shocked by what the black-robed figure said. According to what the black-robed figure said, it seemed that the figure was a woman. However, just how strong was this woman? She was even able to use her hand to break the tool transformation of a creation breed Fey. This power had exceeded Liu Han and the Liu family's comprehension. If they had truly gotten on the wrong side of an expert who was far stronger than them, they might be able to survive if they offered apologies and compensated with resources. However, the girl said that she wanted them to continue to try to burn down the tree castle. This was not something a normal person would say. If there was something wrong with the expert's mind, apologizing, getting down on their knees, and compensating with resources would not be enough to trade for their survival. The Lu family was not alone. All the factions hidden in the shadows were shocked by the woman's power. The man dressed in the golden robe who had been standing next to Liu Han dared not leap into the air either. Instead, he stood his ground and said austerely to the woman in the black robe, "The Lu family is at fault here. May I ask which faction you're from? The Lu family will pay you compensation. After today, I will let all the others know that you are guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce so they won't dare to target the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce." All the factions in the Great Lush Federation knew that the man dressed in the gold robe came from the Jin family, which was one of the 8 elite secret families of the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, and the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court were the strongest factions in the Startling Lines continent. Although the Jin family was only one of the mid-level families among the 8 elite secret families of the Great Lush Federation, they had the authority to speak with the will of the entire Great Lush Federation. Everyone assumed that the black-robed girl would give in to the gold-robed man. Instead, the black-robed girl said in a raspy voice, "You want to apologize on behalf of the Lu family? Who are you? I don't like the golden mask you're wearing. Take it off." Diwan Mai turned and said to Liu Han, "If you can't perform properly for my master, there's no point in keeping you around. Useless people might as well become food for me." Suddenly, a large flesh-like bundle of roots appeared within Diwan Mai's body. The roots slithered out of the black robes and twirled around in the air as though they had a life of their own. The purple and red continued to make sucking motions and made for a macabre sight. The tongue of Relinquish's tips control over Diwan Mai involved activating the cells in Diwan Mai's body. Although Diwan Mai no longer had any thoughts of her own, her mindset was still the same as it had always been. Red Thorn controlled Diwan Mai's mind, but the way that Diwan Mai did things and the logic behind her actions were the same as when she was still alive. The man dressed in a gold robe and wearing a golden mask had not done anything wrong. Red Thorn was displeased because it felt that this person did not deserve to wear a golden mask when Lin Yuan wore a silver mask. The part about how useless people might as well become her food was something that Diwan Mai said based on her original mindset. When Diwan Mai had been alive, she was obsessed with sacrificing the lives of all the creation masters in the Radiance Federation to polish her creation master level. If Red Thorn issued an order to kill these defiant people, they would indeed be better off absorbed by the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. The decay body flesh ginseng had died. Although the tongue of Relinquish could control a dead spirit chi professional and phase, it could not control sacred source life forms. At first, Lin Yuan thought about instructing Diwan Mai to turn the decay body flesh ginseng into a precious weapon. Chapter 1893. Did I say you can leave? The man in the gold robes would never have expected this outcome after he spoke. He currently had 2 choices. The first choice would be to depend on the power of the Jin family to continue clashing against the black-robed woman. The other choice would be to do as she said and remove his golden mask. But once he did this, he would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire Startling Lines continent. Even the Jin family's reputation would take a serious hit. However, the man could sense that his life could truly come to an end if he did not remove his mask. Although he was slightly stronger than Liu Han, he would never be able to break the knife that the thorny weasel 10,000 dagger beast had transformed into using his bare hands. In fact, if he tried to touch the knife that the thorny weasel 10,000 dagger beast had transformed into with his bare hands, his hands would immediately be reduced to a bloody wreck. The longer Red Thorn looked at the man's golden mask, the more irked it felt. It was about to set Diwan Mai into motion when the man removed his golden mask and revealed an extremely ordinary countenance. Now that the man had removed his golden mask, Red Thorn did not order Diwan Mai to attack. Instead, it ordered Diwan Mai to extend the decay body flesh ginseng's roots and attack the team behind the Lu family. The ginseng roots enjoyed a feast as they reduced the life forms into dregs and puddles. A platinum golden sharp wolf tried to use its sharp teeth to bite through the roots to save itself. However, when the teeth made contact with the flesh-like roots, they immediately broke down into energy that was absorbed by the roots. Diwan Mai's action left Liu Han's heart aching over the loss of the Lu family's elite team while he hurriedly instructed the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type phase to continue attacking the tree castle. It seemed that the only way to live was to do as the black-robed girl had said. The spirit chi professionals all started to maniacally wield their phase to continue launching fire at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. It was as though the more effort they put into trying to burn the castle, the higher their chances of survival would be. The man in gold robes ignored this. He had brought shame onto the Jin family by removing his golden mask. But the deaths of the experts from the Lu family was no different from trampling all over the Jin family's pride. Since the man in the gold robe was an expert from the Jin family, he was willing to fight for the Jin family's honor. Even if he knew that his enemy was stronger than him, he would never do anything at the expense of the Jin family's pride. The man in gold robes had not done anything because he heard the woman in black robes mention her master twice. This meant that she had a powerful force supporting her. No matter what, he had to find out who the woman's master was. Otherwise, his death would be for nothing. At this moment, Zhuang Bei, who was leading the team from the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce, was trembling uncontrollably. The image of a young man's face surfaced in his mind. That young man had instructed an expert to burn up all the people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The young man later entered the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. In the time after that, the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce had been on a sharp trajectory upward. This meant that the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's rapid advancement was related to this young man. Could the master that the black-robed woman spoke of be that young man? While Zhuang Bei was thinking, he saw the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce preparing to retreat. At this moment, the black-robed woman said in an unsettlingly deep voice, "If anyone tries to leave, whether it's the actors or audience, the performance will become less exciting. If my master arrives and isn't entertained by this performance, all of you will have to die to make up for his unhappiness. If you dare to take even a single step backward, you will be the next to join those who were consumed by the ginseng's roots." Diwanmai's words caused the people from the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce to freeze, afraid to take even another step backward. This included the experts leading the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce. All of them had come in throngs because they were waiting for Lu Han to lead the people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to conquer the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce so they could negotiate a share of the loot from Lu Han. They could not allow Lu Han to take control of all the merchant resources from Oak City. All of them could challenge Lu Han because they had experts who were just as strong as Lu Han. At this moment, all of the experts had their gazes fixed on Diwanmai. Since Diwanmai had forbidden the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce from leaving, none of the other chambers of commerce would be able to leave either. Diwanmai had already shown that she was serious about killing. The people present did not know what would happen to them once the master that Diwanmai mentioned arrived. But they knew that if they had the audacity to leave, they would immediately be decimated by the flesh-like ginseng roots. After Diwanmai spoke, the entire situation turned extremely abnormal. Everyone present watched as Lu Han continued to instruct the spirit chi professionals to use their fire-type phase to set fire to the tree castle. There were several spirit chi professionals who had pushed their phase too far and caused the spirit chi in their bodies to be used up. As such, their phase could no longer use their abilities. Just as the spirit chi professionals were about to replenish their spiritual power, they were instantly absorbed by the decay body flesh ginseng. Diwanmai's action immediately made the spirit chi professionals who were still alive aware of why Diwanmai kept mentioning use and uselessness. Those who were useful would survive while those who were useless would die. Only those who could continue to wield their phase to burn the tree castle would be useful while those who ran out of spiritual power would be deemed useless and promptly eaten. Thus, those spirit chi professionals who were still alive started to conserve on their spiritual power while still ensuring that their phase could continue to release attacks. They were terrified of getting on the wrong side of the black-robed woman. As Ding Chenchuo watched all these unfold, he gained a better understanding of the power that Lin Yuan possessed. Chapter 1894 Young Man from Far Away. When Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji saw this from within the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, they felt as though they had passed through the storm and had arrived at the rainbow. At the same time, they were also filled with respect and gratitude for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had saved both Feng Jiaji and Li Yuan twice. When the spirit chi professionals first started wielding their fire-type phase to burn the tree castle, Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji had not been worried because they had an expert stationed in the tree castle. The expert could handle attacks of such a level. But when the Emperor-class expert's Blue Flame's Wild Lion attacked the tree castle, both Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji started to worry. They had to force themselves to remain composed. Once the Thearch-class expert Lu Han started to attack as well, the two of them could no longer keep calm. When the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast used tool transformation to transform into a knife and slashed it at the tree castle, Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji had been certain that it was the end of them. Even if the expert that Lin Yuan left at the tree castle was also Thearch class, he would not be able to protect two burdens while also fending off another Thearch class expert. Yet, Mr. Han did not appear. Instead, Diwanmai, who always remained in the breeding room and rarely showed her face, appeared. Once Diwanmai stepped in, she solved the issue using a method that Lin Yuan and Feng Jiaji could not understand. Lin Yuan and Feng Jiaji did not see the way Diwanmai handled the spirit chi professionals as cruel because Liu Han had decided to kill every living creature within the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle when he attacked out of rage and embarrassment. If it was possible, Lin Yuan wanted to tell Diwanmai that killing Liu Han was the best decision since their grudge against the Liu family had solidified. If they let Liu Han go, the Liu family would not take it lying down and send out more experts. However, Lin Yuan did not have any grounds to say this to Diwanmai. Lin Yuan had already been troubled twice because of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. As she looked out the window, Lin Yuan felt a sense of ease. With Lin Yuan around, she would never have to worry about being killed in a scuffle with the other chambers of commerce. Even the secret elite families and secret aristocratic families would not be able to touch her. The fire around the tree castle continued to burn. The spirit chi professionals who were wielding the fire-type feys had already depleted most of their spiritual power. Zhuang Bei felt as though his feet had gone numb. At this moment, the sound of horseshoes clattering on the ground could be heard in the distance. Zhuang Bei thought. A massacre could break out at any moment. Just who is the one who's brave enough to ride over now? Zhuang Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a vintage fey carriage with intricate designs. The body of the fey carriage was silver and there were blue gems embedded all over it. The blue gems were especially radiant against the backdrop of silver. The fey carriage was still too far away for Zhuang Bei to tell what material the fey carriage was made of. However, he could get a good look at the four majestic beasts pulling the fey carriage. The four beasts had silvery blue bodies that complemented the fey carriage extremely well. This was enough to determine that the fey carriage was custom-made. Zhuang Bei could not help but bite down on his tongue. Those were 4 dragon horses. Since Zhuang Bei was not a creation master, he could not tell what type of dragon horses they were. Although the 4 dragon horses were galloping on the ground, there were clouds beneath their feet that kept all dust off their feet. Their aura caused numerous feys that were attacking the tree castle to start trembling in fear. Arino.cm. From the 4 dragon horses' appearance, Zhuang Bei could be certain that they would auction for at least 15 million great lush dollars. According to the 4 dragon horses' aura, Zhuang Bei could estimate that they were around Diamond X and might have reached legend quality. Once the fey carriage drew near, Zhuang Bei saw that the fey carriage was made of spirit-settling silver. Although the Iron Hammer Federation's main export was mineral ores, it was impossible to sense spirit-settling silver mines and were produced in very low quantities. Moreover, creation masters needed spirit-settling silver to concoct spirit fluids. Thus, spirit-settling silver was extremely expensive. Yet, such a valuable metal spiritual ingredient had been used to create a fey carriage. The blue gems that were embedded into the fey carriage emitted azure fluid fluctuations that blinded Zhuang Bei's sight. These blue gems were the underground river crystals that were only produced in Class 3 and above subterranean dimensional rifts. The fey carriage could only be described as priceless. Zhuang Bei watched as someone from inside the fey carriage opened the door. After the young man in silver armor opened the door, he did not immediately step out of the fey carriage. Instead, he bent over and made an action of requesting for support. A young man dressed in lavish clothes held the hand of the young man dressed in silver armor to help him out of the fey carriage. This young man had black hair and eyes that shone like stars. His clothes were extremely well made. Although fur was extremely expensive in the Divine Wood Federation, silk was not cheap either, especially silk that came from feys that were platinum grade and above. The young man's clothes were moon-colored and the small pearls on them formed the pattern of a beast. The embroidered gems were white and yellow. The gem's color enabled the embroidery to appear pleasant while also giving off a unique complexity. The spirit chi clothes did not appear complicated, but it was clear that the workmanship was very laborious. The young man did not have any accessories on him besides a ring on his finger and the blue and gold adornment on his waist. Once a person laid eyes on the blue and gold adornment, it would be difficult to look away. Both the fey carriage's appearance and the young man's dressing were evidence that the young man's background was far from ordinary. The people who had never seen Lin Yuan before wondered what would happen to him next because they did not think that he could be the master that the black-robed girl had spoken of. At this moment, the black-robed girl walked over to the fey carriage and to the shock of everyone present, kneeled respectfully. The flesh-like ginseng roots that had been waving around the air also retreated back into her body. Chapter 1895. The ending of every show must be fixed. The young man said, "The show is progressing nicely, but the ending of every show must be fixed. I'm sure the Liu family decided the fate of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce before they attacked. I'm sure you're willing to take on the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's ending." The young man had announced what their ending would be. Lin Yuan had only arrived at the scene after so long because he wanted to establish a believable identity for himself at the scene. Once he had established the identity, anyone from the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation would want to get close to him. He would not have to take the initiative to reach out to anyone. Lin Yuan had come up with this plan long ago. This was why he asked Hu Chuan to create this fey carriage in his spare time when he was not building the underground palace. He had instructed Genius to nurture the Diamond X/Legend 4 Nether Fantasy Dragon horses. Otherwise, there was no point in him and Lu Ji putting on such an act when he climbed out of the fey carriage. Lin Yuan had prepared tentacle nodes in the underground palace in Oak City in advance. If he wanted to come over, he did not have to bat an eye before he used node transportation to transport himself over. However, the people from the Startling Lines continent cared about such a performance. The more mysterious and imposing one appeared, the more respected he would be. Liu Han looked at Lin Yuan and tried to come up with a way to plead for their survival. Compared to the black-robed girl, Lin Yuan seemed much easier to negotiate with. He did not notice that the gold-robed man's eyes were locked on Liu Han's gold and blue waist adornment. As Lin Yuan observed the scene, he noticed the gold-robed man looking at his waist. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that the gold-robed man had sensed that something was special about the Fish World Sea trump card. In order for him to sense that the precious instrument was special, he had to have encountered precious instruments before. People who did not know what precious instruments were would just assume that the Fish World Sea trump card was a pretty accessory and not stare at it for too long. There were no Class 5 creation masters in the Startling Lines continent, yet the gold-robed man had seen precious instruments before. It seemed that the people behind the Great Lush Federation did possess Class 5 creation master resources. This made things interesting. Creation masters had to climb the ladder rung by rung. Given the mindset of the citizens of the Startling Lines continent, once a pinnacle Class 4 creation master managed to find a way to become a Class 5 creation master, the pinnacle Class 4 creation master would definitely announce it to the world. The Great Lush Federation was a federation that had a nomad role. All the factions within the federation managed chambers of commerce. In the conflict between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, the Great Lush Federation was always the weaker party. If a Class 5 creation master appeared in the Great Lush Federation, it would undoubtedly become the strongest federation in the Startling Lines continent. Only people with ulterior motives hid in the shadows. Lin Yuan could be certain that the person pulling the strings behind the Great Lush Federation was like him, an outsider who was not from the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan's pristine shoes stepped down the stone path. Everyone present was transfixed on every step he took. Liu Han was a Thearch class expert and had not felt such psychological pressure in many years. He came to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce for revenge. Since he was going to attack the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, it went without saying that he had to kill everyone within. But now, the young man said that the ending was going to be transferred to him instead. This implied that he would be the one to die. After Liu Han became a Thearch class expert, he basked in absolute power and had everything he wanted. When he lived under such conditions, he did not have the courage to face death. Liu Han quickly walked up to Lin Yuan and bowed as he said, "Sir, it's always better to make friends than enemies. We the Liu family are a respected family from the Great Lush Federation. Although we are not a secret elite family, we still have power. My brother is the head of the Liu family. If you let me go, we are willing to provide you with everything you need in the future." Lin Yuan did not immediately respond to Liu Han. His silence filled Liu Han with anxiousness. Liu Han could sense derision in Lin Yuan's expression. This was the truth. Lin Yuan was looking at Liu Han like how a person would look at a dunce. "You have already led the Liu family to attack my subordinates. How can you expect me to let you go?" In a place where martial force designated who the yoke of authority went to, once one party decided to kill, nothing could be done to change it. He felt that Liu Han was trying to take advantage of the Liu family's status in the Great Lush Federation to beg for his forgiveness. Alternatively, Liu Han was issuing a warning to him. Liu Han was only around 8 steps away from Lin Yuan. This was close enough for Thearch class experts to attack. Lu Ji and Diwanmai were standing behind Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had not given them advance notice, Liu Han would have been stopped long before he managed to get so close to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan did not say that he was going to let the Liu family go, Liu Han would definitely attack him. Lin Yuan was willing to waste time talking to Liu Han because he was waiting for Liu Han to attack him. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already summoned the vast sea wave-raising flute into his hand. As he held the long watercolored flute, Lin Yuan's aura turned gentler. Yet, no one present was looking at him with kind gazes because all of their lives were in his hands. When Lin Yuan took out the vast sea wave-raising flute, he looked at the gold-robed man. He saw that the gold-robed man's eyes immediately fixated on the vast sea wave-raising flute. A flash of confidence streaked across Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan was going to use the vast sea wave-raising flute to kill Liu Han. This was so he could test what it was like to use a precious instrument in combat. He actually did not need to inject overly pure water element energy into the vast sea wave-raising flute to kill Liu Han, nor did he need to boost it with frigid. He only needed to summon the 2 fishes within the vast sea wave-raising flute that had reached the arc class and he would be able to kill Liu Han. Chapter 1896 Power of the 2 Small Fishes. Although most of the people present did not have the same discerning eye that the gold-robed man did, they only had to describe the events of people and those in the know would know. Lin Yuan spun the vast sea wave-raising flute leisurely and once Liu Han was about to reach his limit, Lin Yuan said calmly, "Even if the Liu family becomes my slaves, I'm not interested. Moreover, I see the Liu family as nothing more than a blade of grass by the side of the road." Diwanmai waved her hand and flesh-like roots shot out from underneath her robe. The flesh-like roots consumed the remaining spirit chi professionals that were wielding fire-type feys. Lin Yuan's words and Diwanmai's action left Liu Han in despair as he screamed, "Even if the Liu family really is a blade of grass, it will be the blade of grass that crushes you." Liu Han rushed at Lin Yuan with the intention of making a last-ditch attempt at survival by taking him hostage. When Liu Han moved past 8 steps of distance between him and Lin Yuan, Ding Chenchuo wanted to warn Lin Yuan to move away. However, given the circumstances, he had no authority to say such a thing. Once he said it, he would have exposed the relationship between him and Lin Yuan. If he exposed his relationship with Lin Yuan, he might not be able to take Lin Yuan into the sacred wood mystic realm. Ding Chenchuo knew that Lin Yuan had only accepted his loyalty and helped to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3 because he wanted to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. If he could not take Lin Yuan into the sacred wood mystic realm, he would no longer be of use to Lin Yuan and be abandoned by him. If Lin Yuan abandoned him, he would not be able to help the Ding family to flourish. However, what Ding Chenchuo was the most worried about happened. Lin Yuan pointed his long blue flute at Liu Han and a miniature sea appeared beneath Lin Yuan. 2 fishes appeared in the sea and started swimming toward Liu Han. Liu Han was unbothered by Lin Yuan's counterattack. Given Lin Yuan's age, how strong could he be? But when the 2 fishes made contact with Liu Han's body, he felt as though he was a buoy in the sea that was being thrown around by violent waves. All of the organs in his body was turned to paste by the overwhelming force. After the 2 fishes brushed past Liu Han crumpled and fell. It was as though his body was a bag of water and the water rippled around him when he hit the ground. Once Liu Han fell, he did not stand up again. Regardless of how terrified the people present were, they could not hold back their cries of shock. A young man had summoned 2 fishes with his long blue flute and used them to easily kill a Thearch class expert. This sight stupefied the people watching even more than the power that Diwanmai had displayed. Just what was that long blue flute? Could it be a weapon that a Fey had used tool transformation to change into? However, there was a process to a Fey using tool transformation. This young man had clearly summoned a long blue flute and not a Fey that he later instructed to use tool transformation. Besides the confusion of the masses, a few of them were looking at the long blue flute with curiosity and incredulity. Although the people present were all a bundle of emotions, all of them understood that this young man was a wily old fox. Once Liu Han moved past a distance of 8 steps between him and the young man summoned the long blue flute. This meant that the young man had anticipated Liu Han's actions. It was as though the young man had a handle on everything that was happening. When Lin Yuan attacked Liu Han, Red Thorn instructed Diwanmai to consume all the remaining Emperor-class experts. It could be said that Diwanmai and the decay body flesh ginseng's fusing was a blessing for Diwanmai. Normally, the tongue of relinquish controlled the body of a dead expert. Although the body of the dead expert could be triggered, it would be impossible to increase his power. But now, Diwanmai could absorb energy from the world through the decay body flesh ginseng, allowing her to increase her power. However, Lin Yuan never thought about increasing Diwanmai's power because increasing Diwanmai's power required the sacrifice of a large number of human experts. Lin Yuan had expressed his opposition to the path that Diwanmai was going down long ago. Thus, he would not help her down that same path just because she had now become part of his power. Additionally, Lin Yuan had no lack of experts. The marsh world was like a treasure trove of experts to him. Since Diwan Mai was a Class 5 creation master, she was one of Lin Yuan's irreplaceable weapons. When Lin Yuan killed Yan Ling, Cai Huo and Yu Chongjian, he had obtained the bodies of their 3 sacred source life forms. Diwan Mai would be busy with creating precious resources for Lin Yuan for a long time. Lin Yuan had been ignoring the gold-robed man, but the gold-robed man's back was already covered with cold sweat. When Lin Yuan cast his gaze across the crowd, he saw that most of them were clearly troops besides the few who were regular citizens of Oak City. These troops came from the chambers of commerce that were under the control of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. When Lin Yuan cast his gaze across the crowd, many of them instinctively took a step back. At this moment, Lu Ji moved forward and said, "My young master will be resting temporarily in Oak City. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce will be under his protection. He does not want anyone to cause trouble or compete with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce." Lu Ji's words caused the leaders of the Chambers of Commerce who were present to hold their breaths. They could understand not causing trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After this matter, with the spilled blood of the Lu family as a lesson, no one with a brain would attempt to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. But what did he mean about not competing with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce? As long as there were Chambers of Commerce in Oak City, they would be competing with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that this young man wanted the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to be the only Chamber of Commerce in Oak City? If that was the case, even if they agreed, the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court would not agree. One Chamber of Commerce was insufficient to sustain the trade needs of the entire Oak City. Chapter 1897. Do you know why I only kept you back? If they said anything against him, the person who said it would be reduced to sustenance for the scary flesh like ginseng roots. It might even impact the faction supporting them. Just as the Chambers of Commerce were about to leave Oak City and report back to their families, the young man said, "I'm not a petty person. The center Oak City might belong solely to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, but the north and south of the cities can still be competed over by the other Chambers of Commerce." After hearing what Lin Yuan said, the expressions of the people leading the Chambers of Commerce did not change. However, they rolled their eyes to themselves. How does that make sense? Oak City's business district is situated at the center of the city. The north and south regions of the city are only filled with the homeless and slums. Those places are filthy. You can go and ask Ding Chinchuo if he even recognizes the north and south of the city as part of Oak City. If we do business there, where will the customers come from? The homeless? Thank you for your generosity, but you can save it for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Although these people had rolled their eyes internally, they also let out breaths of relief. From what the young man said, he did not intend on taking their lives. How else would they be able to do business in the north and south regions of the city? Just as the leaders of the Chambers of Commerce were about to say a few last words to Lin Yuan and try to leave, Lin Yuan went on to say, "I love excitement. I won't be happy if the prosperous Chamber of Commerce is the only Chamber of Commerce in Oak City. I really hope to see all of you build tree castles in the north and south regions of the city." Lin Yuan spoke in a light-hearted tone, but his words caused the hearts of those leaders of Chambers of Commerce to sink. From what Lin Yuan said, they knew that they had no choice but to build Chambers of Commerce in the north and south regions of the city. Although Lin Yuan did not say what the consequences of building Chambers of Commerce in the north and south regions of the city would be, they did not want to wait to find out. The way that Lin Yuan's subordinate, or rather that black-robed woman's method of exterminating the Lu family was going to turn up in the nightmares of all the people present. The leaders of the Chambers of Commerce shared looks before they hurriedly said to Lin Yuan, "We will go to the north and south regions of the city to build Chambers of Commerce now. With our Chambers of Commerce there, we promise that the north and south regions of the city will be full of activity." Lin Yuan did not react at all to this promise, but Ding Chinchuo almost exploded with happiness. Ding Chinchuo had already given up on trying to manage the north and south regions of the city. Moreover, they were not counted as parts of Oak City. They were just slums that the homeless and vagrants had put together after they were barred from entering the main city. With these Chambers of Commerce investing money into developing those regions would be built up very quickly. At that time, Oak City's domain would have expanded. Oak City, which was considered one of the more remote cities, would become one of the main cities of the Divine Wood Federation. It could be said that Ding Chinchuo was the biggest beneficiary of the conflict in Oak City. Lin Yuan had said what he said because he had a plan of his own. The nearest city to both Ta Lei's territory and the underground palace was Oak City. Since Oak City did not have a large population, it had not been able to thrive in the past years. Lin Yuan could invest resources into Oak City but not people. Then, it became necessary for Lin Yuan to develop Oak City. The more developed Oak City was, the better it would be for Lin Yuan. Now that he had saved the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and secured resources for them, it would undoubtedly cause the other chambers of commerce to flee Oak City. This was not beneficial for Oak City's development. Thus, Lin Yuan offered those two regions to the other chambers of commerce. When Lin Yuan was searching for the Dark Sun Send Mess Butterflies and Suyiren, he had visited the north and south regions of Oak City. Lin Yuan had saved Little Flower and Little Grass from the north part of the city and had encountered the decrepit Suyiren in the south part of the city. If those chambers of commerce developed the north and south regions of the city, it would bring a bright future to its inhabitants. He would also be able to benefit their lives while he fulfilled his own goals. When he heard the assurances of the leaders of the chambers of commerce, Lin Yuan said, "Since all of you are so insistent, let's do it like you said and have you start developing the north and south regions of the city now. Once you're done building your chambers of commerce, do send people to the prosperous chamber of commerce to give a report. All of you can watch over each other. If any chamber of commerce isn't doing a good job, you can report them to me. The reporter will be rewarded with items such as this pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts." While he spoke, a pair of large scarlet walnuts appeared in his hand and he started turning them slightly in his palm. Although the leaders of the chambers of commerce had their fair share of experience, they could not help but be stunned by the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. If Lin Yuan could casually offer bronze/epic item storing walnuts as rewards for reporting, it meant that he did not regard them as important. Just how wealthy was he? All of the chambers of commerce resolved to keep close watch over the other chambers of commerce. Some of the more intelligent leaders of chambers of commerce had already led their teams toward the north and south regions of the city to scout out the area and choose the best locations to build their tree castles. Soon, the crowd dispersed. However, the gold-robed man was still standing at the exact same spot. This was because Diwanmai's aura was holding him captive and making it difficult for him to even draw breath. The pressure that Diwanmai was exerting allowed the gold-robed man to realize the difference in power between him and Diwanmai and also ground away at his mind. The gold-robed man came from a secret aristocratic family and was the most likely person amongst everyone present to be aware of the Great Lush Federation's secrets. Hence, Lin Yuan wanted to question him properly. Rather than racking his brain to try to come up with a way to loosen the gold-robed man's lips, Lin Yuan preferred for the gold-robed man to voluntarily give up all he knew. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked at the gold-robed man and asked, "After standing for so long, do you know why I only kept you back?" Chapter 1898. The more you say the happier I am. The gold-robed man was a Thearch class expert from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. This meant that he was in the upper echelons of the Great Lush Federation. He was in such a sorry state now because, from the moment Lin Yuan arrived, he had started to oppress and torture the gold-robed man. Moreover, Lin Yuan was much too powerful. If Lin Yuan also only possessed Thearch class power, it would be a level of power that Lin Yuan could understand and the gold-robed man would not be this terrified. Alas, Lin Yuan had demonstrated power that was far beyond the gold-robed man's understanding. Even an expert could not stand up to the fear of the unknown. When he heard Lin Yuan's question, the gold-robed man said with much difficulty, "I don't know why you kept me behind. I already told you that I'm not a member of the Lu family." Lin Yuan scoffed and said, "You already joined the Lu family's troops. How is that different from being part of the family? Obviously, I kept you behind because I need to talk to you. If you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will let you leave Oak City alive. If I'm unsatisfied with your answer, your friend Lu Han will be happy to receive you in the afterlife." The gold-robed man's eyes lit up because Lin Yuan had essentially given him a path to survival. Since the gold-robed man came from a secret aristocratic family, he had strong analytical skills and could guess what Lin Yuan was thinking. If another member of a chamber of commerce from the Great Lush Federation was present, the gold-robed man would keep his lips sealed under all circumstances. But now, he was the only member of the Great Lush Federation who was present, so he could afford to speak more freely. As for Lin Yuan saying that Lu Han was his friend, the gold-robed man did not dare to deny it. Lu Han was his subordinate as the Lu family was the elite family under the Jin family. It went without saying that the Jin family had to control the Lu family. He had been sent to keep Lu Han under control. There was no way that the gold-robed man would reveal this relationship. If he did, he would be admitting to Lin Yuan that he had agreed to allow Lu Han to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Since he knew that he would not die as long as he was cooperative, the gold-robed man said in a serious voice, "Lord, no matter what you ask me, I will tell you all you want to know as long as I have the answers." Lin Yuan pointed at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle and said, "Since you understand the situation, let's go into talk." Lin Yuan took such an attitude toward the gold-robed man because he wanted to test what kind of person the gold-robed man was. This was the same situation as when he accepted Ding Chinchuo as his subordinate. During his development into the startling lines continent, Lin Yuan did not mind picking a few residents to nurture. From what the gold-robed man said, it indicated that he did not feel loyalty to the Jin family or the person pulling the strings of the Great Lush Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that it was worth picking him as a long-term investment. However, Lin Yuan needed to be done questioning him before he could decide how he should treat him. Since Su Yiren had been developing in the Divine Wood Federation for the past few months, she had to have more information than Lin Yuan. Thus, he decided to use Thought's letter paper to call Su Yiren over to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce so they could question the gold-robed man together. When Lin Yuan stepped into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, he saw Li Yuan, Feng Jiaji and the rest of the sincere merchant group waiting to welcome him uproariously. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji. When Li Yuan and Feng Jiaji saw the gold-robed man, they knew that Lin Yuan had business to attend to and hurriedly found a room for him. Frankly, from the moment Lin Yuan obtained shares of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and Li Yuan started to view him as a pillar of support, she had given up the president's room on the top floor to him. She had also done some remodeling to the president's office. Currently, Lin Yuan was sitting on the leather chair in the president's office while Lu Ji sat next to him and was sipping on fresh juice. Diwan Mai was silently standing behind Lin Yuan like a bodyguard. This discovery caused slight shock to appear on the gold-robed man's face. Given the black-robed woman's power, the young man should be paying respects to her. But now, it seemed as though she was nothing more than his tool. Just how strong did the faction behind the young man have to be in order for him to take such an attitude toward such an expert? This thought filled the gold-robed man with even more fill. He suddenly thought about how Lin Yuan said that he would allow him to leave Oak City alive. But what would he do once he left Oak City? He could not let the fate of his survival rest in the hands of whether this young man kept his word. The gold-robed man had himself gone back on his word numerous times. Thus, he did not believe in promises. While the gold-robed man was gripped with terror, Lin Yuan said, "Later, someone will be here to ask you questions. What you need to do is tell the truth. The more you say, the happier I'll be. If you turn out to be as obedient as Ding Chinchuo, I don't mind letting you live an existence of a higher quality." Lin Yuan stopped interacting with the gold-robed man and did not even bother to observe his reaction. When Lin Yuan mentioned Ding Chinchuo, Lu Ji immediately realized what Lin Yuan meant. Lin Yuan was telling the gold-robed man that he would accept him into his side if he gave the right answers. Besides possible benefits in store, the way that Lin Yuan forced the other chambers of commerce to move to the north and south regions of the city had already developed Oak City to a large extent. The gold-robed man could now breathe easier and much of his fear evaporated. If he could meet the young man's standard and side with him instead, his safety would be assured. When Liu Han decided to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, the gold-robed man had gone to see Ding Chinchuo. At that time, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle had been by Ding Chinchuo's side. The gold-robed man noticed that in less than 2 years, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle had evolved from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3. It was impossible that Ding Chinchuo was capable of such a thing. It was likely that Ding Chinchuo's increase in power came from this young man. From the moment the gold-robed man entered the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, he was ready to be fully candid. Chapter 1899 Premature Death of the Iron Hammer Federation. The gold-robed man was afraid that he would be unable to meet Lin Yuan's standard even if he revealed all he knew because he did not know enough. Soon, Su Yiren appeared at the doorway of the president's office. Since the door was not closed, Su Yiren walked through it directly. Since Su Yiren was a dark envoy and had spent time as a vagrant, she cared more about her dignity than ever. Normally, Su Yiren put effort into dolling herself up. There were many spirit chi clothes in her spatial equipments. All of them had been custom-made according to the standards of a dark envoy. After all, there were Class 5 creation masters in the 7 states of darkness, putting it a level above the startling lines continent. The hem of Su Yiren's pink skirt was embedded with many small purple crystals. There was also a charming layer of mesh under the skirt that sparkled with faint starlight. It was clear that this skirt had been woven out of silk from the star net purple silkworm. The gold-robed man did not even know what material the necklace around her neck was made of. However, he had a good look at the large spiritual type law crystal at the center of the necklace. There were 3 golden slashes on the stone, and it was clear that it was a completed Myth 3 law crystal. Such a precious item could not even be found in the Jin family's treasure vault. Yet the woman who walked through the door was using it as a decorative item. How lavish! When the gold-robed man started to wonder if this woman was the true owner of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, she curtsied to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, sorry to make you wait. I'm a little late." Su Yiren's words blew the gold-robed man's mind. This woman dressed so opulently and seemed to have features that were hand-carved by the gods actually turned out to be the young man's attendant. From the way she was dressed, she clearly did not value rare spiritual ingredients. If the completed Myth 3 spiritual type law crystal was given to a spiritual type pinnacle Myth 3 Fey, it might evolve directly to creation breed. Su Yiren could tell that the gold-robed man had picked up on how beneficial it was to be Lin Yuan's subordinate. Previously, the main emotion that the gold-robed man felt was fear. But now, he felt eagerness and greed. Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren, "Yiren, you go and question. Interrogate him until he has nothing more to offer. Then, verify if his answers are true." While Su Yiren was rushing here, Lin Yuan told her about the situation through the thoughts letter paper. A task that came from Lin Yuan was not a small matter to Su Yiren. She immediately started to interrogate the gold-robed man. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji sat and listened to the question and answer session between the gold-robed man and Su Yiren. Su Yiren started out with simple questions that were easy for the gold-robed man to reply. But suddenly, she changed her tone and said, "Who is supporting the Jin family?" Su Yiren's question took the gold-robed man off guard and the answer stopped short at the tip of his tongue. The gold-robed man instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan and Su Yiren's eyes and noticed that they were looking at him with amusement. The gold-robed man had been prepared, so he gnashed his teeth and sold out who was supporting the Jin family. There is indeed an organization supporting the Jin family. Rather, all the secret aristocratic families have the same pillar of support. This pillar of support is called the Truth Association. I don't know much about the Truth Association. Even my brother, the leader of the Jin family, doesn't have the authority to join in. Only the leaders of the first 4 secret aristocratic families are allowed to join the Truth Association's meetings. There are many secret elite families who were killed because they voiced disagreement with the Truth Association's plans. The gold-robed man's answer caused Lin Yuan and Su Yiren's expressions to turn stern. Lin Yuan had not learned about the Truth Association when he was gathering information on the Great Lush Federation. It was true that the Great Lush Federation started out with 4 secret aristocratic families. They were known as the veteran aristocratic families. Later, pinnacle class 4 creation masters came out from these 4 families, and as time passed, they accumulated more resources than the other elite families. Later, they formed what was currently known as the 4 secret rising aristocratic families. The Jin family was one of the 4 secret rising aristocratic families. Neither Lin Yuan nor Su Yiren questioned the legitimacy of what the gold-robed man said because the truth would be proven soon. Su Yiren went on to ask, "What did the Truth Association tell you to do?" The gold-robed man had already gone past the point of no return and did not think before he answered Su Yiren's question and spilled the beans. The Truth Association gave 2 main tasks. First, to search for various types of law crystals. Second, to create chaos in the startling lines continent within 4 months. 2 months have passed since they gave their order. We are the ones behind the deaths of all the robber groups. Half of the robber groups were disguised residents of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Normally, after such a colossal event, the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's imperial courts should have already retaliated. But for some reason, both of them have been silent. It's as though they purposely want to keep the matter quiet. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm will be opening in a little over a week. Yet, nothing seems to be happening in the Iron Hammer Federation. It's almost winter in the Iron Hammer Federation and they urgently need to stock up on food. After the death of so many robber groups, it goes without saying that the Iron Hammer Federation will have to go hungry this year. Although many of our chambers of commerce have established themselves in the Iron Hammer Federation, they have already bought up all the fur, food, and liquor they could. Thus, resources have never been scarcer in the Iron Hammer Federation. In 2 weeks, the Iron Hammer Federation will be in deep trouble. The gold-robed man's words allowed Lin Yuan to understand the deviousness of the plan that the Great Lush Federation had. Chapter 1900 Lin Yuan's plan for the Iron Hammer Federation. Although Lin Yuan wanted to shake up the startling lines continent, he never thought about doing it through evil means. However, the Truth Association had the same goal as Lin Yuan. It was likely that the Iron Hammer Federation needed a powerful ally now. The gold-robed man had already spilled all the beans he possessed. At this moment, a beautiful pink and purple flower appeared in Su Yiren's hand. The gold-robed man's heart was instantly lost to the absolute love poppy. Su Yiren asked all the questions to the gold-robed man again, and he replied in a dreamy state. Lin Yuan and Su Yiren nodded at the gold-robed man when they heard his responses, as they verified that he had been telling the truth. Su Yiren stored the absolute love poppy away, and the man snapped out of his trance. The gold-robed man had no idea what had just happened. Just as he was about to declare that he had already revealed all that he knew, Lin Yuan said, "You replied well. Your name is Jin Kyungsun, right? I'll give you a chance to gather information for me in the Great Lush Federation. I don't need you to swear on your law world to me. Every time you provide me with information about the Great Lush Federation, I will give you a pair of the bronze/legend item storing walnuts. You can use the pair of item storing walnuts to trade for resources. Additionally, you said that you've seen a weapon with a similar aura as my waist adornment and long flute. When you return to the 4 veteran aristocratic secret families, gather information regarding this for me. This is your reward for today's honesty." Lin Yuan tossed the pair of bronze/legend item storing walnuts at Jin Kyungsun. After careful consideration, he decided not to order Jin Kyungsun to swear on his law world. Since precious instruments existed in the 4 veteran secret aristocratic families, it was likely that there was a Class 5 creation master in the Truth Association. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan that Class 5 creation masters had special methods to sense if spirit chi professionals had sworn away their loyalty. To prevent Class 5 creation masters from noticing the oath, the person who swore their loyalty had to at least have the same amount of power as a Class 5 creation master. In order to be a Class 5 creation master, one had to be immortal at least. If Jin Kyungsun swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan, he would be investigated by the Truth Association when he returned to the Great Lush Federation. Jin Kyungsun looked delighted when he caught the pair of bronze/legend item storing walnuts. He just needed to go to Sacred Forest City, and the pair of bronze/legend item storing walnuts would fetch at least 80 million Great Lush dollars worth of resources. Jin Kyungsun was not a creation master. In order to receive such a large amount of resources, he would have to sweep and gather resources from Class 3-dimensional rifts for at least 4 months. If he had managed to receive such benefits just from answering questions, he would make sure to bring back as much information as he could from now on to obtain even more rewards from Lin Yuan. With such a mountain of resources, it would not matter, even if he betrayed the Jin family and the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan could not read Jin Kyungsun's mind. He could not care less about what Jin Kyungsun was thinking. If something truly happened to Jin Kyungsun when he returned to the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan would not be negatively impacted in any way. He would also not have to be worried about the Truth Association finding out about his existence. Since Lin Yuan had come to the Startling Lines continent to train, it was only natural that he would clash against the Truth Association. Soon after Jin Kyungsun left, Ding Chinchuo slinked into the prosperous chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle and asked to meet with Lin Yuan. After meeting with Ding Chinchuo, Lin Yuan and Ding Chinchuo agreed to head to Sacred Forest City together 4 days later. Lin Yuan also gave a package of resources to Ding Chinchuo that he could use to expand the Ding family. This was Lin Yuan's reward to Ding Chinchuo for supporting the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After Ding Chinchuo received the resources, he not only felt loyal to Lin Yuan but was also extremely zealous. He even took the initiative to tell Lin Yuan about Sacred Forest City. However, Ding Chinchuo did not know much about the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and could not provide Lin Yuan with much information. Once he returned to the underground palace, Lin Yuan saw Tale pacing in front of the entrance as though he was waiting for someone. When Tale spotted him, he happily greeted him. This was when Lin Yuan knew that Tale had been waiting for him. Since Tale had been acknowledged by the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court as a Class 1 creation master, he should have guards protecting him. Su Yiren said that Tale rarely spent time in the underground palace during the day. So why was he here in the day? Before Lin Yuan could ask, Su Yiren took off Tale's wool hat and asked, "Are you going to come here every day now that Leo is here? Aren't you afraid that your bodyguards from the Imperial Court will follow you here? I've already used the Absolute Love Poppy on your guards thrice. If I use it on them anymore, they might never snap out of their infatuated trance. How will you answer to the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court then?" Tale felt slightly hurt when he heard what Su Yiren said, and he hastily said, "Sister Yiren, when you went with Master to Oak City, my guards suddenly received word from the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court to leave me and return to the Imperial Court. They seem to be in a big rush, but I don't know what the reason is." Lin Yuan and Su Yiren looked at each other. Apparently, something had indeed happened within the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. The Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court always prioritized the protection of their creation masters. Young Class 1 creation masters like Ta Lei were treasures to the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. This was why they sent a king-class expert to always protect Ta Lei. Something catastrophic must have happened to warrant the Class 5 creation master recalling their guards and leaving their precious creation masters in the lurch. If Ding Chinchuo was not going to take him to the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm in 3 days, Lin Yuan would have taken Ta Lei with him to the Iron Hammer Federation to see what had happened.